Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 50, ch. 50 Vampire Assault 3/. While his peerage waited for him, Romonus moved on foot. He and Canon were running at speeds that would make them look like a purple shimmer beam of light. However, with their joined efforts there was no sound, no light show, and no shock wave. They barely had any energy fluctuations, with microcontrol over their auras making them impossible to track. As they moved, Romonus sent a constant link to Vespera. Anything to say before you get your body back? By that point, he had reached the castle entrance, but using the darkness abilities granted the dark steel used in Canon, they burst into shadows to enter the castle discreetly. Vespera thought back to her childhood, which was a dark time. There is not much to say. When I was growing up I was treated better than the Dampiers, but I was still considered of tainted blood. Only because devils and vampires are similar, but my grandmother regularly treated me horribly. I was starved of blood at times, beaten at others, had my hair cut off, and she even removed my fangs when I talked back to her just once. I never did it again, but if I am honest, Zekrom beating me hurt less than her torture because he didn't raise me. Now Romonus had no hard feelings over taking over the body of Elena. Once he was in the castle, Romonus sought a similar soul signature to Vespera. He ended up finding it deep below the castle. Finding it, Romonus spoke with Canon. "What else can you do, my friend?" Almost amused, the soul armor showed his abilities. "Allow me to show you, Armored." Canon, using their shared energy, activated a unique ability of his. He drew out the chaos magic that Tiamat had in her flames and burst into dark blue flames. Instantly the both of them appeared deep below Carmilla Castle in the dungeon. The first thing Romonus noticed was the foul smell of the dungeon. The dead and dying were abundant down here, but he instantly turned to the vampire bent over a young man. Though he was just one of what seemed to be a pile of young handsome men she had devoured. She had bitten down on his jugular as she drained the life from him. Vespera. Instantly she confirmed it. "My grandmother, Elena Carmilla. She only drinks the blood of young handsome men and boys because she believes it keeps her youthful." Romonus crossed his arms and waited for the white-haired vampire to finish her meal. When she was done, she opened her jaws and sensually licked her lips. She stood up and wiped her face with a handkerchief. Elena was not just a pure-blooded vampire, she part of the line from the Carmilla female ancestor. She was also a very seductive woman. She had pale white skin, bright red eyes, a doll-like face, long platinum hair, and breasts almost as big as Vanillana. The red dress called out each of her curves, but Romonus was not here for anything else. "Elena Carmilla. Tell me, have you heard the name Vespera?" That seemed to knock her back. "Who the fuck are you anyways, and why do you ask?" Romonus suddenly reached up and removed his bat medallion. "She needs your corpse." Before she could respond, Romonus moved and appeared behind her. He placed Vespera's medallion around her neck and placed his hands on either side of her head. Using his expertise in souls, using his own soul energy as a medium, he cast a simple spell he had invented. It had no name, as it was essentially an attack on the very soul using soul energy. When this happened, Elena began to foam at the mouth as her eyes went blank. They rolled back into her head as she went limp to the ground with a cracked soul. He grabbed her arms and waited. "Come on, Vespera, we don't got all day." Vespera chastised him as this was not easy. "Don't rush me, Romonus, this is not as easy as you dash. Think." Vespera spoke with her grandmother's mouth. She raised herself off the ground and patted herself off a little. When she looked at the breasts attached to her chest, she scowled. Her breasts used to be half this size in her original body. She always did have a big pair of breasts. Romonus nodded as he looked at them. "Mind keeping them?" Vespera was about to curse him out, but he pulled out a vial of blood from his spatial ring. He tossed it over to her and watched as she caught it. The blood inside had a dark red look to it with a purple afterglow. "Thanks." She opened the vial and drank his blood. This was the effect after the baptism, which had been the best decision he had made. When she drank it, her ability to draw strength from blood took effect. She reached up to her hair, and under his eyes the long platinum hair started to turn pitch black. Her left eye started to twitch before it went from bright red to dark purple. The muscles in her face warped as the doll-like face of Elena changed to match Vespera's. He saw as she started to get taller, much like all Bales, as Elena was on the shorter side of 5 feet 6 inches. Canon began to take notice of something else. She is actively devouring the now shattered soul of her grandmother and transforming her body to suit her original appearance. Your blood appears to have been the perfect elixir for a vampire like her, since you both share the same ancestor. Her more closely. Don't tell her that though. She does not like thinking of Zekrom and neither do I. I shall refrain. I am not clueless, my armored. Romonus and Archaon waited patiently for Vespera to reclaim a body. Her soul was a vampiric devil soul, but drinking his demon blood must have had an interesting effect. Over 10 minutes after drinking his blood, Vespera had finished her transformation. She was back to her previous 6 feet 3 inches height, and she had kept her grandmother's breasts. Though, they looked better on Vespera because she was taller. When it was over, she ran a hand through her hair, which was mostly pitch black. However, a small section of it on the left side had stayed platinum, a constant reminder of her grandmother. Romonus looked her up and down before whistling. How do you feel? She started to spin her shoulder around and even opened her mouth to test the fangs. It's been nearly 8 millennia since I had a body. Knowing who it belonged to makes it seem like I earned it. Romonus chuckled as he held his hand out to her. Come on, we got to go. She walked toward him and grabbed his hand. Right. Archaon once again in a burst of blue chaos fire warped them out of the castle back to his peerage. When they appeared, Miria, Chiron, Aquino, Itsuki, and Sylvana were hunkered down. However, they all stood up when Romonus returned. Now though they were all staring at Vespera. She smiled at the girls as she introduced herself now personally. I have not spoken to any of you, but I know each one of you. I was Romonus Sword for a year, but here I am. Miria checked out her body before staring at her breasts. Wow, those are big. Vespera turned to look at Romonus with a frown. Mr. Here asked me to keep them, so I did. I can still get rid of them. Romonus cleared his voice as now the girls were all giving him the side eye. Do what you want. Since I achieved every single goal in this attack, let's get out. We will talk about this later. Without even waiting for a response, Romonus stomped on the ground and teleported them all away. His destination was not back to the Bale clan, as he would not be going back for at least a year. He ended up choosing one of McGregor's homes located in the English countryside. When Romonus, his peerage, Sylvana, and his 2 rescues appeared at the large home, he dispelled Archaon to his soul. He turned to gaze at the large group with a grin. Now we lay low for a month, as the vampires will be pissed. However, since vampires are considered creatures of the night and evil, we won't face any trouble. Still, attacking another species won't look good. Miria shrugged as she put her sword back in her spatial ring. That is good enough for me. Where are we anyways? Romonus walked over to and sat himself down in a comfy chair. One of my teacher's McGregor Mather's homes. Make yourselves at home, because I got a few phone calls to make. Chiron looked at the cardboard box in her hands and set it down in the corner. She instantly sat down on a couch as she was annoyed. She hadn't even had to fight really, because Aquino and Miria did everything. She crossed her arms and looked away from Aquino. Seeing this made Aquino smile sheepishly. Are you mad? Chiron's ears twitched and so did her tails. You didn't let me fight. I did nothing. Aquino from her spatial ring pulled out a bag of cookies and handed it to her. I will let you fight next time. Chiron took the cookies with a smile. Okay. Romonus chuckled as she was still motivated by sweets. Unlike Ophis, who was just an emotionless doll, Chiron was cuter. For now, though, he looked up at Vespera, who was looking at her hands in horror. They were shaking and tears were spilling from her eyes. Realizing something was wrong, Romonus walked over to her. He held her hands as he wondered what was wrong. What's wrong? Vespera clenched his hands before looking up at him, crying even harder. They lied to me. My father never forced himself on my mother, she was killed by my grandmother for falling in love with him. She tricked me into killing him, knowing Zekrom would hunt me down. I killed my own innocent father for a revenge that did not matter. She fell to her knees in horror, causing everyone to gaze at her. Valerie closed her eyes before looking away. That is horrible, I am sorry you had to undergo that. Romonus turned to Valerie as she could fix this issue. Vespera, when you killed your father, did you destroy his soul? She looked up at him and shook her head. No, I was strong, but not a soul breaker. Why? Simply put, if the soul is intact, Valerie and her sacred gear can resurrect the dead. However, if this power is overused, her life and soul will be broken. Gasper popped his head out from his box, worried. You can't make her do it. Romonus rolled his eyes as he was not going to force her. Of course, I won't. Any sacred gear can be mastered. She just has to use it in moderation and find out what her natural limit is. It is a good thing you are a damper, because as a human your limit would have been abysmal. I didn't just save you to prevent your death, but to use your power. Not to the point that you suffer from it, just what you can tolerate. At this time he released the impeccable control he had over his soul, as she could see that. Seeing how his soul didn't fluctuate like when someone lied, she knew he was saying the truth. Valerie already felt like she owed him a debt for saving her life, so she was willing to help. If that is the case, I am sure I can be of help. Romonus sat back down after he helped Vespera stand up. I will appreciate that, but unless we have to, it is better for you to not even dare try to resurrect anyone just yet. Gasper did not like the sound of that, however he was too shy to say anything. Romonus was not going to be keeping him around for long. The first thing he was going to do was send Gasper to Rias, as he did not want him around. First thing first, he pulled out his phone as he had many people to call. All of you can relax for a while. I will be busy. With that, they all decided to go explore the house, so Romonus phoned Azazel. Valerie and Gasper in the meantime walked off, as for the first time they were not treated badly by their own families. Romonus didn't have to wait long before Azazel picked up the phone. Romonus, my friend, been a while. He grinned. That it has, Azazel. How is Viviana? Azazel looked across from him as he was having dinner with her. He would take time to let her experience normal child activities, and a family dinner without being beaten was one. Want to talk to her? Viviana was in the middle of eating her ramen noodles, so she scowled at Azazel. Romonus, though, knew kids did not like being put on the phone, so he rejected it. No, that is fine. I was calling to ask for a favor. I can pay if you want, though. Azazel leaned back, curious. What do you need? I know you research sacred gears extensively and you are ancient. How often have you come across a naturally occurring subspecies sacred gear, much less a Longinus? Whenever Romonus called, he always knew how to pitch something to Azazel. Very rarely. I only have seen it a handful of times. You got one. That I do. The Sephiroth Graal, and it's a subspecies off the bat. I wanted to get anything you know about previous wielders. In exchange, well, name your price. Azazel froze in place as his inner researcher was coming out. He could ask for several favors, resources, or potions, since Romonus was quite famous for his alchemy, but in the end, he picked one thing. I will tell you all I know, I just want to study it. Romonus accepted the term. All right then, before I tell you where I am, I need to know if your phone is secure. Azazel started to cackle at the insinuation. Romonus, I made it myself. Of course, it is secure. Is yours? My fiancé made it for me, so yes. I am in the English countryside in hiding right now. I attacked the vampires specifically for the holder of the Sephiroth Graal. Azazel hummed at the information. There a good reason for it? Very, I just saved your life. Azazel froze at the idea. A future prediction? Possibly. Azazel smirked. Fine, keep your secrets. I will be there tomorrow. Got it. If you want to bring Viviana, she might as well meet her rival now. Despite being the descendant of Lucifer, the competition is rough. That sounds like a good idea. With that, Azazel hung up before looking at Viviana. Hear that, kid? Romonus says your rival will give you a run for your money. She scowled as she set down her ramen bowl. She will still lose. Azazel shrugged and put his phone down before he also began to eat. Sure, kid, whatever you say. She scowled but went back to eating. Romonus then called McGregor, who picked up instantly. Romonus, my student, how is our Canon doing? He is doing great. He says thanks for asking. On another note, I wanted to tell you that I am taking Safe House 4 on my own for a month or two. Once the waters cool down, I will spend time learning under your lich mentor. Understood. I will tell him and see you in a few days. If you are laying low, you must have done something big. That I did. See you then, master. That was all the phone calls he had to make, so for now Romonus decided to look through the house to pick out his room. Though if he was being honest, the chances were that everyone would just pick his room. Chapter 51, Azazel's Visit. The story will be quite fast-paced for a while. After exploring the old home that McGregor had built over 80 years ago, everyone chose their rooms. Romonus picked the master bedroom, which was quite small. He fixed the issue with a few spells. He cast a space expansion spell and he turned it into a replica of his room in the Bale Castle. That reminded him that he should go back to remove his room and forge room from the castle because that enchantment had remained. He just hadn't bothered to get it, but since his room was protected, no one he didn't want to could enter. Once he got his room set up, he noticed another problem: most of the girls wanted to stick close to him. He had blamed it on his demon aura, but now that they were out of the castle, Miria made it a rule that only she and Sylvana could stay in his room with him. This did not go well with Chiron, who liked to passively help Romonus deal with his mental issues. Plus she was always processing his demonic aura because it worked like a good tonic for her. Vespera also did not want to be away from Romonus right now because he was the one helping her deal with her troubles. As such, Romonus decided to allow Miria, Sylvana, Vespera, and Chiron to stay with him. That meant that Aquino and Itsuku had to stay in their rooms, which they didn't like at all. They ended up accepting it because they didn't have any good reason to stay with him. It was annoying though, so they stormed off to their rooms and stayed there. Gasper chose to stay with Valerie, who was like a big sister to him. All in all, the attack had gone well and they had escaped with all of Romonus' goals accomplished. He decided to spend the rest of the day just relaxing, as after a successful attack one should either celebrate or unwind. The next morning, Romonus once again woke up with Chiron not in cat form, but in her Nikomata form. She was hugging his side as she was small enough to not bother him, but that was not going to last long. Since she was not suppressing her senjutsu, she was growing normally. Her body was passively using senjutsu to draw away any negative thoughts he may have. Plus, the vast demonic aura radiating off him was drawn in by her and processed to grow her strength. When he gazed at her soul, he could see she was on the brink of reaching the next level of her species to become a three-tailed Nakushu. Meaning that she was almost as strong as the Chiron that Rias took under her wing. Honestly, Rias is too kind for her own good. Only when the plot started did she and her original peerage start improving. That reminds me, I better intervene in the Holy Sword project. Kiba and Tosca can be good members of Rias' peerage. I don't need them. He didn't sit up but looked next to him where Miria was cuddled up to him. She was not the only one on him, as when he looked at his chest he saw a small black bat with a streak of white fur on her head. Both Chiron and Vespera could turn into cute animals, but suddenly he heard an angry roar in his head. Karn and Grimaldus were both still inside his familiar space. He had forgotten about them after the attack and they wanted out. Crap. He gently got out of Chiron's and Miria's holds and held Vespera to not let her fall. All three were woken up, but you did not want to keep Karn cooped up. Romonus released both of his pets and watched as they fell onto the bed. Sorry about that, if you want to sleep more girls that is fine. Vespera flew out of his hand and landed on the floor before returning to her vampire form. She yawned before wiping her eyes off. I am tired, I need a coffin to sleep in. Romonus thought about it as he wondered what was it about vampires and their coffins. There are plenty of trees for you to pick from, just make one. Vespera nodded. I think I will. I am hungry too. Romonus pulled his shirt out of the way for her to see his neck. Come on then. She smiled as she walked over to him and bit down on his shoulder. The issue was that his body was so strong that she could not bite through his skin. She tried it a few times before pulling back, looking annoyed. You are like a metal plate. He released his control over his muscles and skin to weaken it. Try it now. This time her fangs pierced through his shoulder and she started to drink his blood. Vespera's eyes went wide open as drinking his blood was like drinking several energy drinks. Watching her close her eyes and enjoy the experience made Miria wonder about something. I have bitten the throats out of my foes before and their blood just tastes like iron, but what does your blood taste like? Romonus smirked at the idea. Want to try it? Also, mind telling me that story when you get a chance. Miria was always up to tell an old war story. She smiled that her experiences were appreciated. Anytime. As for your blood, no thanks. I am no vampire. By this point Vespera had drank enough, so she pulled away from Romonus while licking her lips. Instantly, she began to turn less pale than a regular vampire and her demonic energy began to rise rapidly. Because of her soul, which was formed of the union of a devil and vampire, this solely vampire body needed time to convert. She had to turn it into a perfect vessel for herself. Go on without me, I will be needing regular feedings. Romonus did not mind it at all as he already regenerated the blood he had lost. Right then. The first item on the docket is breakfast. Instantly Chiron and Miria were out of bed as both of them liked to eat. Sylvana leisurely got up as she didn't need to eat and anything she did eat was just burned by the soul fire on her neck. Guess I should be there too. He nodded. You should. Romonus chuckled as he left his room with them. Karn chose to stay behind while Grimaldus began to explore the house. MacGregor had spoken of a few of his safe houses and told Romonus to feel free to use them if he needed them. When they got downstairs they went to the living room where a giant table for many people was set up. One of you set the table, I will start getting breakfast ready. Chiron decided to do that herself. I got it. Miria smiled as she tied her hair up with magic back into its large purple braid. I will help you. Sylvana, what do you want to eat? Sylvana raised her hands as she didn't need it. I don't need to eat at all, so dash. Miria raised her hand to stop her. Don't start now. You don't need to eat, but you can write. I can, but dash. Miria felt that was enough reason to eat. Then just enjoy a breakfast. Romonus smiled as he walked over to the kitchen and placed on an apron. When Miria saw how he was dressed she laughed at the sight. Wow, a man of many talents. You can even cook. That I can. I felt it is a good thing to know. Though it just reminded him of his past life. That and Carla made me do all the chores. He shuddered thinking of that woman. He was just glad that he was here and she was alone again. Romonus turned on the stove which burned magic rather than anything else. He started to place a couple of pans on the stove, but Miria had a question. Is there a cellar? Romonus shook his head as he walked over to the closet. When he opened it up, there was a whole bunch of food items all preserved for decades with magic. It was a giant walk-in closet that McGregor made decades ago. McGregor took me here once, he said, to use anything. I am making an English breakfast just with pancakes. Miria hummed. I have never eaten an English breakfast, or made one. It's nothing tricky, I will show you. While they both got to cooking, the smell of cooking food started to wake up everyone. Akino and Itsuki didn't even care about being kicked out of his room and sat down for breakfast. As for Valerie and Gasper, they came down together. Romanus was already secretly judging Gasper. He was dressed in a skirt and a blouse, which was because of Valerie. She found boys in skirts to be cute, which made him remember someone. She would get along with Bikubukagama from Overlord. She was the one who made Mare, who also cross-dresses. Honestly, Mare and Gasper are quite alike. Just that Mare is strong, so he gets a pass. Valerie suddenly looked down as she looked at Romanus' soul. It was such an incredible skill to use when your soul told everything about you. You hate it. He didn't deny it though. It's weird, but I'm not going to tell you to stop. I do have bad news for you too. You two are going to be separated. Valerie already suspected that as she managed to gaze a little more into his soul when he dropped his guard. Part of his memories were heavily protected, but she saw his surface thoughts. He only wanted to train her because of her Longinus. Gasper, despite having a high-level sacred gear, didn't have the correct mentality to make it through his extreme standard. Already. I thought we had more time. Gasper suddenly looked up at Valerie, worried. Do we have to? She smiled as she patted his head. It won't be forever. You will be going to someone safe, someone who will look after you. Your sister, right? Romanus nodded. Correct. You are in luck, Gasper. She is much nicer than I am. Take some time to discover your powers. When you come back, Valerie will be a different person. You can stay for breakfast though. Gasper sadly sat down at the table as Romanus and Miria brought out the English breakfasts. He had made them with fried eggs, bacon, sausage, beans, plum tomatoes, and pancakes. Itsuki was already drooling, so she got her fork and started eating. Damn, this is good. Romanus laughed as he sat down to eat as well. Thank you, me and Miria did the best we could. Miria smiled as she took a bite of the eggs. Well, now and then cooking is fun. Romanus could agree to that, but just as he was going to continue the conversation, he felt two people teleport nearby. Valerie, Miria, Draig, and Chiron instantly noticed them, but Romanus was unworried. My guests are here. Romanus walked to the door and opened it before they could even knock. Outside was Azazel in a suit with a small girl with white hair and hazel, almost yellow eyes. She was a bit young, as she seemed to be about 11. She was dressed in rock-style clothing with what seemed to be several chains hanging off her neck. Azazel, glad of you to come by. Hearing what he said, Akino jumped a little as she wondered if her dad had come too. She was not sure if she was ready to see him still. Azazel merely shook Romanus' hand. We did have a deal, didn't we? Viviana, say hello. She looked up at Romanus with crossed arms. What are you anyways? You're too strong to be a normal devil. He looked down at her and held his hand out. Romanus, Bale and I have evolved from a devil into a demon. Don't ask me how. She smirked. How? He chuckled as she was feisty. Since you are here, you might as well join us for breakfast. Azazel nodded. Don't mind if we do. Romanus stood aside and let them in. All eyes went to them with Itsuki and Viviana already locked on each other. The boosted gear appeared on Itsuki's left hand while the divine dividing appeared on Viviana's back. Both heavenly dragons instantly started to exchange words. White One, it appears we were both blessed with extraordinary hosts. It appears that way, Red One. Be that as it may, your host will still lose. Don't count Itsuki out for the count already. If not for that one being the descendant of Lucifer, she would be weaker. She is so much more than just a Lucifer descendant. Romanus raised his hand to stop the two bickering dragons. Time and place, guys. True. Apollo geese for the shameful display. Both sacred gears vanished after getting their words in. Azazel chuckled as he pulled a chair out for himself, with Viviana actively choosing to sit next to Itsuki. Once they were seated, Romanus got back up to go and serve them food as well. He still could see into the kitchen, so he started to talk to Azazel. Nice to see you in person again, Azazel. Been a little over a year, right? Yes, it has. You saved Akino from the Heimjima clan by sending them flying with that reverse gravity spell of yours. Akino, I know this might be hard to hear coming from me, but your father is happy to see you improving. He did ask me if he could come, but I told him to hold off. Akino looked down at her plate before asking. How is he? Holding in there. He is managing Shuri's grave by himself and wanted to ask if you would visit it with him. If you can't, he at least wanted you to call him at least once to hear your voice. Aquino had been texting her father from time to time but never had the courage to call him. Hearing what Azazel said made her want to change that. Azazel though did not rush her. Take your time, Barakil is wounded and so are you. Aquino still wanted to say one thing. Azazel, you kept me safe, right? That I did. I would use magic to nudge you in the direction of safety. I wanted to say thank you. I was a deserter and a half-breed, but you still helped me stay alive. Of course, you are the daughter of my friend. I owed him that much. Viviana looked back to Azazel with a smirk. The Governor-General is a big softy. He can't stop helping people. Azazel did not correct her that he was far from soft. He just knew when to be kind and when to be cruel. By that point, Romonus was halfway through the cooking when he spoke about why they were there. Valerie, that is Azazel, the Governor-General of Gregory. He should know more than I do about your sacred gear. Though, since yours is a subspecies, it might be more tricky to find out proper information. Valerie turned to Azazel before bowing slightly. Greetings. He observed her before thinking out loud. I see you are a damper, a damn good thing, or you would already have gone crazy. The original Rahvdall has the side effect of forcefully teaching you the secrets of how life and souls are made. The issue is that the human mind is not supposed to understand either, so they begin to go mad. Thanks to the fact you are a damper of noble blood, your resistance is much higher than average. I have recordings of several past users who never went far. None of them ever so much used a balance breaker either. How are you holding up? Valerie sighed as she explained her state. I constantly see the dead speaking to me. Sometimes in a language I can't even comprehend. I constantly am told, as you said, the way life and souls are made. I know how they work, but I couldn't tell you as I lose it when I think about it. Azazel nodded as he pulled out a set of papers from his spatial ring. These rings were so convenient when they were first made by Chinese cultivators. While he was flipping through them, Romonus waved his hand and placed a plate of food in front of Viviana and Azazel. The former started to eat instantly while Azazel slowly picked at it. That sounds about right from the interviews I have had with previous wielders. None of them can explain the process of life and souls at all. Even when their memories were probed, it was ununderstandable. Can you try to manifest it? Before she did anything, Romonus walked over to her and placed a vial of his blood in front of her. Here, drink it. Valerie looked at his blood and was mesmerized. Normally every time she saw blood she knew how it lived, but Romonus' blood was beyond strange. Demon blood, especially that of Sparta, was like the blood of a god. She reached down and took the vial into her hands. Your life is beautiful, Romonus. Gaspar recoiled a little as he hated blood. Valerie though opened the vial and drank it on the spot. When she did so, her eyes instantly opened as she felt her body surge with demonic mana. Her own vampiric body began to actively feed on the power in his blood, which caused her strength to rise rapidly. Vespera was undergoing the same process as vampires drew power from what they drank. Enough time and she would turn into a demonic vampire with a relic as holy as the Rahvdall. She would be as much a monster as Aquino, but that power caused her Longinus to activate. In front of her 3 golden cups appeared with a great holy aura, but it did not seem to harm any of the devils around. Even Romonus as a demon did not feel off-put by the aura in the cups. Azazel was instantly shocked at the sight of the 3 grails. A subspecies indeed. Valerie calmed herself down and felt something odd. She touched her head as the thoughts of the dead were weaker now. Her mind felt clear and her soul didn't feel as heavy. Why do I feel so fuzzy? Romonus sat himself down and started to eat. Because I am that strong. Azazel, any clues on how she should go about controlling her Longinus? I got a couple of working theories in mind. Since Rahvdall tells about souls and life, why doesn't she do what the previous wielders did? Most of them went mad because they overused their abilities in tampering with life. Resurrecting the dead brings the biggest toll on the user, but that shouldn't be a problem with 3 grails and regular ingestion of the blood of a demon like you. Although you do not want to rush anything, as even with your vampire side you still have limits. For now, see if you can't send them back. Valerie nodded as she focused and her Longinus vanished. I can do that. While it sounds frightening, I know that anything can be done. Right. Romonus chuckled as that sounded like him. Right. On another note, when you get done eating we got a lot to discuss. Azazel agreed with that. True. As everyone resumed eating, Viviana turned to Itsuki next to her. When you get done, fight me. I want to see how good you are. Itsuki smiled. All right, if you want to lose, be my guest. Viviana grinned at the idea. Tough talk. Itsuki quoted Romonus, making him laugh. You can talk tough if you can back it up, Romonus' words. Can you? I will show you. Much like their dragon partners, the 2 girls were bickering. Azazel and Romonus just found that adorable. Regardless, once the meal was over, Romonus let Gaspar stick around for the upcoming spar between Itsuki and Viviana. Then he would send him to Rias, who would be better suited to his weak will. He was a harsh trainer, as he was hard on every member of his peerage. Didn't matter their gender, age, or mental state. You were going to train and train hard. If you couldn't, then you might as well not be around him. That was his motto. Now, it was time to see if Itsuki could defeat Viviana now. Chapter 52, White vs. Red, and Chaos is Growing. Once everyone got done eating, Azazel and Romonus spent an hour talking about Valerie's sacred gear. Since it was a Longinus and a subspecies, she was bound to be a powerful individual if she didn't go insane. Romonus already knew what he wanted, and if regular ingestion of his blood could mitigate the effects of the Sephiroth Graal, he was willing to feed her often. She was going to pay him back for every drop with the powers her sacred gear had. All he had to do was give her proper guidance and she could resurrect anyone he wanted. Azazel even started to give him some advice on his current peerage, as Romonus' training was near perfect. He still accepted anything Azazel said, as he gave good advice. However, at the turn of the hour, Viviana and Itsuki were itching to fight. Everyone went outside for their spar, with Azazel and Romonus watching this carefully. Whoever won would show who was the better trainer of talents. Romonus smirked as he raised his hand and created a massive multilayered bounded field with an area of 10 football fields. When it went up, Azazel turned to Viviana next to him. "Good luck, and remember that this is a friendly spar." She waved him off. "I know that, Azazel, stop being a nosy butt." He shrugged. "If that is what you want." As for Romonus, he turned to Itsuki, who was jumping in place and shadowboxing. "Remember, you got a pawn piece, so use its promotion because it is your innate ability." She nodded. "Right." Both girls stepped forward with their sacred gears already humming with power. Itsuki raised the boosted gear before her eyes began to glow a bright green. Balance breaker. Welsh dragon scale mail. In a burst of dark red dragon flames, she once again called on the scale mail. Azazel was honestly surprised that she had that, because Viviana had it as well. Wow. Viviana squinted her eyes as she spoke. Balance breaker. Vanishing dragon scale mail. In an eruption of blue energy, she was covered in her scale mail. Once both had their sacred gears, they locked on the other. Itsuki smashed her fists together as she locked onto her rival. "You know, Drake told me that you two lost because you were weak." "Lies. We lost because he was weak." Drake told her to say that because it would set him off. "Let's let him have it." Boost. 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 Already Itsuki had boosted to over 1,000 times her original power, which caused the entire bounded field to fill with a green glow. Promotion Rook. When she changed into the Rook mode, her armor became thicker and her strength rose alongside the power she boosted. She charged at full speed forward and she reached Viviana instantly. She pulled her glowing fist back and at full force punched where her rival's liver should be. Her first smash threw Viviana's scale mail like it was butter. Luckily Viviana was not a weakling and instantly used the divide to vent some of the energy. Divide, 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 divide. Itsuki's fist still connected with Viviana, and thanks to the quick-paced divides the power was lowered severely. Alongside her Satan heritage and the training she had, that her liver did not burst. She was sent hurling through the air like a paper in the wind. She smashed into the wall of the bounded field, leaving Azazel slack-jawed. He was both worried and impressed. He watched on as Viviana stood up with her armor cracked in several places. Albion started to repair those cracks to make her battle-ready. "What the fuck happened, Albion? It appears that Drake's host is much stronger than we had expected. She is drawing more power from her evil piece than normal." Itsuki tilted her head. "Hey, you okay? I put quite a bit of power into that punch. It looked like it hurt." Viviana froze in place out of sheer rage. She bellowed to the sky, which made Azazel shake his head. Here we go again. Enhancing her abilities with the demonic power of her heritage, Viviana charged forward on the divine dividing. Seeing that made Itsuki shrug. "Oh well, guess I just got to beat you unconscious." Romonus smirked as she had taken his training well. If she and Issei fought, the latter would die because unlike him, Itsuki had talent. When the two girls reached each other, Itsuki clenched her fist and surged her draconic aura and demonic energy into her fist. She punched up and landed a major uppercut on Viviana, only to be kicked in the chest. Divide. The moment she felt her energy be drained away, Itsuki pulled away. "Drake, how do I avoid that?" "Don't touch her directly. Use a barrier of energy to avoid coming into contact with the divine dividing." "Got it." Promotion Queen. Doing as she was instructed, Itsuki formed a thin barrier around her body by drawing on the control the bishop aspect of the queen granted her. Suddenly, she avoided a punch from Viviana by ducking before kicking her in the gut. The blow was strong enough that it sent her flying into the air. Itsuki grinned behind her helmet as she spread her arms apart. The scale mail warped as a pair of cannons formed on her shoulders. Boost. 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 Dragon Blaster. A massive wave of dragon aura and demonic energy moved toward Viviana in the air. Seeing the attack, she shuddered as she held her hands out. Azazel moved as he was about to interfere. However, Romonus summoned Archaon and Ruin Maker before flying into the air. He appeared between Viviana and Itsuki's blast. Sorry about this. He pushed her out of the way before raising his massive blade in the air before a giant pillar of purple power of destruction surged from the blade. He swung down against the dragon blaster that Itsuki used. The blast ended up resisting a few moments before his superior power stopped and overwhelmed it. The massive wave of destruction cancelled out the dragon blaster, which exploded with a massive wave of power. Everyone who was watching was left speechless by the amount of power Itsuki could release. Romonus hefted his blade and rested it on his shoulder as he looked at Viviana. The poor girl was a shivering mess, as that would have killed her. You good kid. She looked up at the armored form of Romonus before she gathered her nerves back. I'm fine. Sure you are. Excuse me one moment. Romonus stepped off the ground and landed next to Itsuki. She shuddered as she looked up at him. Boss, I dash. He just patted her shoulder as he wasn't mad. Just confused why she pulled out some of the heavy weapons. Why did you go all out? She dispelled the helmet and looked a little embarrassed. I thought she could handle it. I mean, you said she was the granddaughter of Rahvdall and the White Dragon Emperor. So I thought she would measure up. I was wrong. Romonus felt that was reasonable. True. Azazel, I am truly sorry for almost getting your kid killed. Azazel saw how Viviana landed and displaced the balance breaker. She was shivering both in rage at what she heard Itsuki say and the feeling of almost dying. He placed a hand on her shoulder and nodded. It was an accident, but what in the hell have you been doing to train that girl? She is the same age as Viviana, right? Romonus turned to Itsuki, who also removed the scale mail. He patted her head, making her smile. She is. As for what made her so strong, I put her through training up to my standards. And magic elixirs. Azazel was honestly impressed. Whatever you did, it worked. That reminded Romonus of something. Azazel, you are a good craftsman, right? I consider myself one, yes. Romonus now had to ask him something. All right then, would you be able to build me a time chamber? A place where time goes faster inside than out. I can pay for it. Azazel pondered on it as he never thought about it. Sure, why not? What are you offering? Romonus had one thing he always was open to trade. I got potions I make. I am an alchemist. Azazel started to think about it carefully before he nodded. Got it. Just give me some time and I will give you that. Romonus nodded. Thanks. Azazel now looked at Viviana, who was quite shaken up. I will have to postpone what I had planned with Valerie for a few days. How long will you stay here? 1 month, I will be spending a few months in a mentorship. Then I will travel to the country of China for a time. Azazel was now curious, but he didn't ask. That should be plenty of time. I will visit every day then to get Valerie accustomed to the Sephiroth Grawl. Romonus nodded and watched as they teleported away. When they were gone, Miria crossed her arms confused. Azazel is a better character than he was described. Romonus nodded. True. My instinct said to trust him, so I did. Valerie, come on. Let's see what you can do with your sacred gear. Valerie nodded as she could not be afraid of the Sephiroth Grawl forever. As long as she had Romonus blood to drink, it would go better. I will try. Romonus nodded as Archaon returned to his soul. He dispelled the bounded field as he walked toward the house. He didn't say more as they all went back inside. Over the month, several events happened. First, Romonus returned to the Baal Castle, but only to drop off Gasper and to take his room and forge room. He also told his mother where he would be in case she wanted to visit him. She was sad that he would stay away, but she understood why. As for his room, after it had been plugged in the first time, he made sure he could remove it at any time. Once he did that and Rias had Gasper, he left once more to the English safe house. Another major event was that the ancient enemy of the vampires attacked the Teeps faction. The werewolves attacked the now weakened Teeps faction with a bloody frenzy. They slaughtered many nobles, savants, and their thralls. Even King Teeps, Valerie's father, was slain by King Arjak, the ruler of the werewolves. His son and Valerie's brother Marius Teeps managed to escape with a few of his trusted followers. As for Gasper's father, House Vladi became turncoats and agreed to submit to Arjak's rule. This wasn't Romonus' intention, but it was a welcomed one. Now, the Carmela faction was what remained as the survivors of the Teeps joined the werewolves. Romonus paid a visit to King Arjak and offered his congratulations. The werewolf king accepted him as a guest and Romonus revealed it had been him to assault the vampires. King Arjak offered him any reward for the assistance, but all Romonus asked was werewolf venom from King Arjak himself. The werewolf pondered on this before he agreed to the trade. It was how werewolves turned regular humans into werewolves, so he handed over a large vial. However, the biggest thing was that King Arjak had asked Romonus to join them in the attack of the Carmilla faction in a few years. Arjak wanted to give his armies time to recover as vampires were not easy prey. Romonus agreed, but in exchange he wanted the armies of King Arjak to help him when he started a war to take over all of Devil Society. The ancient werewolf accepted because his people loved war. With some allies secured, Romonus spent the next month with Azazel, visiting often to help train Valerie. Since she got to drink his blood every day, her power rose rapidly and so did her mental resilience. Demons were mentally hardy and this was needed when training the Rahvdall. They mostly experimented on small animals like bugs, rodents, and plants, but already she was making progress. At the rate she was going, it would be a matter of time before Romonus could use the Rahvdall to resurrect Rahvdall. If he could use the evil dragon as either a sacred gear, familiar, or fuse him with Canon, he could learn his forbidden magics. Valerie in the light novel managed to make it so that Rahvdall could use forbidden magic with no cost to his lifespan. He was the one evil dragon that Romonus wanted to have on his side. The issue came in that resurrecting a being like Rahvdall would strain her heart and soul. He just hoped that when the time came she was strong enough to resist. Regardless, at the end of the month, Romonus called MacGregor, who came over. Romonus informed him that he was ready to begin his apprenticeship under Dormuteth. Unlike what Romonus expected, he did not have to move out. He just had to go and learn under the Lich. MacGregor decided to take him personally to meet his former mentor. Chapter 53, Death Magic, and Necromancy. Turns out elves exist in DxD. They are part of the Norse pantheon, which makes sense. Light and dark elves from Alfheim. Once MacGregor had confirmation, at the end of the month he took Romonus to the headquarters of the Golden Dawn. The Mages Association had its main headquarters in the underworld, but it also had a branch in London. First, they went to the London branch since Dormuteth was often hidden away. When he and MacGregor appeared in London, Romonus looked around the city as he had never traveled out of America when he was human. Carla was quite poor and she rarely let him go out. When he looked at his master, he saw that he looked the same as always. As usual, he was dressed in his fancy mage suit. Suddenly he turned to Romonus next to him. "Was it you? The vampire attack?" "Yes." The British mage hissed. "Damn. The Teeps faction is no more. After you attacked them, the werewolves instantly attacked the weakened faction." Romonus nodded. "I know. I went personally to congratulate King Arjak on his victory." MacGregor shook his head. "I will keep that to myself. Anyways, here we are." In front of them was a giant skyscraper which was the human front of the Golden Dawn. When they both went inside, Romonus felt the hum of hundreds of magic wards. "Fancy." MacGregor nodded. "They are." They both walked over to the receptionist, who froze at the sight of MacGregor. She opened her hand and a mage staff appeared in it. She slammed it down and in moments every mortal human who was around them froze and walked out. "Lord Mathers, what can I do for you?" MacGregor smiled as he walked over with his fancy cane. "Heidi, I see your use of magic is as skilled as ever. I am here with my apprentice Romonus. My mentor Dormuteth wanted to take him under his wing for a few months." At the mention of one of the oldest and biggest sources of lost knowledge in their order, Heidi became very respectful. "Of course." She reached into her pocket and pulled out a golden coin. She handed it over to MacGregor, who flipped it in the air. Romonus caught the coin and looked at it. "Isn't this a Dairic?" MacGregor nodded as he took the coin back. "Yup, the currency of the Persian Empire. My mentor uses these enchanted coins as a means to find him. Though he personified them. Rather than a Persian king, they had undead kings on either side." Once he was holding the coin, MacGregor surged his demonic energy inside as the enchantment activated. He tossed the coin forward and a massive black gate opened in front of them. MacGregor turned to Heidi and tipped his hat. "Good to see you again." She smiled and waved at him. "Of course." As they stepped into the portal, Romonus asked his mentor about her. "Someone you know?" MacGregor smiled. "My great-granddaughter." Romonus didn't know that MacGregor had children. He was going to ask him, but he held off when they stepped through the gate. What Romonus saw was not what he expected. Rather than a dark room where he expected a necromancer, he saw a clean study with many shelves covered in books. However, in the middle of the room was a dark skeleton reading a book. He wore a red and black suit, with his skull fully visible. He glanced up at MacGregor, causing his black soul eyes to burn more intensely. He almost seemed to smile. "My apprentice and his apprentice. Welcome to my study." Romanus instantly noticed that he was speaking in ancient Persian. The lich rose from his seat before placing his book back on the chair. When he stood, Romanus saw that this lich was tall at least 6 feet 6 inches. While he was all bone, his bones were broad and large. He radiated a powerful necrotic aura which would match that of a powerful Satan-class devil. McGregor bowed before the lich. Mentor Dormiteth, I am glad to see your mind still as sharp as ever. Dormiteth scoffed as the soul flames in his eyes burned. My mind is still as formidable as it always was. Unlike other liches, I have not lost my way. I am a scholar first and necromancer second. But I digress, you must be Romanus. Romanus placed a hand on his heart and bowed. I am. Dormiteth looked him up and down before nodding. You know the soul arts, yes? I do. Excellent. I take the grimoire my student wrote for you helped. I did the same for him, but he never had the talent to use the art of necromancy. McGregor seemed bitter as he had tried his best. I never had the affinity for death magic which is needed. Dormiteth ignored him as he walked closer to Romanus and looked him up and down. Mostly he was trying to gaze at his soul, which Romanus allowed. What a mighty soul you possess. Perfect for necromancy and the arts of instant death. Dormiteth raised his skeletal hand and began to scan Romanus. He needed to check if he had an affinity for the art of death magic, which was rare. However, he froze when he felt something. The Rahvdall's favor and a pure affinity for death magic. McGregor suddenly remembered something. Right. When we summoned the Rahvdall, he patted your head. Hearing his words, Dormiteth's skull seemed to smile. Excellent, this is excellent. It appears I have found the perfect student to pass on my craft. Romanus asked the question he had. Does necromancy involve bones and zombies? Dormiteth chuckled at the question. Maybe the riffraff, but I am not them. Over my 2,000 years alive, I have carefully dived into the art of necromancy, death magic, and souls. You may see how there is no undead around me, yes. Because they are all in my shadow. I don't deal in corpses, I deal in souls. Soul soldiers. From Dormiteth's soul emerged a giant dark shadow knight. It radiated a fierce aura in the ultimate class and seemed to be stable. This is my unique necromancy, no corpses, no zombies, no skeletons. Pure souls. Interested? Romanus instantly bowed. I am. Accept me as your student, master. Dormiteth turned to McGregor and waved him off. You can leave, I taught you what I could. McGregor shrugged. Fine, see you, Romanus. Once he teleported away, Dormiteth dispelled his shadow. Follow me, you have a long way to go before you can use necromancy. You need to learn to use your death magic, which will be the easy part. It's the soul manipulation that is the hard part, but you already got that down. Romanus started to follow the giant lich with a question. How can I use death magic and why hasn't McGregor seen it? Simple. Without death magic of your own, you can't interact with it. As for you, you have one of the purest affinities for the art I have seen. Which is confusing that you have yet to tap into it. I never really tried. That explains it then. Eventually, Dormiteth led them down a spiral staircase into his lab. It was still a clean place as he was not a savage. He was a mage and scholar that used necromancy. He preferred his study to reflect that. The first step is to get you to feel your death magic. The most simple way is for me to do this. Dormiteth placed a hand on Romanus' back and began to surge his own death magic into Romanus' body. Normally it would begin to kill the person because by its name death magic was harsh on the body. However, Romanus' demon physiology and the fact that he had lived a past life took effect. The death magic Dormiteth surged into his body and was processed by his demonic mana body and the blessing the Rahvdall gave him. The lich stepped back and watched as Romanus' dormant affinity for the art awoke. A large aura of death surged from his body fueled by his demon physiology. Dormiteth wanted to smile at the sight as Romanus focused. He surged his demonic mana into his hands and watched as the purple energy began to turn into a hazy darkness. Romanus clenched his hands and dispelled the death magic. How was that? Dormiteth began to clap his bony hands together overjoyed. I am awed and inspired by you. Your affinity for death magic appears to be quite potent. Are you ready to begin your studies? Romanus nodded. I am. I am open to learn, my mentor. All right then. I want to see what you have discovered on souls as they will form the core of your necromancy. The body is useful, but it has its limitations. When the soul becomes the body, you can remove the restrictions it brings. Let's begin. Your first lesson is the applications of death magic. Right. Romanus' apprenticeship under Dormiteth lasted for the better part of 10 months. Dormiteth taught everything he knew about souls, death magic, magic itself, and necromancy. The lich in his 2,000 years of life and undeath had met only a few talented students like Romanus a couple of times. McGregor had been the very last student he had taken and he had become Romonus' mentor in magic. Not to disrespect his teacher, but Dormiteth's knowledge of magic exceeded McGregor's by far. He didn't just teach Romonus how to use soul magic, death magic, and necromancy. He mentored him in the use of dimensional magic, time magic, space magic, void magic, and even spells of the forbidden nature. Thanks to this, his knowledge of magic of all kinds improved to a shocking degree. From the most basic of fire magic to the most forbidden of rituals, Romonus now knew a great deal. The issue with the forbidden spells is that casting these spells would reduce his lifespan, which is why Dormiteth told him to never use them unless necessary. Romonus thanked his mentor as during his free time he and Azazel had worked together to continue to train Valerie. Azazel was also almost done with the time chamber which Romonus was going to use to speed up his training. The biggest change was Valerie and Vespera evolved into demonic vampires because of drinking his blood. Because of this, Valerie had reached a point where she could begin to make modifications to living beings. They continued to test on small animals and plants, and they had found success. She had granted incredible regenerative abilities to every animal which could regenerate even its head when cut off. Plants that seemed to grow without end needed Romonus to fully obliterate them with the power of destruction. As for the animals, they were harmless, so Romonus let Valerie keep them as her familiars. They had done many tests to ensure everything was without side effects, and Azazel even brought a fallen angel criminal set for execution. Valerie was allowed to run her experiments on the poor fool. She was much more willing to do such acts because of her evolution. In the end, she managed to grant him a nearly immortal body, which Romonus ended by obliterating the guy's body, leaving his soul behind. Using what his mentor Dormiteth taught him, Romonus used his necromancy and turned the guy's soul into a shadow. Much like Sung Jin with the Shadow Monarch. It was weak as the fallen angel had only had one set of wings. Azazel wanted to know more, but Romonus was pretty tight-lipped. Azazel respected that, but now that Valerie reached such a point, Romonus was going to subject himself to enhancements. If he wanted to be like Azzy Dahaka and use forbidden magics with no side effect, he needed enhancement. Valerie was now much more confident in herself and guaranteed to grant all the modifications he wanted. Romonus specifically wanted to be granted the near-immortal body, a reduction in his weakness to holy magic, and protection to his lifespan. Valerie would do them at the same time, as she could always add more later on when she got her balance breaker. Romonus and Valerie went up into his room, which was his actual room from the Bale Castle. That was probably his favorite enchantment, his room and forge room have. Once they were here, he locked the door and turned to Valerie. She took a deep breath as this was the real deal. "Are you ready?" Valerie nodded. "I am." Romonus removed his shirt and laid down on the bed with his back to the sky. Valerie climbed onto his back and sat down on it. She opened her hands and the 3 grails of Rahvdall floated in front of her. "In that case, I will begin." The 3 golden grails landed on his back as their power under Valerie's control surged into his body. Chapter 54, Rahvdall Modifications. Valerie shivered ever so slightly when the 3 grails landed on Romonus' exposed back. At times she would forget that Romonus 12. His birthday was in a month, but he just did not have the body a young boy should have. Despite how mature his personality, body, and face appeared to be, he wasn't even done growing. Despite his age, he had already reached a level of strength many would never even reach. Part of that was raw talent, another was effort, and the third was his bloodline. Romonus would not lie that without the Sparta bloodline, he would probably be in the Satan class about now. He accepted that, as in the past 10 months, he had never stopped pushing himself. He had not reached a bottleneck of growth, but after Valerie did her edits he would be much better prepared for anything the future had in store. Valerie placed her hands on his back, which would help her control the energy of her Longinus easier. When she did so, she felt skin that felt as hard as diamonds. It was difficult to harm him in the first place, and he wanted to make it so that damage that did get past meant nothing. At times like this, she felt nervous. "Romonus, are you sure I won't fail?" He tilted his body slightly to get a look at Valerie. After a year of proper feeding on his blood, her body had changed quite a bit. By evolving into a demonic damper, she had become much more seductive than before. Vampire and demons both were rather handsome because he had only gotten better looking as he got stronger. Valerie, when he saved her, had been quite thin and malnourished since she was a damper. Her family mistreated her. They locked her away and starved her, and the emotional weight of being despised made her weak-willed. Now, under his care, that had gone away and she had recovered beautifully. All vampire females were attractive, and so was Valerie now. Her golden hair sparkled, her red eyes shimmered like gems, and she seemed to be growing in the right places. She got taller, her bust seemed to have grown a few inches, and so had her hips. From the feeling of her sitting on him, it had been a big change. She even had her birthday a few months ago, so she was now 17. Still, recovering from that abuse took longer than even an evolution. "No, Valerie, you won't fail. You have had 10 months of the best training and you have done this before. Relax yourself as sacred gears run on your emotions. Take a deep breath and don't let your nerves win. You got this. She breathed in deeply before breathing out. I got it. Let's go over what you want for this since I will do it all at once. You want an upgrade to your healing factor, a constantly recovering life force, and an immunity to holy energies. Yes. If possible, can you grant me an affinity for light magic? Azazel has taught you and I have learned that I can't use it no matter how much I train. That needs to change. Light magic is a magic with many applications which I want, but seemingly can't use. Valerie thought about it as right now the three grails on Romonus' back were teaching her about his soul and life code. This was how she did her work, the grails told her directly what she needed to know about the being she wanted to edit. Romonus relaxed as he allowed her to get a feel for his existence. An interesting thing that happened because of her demon damper state is that the Holy Grail seemed to be reacting neither negatively nor positively to her demonic energy. She just might become a unique holy demon damper with a bit more understanding of her Longinus. Valerie didn't take very long to get a feel because she already learned part of it from drinking his blood. It was inside her body and she knew herself in and out. I am ready to start. Before she started he pulled 2 syringes of glowing liquid. The first was bright green and the second was blood red. Valerie reached out and held the 2 vials knowing what they were. One of them was the refined werewolf venom of King Arjak and the second was Vespera's refined vampire venom. Arjak could trace his lineage back to Lyakon the first werewolf and Vespera was the same. She was also directly related to Zikram Baal so her ability to transform others had unique abilities. After careful alchemical experiments, Romonus had refined the venom of both removing any loyalty-inducing aspects of them. The reason was that he wanted to fuse the bloodlines of werewolves, vampires, demons, devils, and humans. His demon bloodline was the strongest in his body and it always would be because it had devoured his devil one. He was effectively a demon-human hybrid now with the abilities of a devil. Demons and devils were so similar that it had just been fused into and devoured by the stronger bloodline. Only the human genes were different and perfectly matched because of the blood essence he used. Now by adding vampire and werewolf abilities, he would become even mightier. The instant that the edits are finished use both on me. Valerie took the vials and got ready. I got it. He lowered all his defenses as he felt the overflowing holy energies in the chalices on his exposed back. Despite that, they did not harm him at all. With his confirmation, Valerie took control of her sacred gear and steeled her nerves. A massive surge of holy energies flowed into his body at the root of his existence, life, and soul. It was so pure that it even made him tingle. Valerie fell into a slight trance as she started the modifications he wanted. In the light novel, all of this had been done against her will. The evil dragons like Grendel had been made resistant to dragon-slaying magic. Vampires were made resistant to holy swords, and Marius was granted a nearly immortal body by just one grail taken from her. Azidahaka could use his many forbidden magics as his lifespan continuously regenerated. Now, a much stronger Valerie with all 3 grails who had not had her life and soul broken was going to use all of those on him. Romonus relaxed everything, did not have his defenses up, and accepted it all. First, Valerie tapped into his genetics and began to remove his weakness to holy energies. He felt a tingle when she did this as a final restriction was removed because of his devil side. She instead replaced his weakness with light and holy magic with as strong an affinity as she could. Following the first modification, she tapped into his lifespan and made it so it always recovered. This took a little longer, but once this was done he would never die of age, meaning he could see the end of the universe in theory. His soul was already under his control, which meant as long as his body and soul endured he would not die. Once his lifespan was taken care of, she moved onto his body, and this one had the biggest feeling. She took his demon regenerative factor and amplified it to new extremes. She spent the most amount of time, which meant in theory he could regenerate from a drop of blood or even an atom. Killing him now meant that you had to destroy all of his body and soul at the same time. If the other still existed, he could regenerate back from nearly nothing. Valerie did not stop and spent time to make sure everything was stable and there was no weakness in his body. The modifications did not take longer than an hour because she had done this before. The fallen angel they tested on was just the final test before they used it on Romonus. When the Grails informed her that the modifications were complete and about to settle down, she deactivated them. Before his modifications settled down into his existence, she instantly stabbed the 2 syringes into either side of his neck. She pushed down on the tops and watched as the green and red serums entered his bloodstream. Romonus exhaled as he felt the werewolf and vampire venoms begin to flow through his bloodstream. He grit his teeth as he felt the 2 transformative serums try to turn him into a vampire and werewolf separately. However, just what he expected to happen occurred as his demon bloodline, which had been strengthened by Valerie, activated. Every cell in his body began to devour the 2 venoms, causing his genetics to change. This was all because of his human genes, which were part of the mix. Valerie did not get off his back as she could sense great change happening in his body. Romonus grit his teeth as he felt his canines grow larger before his demon side took control. The 2 enhanced transformative serums were processed by the modifications Valerie made and his demon side. The process seemed incredibly quick as his already durable body seemed to get much stronger. His skin didn't get paler but instead seemed to get slightly darker. His nails, which were the normal colored, seemed to extend into claws that took on a black shade. When he retracted them, they returned to normal and his eyes seemed to turn a deep red before he blinked. His purple eyes returned as the rest of the abilities of vampires and werewolves were devoured by his demon bloodline. When that happened, the Sparta bloodline seemed to enhance the abilities of the two new species. This process took a few hours, but by then the modifications Valerie made to his body stabilized and so did his body. He took a deep breath, which made it notable that he did not have vampire fangs. "I am okay." Valerie sighed in relief as she got off his back. When Romonus stood up, he circulated his demonic mana through his body looking for any issues. Valerie seemed a little nervous as he stretched out his body somewhat. He even checked his soul for any issues, but as he had said, Valerie was good at what she did. When she wasn't being forced to break her mind, she could do better work and much easier. "Well done, Valerie, you did everything I said perfectly. Archaon, do you sense any issues?" The soul armor used his own senses to search for a problem, but if Romonus could not find a problem, he didn't either. "No, my armored, everything has gone according to plan." Romonus was itching to test out his new abilities, but he first looked at himself in the mirror. He flexed a few times, happy that he did not become ash white like regular vampires. He also did not get too dark, but it seemed he had more melanin in his body now. When he flexed, he saw his muscles surge with power as his demon heart beat away. "Incredible, I feel amazing. I could take a nuke to the face and I would be fine." Valerie raised her hands to try to not make him test that out. "Please don't try to test that theory out. Still, exercise caution." Romonus chuckled as she was quite nervous. "I won't, I am strong, not foolish. I bet Shiva could still find a way to end me despite my power. This just makes my future battles far easier." While he was here, Romonus measured himself as he had not done so in 10 months. When he did so, he found that he was 6 feet 3 inches, meaning he had grown 5 inches in that time. His growth seemed to be picking up speed. His weight, though, was much more than he expected, as he weighed 350 pounds. His muscles, bones, and body were so compressed that he weighed more than he should for the size of his body. He did wonder how tall he would get to be because he was starting to get huge. "Valerie, how do I look?" "Too big." Valerie looked him up and down as he did not look like a bodybuilder. He didn't have a lean swimmer's body either, as he was truly muscular. "No, it seems perfect." He smirked. "I am glad to hear that. Come on, time to test it." He wanted to see what abilities he now had. "Notice, I started a new fanfic that is going to update alongside this one. It is called the Adeptus Custodes, DC. Chapter 55, Canis Lyacon and Tobio Accuse." After Romonus got a feel for the new abilities his body had assimilated from the modifications done to his life code, he felt like all his plans were coming together. The reason he had wanted to add the vampire and werewolf serums at the same time was because they worked off the modifications and then all of it was assimilated by his demon bloodline. It formed the core of the bloodline, and now he just had to get a feel for everything he just gained. He turned to Valerie, now wondering how she felt. "How are you doing? Is your mind overwhelmed? How about your soul?" Valerie reached up to her head as it was not as bad as before. "No, I can feel the weight of what I just did, but my mind is handling it. You and Azazel were right that by drinking your blood and growing used to processing information it got easier." Romonus reached out and ruffled her blonde head. It made her close her eyes, as he was especially nice to her the past 10 months. She knew full well it was because he saw her as useful, but her family all called her worthless. "Good. I am glad that you have reached a point where you don't suffer from your loneliness. I am sure you know that I wish for you to resurrect Azitahaka, yes?" Valerie nodded, as she had known that since day one. "I know. He is the evil dragon created by the evil god in Gremory. Bringing him back will be hard for me, but I am sure that you know what you are doing." She looked up at him with a look of motivation which made him realize she was a people pleaser. Specifically, anyone who showed her genuine kindness. "Valerie, you don't have to do everything I ask of you. This dash." She raised her hands to stop him. "I know that, but you saved my life from a dark future. I can't see your deeper memories even after this, but I know what you said was true. Whatever you are asking of me is nowhere near as bad as what would have happened. If using the abilities of the Sephiroth Graal is all you want, then who am I to refuse?" He smiled as he reached down for his shirt and put it back on. Only now, it was incredibly tight against his new muscles. They had gotten bigger because of the werewolf abilities he had been given. He used a bit of magic to change the size of his clothes because he didn't like tight clothes. "I am happy to hear that. I have been meaning to ask this, but will you join my peerage? In the last 10 months, you have been learning magic under me and your talent rivals Aquino. With the Sephiroth Graal, you are an actual healer who can even bring back those from the dead." You also have been training under Miria to fight up close, so will you join? Valerie smiled up at him and nodded. I will. I believe that your bishop piece should be strong enough now. The evil pieces grow as you grow, and even the ones you already used follow this rule. It will work. Romonus pulled out his spare bishop piece, which was glowing almost entirely purple now. It only had a slight red in the middle because it had been constantly absorbing his demonic mana, which only came after the baptism. He moved it toward Valerie and he saw it enter her chest easily. Since she was already a demon damper by his blood, his evil piece seemed to just slot into place. When it entered her soul, the Sephiroth Grawl did not react to the evil piece. From her back, a rather odd thing emerged. Rather than the usual black, red, or purple demonic wings that Romonus had, a pair of white and purple demonic bat wings emerged from her back. Unlike his, which were large, spiked, bulky, and covered in runic tattoos, Valerie's almost seemed angelic. That is weird. She looked behind her to her wings and shook her head. No. This is the Sephiroth Grawl's power. It has taken the holiest of energies and the most demonic of powers to form this. Romonus was quite curious about what she would become or what her balance breaker would be. Regardless, he watched as her wings returned to her back. She smiled up at him as if expecting something. He leaned down for her and saw how her red eyes seemed to shimmer. She hugged his neck and opened her small mouth before biting down on his shoulder. He of course had to pull away any defenses he had as she drank his blood. The moment she drank some of it, her eyes shot open and her face turned bright red. She released him and swallowed with a flushed face. That had not happened before, so he was confused. What's wrong? It's spicy. He shrugged as he was now part vampire too, so he would need to get used to it. For now, though, he left his room to get back downstairs. He and Azazel had changed the entire house and made it into a gigantic mansion. McGregor did not mind as Romonus had placed a massive formation around the entire woods, keeping people away. The stairs had become extensive, but they knew the layout easily. When they reached the living room, they saw everyone currently in the house relaxing in the living area of the mansion. Itsuki and Sylvana had left a week ago to visit their parents. That just left Miria, Vespera, Chiron, Aquino, Valerie, Karn, and Grimaldus, who called this place home. Speaking of Miria, she was currently watching a TV show run by a reincarnated devil who set up monster fights. The current matchup was Royal Griffin vs a Storm Drake. Miria, being herself, was as boisterous as ever. Come on. Rip its head off, you big lizard. Karn and Grimaldus were sitting on her lap, enthralled by the violence as both monsters tore each other to shreds. Aquino, who was sitting next to her, was blushing as puberty was a time of great change. Just like her mother, she was becoming a sadist the older she became. Vespera, as usual, was a small bat hanging from the chandelier, ignoring Miria. Chiron usually was with them, but he had sent her away on a mission to Japan. Romonus crossed his arms as he looked at the ongoing brawl on the TV. Did you bet on the Drake? Miria nodded. Yup, 550 gold coins. He shrugged as that was her money. She had enough money to bet every day and certainly last her centuries. Cool, by the way, my modifications are complete. Aquino snapped out of her thoughts as she looked at Romonus. When he told them what he was doing, they all felt a little worried, but they trusted Valerie. Did everything go okay? He gave Aquino a thumbs up before looking up at Vespera, who opened her eyes. Yup. Valerie's modifications went smoothly, and I might as well be as hard to kill as a member of House Phoenix. My weakness to holy and light magic are gone and I can do this. Using his demonic energy as fuel, Romonus created a spear of demonic light. He didn't know how it measured up to Lucifer's demonic brilliance of evil light, but he could use an offshoot of light magic. Aquino smiled now that another one of them could use light magic. Valerie, because of he Longinus, could, and now Romonus could too. Amazing. Will we all receive modifications? He looked at Valerie, who nodded. I can do it, but I do ask to be given a week between each person to allow me to vent the corruption. Romonus was of course not going to force her to go beyond what she could handle. Of course. You should start doing that now because you do not want to have a broken heart of soul. Valerie just smiled. It's fine. I am not as fragile as I used to be. I also think that the next best candidate will be Miria. After 10 months of training to tap into her latent talent and her rook piece, she has reached the lowest point of the Satan class. A modification will allow her to tap into more of her talent. I might even be able to unleash her latent Baal power of destruction trait. That seemed to get Miria's attention. Count me in. While there have been no fights in the last 10 months, those EXE gods are still out there. Romonus nodded. Exactly. Not to mention the countless threats that exist in this world already. Once my peerage is complete and all of them are modified by Valerie, we will be in constant trials by fire. The vampire attack will seem like child's play. That seemed to make everyone excited. Romonus' evil pieces were powerful and they made everyone harder-willed and more into battle than normal. Now though Romonus brought up his next goal. Okay, the main reason I sent Chiron to Japan was to track down a young man named Tobio Iku's. He is my knight candidate because he is the possessor of the Longinus Canis Lycon. I told her to bring him here to me when she got him, but in the meantime, I will start another search in China. Vespera dropped down and landed on the couch before transforming back into her vampire form. Looking at his distant relative was hard because she was so damn sexy. The way her breasts pushed against her thin shirt was especially captivating and she knew it. Who have you set your eye on now? Romonus grinned at her. A descendant of Cao Cao from the Three Kingdoms and the wielder of the true Longinus. I am not sure if he has awakened it, but regardless he matters. If I can't turn him to my side, I will simply take the true Longinus for myself. Fighting with a sword and spear shouldn't be too hard. I mean Sanguinius did it and masterfully. Vespera smirked. You shall wield Ruin Maker, a demonic blade of no equal, in one hand and the true Longinus in the other, the most holiest of items. God would turn over in his grave. Romonus smirked as he had told them all. He was still planning on releasing that bit of information to the world when he had acquired enough strength to not just equal God, but surpass him. Exactly, while Chiron is out and about I am going to test my new powers. Romonus trusted Chiron because just as he expected she had grown her third tail just a month into his apprenticeship under Dormuteth. When she did so, her power had risen so much that she had begun to catch up to Akino in destructive power. Currently, she was curled up in a tree over Rokuko High School in Japan. Romonus through his memories had given her an image of what Tobio looked like. Where is he? Her three fluffy tails swayed behind her as she had her senjutsu activated searching for Tobio. As it was dismissal time she eventually saw Tobio walk out of the school. He wasn't alone though, as with him were two people. One was a girl and the other was another male. Her golden eyes locked onto Tobio as she wondered how she should do this. Should she move in and just use magic to make it so everyone doesn't notice him vanish, or wait for him to be alone? No time. She chose the former, so she jumped down from her tree and speedily ran to Tobio. She jumped onto his shoulder, surprising him. When he looked at Chiron he thought it was just a normal cat. Phew, just a cat. His friend Sae smiled as she looked at Chiron. She is adorable. Before any more words could be said, Chiron used a spell all devils use to control the minds of humans. With her senjutsu and Romus evil piece, hers was even stronger. Every student Sae and Tobio's friend Sasaki froze in place. This didn't happen to Tobio as she directly teleported away with him. When the teleport ended, Tobio was dropped on the ground roughly. Before he freaked out at his teleport, Chiron used a senjutsu spell to calm him down. Relax. Romonus wants to see you. She got off of him and returned to her Nakusha form. Now, aged 11, she also had gone through a growth spurt. She was at least 3 inches taller than before, her white hair reached the middle of her back, but she kept it in a braid like Miria. Tobio looked up at Chiron, not knowing what was going on. You. Cat. Person. Teleport. Magic. He kept spouting off words so Chiron zoned him out. She used her evil piece to communicate with Romonus, something they had all learned. I got Tobio. Hearing that, Romonus, who was in a bounded field outside testing his durability, raised his hands. Stop. Chiron got him. Vespera, Miria, Aquino, Karn, and Grimaldus, who had been allowed by Romonus to continuously attack him, all stopped. Even Grimaldus' Adrathic cannons could not destroy him, but they did leave giant holes in his body, but they closed before they could stick. Miria's Odachi could not cut off his arms, and her demonic lightning only left burns which healed as well. Karn just used him as a scratching post, while Aquino's holy lightning blasts didn't harm him. They just stung, meaning that Valerie had done as she promised. The vampire and werewolf's increased durability had been enhanced by his demon bloodline, and his regeneration took care of any damage. Valerie, you outdid yourself. She smiled at the praise. Thank you, but your durability and regeneration were already there. I just removed your weakness and upgraded your healing factor. Romonus knew she was just shy, so he let her be. He dispelled the bounded field and teleported them all to the living room. However, when everyone entered the room, they did not expect to see Tobio tied up with blue fire ropes. He was gagged too, and Chiron was just sitting on the couch watching TV. Romonus first looked up at the tied-up Japanese teen before turning to Chiron. Really? Did you have to tie him up? He was loud. He sighed as her cat-like tendencies made her easily bothered. It's whatever. He walked toward Tobio and with a snap of his fingers undid his senjutsu flaming ropes. There we are. He helped Tobio to his feet, who seemed shocked, confused, and sacred. Who are you all? Miria sat down on the couch next to Chiron. Demons, if you want to call us that. Though only the big man is a demon, we are just devils or half demons or whatever. That didn't help, as now Tobio thought a bunch of demons were after his soul. Romonus took control now. They are not wrong, but we don't want to eat your soul. Instead, I'm the one who sent you to have you meet me. I was going to visit you personally, but this felt easier. I am Romonus, an aristocrat from hell. Now Tobio, do you know what makes you special? Tobio shook his head. I don't. Romonus had a trick to force Tobio into the supernatural world. This is what. He poked Tobio on the chest over his heart and broke the Buddhist sealing spell his grandmother had placed on his soul and Canis Lycon. Instantly, Tobio keeled over almost sick as years of sealed-away mana surged into his body. From his chest, a small black dog jumped out on the floor. Tobio fell to his knees as his sealed-away mana was stimulated all at once. It was such a sickening feeling, but Romonus just waited for the sickness to pass. Sorry about that, someone sealed your sacred gear away so I woke it up. The small black dog, Canis Lycon, looked up at Romonus with a sniff. He recognized the scent of a werewolf. Canis Lycon was made from the first werewolf after Lycon the king of Arcadia tried to feed his son to Zeus, the king of the gods. Lycon then went on to become such a scourge as hordes of werewolves ravaged the land. Zeus did nothing himself and instead sent Ares and Athena, who together had led their armies to exterminate them. It was a famous battle in which the sibling gods of war fought against what seemed like an endless tide of werewolves. Their mortal soldiers, when they were slain, would just get back up on the opposing side as turned werewolves. In the end, they succeeded at a brutal cost. Just as they were going to end Lycon for good, God descended from the heavens. He captured Lycon and sent Ares and Athena back to Zeus. He even let the surviving werewolves escape, who then learned to control their transformations, which led to the line of King Arjak. Romonus kneeled and picked up Lycon, who was no longer the same being. After being fused with the divine sword Aim-no-Habri, his soul was effectively purified. It was why he went from a wolf into a dog, as a new soul had formed from the fusion. Aren't you cute? Aquino and Valerie walked over and began to pet Lycon. The small dog panted in joy at the attention, as he was effectively a normal dog. A god-killing dog, but a dog nonetheless. Romonus smiled as he looked at the black dog. Let's work together to make it so your wielder joins my side, yeah? Lycon nodded as he agreed to the deal. Tobio was going to become his knight one way or another, since Lycon wanted to stick around Romonus. Funny enough, I once wrote a fanfic where my main character stole Canis Lycon from Tobio and fused it with the Incinerate anthem. It was called Lightning and Fire given form, but it was my first fanfic, so it is quite rough to read. Chapter 56, Romonus' Plan and Latia's Project. Romus gave Tobio a few moments to recover from the mana surge coming from his Longinus getting suddenly unleashed. Romonus knew that what he had just done had forced Tobio onto the path of the supernatural, as Canis Lycon would draw attention to all. Azazel already knew about him, but Azazel was not blessed with future plot knowledge. Romonus was, and it is still useful even now. For now, he reached down and helped Tobio to his feet. Welcome to my home, Tobio accused. I am sure you have questions and I am here to answer them. To answer the most important one, I kidnapped you. Tobio's face instantly filled with horror at the implications. Romonus was said to be a demon, and what else could a demon want? He fell on his butt again and started to hurry away. No. Don't take my soul. Romonus, feeling in a joking mood, walked forward and he activated his devil trigger. In a burst of purple demonic mana, he becomes a massive demon standing over 15 feet tall. His 6 titanic wings surged with power as his spiked demonic form towered over Tobio. Image here. He slammed his hands on either side of Tobio and leaned in to look at his face with a grin full of demonic teeth. I don't want it. He cancelled his transformation and returned to his human form. It was a miracle that Tobio didn't piss himself, because when he entered his devil trigger state his power was unleashed completely. Tobio shivered uncontrollably, so Canis Lycon jumped on his head and slapped him. Feeling the dog that jumped out his chest slap him, he got his nerves back. Romonus laughed as he rarely got a chance to use his devil trigger. Once he settled down, Romonus looked down at Tobio. Calm yourself, I am a demon, but I don't want your soul. After I tell you what I want to tell you, I will send you back home with a few conditions. Fair. Tobio nodded in fright. Fair. Romonus sat down while Canis Lycon took Tobio's head as his resting place. I will give you some big pieces of info, so take that as you will. Your name is Tobio accused because of your grandmother's marriage. However, before she got married, her maiden name was Heimjima. Hearing that name made Aquino shoot up. Heimjima. Romonus nodded. Exactly. Aquino, meet your cousin second removed. Tobio turned to look at Aquino, who was now staring at him. When he finally got a look at her, he realized something. You look just like my grandmother when she was young. Romonus nodded. Yes, the women of the Heimjima clan all look quite similar because they take after their ancestor Amaterasu. As for the men of the clan, you all take after your sire Akatsuhikon, her fourth-born son. Effectively, you got god blood, just very diluted. Even now Aquino hasn't even tapped into it. She looked a bit down as she had been trying. It's not easy. Every time I get more wings I feel closer to it, but it's tricky because there just isn't a lot to tap into. He understood that. Don't worry about it, I am not getting onto you. If you and Nephilim can't tap into it you might as well have no god blood at all. The power it gave has been lost to time more than likely. Unless. He turned to Valerie who smiled. I wake it up again. He grinned as she quickly became his lucky charm as she was the answer to a lot of problems. Righto. Tobio, I won't keep you longer than need be. I will tell you this. You were chosen to be the possessor of a Longinus. Canis Lyacon, the god-killing blade. What you do with this power is your choice. Romonus didn't give him any chance to ask questions as he teleported him back to his high school. When he did that Miria smirked at him. You just doomed him right. Romonus chuckled. I am a demon, remember. I am not evil, but I am ruthless. Just the simple fact that his Longinus is active will mean he will never have a normal life again. Not to worry though, when I used my devil trigger I took the chance to cover him in trackers, so I know where and how he is at all times. Valerie smiled sadly as she knew that was the fate of the Longinus wielders. The seal placed on his Longinu would break eventually if not by Romonus then by some darker force. It's for the best, right? Romonus nodded. Yes. I just ripped off the band-aid as this is the life as a descendant of the Heimjima clan and a Longinus wielder. The following week or two will be hard on Tobio, but he will be forged in the chaos to come. Hearing that word again Vespera asked about it. You use the word chaos a lot, does it have a meaning? Romonus shook his head. Nah, I just like it. Anyways, now that Tobio is unleashed I got a Chinese boy to find. This means we will all have to go. Chiron brought up a big point. Your birthday is next month. What about it? Romus was going to skip it. I will pass on it. As I said last year I will not be doing a big event like that again because everyone wants to engage their daughters with me. I love the attention, but a man needs to find himself, not others. Okay now, the Chinese supernatural community is ruled by 10 major cultivation sects and several minor ones. As everyone knows cultivators are assholes. If they look at you and they like you they will feel entitled to your body so kill them. Take their spatial rings, corpses, treasures, and collect their souls for me if you can. I need shadows for my army as my necromancy is quite empty. Miria, Vespera, Aquino, Valerie, and Chiron all pondered on his words and accepted them. Grimaldus would be going with him while Karn would go with one of the girls as backup. Aquino brought up a question she had. Are we going to be fully alone or will be working in teams? Romonus pondered on this. I will have Archaon and Grimaldus with me so we will do it like this. Aquino you will move with Chiron. Miria, you are with Valerie. You will have someone to keep you up to health. Vespera go with Karn. He will give you backup as he has been hard at work too. The Badger grinned as the bond between him and Romonus had grown stronger. He had been fed Romonus demon blood refined in potions making him effectively a demonic honey badger now. Romonus clapped as everyone had a partner. Alright then, take an hour to prepare. We will be in China for a month and if you need help call whoever is closest to you. Everyone agreed as Romonus instilled in them a sense of pride, not arrogance. In the meantime, he pulled out his phone and started making phone calls. Some plans had been changed which was why Roygun had not come to live with him. She was going to, but since Serafall revealed the users of the King Peace Devil Society had been in chaos. 3 were held by Ajuka, 1 by Romonus leaving 5 in the hands of the Great King faction. They had been forced by Surzex, Ajuka, Serafall, and Falbium who were no longer playing nice to hand over each King Piece except for the one Romonus still owned. Once they were confiscated all users of the King Piece had their status removed including Roygun. This included Bedizabatten, Roygun, and every top 10 competitor except the king of the raiding games Diehauser. This had caused an issue as Roygun had wanted to move in with Romonus but Serafall had convinced Romonus and Roygun to hold off for a time. Roygun now joined Serafall's side and was training under Serafall to recover her strength to where it had been with the King Piece. As for the rest of his lovers, they all had been hard at work. He often visited Latia and vice versa, but she was still in her apprenticeship under her uncle. Venelana was in a similar situation to Roygun in that Serafall had pulled her to her side as the Satans were gathering stronger allies. Rias had begun to be taught by her mother as Romonus was not returning to the Bale Castle for a few years. When Venelana wanted to see him they often sneak away to hotels in Japan because she knew why he was staying away. He and Zekrom were at odds and Romonus was not going to give anyone a chance to mess with him. The reason the Satans like Serafall were gathering allies was that Romonus was constantly causing turmoil. They did not want a war, but it seemed that the stronger Romonus became the more enemies and allies he made. Already he had secretly reached the level of a super devil and exceeded them in others. No one currently knew of Valerie of the Rahvdall, but that made him almost unkillable to the weaklings. One of his biggest fears of being overwhelmed by numbers mostly was taken care of. Once he gathered enough allies he would be able to clear house and take over Devil Society under his banner. He had no desire to rule the entire world, but his right to rule the underworld was set in stone. For now, Romonus pulled out his phone as he had a favor to ask of Latia, who might be the girl he loved the most. He wouldn't tell anyone that though. Deep under the Rahvdall mansion, Latia was currently overseeing the construction of the project she had started 10 months ago after Romonus left. Here, she had set up a massive underground forge by tapping into the energy of the underworld. Her forges down here were burning hot, and she alone would be not enough to manage them all. Rather than hire devils or humans who could steal her knowledge, she created automatons. Not sentient like Grimaldus, but loyal programmed machines that had basic functions. Each one was modeled after Necrons, which made them efficient. The skeletal robots worked away to melt down the tons of Magi steel and Laval mithril her uncle and clan supplied her with. Since Romonus went on his journey she had been trying to one-up Canon, which was hard. However, in the middle of the forge, the metal was melted down, refined, and forged by her Necron servants. It was then used to add to the gigantic beast of glowing metal taking form in the middle. A DxD destroyer was taking shape, but she was not going to scale. She was going to outdo the Chaos Dwarves by making a more stable, and less cursed machine of war. Latia was inside the bull-like head of the destroyer as she worked to program the AI. Soul stones were the issue because they were such a dark thing that only the most evil of prisoners were allowed to be turned into them. She had acquired several, but she had yet to use any for her DxD destroyer. Just as she was coding the AI core she heard her phone ring with her favorite sound. She smiled as she took the phone and answered. "Romonus, my love, how are you?" "Better after hearing your voice, my darling." "How is our baby coming along?" She smiled as he had helped her in his spare time on her destroyer. "She is coming along great. I say the construction is around 73% complete. I still got to program the weapons, the soul, and so many things. It would be helpful if my uncle and you were not so busy." Romonus sighed. "I still wish you would live with me, I don't like being away from you." She smiled as she activated the FaceTime function. When he joined the call he saw she was once again dressed in her protective clothes, but her body as a devil was starting to mature rapidly. Already her chest was pushing against her clothes far more than when he had met her. "You look gorgeous, Latia. I wanted to inform you that I will be in China for a time. I probably miss my birthday." She shook her head. "Don't worry about it, we will celebrate on our own. When you come back, do you mind coming over and placing the runic engravings? They would go along great." "Of course, happy to help. And not to sound ungrateful or anything because I love Grimaldus, but why do you get the giant destroyer?" She smirked at him. "Because I am the artificer, you are the alchemist. Why don't you go and clone yourself a monster?" Suddenly he froze as he had ideas now. "You know what, why didn't I think of that? I will do just that." She winked as she stopped the coding as she was done. When she made an AI she always ensured it would not go rogue, and this was done. "I can't wait to see what monster you create." Romonus had the same idea. "I will see you in a month. I want to be present when you activate the destroyer." She smirked as this was going to be her familiar. Her destroyer when she needed to get things killed. "I can't wait. See you then." When the call was cut, Romonus then called Rahvdall. When she picked up she was in her office with 20 devil commoner women who had been recruited by her. Each one was receiving proper training to speed up her workload. She had no time to waste behind a desk, so this eased up the time wasted. When her phone rang she answered. "Romonus, my big man, how are things?" "Excellent. I found the perfect knight candidate and a treasure of legend. I will spend a month in China to find it." "Sounds interesting. You want me to tell Vanillana that you will be off the radar?" "Right, tell Roygun too if you can. When I return I will show you what I found." She smiled, already curious. "Got it." Once he hung up he made several more phone calls. He called Surzex to inform him of his new Super Devil class power, where he would be, and why. Surzex, hearing what he planned to take the Wilder of the true Longinus, felt it was a worthwhile endeavor. What Surzex said next surprised him. "In that case mind take Grafia with you. Another Satan-class fighter will make things easier." "Yes. It would, but why?" Grafia took the phone from Surzex and answered herself. "Because if we send Surtur, Mathers, and Suji with you, you four will just start chaos wherever you go. When you four get together nothing goes well. You have met Beowulf before, but you haven't fought with him before. The same goes for Enku and Bahamut, which is why I am going. To keep trouble to a minimum." Romonus shrugged. "Understandable. We leave in 15 minutes, and I have a favor to ask. Don't wear a maid's dress. Dye your hair black and wear something to make you not stand out." "Understood." Graphia with demonic power changed her made out to fit into something that Romonus still wore. His Victorian hunter suit which she copied from Venelana. Using the same spell Rias used, she made her silver hair black, made herself look younger, and changed her eyes from red to blue. When that was done she turned to her husband Serzex. "How is it? You look entirely different. Help him out please." "I will." Graphia then teleported to Romonus' safe house as he had told only his trusted. When she appeared at his side he took in her appearance and could barely recognize her. "Good. Graphia, you are too famous to move around because everyone knows who you are. My peerage is discreet and while I am starting to pick up fame, I am still quite reclusive. With this no one will blame us." "I understand. Should we use fake names?" He shook his head. "No, we can simply use magic to hide that. Everyone gather." At his words Aquino, Chiron, Miria, Vespera, and Valerie all gathered with their partner. Karn ran next to Vespera while Grimaldus and Graphia stood by Romonus. "Here is the deal. The wilder of the true Longinus is the descendant of the original Chow Chow of the Three Kingdoms. I don't know his true name, but I will be able to track him because of the overwhelming holiness from the spear. If I can recruit him alive, that is great, but if not I will take the spear for myself. Any questions?" Graphia and everyone else shook their heads, so Romonus opened a teleport circle under him, Grimaldus, and Graphia. Everyone else opened their circles as they would separate into the north, south, east, and west. When they all activated their teleports they all vanished and appeared in China. Romonus, Graphia, and Grimaldus appeared in the west which was heavily rural. Chow Chow was born to poor farmers on a mountain. That was all that was said, and China was massive so they might not find him. However, Romonus had something that no other devil or demon had. A new powerful affinity for light and holy magic given to him by Valerie. "Graphia, you know how my brother has a true form as a super devil?" She nodded. "I know. I do as well. Watch." Romonus activated his devil trigger and returned to his true 15 feet height in a burst of dark purple demonic mana. His normal devil trigger seemed to be far more pronounced than Dante's as Archaon wrapped around him, changing to match his new giant form. He opened his hand and summoned Ruin Maker, which also got larger to match his size. Graphia seemed both surprised by his form, but expecting it. Serzex and Ajuka had their true forms, why wouldn't Romonus have one? "Not scared?" Graphia scoffed. "Of course not." "Good." Romonus raised Ruin Maker and stabbed it into the ground. Using his blade as a focus, he surged his energy into the ground, creating a gigantic profane magic circle. The dark purple circle made use of several magic types as his grandmaster Dormuteth had taught him to mix magic types. Once he activated it he drew out some of the tortured vampire souls still being tortured by Ruin Maker. 100 out to do it. When those 100 vampire souls were pulled out he spoke in a lost tongue of forbidden magic taught to him by his mentor. "These souls are offered as tribute. I seek the lost blood of Chow Chow, the spear that stabbed Christ himself." As he continued to mumble the dark offerings Graphia saw as the 100 souls burned in the circle. Romonus was not spared either as he felt hundreds of years of his lifespan were going to be taken. However, the modification of Valerie made his lifespan unaffected by the forbidden magic. Once the souls were burned away the information he sought surged into his mind. The price he had paid for 100 vampire and his power was enough. He took a deep breath as the information was deposited in his mind. Of course, it was blurry as dark magic was forbidden for a reason. However, his mind was as enduring as the mountain and unbreakable as adamantium. Found him. Romonus honestly did not really think he would recruit Chow Chow. The true Longinus was the greatest Longinus made by God. Despite the fact that Romonus did not want to rely on the powers of God, Romonus was adaptable. He wondered what he would pick when he met him. Chapter 57, The True Longinus. Once Romonus had a general location for Chow Chow, and the true Longinus he returned to his human form. When he turned to Graphia, Archaon had already exposed his face by retracting the horned helm. "We better get moving. That ritual I used will start to attract attention to us. Could be from the divine court or it could be the cultivation sects and clans." Graphia pondered on them. "Neither is what we want." He nodded. "Exactly. There are 10 major sects hidden across China and each one has a different specialty. As for the clans, much like the clans of the underworld, they are another ruling power. Though, all of the sects and clans must abide by the laws of the Jade Emperor. Funny enough, he was born human and he rose to godhood through cultivation." Graphia pondered on the art of cultivation. If that is the case, why does no other race follow the path of cultivation? There was one simple reason and Romonus explained it. Time. In ancient times resources that could be used to grow stronger by mages, warriors and even cultivators were far more common. Gods walked the earth without hiding, monsters were abundant and mana was many times purer than it was now. That was so long ago that few remember that. Regardless, we better move before any cultivators show up. Grafia nodded. Right. When they both took off into the sky, Grafia's eyes instantly locked onto his wings. Not only did he have 3 sets of them, but each one was far more demonic looking than Devil's bat-like wings. Every inch of them was covered in runic tattoos of many magic types. At first glance, she could see some Norse, spirit, fairy, dark, and even other systems of magic she didn't know. He even still had his Kornite runes of hatred, which were his favorite. Romonus, how did you get more wings? A natural mutation. She felt there was more to it, but she didn't ask. By that point, they had already left the area where Romonus cast his dark ritual. Not long after they left, a large golden gate opened in the sky and 5 men dressed in traditional Taoist robes emerged. All of them radiated an aura of power, but it was surpassed by the cultivator in the middle. He wore red and black robes with 2 crossed swords on his back showing his sect affiliation. The Divine Sword sect and their patriarch had been the ones to send them out at the sensing of foul magic being cast near their territory. When he gazed at the giant still burning ritual circle burned into the ground, he felt the lingering dark magic cast. One of his disciples turned to him. What do you sense, Master Kong? Kong Liang, the master of these 4, was a soul-forging cultivator in the 5th realm of 10. In the current day and age, rising higher was much harder than it had been in ages past. What was once considered average foot soldiers had become elites in the modern age where resources were scarce. I can sense traces of souls, suffering, and demonic energies. A devil. Kong Liang shook his head. No, this is far too powerful to be a mere devil. This is a demon, a true demon. Demons were another aspect of the Chinese pantheon, as the Jade Emperor eons ago had defeated a powerful demon who had almost taken over the Chinese pantheon and more. This is what he felt. One of you inform the Patriarch in our allied sections. Whatever cast this ritual did so quickly and easily. From the residual power I can see, it would be able to fight the Patriarch. That seemed to make these sword cultivators' blood run cold. One of them brought up a good idea. Will we have to inform the ancestor? Kong Liang pondered on that. No, they are in closed-door cultivation. The last thing they need is a battle, but we must be prepared. We are returning at once. Sir. In his words, the cultivators returned to their hidden sect. By this point, Romonus and Grafia were long gone and still flying. He stopped flying and turned back in the direction he cast his ritual. Grafia stopped wondering what he sensed. He was a demon who had senses that a devil like Grafia could not even comprehend. What is it? Cultivators. 5 of them, one of them is at the level of a ultimate class devil. Maybe more since cultivators have unique abilities. Grafia pondered on this. What about the stronger cultivators? They are rare since cultivation is a steady, but slow path to power. The strongest go through their divine tribulations and supposedly become divine rank cultivators or gods. As for how strong they are to regular gods, I don't know. Romonus opened his left hand and summoned Ruin Maker back. He sliced the air in front of him and opened a large dark purple portal. Come on. He jumped through it with Grimaldus before being followed by Grafia. When they emerged on the other side, Grafia looked around before seeing a small mountain. It was still large, but for a mountain, it was quite small. However, what Romonus was focusing on was not the mountain, but the home built at the top. The knowledge the ritual fed into his mind told him this was the place. Plus, his own demon instincts were telling him that the true Longinus was here. Is this it? He nodded as he turned to Grafia. It is. Romonus descended fast and landed on the ground. He let Grimaldus down as Grafia landed next to him. He looked down at his familiar. Find him for me. The Wolverine nodded and began to sniff the ground as Chow Chow was not in the house. For now, still holding Ruin Maker, he walked to the house and kicked down the door. The thing about Chow Chow's parents is that they were trash people. They had tried to sell him just because they faced debts. He wasn't defending Chow Chow either because he had a hero complex and wanted to kill all supernatural creatures. Romonus just so happened to be one, so he was not going to be nice. Not when it involved a weapon like the true Longinus which he wanted for himself. He would make an exception for the spear as he had no good feelings for God. The moment he kicked the door down, he saw a Chinese man who looked a bit like an older Chow Chow. He saw him panic as he tried to grab his rifle, but Romonus was not even bothered. He just used his will and caused him to fall to the ground unconscious. Grafia saw as he walked into the house where a woman was hiding in the room. She underwent the same treatment and was forced unconscious. Romonus, this is your mission, but why are you doing this to them? Romonus walked over to the man and kneeled before placing an armored hand over his head. He dived into the man's memories, especially recent ones, and he saw a young boy that looked just like Chow Chow. He had the right place. I am doing this because my magics tell me more than what you would expect. These people are not good people and are planning to sell their son. Though, I am honestly talking big when I am going to kill him. As he stood up he walked past Graphia who crossed her arms. For the true Longinus. Correct. The spear will probably reject me, but I will use it anyway. Eventually, I will suppress the will of God in the spear. I might even corrupt it in time. Is the boy even evil? No. Evil is subjective, but I will say that he will cause his fair share of issues. I might as well take it for myself. Graphia let the subject go as this was not her life. All right then. Just then Grimaldus returned from the woods and with him, he was pulling an unconscious Chow Chow. Romonus did not know his original name as he had changed his name to his ancestor after he awakened the true Longinus. At the moment he looked to be about 16, which was about right. Great, how did you get him? Grimaldus then began to explain how he had snuck up on Chow Chow who was walking through the woods before hitting him in the back of the head. Romonus chuckled as he could see that Chow Chow did have a giant bump in the back of his head. You do hit hard, buddy. Grimaldus snarled as he enjoyed all forms of violence. Romonus now looked at Chow Chow as he reached down and placed his hand on his chest. He surged his demonic mana and soul energy into his body as he gripped the core of the true Longinus. When he did so, he felt the spear fight back against him as the will of God sealed inside felt his demonic origin. It tried to destroy him, but because of the modifications Valerie had done to him, he might as well have been immune. A massive burst of light magic surged from Chow Chow's chest as the spear was trying to burn his hand. Canon and Romonus both were durable enough to not react to the effects. The spear's efforts are worthless, my armored. That they are. The overwhelming holy and light magic made Graphia jump away from him as just being around the spear was dangerous for devils. The Longinus could not fight him for long and from Chow Chow's chest a large ornate spear emerged. This woke up Chow Chow, but Romonus ignored him and grabbed the shaft of the spear. He pulled it away and gripped it hard as he could feel it trying to fight its way out of his hold. No, you don't. Romonus began to surge his demonic mana into the holy spear which caused Chow Chow on the ground to convulse. It was still connected to his soul and what he was doing was corrupting it. This spear was the same spear that Saint Longinus had used to pierce the side of Christ. The blood of Jesus Christ had not just made the spear one of the holiest items in existence, but it also granted it the ability to slay gods. It had been taken by God and turned into the first Longinus after he sealed a portion of his will inside. What Romonus was doing now was attempting to take that holy relic and turn it from the light to the dark. A truly demonic thing to do, and the sheer amount of demonic mana he was surging into the spear was being fought off by the will of God inside. However, with God dead, the weakened heaven system and the power Romonus had were working. Romonus broke the soul link Chow Chow had with the true Longinus, causing him to fall limp dead. He wondered how much chaos that caused for Rahvdall, but he focused on the spear. Once the soul link to Chow Chow was broken, he could feel how the true Longinus was trying to return to the heaven system. Romonus however blocked that off and began to fight the will of God to connect his soul to the spear. In that case, how is this? Romonus activated his devil trigger and returned to his giant demon form. In this state, the amount of demonic mana he had at his fingertips was much magnified several times over. He grinned as he surged an ocean of his energy into the spear which caused the spear to change. It kept its overall design, however, the blue and gold spear shaft began to change color. The blue color began to be replaced with the darkest of purple while the gold seemed to gain blood red lines. The spear tip seemed unaffected by his demonic conversation, which meant the spear was on its way to becoming a demonic holy spear, much like the sword of betrayer of Kiba. Just that the sources of demonic and holy power were far stronger than when he had done it. Romonus did not stop the conversion, but Graphia noticed something. When she looked up into the sky, she saw a barrier start to form around them. Romonus, we got company. I sense them. Cultivators drawn by the power of the spear. Can you hold them off for me? Graphia nodded. I can. She looked down at Grimaldus, who seemed to be grinning. Can you fight? As if shocked she would ask, he snarled and he flew into the sky. Just as Romonus said, the sky began to fill up with cultivators who were here thinking a natural treasure or artifact had been created. They had come for treasure, but they would leave without even their souls allowed to rest. Chapter 58, Cultivators. Romonus sat himself down and placed the true Longinus on his lap. He and Canon began to fight and suppress the will inside the spear with trouble. God had once been one of the most powerful beings in this world, with only the dragon gods, Trihexa, Shiva, Brahma, Vishnu, and Indra being stronger than him. Or maybe the theory that he had been a dragon god level being was correct. God was never talked about in depth, so he didn't know. It might not be true since Drake and Albion stole the principles of domination and supremacy. Even a will like this is powerful, as even Apophis could not move against it. However, I am not Apophis. While he and Canon worked, Graphia and Grimaldus took to the sky to stop the cultivators. Already she could see 5 gates of different colors. Each sect had different techniques, so even their portals looked different. As she looked across the sky, she saw a golden, purple, red, blue, and green portal for 5 sections. She wondered why more didn't show up, but she was glad. I will ask this once. Will you be fine on your own? She turned to Grimaldus, who seemed to scoff at the insult. After being in a contract with Romonus for almost a year, just like Karn, he too had been changed by the contract. A massive demonic aura in the Satan class surged from his body. Even surprising her, she could see how his small body began to grow larger. When he stopped growing, he was the size of a large rhino, and his entire body seemed to be distorting. Weapons surged out from it, causing him to look more like a living tank than an animal. I have my answer. Each of the 5 portals in the sky opened up and several cultivators moved out. Romonus would know more about them because he had studied the supernatural communities of several pantheons. She had not, but she knew a few. Golden portal for Divine Sword sect, red for the Azura Rage sect, purple for Twilight Corpse sect, I think. She didn't know what the blue or green were, but they could not be good. From what she could see, each sect had sent about 20 cultivators with different realms. The ones in charge radiated auras in the ultimate class at different points in it. So weak. This will be simple if this is all they send. When the 100 cultivators emerged, they all first locked onto each other. The 5 leading cultivators all looked quite different. The elder from the Divine Sword sect was dressed in his sect's black and red robes with what seemed to be a dao blade at his side. He was an older man with white hair, a long traditional beard, and a mustache. It appears we all sensed it. Before he could communicate with his rivals, Grimaldus fired a massive cannon from his chest. The cultivator reached for his side and pulled out his dao sword. Divine Severing Blade. With a swing backed by his sword dao, he swung against the green spiraling laser. When his golden sword slashed and the doomsday cannon hit, he almost panicked. He felt appalled as he could sense his chi being destroyed by the power in the attack. Ajuka, one of the smartest and greatest inventors of the supernatural world, had placed some truly terrifying weapons in Grimaldus. This was a replica of a Necron doomsday cannon, and its terrifying power was revealed. Grimaldus' face pulled back into a snarl of joy as the cannon from his chest began to turn from bright green to dark purple as he drew on Romonus energy. This caused the cannon to double in size, which caused what was a powerful Divine Path elder to not only lose his sword, but his right arm. He survived only because he released the struggle and dodged out of the way, losing his arm. Ah! Elder Gong. The cultivators from the Divine Sword sect moved to his aid when the doomsday cannon fired by Grimaldus settled down. Every cultivator was not looking at Grimaldus, who seemed to be panting. It did not stop his grin, and now Graphia was also looking at her ally. What a powerful creature. The unlucky elder who lost not just his sword arm, but his treasured sword was enraged. You wretched machine. I will destroy you. Grimaldus pulled back his doomsday cannon as, despite being low on energy now, it was recovering quickly enough. Graphia flew forward with magic as she was trying to conceal her identity as a devil. When the cultivators looked Graphia, the males began to whistle and catcall. The leading elder from the Azura Rage sect moved a hand through his long braided beard. What a beautiful maiden. Join me as my concubine and I may consider sparing your life. Graphia squinted her eyes and spat at the offer. I am not a maiden and I have a son. That seemed to just excite him more. Is that your husband down there? He can watch as I take that delicious body of yours. He looked past Grimaldus and Graphia to look at Romonus, who was sitting down on Chow Chow's house. When he saw what Romonus was doing, he frowned. Ah, it wasn't just any treasure, but a Longinus. Romonus gazed up at the cultivator dressed in white robes. If you came from a red portal and you call yourself the Azura Rage sect, why not red robes? The elder laughed. We wear white robes to dye them red in the blood of our enemies. Though as you may see from my white robes, no foe has been strong enough to even foul my robes. Romonus didn't believe it. I bet you just wash your clothes to make it seem you are stronger than you are. White robes look ass. Veins began to pulse on his face as he heard a feminine chuckle. He turned next to him to a black-haired elder from the Divine Orchard sect. They were the best spiritual herb cultivators and pill makers among the sections. The demon has a point, Zilong. I swear that a few years ago your robes got splashed red. I could swear you cleansed the blood. Now the cultivators from his sect began to look at him oddly, as all of them took pride in the tradition of blood dye. Hearing one of their elders clean his robes might as well have been spitting on their fathers' graves. Silence, Haneen, you insolent wench. By this point, Romonus was rolling his eyes. Can one of you explain to me why cultivators are all so damn retarded? You get mad for the simplest of things, and when someone better than you shows up you say, and I quote, courting death. And I mean that literally. No cultivator spoke up to answer him, but they all did seem very angry at the insult. However, what he did not expect was the cultivator from the Twilight Corpse sect, who was dressed in dark purple robes, noticed something. Ah, a fellow necromancer, I see. Demon, I hold no animosity to you. Continue your work. Romonus nodded. I thank you for choosing to live. The hooded elder laughed before he turned around. Please be gone. They will all die. Yes, elder. Just like that one of the sects left without fighting. The Twilight Corpse sect was powerful, but their expertise was in corpse puppets and undead. Fighting someone like Romonus who had in his hands the true Longinus was not in his best interest. His sect worked best after battles where they would collect the dead to turn into corpse puppets. Though, since he could feel the aura all necromancers had, he did not expect for anything to remain. When he was gone, another sect also decided to leave. The Divine Orchard sect elder could see no benefit to sticking around, so she ordered a retreat as well. My sect shall stay out of this. I think you should all do the same. With her words, the cultivators from her sect left through their portal. This just left 3 sects: the Divine Sword sect, which had its strongest elder lose an arm and his prized sword. The Azura Rage sect with their arrogant elder, and the final thus far silent sect from the blue portal. When Romonus looked at them, he knew them. The Azure Dragon sect, what will you do now? The lead cultivator had bright blue eyes with slit dragon eyes. Romonus saw how he was in deep thought before his greed took over. I will remain. Hand over the Longinus demon if you know what is good for you. My father is the patriarch of the Azure Dragon sect. If you do not want to make him an enemy, hand over the spear. Romonus chuckled, as these cultivators were just as stupid as he remembered. Also, their hesitation to move in to fight him was the wrong move. He was nowhere near done transforming the true Longinus into a demonic holy spear, but he had managed to force his energy to begin to flow through the spear. Afiarg, if you will. Graphia looked at him weirdly before communicating with him telepathically. Really, my name backward. Cultivators don't have many brain cells. It is fine. Whatever you say, Sunamore. That sounds weird. Graphia shook her head as she flew higher in the sky. To answer your question, that isn't my husband. He is my younger brother. That seemed to make Zhelang the elder from the Azura Rage sect look at Romonus. He was 15 feet tall, covered in armor surging with purple demonic mana. He could not see what he looked like under the armor, but he did not think he wanted to. In that case, it seems the men must talk. Demon, whoever you are, hand your sister, the Longinus, your armor, and your blood essence to me, and I just might let you live. Graphia wanted to facepalm at the stupidity of these cultivators. Romonus was right that they had no brain cells. Thank you for setting up a barrier already, I am sick of talking. She aimed her hand upward, and a titanic glacier of demonic ice surged toward the elder that had done nothing but talk down to her this whole time. Seeing the attack, Zhelang grinned and pulled his fist back. Azura Force Strike. Romonus wanted to shake his head, as this was why he hesitated naming his attacks. The only one he had named was the end because it was quick and to the point. Having to say these complicated names was just weird. Regardless, behind this elder, a giant 4-armed Azura punched out alongside him. When his technique and Graphia's attack struck each other, Graphia's glacier was halted in its path. Zhelang grinned at the power of his sect cultivation technique, but Graphia had held back in that attack. She was probing his power, so she raised her hands as she was starting to transform the area into a winter wasteland land. It's been a long time since me and Rahvdall fought. We both use ice magic, but she went the extra mile and defeated me at my clan specialty. I will now show my new strength. Her demonic energy was surging like an ocean, and her currently illusioned blue eyes glowed like blue suns. The 3 sects all prepared for battle, but currently, only the Azura Rage sect and the Azure Dragon cultivators were in a good state. Grimaldus had taken out the main sword arm of the Divine Sword sect, and they were still trying to heal. The wounded elder turned to his men and aimed them forward. Go, attack. Yes. Graphia looked from left to right, as most of these cultivators were just numbers. Only the elders and their direct disciples mattered at all. Before she killed them, Romonus communicated with her. Try to not destroy them, I want their spatial rings intact. Got it. Romonus put all his attention on the true Longinus, as Graphia and Grimaldus could hold them off. Maybe even when, since Graphia was considered the strongest queen in the underworld for a reason. He placed both hands on the spear as he could feel the overwhelming holy magic coursing through the spear, still fighting him. However, he had managed to forge a rudimentary link to the spear. You are dead, Yahweh. You died in the Great War, this will you left behind is just that. A fragment of yourself. With that information, submit. He felt the still powerful will of God try to break his link to the spear. I shall never allow a foul demon to hold dominion over the true Longinus. A sea of holy energy surged into his soul, but this exceeded what any angel could use. This was the dying will of God, and he was attempting to destroy Romonus' soul. Foolish, my soul is as enduring as adamantium. Romonus' Cambion soul began to not just resist the power surging into it, he used that to reinforce his link to the spear. Archaon reached out into the spear and began to pressure the will alongside Romonus. Romonus, using this powerful holy magic coming from the will of God, absorbed it into his body and soul. He could feel it as it reacted with his artificial affinity for light magic and strengthened it. With this stronger affinity, Romonus managed to complete a partial binding of the true Longinus. This had the effect of suppressing the will of God, as now Romonus had tainted the holy spear into a demonic holy spear. This not only corrupted the spear but even the will of God inside it. With a grin, Romonus stood up as he knew that the spear would fight him for control. However, he was stubborn, and in time he would fully corrupt the will inside it. You shall serve me in my plans, Yahweh, until the time comes for you to meet your end. The will did not speak as it effectively passed out from the demonic corruption surging into the spear. In heaven, the heaven system was glitching out because a Longinus had been ripped from it. Not just any Longinus, but one of the most important. Michael was panicking as he fought to manage the glitches in the system. Hard to do so because he barely understood some of its functions. He just barely managed to keep things as they were, and the glitches that kept popping up since his father's death were not easy. When things settled down, he checked on what had happened. He didn't know, but a powerful Longinus was taken from its current user. This can't be good. It was not because Romonus getting his hand on the true Longinus meant that he now held one of the darkest creations that had fallen on the world. A spear that had been sanctified by the blood of Christ, cursed by the hand of a demon. Poetic in a dark way, and now he was going to test it out on some stupid cultivators. When Romonus looked up at the sky, he saw Graphia and Grimaldus were doing well. Grimaldus was slaughtering the weaker cultivators while making sure to take their souls. Those would be used to fill the ranks of Romonus' shadows. He also took any spatial ring they had which Romonus wanted. Alright then, time to test out your worth, true Longinus. He flew into the sky with the spear in his left hand and Ruin Maker in his right. Chapter 59, Cultivator Shadows and Stronger Foes. The moment that Romonus took to the sky, the cultivators from the three sects all locked onto him. He was the biggest danger here as he made Graphia and Grimaldus look like children. His 3 sets of demonic wings hummed with what felt like an endless sea of demonic mana. The runic tattoos continued to pulse with malevolent energy. Behind him, a large tail lazily swung from left to right with a giant battle axe at the end. Romonus could not help but chuckle that only 3 ultimate-class cultivators and their servants wanted to demand anything from him. Graphia and Grimaldus flew behind him, as when a being at his level moved it was better to get out of the way. Graphia turned to him as she wanted to know his current state. Romonus, did you finish? Somewhat. I managed to form a soul link to the true Longinus, but the will of God inside has not submitted. I just managed to subdue it somewhat. Is that safe? For me, yes. Now step back. Romonus first locked onto the elder of the Azura Rage sect. Your name was Zhalong, right? I still was going to kill you regardless, but did you have to be such a pig to my sister? The elder just grinned. All women are good for our as sperm receivers. Now dash. Before he finished speaking, Romonus pointed the true Longinus at him and extended it. The arrogant cultivator couldn't even react as the partially corrupted spear pierced his heart. He looked down at his chest and saw the white and purple glowing spear in his heart. Romonus surged power into the spear and blasted a blast of demonic light magic, creating a giant hole where his chest had been. The other cultivators from the Azura Rage sect stared at their elder's falling corpse in shock. He had been killed just like that, which made the Divine Sword sect and the Azure Dragon sect all stare in horror. Guess you were just talk. Now rise. Romonus' death magic and demonic mana surged into his corpse and took hold of his soul. The elder still had a chance to resurrect by possessing a corpse before recovering his cultivation, but Romonus stopped that. From his body, his soul emerged warped and enslaved by the advanced shadow necromancy. His power had dropped a bit, but it was still an ultimate class rank shadow. However, his soul had been enslaved and his free will and emotions were all suppressed unless Romonus wanted to release them. Kill your fellow cultivators, bring me their spatial rings and their corpses. That was all the former elder had to hear before he roared like a true Azura and charged at his own sect. Instantly the 20 cultivators he had brought with him panicked and began to attack with every technique they could muster. Ashur 5 Plam Strike. Blood Fury Fist. Chaos Surge. Romonus could not stop cringing as it seemed cultivators were as annoying in every universe. His shadow did not dodge any of the attacks which caused parts of its body to burst. However, as a soul animated by Romonus magic, as long as he had energy, his shadow just healed. Romonus placed the true Longinus on his shoulder as he just watched the slaughter. His new shadow tore off heads, ripped off limbs, and organs. It even bit off the face of his own disciple in a brutal display. Seeing this bloody sight, the Divine Sword sect elder who lost an arm shivered in shock. Retreat. Romonus grinned as he flapped his wings. Without even leaving an after image, he appeared behind the armless elder. Stay a while. He swung Ruin Maker and he cleaved off his head. In that same swing, he cleaved through 10 cultivators' bodies with just wind pressure. Without missing a beat, he stabbed out with the true Longinus, stabbing out hearts and heads in seconds. Just like that, every cultivator from the Divine Sword sect and Azura Rage sect were dead. Serve. At his order, death magic, soul magic, and demonic mana surged into every cultivator corpse. Each one emerged from their bodies and turned into dark shadows that lived to serve. This included 2 ultimate-class shadows between the elders of the 2 sects and 40 weaker high-class shadows. Bring me every spatial ring and corpse. Those are money. He watched as every shadow grabbed their own corpses and dragged them to him. They removed their own rings and placed them in a pile in Romonus' armored palm. He grinned as he could imagine the techniques they may have. For now, he placed all these rings in his shadow while storing the corpses away. In moments he had wiped out the cultivators sent by 2 sects leaving the Azure Dragon sect. Their dragon-eyed elder seemed to be frozen in terror as he saw former rivals turned into mindless slaves. Romonus licked his lips as he vanished again before appearing directly in front of the cultivator. Tell me, how strong is your father? Strong enough to match me. The young elder looked up to stare into the purple glowing pits behind Archaon's helmet. His sect and bloodline were descendants of an azure dragon. Exactly like the sacred beast of the Kushihashi clan. Lay one hand on me and my father will hunt you to the ends of the earth. We of the dash. Before he finished, Romonus swung the true Longinus and cleaved his head off. Too much talking. Serve, young master. From the dead cultivator, his dark shadow clawed its way out. The shadow emotionlessly stared at Romonus as he had no intention of giving them freedom. He could if he so desired, but there was no reason to do so. Kill the rest. Romonus grabbed the corpse and head of his new shadow and flew down. As he said so, his shadows attacked the other cultivators of the Azure Dragon sect. It was a bloodbath as 3 ultimate-class shadows and 40 high-class against 20 was not even a challenge. They were torn to shreds with brutal efficiency, and just like the rest, their very souls were turned into shadows. They dragged their corpses down to Romonus, who stored them all away into his ring. Corpses were money as their blood, dantians, flesh, and body parts could be used in potions. Once every corpse was collected, Grafia walked over to Romonus as he looked at the corpse from the Azure Dragon sect elder. We should go, he said. His father was the patriarch. If this elder was in the Satan class, his father would likely be stronger. Romonus nodded. I know that. I did my homework, and to be a patriarch you must at the minimum be at the peak of the ultimate class. The ancestor might be Satan class, but that is for the old ones. Which means that I just made enemies of 3 major sections. Grafia sighed. And why are you sticking around? Because I plan to test myself against the patriarch of the Azure Dragon sect. For now, I have work to do. Romonus stabbed Ruin Maker and the true Longinus next to him as he dragged over the corpse of the Azure Dragon cultivator. The spear blade had been surging with power, so the wound had cauterized before any of his precious blood had spilled. Romonus first placed his hand on the stump where his head used to be and using his vampire blood magic drew out every drop of blood. Grafia watched on with interest as Romonus was famed for his alchemy. Once all the blood was pulled out, he had a little more than a gallon of blood floating above his palm. Using magic, he crystallized the slightly blue blood into a blood gem. Once the corpse was dry, he used the claws at the end of Archaon's gauntlets to butcher the body open. He removed every organ including the heart and dantian which he would use. Once he had that, he made sure to store every other vital organ in preserving potions. Following this, he stripped the bones clean of flesh which would be rendered down into potions. Once only bones remained, he pulled out the bone marrow before safely storing the bones away. What do you plan to do with the parts? For his heart, flesh, bone marrow, and blood I will turn it into a blood essence of the Azure Dragon. I will then consume that to have the powers of the Azure Dragon. As for the organs, I will probably be turning them into elixirs, while the dantian I will use in something. Grimaldus, who by now was small again, crawled up his leg and pointed at the dantian. He wanted it because he felt it would make him stronger. Here. He tossed the blue dantian to him and watched a Grimaldus swallow it whole. He expected a light show, but that didn't happen. Instead, he could feel the chi inside was slowly being drawn out by Grimaldus. Make sure you don't waste it, all right? Grimaldus nodded and sat down to draw out all the power he could. You, shadows, start breaking down your bodies. At his words, he saw as every shadow took their own body and just like he did began to butcher them. Cultivators like them had done this before to their enemies. Dantians were valuable as cultivation resources, just like blood essences. This was why Romonus had no desire to learn cultivation. It had a high power ceiling, but only the talented and wealthy could improve. It was why other pantheons had their own paths to power and why the Chinese pantheon had been in decline in recent millennia. With less mana, or chi as cultivators called it, fewer natural treasures formed and monsters were less abundant than before. Now, few cultivators could reach the 10th realm of divinity. If they did, they were weaker than those before since they used many artificial means to increase their power. That did not mean all were still weak, just slowed down. The Azure Dragon sect was one of the most stable, and the moment that Romonus killed them, the Patriarch was instantly informed. The soul flame of his firstborn son was extinguished, enraging him. He had been cultivating his Tao when he sensed the flame die. Who dares? He stood to his feet as he had been outraged. Since his bloodline was descended from a powerful Azure Dragon, their emotions were volatile like a dragon. When he sent his son out, he of course never expected a being like Romonus to be around. He used the blood imprint he had on every member of his bloodline to see his son's last moments. What he saw enraged him even more when he saw a demon cleave his firstborn son's head off. This will not come cheap. He was not alone, as Romonus had intentionally fallen into the cliché. When you killed a cultivator, their father who was an elder or patriarch would show up. If you killed them, then their ancestor would show up. After that, the ancestors who had risen to heaven would descend, but Romonus was only planning on facing the patriarch. He only had to wait about an hour, and by that time he had finished butchering every corpse with the aid of his new shadows. Grafia had been sitting around watching him work while Grimaldus finished devouring the Dantian. Since he had been given the opportunity by his shadows to do the work for him, he had worked on further corrupting the true Longinus. He was fully intending to fight like Sanguinius with spear and sword in hand. Plus, he could still use his thread power of destruction technique with just his mind. The amount of processing power his brain could do was massive. When he saw a new bigger barrier form over his head, he grinned. Seems that your father is here, Blue. He turned to the elder from the Azure Dragon sect he had enslaved. His free will was still suppressed, but it was starting to shake slightly. Oh, some will remains. Interesting. Over the sky, a large azure portal opened, and from it emerged over 500 cultivators. Several elders who were just as strong as the one he killed, and several more of the run-of-the-middle cultivators. They were still strong, but Grafia could clear them out easily. High-class foes were just common fodder to someone like Grafia. His focus was fully on the patriarch who was leading them all. There you are. I have been waiting over an hour. The patriarch snarled when he saw the state his son was in. The blank expression of his son's shadow or soul had filled his heart with rage. Demon. Do you know who you offended? No, who are you? I didn't even get your son's name before I cut his head off. I am Zhou Jiang, patriarch of the Azure Dragon sect. If you know what is good for you, release my son's soul from your necromancy, or you will pay the price. Romonus sighed as he stood up. With his sword and spear in hand. He spun both around as he stared right at the patriarch. Tell me, how strong are you? You will see, demon. Romonus felt the cultivator release his aura, which was past the Satan rank. His bloodline of the Azure Dragon and his advanced cultivation meant that his power had reached just into the Satan class. He felt disappointed because even now he still didn't find a good foe to test himself out. It appears that you will be boring. Afiarg, lead my shadows and kill the rabble. I will fight the patriarch. Got it, brother. Grafia flew into the sky flanked by Romonus' 60 shadows and the 3 elders. Numbers were uneven, but Grafia placed her trust in Romonus. Not only was he family, he had proved himself to be mighty like his brother. He snarled as he looked up at the patriarch, who looked ready to render him down to pieces. Show me the power of a cultivator for the time you last. The patriarch opened his hand and pulled an ornate guandao. He spun with both hands before pointing the azure blade at Romonus. The sky was already thundering with lightning and rain. Archaon noticed it instantly. Ah, the familiar feel of a dragon, my armored. This patriarch, as you call him, has a dragon heart. May I request that I be given it after our victory? I was planning on upgrading my demon heart. In that case, I can understand. Let us kill them first. Archaon and Romonus synchronized their senses as they prepared for rather boring battle. When would he find a foe that he could push himself against? Did he truly grow too strong too fast, or was he just unlucky? He sighed as he lazily moved forward. Entertain me. Chapter 60, Azure Dragon Patriarch vs the Ruin Knight. Okay, I made a big mistake and pushed the power of the Chinese pantheon too much just to give Romonus a fight. Now, elders are going to be peak high class, the patriarch middle ultimate. The ancestor will be peak ultimate to semi-Satan. The strong ancestors will be Satan. Romonus never had touched a spear before, but the longer he held the true Longinus, the more skills his demonic instinct fed into his mind. Now, he was facing a cultivator that had used a spear for what could be thousands of years. This was the best way to learn from a master of the spear. As such, he lowered his power to at least match the patriarch to learn. He tensed his 6 demonic wings, which began to power down slightly. The runes covering every part of them began to lose their shimmer as he readied himself for another fight that could not challenge him. He stared at the patriarch and his elders with a shake of the head. First, to deal with the pests. He raised his new spear into the sky and formed over 1,000 magic circles behind him with ease. Each spell activated as he cast a bombardment of magic down at the cultivators. The elders all seemed to panic at the barrage, but the patriarch did not. The patriarch squinted his slitted eyes as he surged his chi into his Gunandeo. Magic is inferior to cultivation. Dragon Rampage. He pierced with the guando and projected an azure Asian dragon formed of blue lightning toward the spell barrage. Romonus watched as the dragon and his spells clashed in a massive explosion. The dragon was destroyed and it stopped his first bombardment. However, Romonus' magic circles were still open and that was basic elemental mana. He had not used his own demonic mana as he had just pulled it from around him. Is that all? My magic can do this. He hefted Ruin Maker as he changed the spell formulas to more dangerous magics. Chaos magic, dark magic, spirit magic, death magic, abyss magic, darkness, time, space, void, and curses of many types. Seeing the advanced use of magic, the Patriarch scoffed. No matter the spell, the power of the Azure Dragon shall prevail. He turned to his 10 elders and motioned with his head. Go, I will handle the demon. Capture his sister and my son's soul. It must be retrieved and saved. At once. At his words, his elders flew down to stop Graphia, who was flying through the army of cultivators alongside the shadows Romonus sent with her. Each one could not be destroyed fully as they healed as long as Romonus had energy. Unless you could destroy souls, which only the mighty could do, they were effectively immortal. The biggest power of his necromancy was the link he shared with Archaon. Archaon made mana, and Romonus converted that into demonic mana. That was drawn by Archaon to make more mana in an infinite loop. As long as Archaon and Romonus fought together, they would not run out of energy. He showed it as he continuously launched a bombardment of advanced magic at the Patriarch. The ancient cultivator was forced to call on his spear Dao as he sliced through the thousands of spells launched his way. Seeing how he was enduring, made Romonus finally feel a tiny amount of joy. Taste the power of gravity. While his spell barrage was ongoing, he drew on his gravity magic. In front of him, he created over 100 small black holes. He launched them at the Patriarch as he did not cease his magic barrage. Master Dormuteth told me this: gravity can create black holes. Black holes warp space and time, so use gravity to affect time. He watched on as the horrified Patriarch called on every part of his martial might and cultivation techniques to dodge, cut apart, and endure the black holes. Romonus smirked as he saw the Patriarch try to slice one of them open. He focused on it and caused it to avoid the guando swing before colliding with the chest of the cultivator. The small black hole exploded and enveloped him in its all-devouring singularity. Down below, every fighter was forced to look up as the Patriarch's agonized roars came from the middle of the black hole bomb. Ha 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 ha. How does a black hole to the face feel? He found this incredibly funny, but when the black hole bomb ran out of power, everyone saw the extremely wounded Patriarch. His robe was gone, his body had giant chunks cut out of it, and he was missing his feet up to his knees. Using the distraction, Graphia covered herself in an armor of ice. From behind her back, she launched over 1,000 ice blades that stabbed several cultivators dead. High-class cultivators were nothing to her and she slaughtered them like they were pigs. She opened her hands and created 2 ice blades before moving in close. Thanks to her queen piece, she had the speed of a knight, the strength of a rook, and the magic of a bishop. She was called the ultimate queen because her husband needed a mutation queen piece to turn her. Her strength had been growing since the end of the Great War, which made Romonus stare at her. He sighed as his brother did win the lottery when it came to wives. Lucky bastard. Too back, I am no backstabber. Dad doesn't count since Mom hated him. He shook his thoughts away as he observed her fighting style. She moved through the cultivators with her arms moving like blurs of ice. To Graphia, time had slowed and she carefully hacked off the heads of each of her foes before slicing them in half. She wasn't alone as her shadow vanguard threw themselves in harm's way to allow her to not bother with defense. The 3 Satan-class cultivator shadows still used their techniques and brought their own bloody paths. This included the son of the Patriarch Romonus hit with a black hole bomb. The elders were not succeeding in trapping him because Grimaldus made Sue to cost them their lives for the attempt. He was flying like a blur of weapons. From his back, he fired his dual-mounted Adrathic cannons, triple-barreled Reaver laser Ruinator cannons, Apocalypse missile launchers, Sun Fury Annihilator Gatling guns, and his head-mounted Death Strike cannon. Latia had begged her uncle to add as many Warlord Titan weapons as he could. Ajuka being himself could not help himself and he had programmed as many as he could. Grimaldus could form them at will from his living metal body with ease. That was not even speaking of his multitude of melee weapons or his magical abilities, as he was deadly anywhere. Seeing that just made Romonus want Latia to finish her Kai Destroyer already. When she got older, he was going to give her one hell of a first time. He could hardly wait for that, but now he fought. His thoughts had only taken a few milliseconds with how quickly his mind could run through information. He looked back at the Patriarch since the elders and cultivators were taken care of. The massive wounds of the black hole that had torn his body apart began to close. His draconic heritage works to heal his injuries. Took you a while. It felt like hours to me. The Patriarch snarled in anger as he gripped his guandao. You won't talk so big. Both of them flew high into the sky and locked onto each other. Romonus was so much larger in his devil trigger state that the cultivator seemed tiny. I hope for your eternal soul you are prepared to use everything. I have lived a long time and never has anyone challenged me. It's been 13 years, but that still feels like a long time. The cultivator pointed his spear at Romonus with eyes burning with self-righteous fury. I will. You murdered my son, enslaved his soul. I will take everything you hold dear, your sister will give me another son. I will take your soul and make you watch. Romonus squinted his eyes as no one talked about Graphia like that in front of him. For the record, he demanded me to hand my sister over to him. She is the one down there slaughtering everyone along with your son. Since you are the same, prepare to join him as my loyal shadow. That just seemed to set him off as he roared to the sky with the force of a dragon. The sky filled with blue thunderclouds and it started to rain freezing cold rain. Romonus looked up at the sky with both his weapons gripped in his hands. He looked back down and saw Jiang or whatever his name was charge toward him at blinding speeds. Time to test out if I can use all my abilities in tandem. He activated his demonic Tuki, causing a dark purple aura to envelop him. His demon heart thundered away. He drew energy from his link to Archaon and synchronized his senses to Archaon. Ready. I am armored. He bellowed as he lunged forward with his body tensed for combat. When he reached Jiang, he lifted Ruin Maker and swung it back down with a massive coating of power of destruction. Everything changed after his baptism, with even his power of destruction evolving. It used to be crimson and black, but it had become crimson and purple. Even its ability to annihilate had taken to new extremes. When Jiang saw the giant destructive slash coming down, he drew his chi from his dantian. He called on his spear heart the advanced state of his Dao and swung upwards. He cleaved the sky open, and when his Guandao and Ruin Maker clashed, space exploded. However, neither he nor Romonus were pushed backward by the explosion. In that same exchange, Romonus stabbed out with the true Longinus at Jiang's heart. The cultivator though pulled his Guando back and paired it along with the sword slash from Ruin Maker. Oh, he is skilled at least. Romonus' arms never stopped moving as he stabbed, slashed, cleaved, and swung his sword and spear. Each time he carved open the sky, but even then Jiang in his rage and his Dao of the spear matched him blow for blow. No, he was exceeding Romonus in pure skill. Sure, if Romonus used his full power he could finish the fight at any time, but he used this time to learn. His demonic instinct was polishing his skills, which meant that he was learning in real time. Each time he was parried, Jiang managed to send a stab or swung at him that smashed against Archaon. Any minor damage he inflicted healed before it settled, but it just made Romonus grin wider. Even Jiang, a cultivator who had been alive for over 25,000 years, almost double the time that Zekrom had lived, began to feel a chill. Since cultivators often stayed in seclusion meditating, a lot of their lives were just spent cultivating and absorbing the power of heaven and earth, which was just mana. Even then, his long life of battle meant that he could feel that Romonus was improving by the second. This monster, I must end it soon. He activated his cultivation technique and began to draw out his dragon chi from his dantian. This caused his heart to beat faster and his body began to grow azure scales. His mustache seemed to become like an Asian dragon and the power in his Dao increased. Romonus felt it firsthand as the patriarch went from just enduring his swings to pushing back. Romonus squinted his eyes as all around them miles of dark purple thread of pod formed around them. How do you endure this, I wonder? Jiang squinted his eyes as Romonus began to test his old method. Hundreds of miles of destructive threads continued to slice at the cultivator, trying to cleave him apart. It took every ounce of his martial skill to not lose an arm. That would have been fatal as Romonus had not stopped moving his weapons. Losing an arm here would mean losing his head. However, the longer the duel raged, the more he felt that Romonus was beginning to analyze his Dao. Romonus pulled his arm back and launched a giant beam of demonic light from his spear, hitting the patriarch in the chest. As he hurried through the sky, his deadly threads weaved together into giant spears, swords, halberds, knives, and shurikens. He controlled these weapons with the finesse of 100 warriors. The patriarch was starting to feel like pulling out his long hair because Romonus seemed to never run out of tricks. Magic, thread, gravity, sword, spear, and who knows what else. Romonus was now fighting him with just his mental prowess as he observed how the patriarch fought with his spear. More importantly, how his Dao worked, which was what he wanted to understand. From what he remembered in his past life when he went through a phase where he read cultivation novels, it was the understanding of your weapon. How did he understand the sword and spear? For swords it was easy, they were both his focus to cast his deadly magics and his weapon. They cleaved through his enemies and left devastation every time he used them. His sword was a tool of murder, a staff, and his death dealer. Ruin Maker, unlike Archaon, was not sentient despite every piece of gear having been infused with soul energy. As for the true Longinus, the spear itself was not sentient. The will of God inside of it was, which meant that the spear was just a holy piece of metal. Now though, it was corrupted, which meant that it had tasted the blood of not just the Son of God, but also the energy of the most powerful demon to grace this world. Swords, spears, armor, all of them are weapons, and weapons are made to kill. However, a weapon also drives your goals forward. They can be anything. Suddenly, something clicked in his mind. As he was not a cultivator, he didn't just get a Dao, but he had delved deeper into his understanding of the blade. I think I get it. He turned back to the powerful Jiang, who was not only destroying his weapons of threads but moving closer. Romonus grinned as he charged at the cultivator. He pulled Ruin Maker back and stabbed out as a sword could be a spear. A spear could slash like a sword if you were strong enough. A rudimentary intent formed along his sword and he drove it into the chest of the patriarch. Intent is just how you understand your weapon given shape. I thank you for the lesson. Jiang grit his teeth and stabs his gundo into Romonus' chest. I don't die easy. His spear heart allowed him to punch through Archaon with extreme difficulty and into Romonus' demon heart. Romonus could feel the lightning and wind of the Azure Dragon flow into his body intending to kill him. He felt his demon heart explode, but it was a pointless endeavor as you could not kill him by wounding his body. Not before Valerie modified him, and not after. What makes you think I do? Romonus sliced down and cleaved a giant purple wound in the cultivator's body. The burning wound refused to close as he had activated the chaos element from the flames of Tiamat. I thank you, Patriarch. You taught me something. You are more skilled than most, but your total power is nothing big. Satan-class levels of power are just not that great. Jiang felt his rage rise as he used his Azure Dragon Water Chi to douse the flames. He forced his wound to close as he glared at Romonus with murderous hate. You dash. Before he finished, Romonus' sword and spear intent flowed into his weapons. He swung down instantly. Almost horrified, Jiang lost both his arms in that double slash. In that same swing, Romonus cleaved the barrier that had been formed open like a tuna can. When it opened up, Grafia looked up surrounded by numerous corpses. All of them were pierced through with ice, encased in it, and some even had all the blood inside them turn into ice spikes that stabbed out within them. What did he do? As she was distracted, an elder charged at her with his sword. Lightning Tribulation S-. Before he finished, Grimaldus flew behind him and cut his head into 5 bloody chunks with his molecular disruption claws. She snapped out of it as Romonus created a massive bounded field to not only trap the souls here but to keep destruction at a minimum. He Spartan kicked the patriarch and sent him flying against the bounded field. Jiang grit his teeth as he focuses on his missing arms and tried to grow them back. Damn demon. Romonus grinned as he looked at the shiny guando sticking out of his chest. Archaon. Eat it. The patriarch watched as the weapon that had been gifted to him by the ancestor was devoured by Archaon like a pocky stick. When he ate it, Archaon seemed to purr. Yummy. Jiang spat blood out as his spirit weapon was gone. Romonus chuckled as he teleported behind the cultivator. He had learned what he needed as this whole time he had been playing around. With the true Longinus, he cleaved his head off, with Ruin Maker he chopped off his limbs, and with his large tail, he cut him in half, but kept the heart in one piece. You were not the foe I wanted. You were just a fake. Disappointed that he did not face a battle to the death, Romonus looked to the sky. Boss, the Sparta bloodline honestly is too op. Thank you. It made his life easier, which was what mattered. Serve. From the corpse, the patriarch's soul clawed its way out along with the hundreds of cultivators Grafia, Grimaldus, and his shadows had slaughtered. Kill the rest. At his order, the patriarch shadow descended and massacred his sect members. Seeing the bloody rampage, Romonus was tempted to stick around to face the ancestor or their ascended ancestors. However, he was not an idiot, and when the last Azure Dragon sect cultivator was dead and turned into a shadow, he drew them all to his shadow. Grafia, Grimaldus, come on. We are leaving. Both of them flew to his side, and without missing a beat he teleported away. He got what he wanted, and he was going to be checking up on his peerage. He wanted to see if they got into battles of their own. While he was here, he might as well pay the Twilight Corps sect a visit. Chapter 61, Retreat from China. Knowing that trouble was going to find him, Romonus instantly teleported away with Grafia and Grimaldus. As for his bigger shadow army, he had them all enter his shadow along with their spatial rings. All those rings and cultivator corpses would be a treasure trove of resources for him to use. Of course, a vast majority might be useless, so he was going to spend some time going through them. For now, he deactivated his devil trigger, causing him to return to his human form. When he did so, he took a deep breath to get the edge off, as in that state his demonic instincts went wild. It was harder to control since he had both vampiric and werewolf instincts that were fused with his demonic ones. It made his emotions extra volatile, but nothing he couldn't control. He then turned to Grafia with his open hand and a big grin. Seeing the gesture, she sighed and gave him a high five. I knew you were fun, sis. Thanks to your help, everything was so much easier. She smiled at the praise, but she wondered why he stopped calling her auntie. You're not calling me auntie anymore? Just when I grew to like it. Romonus shook his head as Archaon's helmet began to retreat to expose Romonus' face. Nah. That was back when I was younger. Grafia crossed her arms. That was 2 years ago. He just waved her off. Potato, potato. You are my sister-in-law, but I will just call you my sister. Regardless, we did manage to wipe out a big chunk of a major sect. What is Surzex going to think? Grafia sat down on a chair made of ice as she thought of that. No one has ever seen your demon form, and Afjard looks nothing like Grafia, the wife of Surzex. Plenty of mages use ice magic, so we are going to be in the clear. Surzex sent me along because he knew you were not interested in staying peaceful. He will understand since you did find the true Longinus. Thanks to you, the boosted gear and the true Longinus are in the hands of a devil. Romonus grinned as he added in one more. You are forgetting the Sephiroth Graal. The damper girl is my bishop. Since you are family, I am letting you know. Very soon I will be getting another Longinus in my peerage. Canis Liacon. Grafia started to laugh. You certainly are lucky, little brother. Romonus smirked as seeing Grafia laugh was rare. That I am. More lucky that I have a good family. Grafia smiled as she pulled out her phone. You think we will have any more problems? Most likely. We did slaughter members of the Divine Sword sect and the Azura Rage sect. Cultivators are problematic as they are insane. Everyone has a backer, their father, grandfather, great-grandfather, and so forth. It is for the best that we stay down low. There is a reason cultivators stay in China, because every other pantheon has beef with them. Grafia could see the reason. True. I will call Surzex to let him know the current situation. He nodded. You do that, I got my own phone calls to make. Romonus sat down on a purple diamond throne and called his peerage through their group chat. Miria, Valerie, Chiron, Aquino, Vespera, and Karn all stopped and pulled out their phones. Well, Vespera did as Karn had no phone, but once they all answered, Romonus gave his instructions. Everyone, I found the true Longinus and have it bound to my soul. Our main mission in China is complete, but you all need to leave. Things are going to get hectic in a few hours, so before they do, return to the safe house. Miria sighed as she could feel she missed out on something truly fun. What happened? Simply put, when I found the true Longinus, 5 sects came to see what it was as it released a massive aura. When the sects showed up, they all sent 20 cultivators and an elder to lead them. 2 sects retreated smartly, but 3 more did not. I killed them all, but as you know, a cultivator's power is their family. I ended up killing the son of a major patriarch, and then I killed him, his elders, and almost 500 cultivators. So, leave China before it gets dangerous. Miria went silent for a few seconds before yelling at the top of her lungs. And you didn't invite me? Valerie, who was right next to her, covered her ears at the volume she could produce. Romonus shook his head. I didn't, because Grafia and Grimaldus had it handled. Don't argue with me for now and go back to the safe house. I will be back in a few hours since I just want to make a few stops. Miria sighed as she walked over to Valerie and picked her up like a sack of potatoes. The demonic damper's face went blank as Miria carried her off. Fine, but you owe me a fight. He chuckled as she might be the most bloodthirsty of his girls. I promise to give you all the battles you want, love. You better. With that, she teleported out of China to England with Valerie. Aquino and Chiron also did not delay and back to the house. Vespera though left alone as Karn returned to Romonus' familiar space. Once all of them were out of China, Romonus summoned Karn out of the familiar space. The moment he emerged, he locked onto Grimaldus and charged at him. He picked a fight with his brother, which was them playing, but it was brutal. The 2 mustelids started a small brawl of teeth and claws, but this is how they played. Now that she had time, Grafia turned to Romonus. Okay, I got to know what the hell are your pets. Instantly Grimaldus and Karn separated and looked at Grafia. They growled and hissed as they were asking if she had a problem with them. Grafia was honestly impressed with the stones of the little guys. Grimaldus is a living machine. Latia made him for me with help from a Juka. As for Karn, he is a normal honey badger from Africa. Though normal is exaggerating. Grafia picked up Grimaldus and stared into his eyes. They made him. He jumped out of her arms and leapt onto Romonus' shoulder. Yup, his body is made of a living memory alloy. I don't even know what they made him from. He can form any weapon that was programmed into him or he wants. His mind is formed of a self-learning AI program made by Latia, while his soul was created from devil and human soul stones. Grafia was starting to see that Latia was a terrifying girl like her uncle. Latia is 12, right? Romonus nodded. Yes. Her birthday is in June, so she is 2 months younger than I am. When Grafia thought of how young Latia was and the kind of creation she could make, she really got a bad premonition. Remind me to not get on her bad side. Trust me, you will remember yourself. He grinned as her nuke destroyer was going to be a true monster. She had been working on it for the past 10 months and it was nearly completed. For now, he sent the true Longinus and Ruin Maker back into his soul. When he did so, he felt something occur. The half-corrupted holy spear once in his soul began to continue its transformation into a demonic holy spear. Since God was dead, the will inside was weaker than it would have been. Romonus ripping it from the sacred gear system meant that it was at his mercy. His corrupting the spear the body of the will meant that its very body was poisoning it. Demonic energy was poison to angels, and Romonus might as well be the most poisonous. His demonic mana was the perfect fusion of demonic energy and mana. His Cambion soul was even worse, as the will was having to fight the soul energy flowing through it. Romonus felt as the will tried to fight his soul, but Archaon and Ruin Maker itself were there to suppress it. Together, they stopped the will of God in its tracks and allowed the corruption to continue. In a few years, the true Longinus would be so tainted that Romonus would be able to convert the divinity in the will into infernity. With that, he would sacrifice it to become a demon god with the divinities of God. Imagining himself taking control over the heaven system was starting to become a real idea. Better not be rash, hastiness is the worst poison. Once some of his plans were in motion, he looked next to him to Graphia. While magic was useful to call people, phones made it so easy. Serzex answered as he managed his 12 assistants who helped him work through the dull work as Lucifer. He no longer hated his job as much as he once did, since technology and assistants meant he had so much free time now. When his phone rang, he pulled it out of his coat and saw that Graphia was calling. He put it up to his ear with a smile. Graphia, everything okay? Define okay. He froze as he stuttered. Were casualties kept to a minimum? Graphia turned to Romonus and looked down at his shadow. Define minimum. Serzex froze. That bad, huh? Did Romonus at least get the Longinus? He did. He even managed to corrupt it into a demonic holy spear and form a contract with it. He is going to return to his safe house in England in a few hours. What will you two be doing? She put the phone down and put it on speaker mode before pointing it at Romonus. He was still in his armor at the moment, but he was scrolling through his phone. Yo bro, I want to visit the Twilight Corpse sect and the Divine Orchard sect at least. Serzex knew of them. The Twilight Corpse sect is full of necromancers and evil cultivators. I am a necromancer too, you know. Serzex never expected that. You are? When? 10 months ago McGregor took me to the Golden Dawn and I learned under his former mentor Dormiteth. He mentored me in the magical arts of death, souls, and necromancy. If I can learn anything from the corpse puppets of the Twilight Corpse sect, it might be useful. As for the Divine Orchard sect, they remind me of Magdarin and they are famed for their pill making. I want to see if I can't apply that to my alchemy. Serzex hummed. Not like I can tell you to not do something. Do what you want. Graphia, stay by his side, please. He is my baby brother after all. Graphia frowned. Shouldn't you tell him to keep me safe since he is the super demon? Serzex shook his head. Yeah, but he is so young. You have had more time to mature, so use your wisdom to keep him out of trouble. Romonus now was also frowning. I am not a child. Romonus, you turning 13 in a month, you might as well be my baby brother. I still have the baby pictures of you in my coat. Romonus grumbled like an old man since he was cursed with time. Why couldn't Azazel finish that time chamber already? Graphia giggled a little, sounding more like her fake persona now. Since she did look like she was 20, her voice matched. Yeah, baby brother. You are so little. Romonus just waved her off. I am 6 feet 3 inches and built like a demigod. What part of me is childlike? Serzex had not seen Romonus in almost a year, so he did not expect his growth. Damn, what have you been eating? Potions, training, lots of protein, and constant life force upgrades by Chiron. Serzex sighed as Romonus was taller than him now. He was only 5 feet 10 inches, so his younger brother was beating him by 5 inches at just 13. Where was the justice? You wouldn't happen to have a potion of height, would you? Romonus grinned as he had something. Sure do. It will break your joints and bones to allow you to grow taller. Still want it? Serzex went silent before shaking his head. No. Suddenly it is not so bad to be above average. Romonus laughed. You just got unlucky, brother. Your Gremory genes are strong, so your height matches father. My Baal genes make me tall and muscular. Look at me. He flexed, causing Graphia to appreciate the hard work as she remembered that he never missed a day at his extreme workouts. She chastised her husband for not working as hard. See that, Serzex, if you would work out a little more you might bulk up a little. Serzex looked at his own body as he was more of a technique fighter than a brawler. His brother was the all-rounder while he focused on controlling his power of destruction. You think so? I wouldn't mind for you to get some muscle. Romonus grinned. Muscles win. Brother, I will stop by at the end of the day to report what I have been up to. It is about time we talk about what will happen when I turn 18. Serzex got serious now, as he had suspected Romonus would cause something huge in the world. Got it. See you then. Graphia hung up then and turned to Romonus. Where to first? My fellow necromancers of the Twilight Corpse sect. Be ready for a fight if need be. Right. Both of them, Karn and Grimaldus, teleported away. While the sect's main locations were hidden, Romonus could find them with a bit more forbidden magic. Chapter 62, The Corpse Ghost Sect. While Graphia watched, Romonus began to start using some of his darker rituals, which all were costly to normal people. They required souls, his lifespan, or worse his life force, but Valerie's unique modifications made them just any other spell. Through them he managed to get a location for the Corpse Ghost Sect, so he stood up from the burning purple curse circles. Found it. Graphia, who was sitting next to him, also stood up to leave. How long will we go? Not long, an hour or two. I just want to talk to them to see if I can't get some allies. Because you know that the underworld won't remain peaceful for long. She nodded. I do. Your birth has offset the balance of the underworld. More and more devils' houses are worried because now there are 4 super devils. 3 are on the side of the Satan faction, even you, the heir of the Baal clan. The 4 Satans have been gathering their strengths because they expect you to start something. You're right, Graphia. I am going to clean house and wipe out the old Satan faction and take over the Great King faction. I plan to do this when I turn 18 or 20. In the years leading up to that I shall become even stronger. I will gather allies, get a peerage without equal, and unite the devils under one banner. Mine. Graphia expected that because he always seemed unsatisfied with the current political landscape of devils. Have you thought of the consequences? She was probing to hear how he planned this. Of course I have, Graphia. I am not a fool. I know it will be a bloody war, but that is just what needs to happen. When I ascend into a demon god, I shall exceed God and Lucifer. I shall become the new pillar of the Christian pantheon. I will take over heaven and the heaven system. I will replace the Christian faith with one of mine and gather the energy of the worship. I don't need to rule the world, just being the strongest will cause that to happen. She could see the ambition in his eyes, but it was not a foolish attempt to rule the world. He only wanted to unite the Christian pantheon and bring them away from God who was dead. When you do this, just make sure you have a plan. He smiled. That is what allies and family is for, isn't it? Graphia nodded with a smile of her own. True, so rely on us when you do begin your plan. I will. I can't do it all myself after all. For now, let us go visit the cultivators. Romonus opened a teleport circle and teleported them to the Corpse Ghost Sect first. The 10 major sects of China all operated in alternative spaces, so he teleported to the location outside. He did not want to pop in the middle of the sect, so he went outside in the real world on a mountain peak. He could sense different arrays placed around to keep the sect hidden. He looked at the hidden entrance and spoke up. Excuse me, I would like to have a meeting. Karn and Grimaldus did not think that was going to work, but it did. The same elder who had ordered a retreat came out. He was still dressed in his dark robes that hid his face and every inch of his body. The elder laughed when he saw Romonus in his human form. So this is what your human form looks like, demon. I can see the resemblance between you. When the hooded cultivator turned to Graphia and began to laugh, which sounded wet and the scent of decay was heavy. Even Graphia could smell it, and she could sense the severe amount of curses and death radiating off this cultivator. Now you are gorgeous. Are you married? Because my son is looking f-. Graphia recoiled and raised her hand. I am married and a mother. Go past my brother here before you ask that. Romonus squinted his eyes as he still had his new demonic vampiric werewolf transformation to test out. He could turn into that one before going devil trigger to increase his already massive strength further. The elder seemed to sigh. Such a shame. Regardless, what brings you here to our sect? Romonus was the one who answered. I will be frank that I consider cultivators not very smart. However, you proved to be intelligent when you retreated. I wanted to ask if you would allow me to meet your patriarch. I wish to exchange resources and maybe even offer an alliance of cooperation. The elder thought about it before he turned around. Give me a moment, I shall speak to the patriarch. As the elder returned to his sect, Romonus turned to Graphia. I feel bad for you. You are so attractive that it makes the brains of men melt. Do you find me attractive? She said so with a raised eyebrow, as she was genuinely curious. He had never looked that way at her before, so she was curious. I do, but just because I find you pretty doesn't mean anything. She smirked. Good, at least you don't find me ugly. Then we would have had a problem. He rolled his eyes as if any man who found Graphia ugly was just gay. He was not gay, so he of course found her attractive. He just had too much respect for her and his brother to break that trust by trying to get into her pants. Anyone who finds you ugly is sick in the head or gay. Though you should ask that question to my brother, not me. She walked over to him and reached up to pat his head. You are a good brother. Just as he smiled, he heard that same sickening laugh from the elder. I don't mean to interrupt the sibling care, but the patriarch is willing to meet you. Of course, not in person. The elder pulled out an enchanted jade crystal and held it out to Romonus. From it, a projection of a cultivator fully encased in black spiked armor. From his body, a massive aura of death kept surging from him. When he looked up, Romonus could see a pair of black eyes in the helmet. You wish to speak with me, demon? Romonus nodded. That I did, patriarch. Since your sect elder did not attack me and retreated, they are not my enemy. As a fellow necromancer, I wanted to offer you an accord. I am Romonus G. Baal, the next ruler of the Baal clan. I am gathering allies because I fully intend to ascend to a power above God. I will topple him from his throne and take his place as a new demon god. If you aid me in my endeavors in the underworld, I shall aid you in return. Wouldn't the favor of a demon god of such power be of interest to you? I already am equal to my brother Surzex, a super devil. He saw how the patriarch began to ponder as the power of the sects was in decline. In recent millennia, raising elites had become harder and harder for them because of the dwindling resources. If they had an ally like Romonus when he ascended, their power was sure to rise. You tempt me, demon. My sect as a necromancer sect has made enemies of many sects and pantheons, so we try to avoid battles we cannot win. However, if you can prove to us that you have the potential to become a demon god as you say dash. Before the patriarch could finish, Romonus opened his left hand and summoned the true Longinus. This is the true Longinus, the spear that pierced the side of Jesus. It even has a shard of God's will inside, and I will be corrupting the will inside for the next few years. Once the will is fully corrupted, I will devour it and convert its divinity into infernity. Using the power I gain, we will then topple God himself from his throne. He hasn't left heaven for centuries. Romonus could swear he saw the patriarch start grinning behind his helmet. You tempt me truly. In such a war, there will be plenty of corpses for my sect. The resources we will gain, and the experiences in such a war. I can see it now, even our old rivalries will end. Romonus nodded. Exactly, so do you accept my accord? The patriarch nodded. Done, but I won't move my sect to war with just promises of future glories. You must achieve this ascension that you proclaim because God is a powerful foe. Wounded or not, become this demon god you say and my sect will follow you to war. The projection of the patriarch finished as the elder walked over to Romonus. Here, keep this jade pendant. Whenever you wish to speak to the patriarch, surge your demonic power into it to activate the enchantment. Romonus took it and placed it into his spatial ring. Thank you. I will take my leave then. Graphia turned to Romonus. Where to next? He thought about it as unlike the Copper's Ghost sect that seemed to respect necromancers, he was not sure about the Divine Orchard sect. Plus, China was going to be in turmoil, so he decided to retreat. Home. He reached down and picked up Grimaldus and Karn before he teleported them all back to his safe house. It was better to leave when you had the treasure than allow it to be taken from you. In a flash of purple, they all appeared back in his safe house where his peerage were already waiting. When they saw him return, they all smiled as that did not take a month as he had expected. Hail dark magic. Valerie ran over to his side as she started to touch his body, trying to feel if her modifications worked. Do you feel all right? No lost lifespan, right? Because if I failed, I am so dash. Rather than let her keep worrying for him, he did something he had wanted to do for a while. He could see how she looked at him and she was so adorable. As a demonic vampire damper, she was also a very pretty girl, so he grabbed her shoulders and kissed her cheek. Relax, Valerie, you did just what I wanted. She smiled with a slight blush on her face. After drinking his blood directly, the bond they shared was deep. She smiled at the gesture. I am glad. Before the rest of the girls got jealous, he turned to them. I just wanted to say that we finished faster because of Valerie, but I still want to thank you for the help. Especially you, Graphia, you fought an entire sect for me, so I am truly grateful. Tell Surzex I said thanks for the assist. She just smiled as she returned to her normal form, silver hair, red eyes, maid dress, and more mature. My pleasure. I should go, it seems you got something else on your plate. What do you mean by that? She didn't say anything as she teleported back to Surzex. When he turned around, he saw Aquino and Chiron staring at him with cute smiles. Miria and Vespera grinned at the sight, but they just sat down on the couch to wait. Valerie smiled as she knew what was happening, so she walked away. Romonus also knew, so he crossed his arms. Okay, let's hear it. What did you want to say? Aquino made her case. I know that you are quite firm on us growing up, but you could make the argument that Valerie is childish. While I am dash. He sighed as he knew that just like the original Aquino, she had taken him as her rock. He had wanted her to develop mentally first, but maybe her becoming almost a six-winged Nephilim had a hand in this. Aquino, you are the same age as me and Latia, so I have nothing against your age. I just wanted to give you the time to find out if being my lover was what you wanted. She nodded happily. It is, and I bet Chiron would like it too. Chiron nodded. You are strong, and power is good. Plus, you are so big and cool. He had known these girls for almost 2 years and he knew that they were in puberty. Even for a normal human that was a very tricky time, but they are a Nephilim and an Akusha with 3 tails. Their emotions were going to be turning extreme soon, and they had made it clear that they wanted him. He turned to Miria and Vepra who seemed to be enjoying this. Just in case he felt bad, Miria gave him a push. Come on now, you are pretty much their age. If you keep going for oldies like me and Vespera, people will start to question why that is. Aquino is the same age as Latia and you don't make a fuss. While Chiron is a little younger than you, you should have someone near your age. Vespera turned to Miria. Hey, I am not in the harem yet. Miria scoffed as she opened her hand and summoned a beer from the fridge. Oh please, you might as well have sex with him every time since you vampires see that as an intimate act between your lovers. Which is weird, for your prey you rip out their throats, but for your lovers a little love bite is cute. Vespera's face and Valerie's started to burn red because it was true. As vampires, they were very seductive and they had been giving Romonus hints by the way they drank his blood. Seeing that just made Romonus smile as he sat down on the couch. Aquino sat next to him while Chiron sat on his left leg. Miria leaned next to him while Vespera turned into a bat to jump on his head. Seeing no room, Valerie chose to sit on his right leg. Now, surrounded by 5 women, his face pulled back into a grin. Fuck it, guess we ball. Miria grinned as she whispered something in his ear. So, when we fuck. Some of the girls blushed, but not all. He hummed as it was true that he might as well be an adult now. You know what, screw it. Whenever you want. Miria's face pulled back into a grin. Bet then. With that, he just enjoyed the time with his harem. If only Venelana, Latia, Roygun, Serafal, Sikvera, and Silvana were here. Damn, the harem is already up to 11, I might need to slow down. Though, Tiamat is a must, so that will be upcoming. I will need to spend time to flesh out all the relationships as I never wanted to bloat the harem too much. Also, I think the next arc is going to involve the Norse pantheon, Celtic or Hindu. Haven't decided. Chapter 63, Early Bird Gets the Worm. Following Romonus' successful acquirement of the true Longinus, he chose to stay in his house for at least a couple of weeks to let things simmer down. The main thing he and Archaon focused on was to transform the spear into a demon holy spear. The will of God now had nowhere to go and was slowly being tainted by the overflowing demonic energy in his soul. On another note, Romonus' affinity for light magic was growing. This was a good thing because light magic was a powerful magic type that he naturally did not have. His was artificial through Valerie, but having the will of God and the true Longinus were fixing that. He had barely gone through some of the spatial rings, because it was so much. He would start to do it soon as all those dandians and corpses were used in alchemy. While he prospered, things took a drastic turn. After he killed the patriarch of the Azure Sword sect, several elders, and over 500 cultivators, the sect was invaded by its rival the Divine Sword sect. The Azure Dragon sect was almost destroyed, but then the Corpse Ghost sect waited until the fighting was over to attack the weakened sects. Their corpse puppets, ghosts, and undead monsters ravaged the ranks of even the Divine Sword sect. In the end, the ancestor of the Azure Dragon sect emerged from seclusion to stop the destruction of his sect. Rather than stay, the Corpse Ghost sect retreated after collecting enough bodies for their necromancy. As for the Divine Sword sect, their advanced force was saved by their own ancestor. It was reported that the 2 ancestors fought for several days, which caused supernatural phenomena all over China. 2 semi-Satan rank cultivators duking it out over China had caused earthquakes and other environmental devastation to rage. The government tried to cover this up as they were controlled by the sects, but in the end, the Divine Sword sect ancestor prevailed. He killed his rival at the cost of several of his treasure swords and sword spirits. Even at the cost of his cultivation being reduced as he had been forced to burn some of it to achieve victory. Just as he was recovering, the Corpse Ghost sect, which was waiting to strike, moved in for the kill. Their ancestor had been waiting like the Oriole who was hunting the mantis. He moved in and took the weakened sword sect ancestor and killed him by moving in with a giant force of undead abominations. He took the corpses, the 2 rivals, for himself and their treasures. With that, 2 ancestors of 2 sects fell and the Corpse Ghost sect as their namesake left with corpses. Romonus ended up calling the Patriarch to congratulate him on his victory. The Patriarch knew that without Romonus blunting their forward force of the Azure Dragon sect, the Divine Sword sect would not have moved. He thanked him for the assistance and said that if they ever wanted to cooperate to destroy another sect he was free. The Patriarch felt that Romonus was the best ally they had made in centuries, as just a day in China and the power of his sect rose. The resources they plundered from the Divine Sword sect and Azure Dragon sect were what they needed. In the upcoming years, their elites would grow stronger with better corpse puppets and higher cultivation. Romonus was looking forward to that, but that was not the only event that happened in the next month. Just as he expected, Tobio unleashed Longinus and began to draw attention from stray devils, rouge fallen angels, man-eating yokai, and many of Japan's monsters. His normal life was uprooted, and only because of Canis Lycaon did he not die. He almost dropped out of school as the god-slaying dog kept growing stronger by the day. This even drew the attention of Azazel, whom Romonus called to tell him he had called dibs. Realizing that Romonus had a hand in this, Azazel let his plan go forward. Romonus constantly kept an eye on Tobio, as when he was at his most desperate he would swoop in. Canis Lixon himself was also pushing for this, as Romonus and the dog had agreed to make Tobio join his peerage. Not realizing that his own Longinus was plotting his future, Tobio hid himself away for the entire month. Tobio skipped the cruise ship Heavenly of Aloha field trip of his school. That led to the current day, April 1st, just 8 days before Romonus' birthday. At the moment, Romonus was sitting in front of the TV as he saw the news report of the Heavenly of Aloha sinking. Unlike the original that took place 2 months after the ship had sunk, meaning he had a giant head start. The Utsasimi weren't a thing yet, and the 4 fiends were still untouched. I better move fast. He was shirtless and in a pair of shorts as he had just come out of a shower. By now, Itsuki and Sylvana were back at his house. He had to say that he missed the 2 of them, but now his entire peerage and harem were looking at the news. Vespera hummed at the sight before turning to him. "You know something about this, don't you? Some future sight?" He grinned. "Yup. I know everything. This was orchestrated by an organization known as the Utsasimi. They are formed from the exiled members of the 5 principal clans along with wizards from the magician organization Grauzober. Not just that, Satanala cadre of Gregory is leading them along with wizards from the Wizard of Oz. In this event, we will face another Longinus, the Incinerate Anthem currently held by Augusta. You know very well that I want it, don't you girls?" Miria clenched her fist as it seemed after she joined Romonus' harem he gave her all the battles she wanted. "Fuck yeah." Valerie smiled as just as she said she had been hard at work over the past month. She needed a week in between each person she modified, and Miria had been the first. Valerie had unlocked Miria's power of destruction from her Baal trait and increased the purity of her Amdusius clan trait. That had caused both her traits to fuse together into a truly deadly destructive demonic lightning. Miria had her weakness to holy and light magic removed and granted her a nearly immortal body. It was weaker than Romonus' body because she had to upgrade the natural regeneration of the user, and devils could regenerate nowhere near as fast as a demon. Even then, she was far stronger than ever. After her was Aquino, who had her godly blood awakened. After generations, the inheritance of her godly ancestor was so thin that even with her cadre and demon bloodlines it was barely stimulated. However, because of Valerie, that blood was awakened and it fused with her Nephilim blood, making her effectively a demigod Nephilim. Just like Miria, she too was granted a nearly unkillable body and a purification of her fallen angel and demon bloodlines. The other 2 who got their modifications done were Vespera and Chiron. Chiron's Nakushu bloodline got so pure that she directly grew her 4th tail, meaning that only Sylvana and Itsuki remained. As for Vespera, she got the same treatment as Romonus and had her weakness to silver, holy, and light magic removed. Her natural regeneration was pushed to a level near Romonus, and the demonic blood she had been drinking was also refined. Now, she was a true demonic vampire, with only Valerie being something similar to her. Romonus stood up and popped his back as he drew his bloodborne hunter suit toward him. "All right then, we better move fast." "Not." Romonus snapped his fingers and all of the spells he had placed on Tobio activated. Tobio and Canis Lycaon, who was now the size of a giant dog, landed in front of him in a burst of purple light. "Huh." Romonus chuckled as he looked down at Tobio, who fell on his ass. Canis Lycaon jumped into Romonus' arms like a regular dog. Romonus flipped him on his belly and began to scratch his tummy as Lycaon was a good boy. "Welcome back, my cousin-in-law, good to see you safe." Tobio stood up quickly before turning to Romonus. He seemed shaken as he had just been watching the TV. "I don't care what I have to do, but help my friends. They were on that ship." Romonus patted his shoulder to calm him down. "They are not dead, and that was no natural event. They were kidnapped by evil magician organizations. Meaning they are alive and they will stay alive. I can see the future, Tobio, and I foresaw this, which is why I awakened your Longinus. I also know that they won't die and we will recover them. If you will trust me." Tobio looked up at Romonus before calming himself down. "Okay, what do we do?" Romonus turned to his peerage, who all got up ready to get moving. They were all already dressed in their bloodborne hunter suits. It was the uniform of his peerage because it covered everything and the enchantments placed on it protected enough. "That is the question. There are 2 more organizations that will help us because this involves them. One is Gregory and the other is Grauzober. I am allied to the leader of the first, and this involves a rouge element that went traitor of both. If we do not act, this will escalate and it will get in the way of my plans. Which is why I will be doing this." With that out of the way, Romonus waved his hand and teleported them all to Japan. To be specific, he teleported them to the roof of Rokuko High School, which was where Tobio went to high school. Romonus nodded to himself as his shadow started to grow larger until it encompassed the entire roof. Sylvana, as an undead and death magic user, could feel the necromancy. My shadows, track down Shigyun Nanadaru, Natsum Minagawa, Kuki Samejima, and Hayasuk Koga. Track them down and bring them to me unharmed. If you cannot find them, return to my side. He sent his shadow images from the light novels to each of them so they would know what they looked like. With that order, he essentially set loose 500 shadow slaves throughout the city. It might lead to some problems, but when did that stop him? Once his shadows were moving, he turned to his peerage. If we are lucky, we might be a good chance for you all to use your new modifications. Itsuki raised her hand, curious about something. When do I get my modifications done? Valerie answered that for him. In 7 days. I just did Chiron, so I need some time to vent some of this corruption. Itsuki understood that. Okay, I can wait. Valerie smiled. Thanks for the understanding. As for Tobio, he turned to Romonus, who put down Canis Lycaon as he recognized the city and roof. Why are you searching for those 4? They are like you and each one has a powerful sacred gear. Not a Longinus like Canis Lycaon, but still some of the most powerful non-Longinus. The Utsusimi agency will be after them. That is why I sent my shadows throughout the entire city. He closed his eyes as his 500 cultivators' shadows were using their spiritual senses to search for anyone that matched the images he sent them. Lucky for him, since he had been prepping for this day, he moved just as the ship went missing. Since it was nighttime and the Utsusimi had not had a chance, his shadows achieved his goal. Just as he wanted, his powerful shadows that used to be elders brought to him the 4 Japanese youths. The 4 high schoolers barely had any chance to react as they had been sleeping at this time. They didn't even know about the sinking ship, but now 4 flying shadows were holding them in front of Romonus and his group. He grinned as he looked at the 4 fiend sacred gear holders. Early bird gets the worm. Good work. Return to my shadow. At his order, they dropped Shigyun, Natsum, Kuki, and Hayasuk in front of him and his peerage. Suddenly being dragged from your bed by undead shadows and dropped in front of a bunch of people dressed in dark Victorian suits would be terrifying. Much less the sight of 500 such undead shadows surging into Romonus' shadow. It was made worse since there was a giant full moon behind Romonus which caused his eyes to glow. Good evening, you 4. I am sure you have so many questions on why I just kidnapped you. To put it simply, you are all possessed. Tobio was about to say something, but Romonus clapped his hands and instantly the 4 students in front of him kneeled over just like Tobio had. He had released their sacred gears, which were legendary creatures of Japanese legend. The Taotie, Cheonchi, Taowu, and Hunden. Though at the moment they just looked like a hawk, cat, dog, and a small bison, not in that order. As for their wielders, they were a panting mess as their sacred gears began to move around. Romonus loved doing this as he was just being a helpful guy. In reality, this was secretly ending any chance they had at a normal life. He wanted to laugh like a madman right now, but that would just make them not trust him more than they already didn't. Welcome to the supernatural world. I am sure you have many questions and I am here to answer them. Chapter 64, /Dogs. As Romonus looked at the 4 students, he was reminded of the light novel. /Dogs happened 5 years before the start of DxD with Tobio as the main character. The first chapter said that the events of the prequel /Dogs happened 2 months after the sinking of the Heavenly Avalo. He had been expecting this for a while and he knew that the cruise ship had left. His TV was also enchanted by a juka so he could use it as a mirror of remote viewing. As such, he had watched the ship sinking which just happened. The Utsusimi agency had just struck, meaning that he had a 2-month head start. He would need to get in contact with Azazel and Mephistopheles, who were some of the main players of this event. The Utsusimi agency was just in its infancy and their Utsusimi were in testing mode. They of course wanted to catch these 4 because of the 4 fiends sealed within them. Unluckily for them, he struck first, cutting off their research into the fiends. As he looked at them, he saw that Shigyun, Natsum, Kuki, and Hayasuk all seemed terrified of him, and with good reason. He decided to pull Tobio forward as he was a classmate of theirs. Even if he didn't know them, he was wearing his school uniform. Nice to meet you 4. I am sure you are confused, so I will explain it now. All of you missed the cruise ship of Heenley of Aloha, and for good reason. It has been attacked by a magician terrorist organization which was after the 4 of you. Lewd, the creature that emerged from you. They are the 4 fiends of ancient Japanese myth. The Taotie, Cheonchi, Taowu, and Hunden, which were killed long ago. The god of the Bible took their bodies and souls and sealed them in his sacred gear system. Weapons are given to mankind to fight the supernatural. You 4 got sick before the trip began because your sacred gears were protecting you. Now that I have unsealed them for you, you 4 are going to be facing some trials. He waited for them to speak, and as expected the first one up was Kuki. He picked up his sacred gear, the Taowu, and walked forward. Right now it just looked like a tiny white fjord cat with red eyes and two tails. Hold up, you telling me that this two-tailed cat is the Tao of the myths? It is tiny, and how the heck did it come out of my chest? Where was it? Miria chuckled as that was a smart question. Simple, it was not in your body. It was in your soul waiting to be called upon, just that my lover here woke it up for you. You're welcome. Cookie looked at the cat in the eyes who just meowed at him. Really now? That is really cool, but more importantly, you said the ship has been attacked. My friend was on that ship. Romonus sat down and patiently explained. Because the ship was a trap. The terrorist organization I said is made up of mages. They call themselves the Utsasimi organization and they are behind the event. He aimed his hand forward and showed them the real events. How the cruise was frozen in place with magic, but he did not show the actual attack. He could see that Shigyun, Natsum, Cookie, and Hyusuk were both angry and horrified. They kidnapped all the students because they wanted to turn them into hosts of artificially made sacred gears. Copies of yours effectively. You four were the targets, but your sacred gears sensing danger made you fall ill. Since you were not there, they took the students to use them in their experiments. Hearing what he said made Cookie and the other three all feel so many emotions. They had lost friends on the ship which they had just found out about. Cookie squinted his eyes and walked forward to Romonus. When he stood in front of Romonus, who was seated, his emotions were causing the tuwa on his shoulder to surge with power. Tell me where they are and I will tear them apart. Romonus was happy that Cookie was already feeling this way. He was looking for another pawn and he would work perfectly. For now, he shrugged. I don't know. I can see the future, but not perfectly. I only learned of what was going to happen, not when. I saved you for now because they were going to kidnap you in the next 2 months. Natsum looked at the hawk on her shoulder and then started to take deep breaths. So you are saying magic is real? He chuckled as while she looked nervous now, she quickly got used to her new life. Of course it is, you just saw it. The way I brought you to my side was necromancy. While I would like to spend more time explaining, but we should go. He stomped his foot and teleported them all back to his safe house in England. In a flash of purple light, everyone appeared in his giant living room. Shigyun, Natsum, Cookie, and Hyusuk were in shock at the instant teleportation. For a few moments they seemed disoriented, so he explained what just happened. Welcome to England. I get that you may not be happy at suddenly finding your world shaken up. But this will not last forever. Once the Utsasimi agency is rooted out, your classmates will be returned and you can return to semi-normal lives. Hearing the words semi made Shigyun pick up her sacred gear Tautye, which looked like a small bison with a red helmet. If what he said was true, then this creature was her only source of protection. Why semi? Won't we be able to return to normal lives? We are just normal students, so why were we sent to host monsters of legend? Romonus looked at Tobio and Canis Lyacon at his side. The dog was no longer a small puppy and looked to be the size of a large German shepherd now. He reached out to the dog who sat next to him. He ran his hand down the dog's back, who gave a happy dog smile. You were not chosen, no one is. The sacred gear system does it at random. As for why you can't return to true normalcy is that you are sacred gear holders and there is no fate for you other than to be in the supernatural. You four possess sacred gears with abilities that can rival the 13 Longinus, the god-killing gears. The aura of your 4 evil fiends will start to draw evil to your side. Spirits, ghosts, stray devils, man-eating monsters, and the like. Once you were picked, there is no escape. If your gear is removed, your soul will shatter, killing you permanently. No afterlife and no rebirth. That sounded horrifying, as dying was already scary, but permanent soul destruction was worse. Hyusuk or Koga looked at his feet at the black dog with shaggy hair and no eyes. The Hunden, the manifestation of chaos. It was about as big as Canis Lycaon, but it had long fur that fell from its back, and where its eyes would be there was only fur. He kneeled down and scratched its chin. So, if these gears are removed, we die forever. Valerie nodded with a sad smile. Yes. A sacred gear is so tied to the user's soul that removing it causes such damage that it just shatters. For your sake, do not try to remove them. Koga was not an idiot. He stopped petting the Hunden and moved his hand through his hair, which was black with golden highlights like Azazel. I won't. I just got one question, why are you getting involved? Romonus smirked as he stood up. Simple, I like to stick my nose where it doesn't belong. The Utsasimi agency is a collection of bad eggs that I want to take care of. On another note, you 5 are reason enough for me to move. Tobio over here is the cousin of my girlfriend Akino, so I of course was obligated to save his life. Him having a Longinus was just the cherry on top, and you 4 fall in the same place. You 4 have limitless potential that I want to unearth. Cookie squinted his eyes, realizing that Romonus wanted something. Why? Romonus of course did not lie and said it outright. Because you will owe me one, and when you four become powerful people in the world, remember me who gave you that power. Cookie smirked back. You sure are honest. I like that. Romonus knew better than to lie. Because honesty is better than half-truths. Now then, will you accept my help, or do I send you back to your city? You will be on your own though, with 4 evil fiends, that as their name suggests, or stay with me to teach you. Natsum hugged her hawk the Cheonchi and rapidly shook her head in fear. Don't send me back, please. Cookie clenched his fist before turning to Romonus. You are going to make us strong, right? Romonus nodded. As best that I can. It is in my and your best interest. Then I will stay. Train me so I can take revenge against the Utsasimi agency myself. Romonus liked Cookie already, as the guy knew how to get business started. That is my plan. So then, Shigyun and Koga. What will you choose? From what he remembered, these two were quite close with each other, maybe even dating. He saw how they looked at each other before nodding. Koga spoke for both of them. We will stay. However, I do have a request. Can you make sure our families are unaffected? Romonus respected his request. Of course. That is a simple thing, as I can send a shadow to keep them safe. I will even make them think that you are just on a vacation overseas. For now, make yourselves at home, since you will be here for 2 months. Training will start tomorrow, and your education. Chiron, do you mind showing them some empty rooms? She gave him a thumbs up and with her 4 wagging tails walked forward. Follow me. He saw the 4 students follow her, which just left Tobio. Akino walked toward him and looked up at him. We didn't get a chance to speak, but you are my cousin, right? Tobio looked at Romonus, who gave him a nod. I guess I am. My granny didn't speak much of her life before her marriage, so I don't know. But I can see the resemblance to her in your eyes. So I guess we are cousins. That made Akino smile. Then we are family. Welcome. Seeing her smile made him smile as well. His parents left him alone as they went overseas on business. He had no siblings, so he saw Akino as a chance to have a little sister. As for Romonus, he turned to Miria, who seemed annoyed. She sat down next to him and grabbed his coat firmly. She started to shake him a little. What is it? With purple glowing eyes and a murderous expression, she asked a question. Where is the battle? He wrapped his arm around her, as she was in constant need to fight. Relax, Miria, you will get your fight soon. 2 need more patience. She snorted as she pulled away and crossed her arms. Why is everything so damn peaceful these days? I miss the Great War at times. Valerie sat next to her and patted her back. That is just how things changed now. If you wait a few more years, I am sure you will get all the fights you want. Sylvana also agreed with Valerie. At the moment she was polishing her newest scythe, which was better than her old one. I agree. Battles will come, but if you are impatient, then you will just look like a brainless battle maniac. Miria rolled her eyes. Whatever. Romonus shook his head as he pulled out his phone. He called Azazel and brought up the phone to his ear as he waited. He didn't need to wait long before Azazel picked up the phone. No, I'm still not done with the time chamber. Stop asking. Romonus rolled his eyes as it was taking forever. How hard can it be, dude? That is not why I am calling. Remember when I said we had to work together for future trouble? The time is here. Azazel remembered when Romonus told him that they would need to work together a year and a half ago, which he believed. Now knowing what he did, he realized that Romonus knew what was going to happen years ago. With a cold voice, he asked a question. Did you know that Saturnal would leave all this time? That I did. Azazel went silent before he cursed. God damn it, man. You could have given me a heads up, a clue at least. Now, that fucker ran off with Erendite, his entire class of sacred gear users, and secret Gregory research. Romonus pulled away the phone as Azazel could be loud. Hey, don't blame me, this was a Gregory matter. However, now things are going to get messy, as Saturnal is not working alone. He is working with exiled members of the 5 principal clans, exiled wizards of Grauzauberer, and wizards of Oz. They wanted to kidnap the current hosts of the 4 fiends, which I already have along with Tobio. Azazel snarled a little. That is why you told me that you called dibs? You knew he had a sacred gear too. Yup, Canis Lyacon, by the way. Read M and weep. Fuck you, Romonus, you and that future sight of yours. Romonus started to laugh. I will let you study them, so don't whine. That shut Azazel up. Well, why didn't you just start with that? I and Viviana are on the way. So easy. Right. Get in contact with Mephisto, since this involves exiled members from his order, including Augusta, the current wielder of Incinerate Anthem. Now Azazel was straight up laughing like a madman. Romonus, my friend, bless your future sight. I am on my way. With that, he hung up, which made Romonus chuckle. Such a fun guy. Once he cut the call with Azazel, he put his phone in his pocket before standing up. All right then, soon we will be working alongside Gregory and Grauzobier in the next 2 months to hunt down the Utsasimi agency. Meaning that I just might have enough time to celebrate my birthday. That made Valerie and the girls smile. They did not want him to miss his birthday, and with the way things were going, he would not. He would have to invite his lovers and friends for a good old get-together. For once he was looking forward to his birthday, unlike when it was a big Noble event. He did not have to worry about what Noble wanted him to have their daughter now, at least. He would be able to eat cake, as at all his birthdays there was no damn cake. Chapter 65, Early Birthday Gifts. Romonus felt much more secure in knowing that he had moved with 2 months head start from the Utsasimi agency. In the prequel novel /Dogs, Tobio believed that the Heavenly of Aloe cruise had sunk and killed all of his friends and teachers for that entire time. The Utsasimi agency took 2 months of research to produce the first, meaning that Romonus, Azazel, and Mephisto had time to research and track them down before their research gave results. Another big change was how long Tobio had his Longinus active. Tobio had gone those 2 months in mourning, wasting his time. However, because of Romonus, Tobio already had Canis Liacon a month before the shipwreck. This meant that by the time the novel/Dogs would have started, Tobio was going to be a completely different person, since he now had someone like Romonus to teach him. The same went for Shigyun, Natsum, Cookie, and Hayasuku. Over the next 2 months would have gone through different events. This meant that chaos was sure to come for the events they would have been and would be in. He smiled to himself, as it had been a slow process, but at this point, he was beginning to make larger moves in the world. He didn't know if it was true, but he felt that he had reached a point where he could be classified as in the top 10 like his brother and uncle Ajuka. He was going to keep that information to himself, as it was better to be underestimated than to be famous. In the future, being underestimated would serve better than any blade. That was what he did for the next week, as he had time to train the 4 evil fiends and Tobio. He took them under his tutelage and he started to train them all. Azazel had come over and he had begun to study the 4 fiends and Canis Liacon, who Romonus had named Shin. Tobio was confused about why Romonus got to name his Longinus, but Romonus used the "I saved you" card, silencing him. That was the funny thing, as while the god-killing dog was Tobio's sacred gear, Tobio felt that he was more Romonus' pet. If he was not training with Tobio, he spent all his time with Romonus. This gave Azazel plenty of time to study the dog and his abilities, which were going to be used to improve the artificial sacred gears Azazel was famous for. However, in exchange for that research, Romonus wanted to have access to them at any time. Azazel agreed to this because if not for Romonus, he would not get this chance. In reality, Azazel wanted to study Archaon, Ruin Maker, the Curse Shield, and the True Longinus, but those were off limits. Over the next 7 days leading up to his birthday, Romonus spent time inviting all the people he cared about. Besides his lovers, he invited his 3 mentors and best friends Suji, Surtur, and McGregor. His 2 sworn brothers Serorg, Magdarin, and Rias, Surzex, Ajuka, and even Azazel. It was more going to be a get-together with the people he considered family or friends, as it was his 13th birthday. After everything was set up, he went to bed in his room the night before. When Romonus fell asleep, he expected to just wake up the next day. However, he felt the familiar feel of his boss causing him to open his eyes with a grin. It was like he saw an old friend he had not seen in a while. "Boss, you are healed." In front of him was a fully healed Rahvdall who appeared to be amused. His eye was back without even a scar, and his missing limbs were back. "That I have. Thanks to you stepping up your actions, all the chaos energy let me heal pretty fast. How have you been doing?" Romonus walked forward and held his hand out. Rahvdall shook his hand firmly, as his investment had been fully worth it. Romonus still had way more power to draw from the Sparta bloodline, as even Dante the Devil Hunter took decades to discover his full powers. Romonus being this strong after just a year was already impressive to him. Now that he had a second to catch himself, Romonus could see that he was no longer in Rahvdall's office. When he looked around, he saw that they were standing in a barren wasteland. "This isn't your office, is it?" Rahvdall shook his head as he rubbed his beard. "No. This is going to be our last meeting for several decades, so I picked somewhere out of the detection of the company. This is the former divine realm of a long-dead god that I discovered by coincidence. I am here to absorb the realm into my own, but I digress. I came to give you this, the final gift I will ever bestow upon you." Rahvdall reached into his pocket and pulled out a spatial ring. It was a black and purple crystalline ring, which he tossed toward Romonus, who caught it in the air. "That ring has the space of the planet Jupiter, with a spirit I bound to manage things. It ain't sentient though." When Romonus looked inside, he saw something else. It was a single black book, which Rahvdall smirked without answering. Romonus smiled and gave a bow before he opened his eyes, and he appeared in his room again. When he did so, he saw that Sylvana had rolled over onto him and his face was in her breasts. For an undead, her body was exceptionally warm and her breasts were nice. He wrapped his arms around her, making her smile. Her head was still attached as she hadn't taken her necklace off this time. When he fell back asleep it was quite short, as in another hour his natural clock was telling him to wake up. When he opened his eyes again he saw that Silvana was still asleep, so he let go of her and carefully pulled his arms away to not wake her up. When he sat up he saw that his bed was full. Vespera and Valerie were both sleeping in coffins that Romonus placed next to his bed. He didn't need to sleep in them, but according to them if they did not sleep in coffins they would not get any real rest. He didn't bother with that and instead looked around the bed. He saw Miria next to him snoozing away with a funny smile on her face. He reached down and ran his hand down her lovely face, making her smile more. She wasn't alone, as Akino, Chiron, and even Itsuki were there. All the girls were starting to sleep in his room since he had accepted Akino and Chiron. Itsuki though had yet to ask him, and he wasn't going to be pushing her for that since she was still young. Regardless, once he was awake he got out of bed careful to not wake up anyone. He walked over to where he had a full-size mirror to look at himself. Since he was shirtless he began to strike a pose, looking at how his muscles flexed. His muscle mass was greater than his past life, but his height was the same height he used to be. He still had more growing to do because he was only 13 today. Just as he was thinking about that he heard someone sneak up behind him. He smiled as Miria wrapped her arms around him and pressed her breasts into his back. "Happy birthday, Romonus, I hope you are excited about your birthday present. I will give you a clue, they start with an M." She kissed his back before letting him go, but he was not satisfied. He turned around and wrapped his arms behind her, getting a handful of her big ass. He picked her up with ease and locked his lips with her. Miria closed her eyes as he began to French kiss her while getting a good feel for her lovely ass. She wrapped her legs around him and her arms behind his head as she enjoyed him being more pushy. Romonus pulled back from the kiss with a smirk. "I can hardly wait." She let go of him as he set her down, but when he looked behind them he saw that Silvana was awake. She was currently dressed in a baggy t-shirt and not much else except for a pair of red panties. They stuck out against her light blue skin, which he was a fan of. That was the benefit of being undead, as she had very little embarrassment. She walked over to him, so he gave her the same treatment. Much like Miria, she also had a fantastic ass that he loved so much. Since she was barely wearing anything he got to feel it directly, and squeezing it in his hands was a good gift already. He kissed her as well and enjoyed how warm her body was. When she was satisfied she smiled as he set her down. Just then he got a funny idea. "Since it is my birthday I think I should get one from everyone, right?" He looked at the bed since the girls were all in his room. Akino blushed, but she pushed her feelings away and got out of bed. She walked up to him, but unlike Silvana or Miria she was young. So he just kneeled and she gave him a small kiss on the cheek. He winked at her, making her blush. "Thank you, Akino. Happy birthday." She ran away while covering her face with her long hair. Though right behind her was Chiron, who was still very short. She was taller than Rahvdall and Kuroka now, as she was 5 feet 4 inches. He expected to get a small kiss, but she lunged toward him, wrapped her arms behind his head, and shoved her small tongue into his mouth. His eyes opened wide as her strength was insane. This naughty cat. If he was not a demon his head would have exploded like a watermelon. He closed his eyes and enjoyed the kiss with a small part of himself feeling this was immoral. Having a girl so young force her tongue in his mouth was so weird. Maybe too weird. When she pulled away her face remained kinda blank. She gave a double peace sign and bragged about it. "I win." He sighed as he got off his knee. "Damn, Chiron, I thought you were going to suck the air out of my lungs." Her 4 tails lazily swung behind her as she looked up at him. Her face was still kinda expressionless, but she seemed annoyed. "You didn't touch my butt." Romonus chuckled. Now girl. You need to grow up a little more for that." Chiron frowned. "Why? I am a big girl now." She pointed at her chest, which was big up at the moment. She had the genetics to have a large chest, she was just young. "You got to get a little older." He saw how she pouted as she walked off slowly. She turned around a few steps later with a sad look on her face, before walking off again. She looked back at him, making him sigh, so he walked up to her and he gave her a firm spank on the ass. "Stop being a horny cat." She jumped a little before smirking and running off. He shook his head as he looked at Itsuki looking up at him from the bed. She had seen everything and now her instincts as a demon dragon were acting up. She got out of bed and walked up to him, but she just gave him a small kiss on the cheek. "Happy birthday, boss." He smiled as he ruffled her hair. "Thanks. Now if you will excuse me, someone didn't give me my gift." He walked over to Vespera's coffin and lifted the lid off. When he did so, he saw Vespera had her eyes closed, but it was obvious she was awake. Her face was too flushed, and despite her not being as pale as pure blood, she was still whiter than normal. He leaned over her and opened his mouth, causing his canines to start to grow. He acted like he was going to bite her neck, which made her open her left eye. For a vampire like her who was the one who usually drank the blood, this was such a turn on. Though rather than pretend, he bit down on her neck. She moaned at the feeling of his fangs entering her neck. Ah, right there. She licked her lips at the vampiric feeling of immortality like this. Not just that the venom that entered her body made her feel a certain way. Romonus only did this with her because as a vampire, drinking blood was even more intimate than a kiss. He only drank a little before he opened his mouth. When he slowly licked the blood of his teeth, he winked at her. You taste yummy. She reached up and pulled him down before repeating the same act on him. She gently bit down on his neck and drank his blood. Unlike Valerie, she enjoyed the more extreme flavors in his blood. When she was satisfied and still had his purple glowing blood on her teeth for the first time, she kissed him. Romonus was not really into the blood play, but he did enjoy the immoral nature of knowing she was related to him. Once she pulled away, he stared into her red and purple eyes with a smile. Guess this means you are mine now. You deserve it. You are the one who pulled me out of that sword and got me my revenge. He got off the floor as his day was already going great. Since all his lovers were going to be with him today, it was bound to be a great day. Though he did take some time to look at the book cover in his new spatial ring. When he did see the title, he almost passed out. A dictionary on Enuncia. It appeared Rahvdall got him the best birthday gift yet. My bad over the bad release rate these days. Work has been leaving me exhausted. Chapter 66, A Birthday to Remember, 1/2. Once Romonus got a bunch of kisses and even got to feel up Miria and Sylvana, he was already feeling at the top of the world. In a way, he was at the top of the world since he was at the level of a super devil. It was so damn hard to kill him now, that only sealing him away was a way to deal with him. It made him smile a little as he and the girls got dressed. At breakfast, everyone gathered together and wished him a happy birthday, which made him happy. This included Shigyun, Natsum, Cookie, Hyusuk, and Tobio alongside their sacred gears. Funny enough, he could see that 4 fiends were keeping their distance from Karn and Grimaldus. The 4 had learned quickly that Karn and Grimaldus were just as dangerous as they were. It made Romonus chuckle that 4 creatures of legend were afraid of a honey badger and wolverine. Though Shin did not keep his distance, as Karn and Grimaldus tolerated the god-slaying dog. As for their hosts, the 5 Japanese youths had only been training with their sacred gears for 7 days, but they had made respectable progress. Azazel wanted to take them to Grigori to his sacred gear school Nephilim for further training and study. Romonus shut that down because he had already called dibs. Azazel could only give up at that because Romonus had said something scarier than death to him. He said he would not let Azazel study the 4 fiends, Lyakon, the boosted gear, or the Sephiroth Grawl, which shut him up. For this breakfast, Romonus did not cook anything and just made his shadows cook for them. While they were mindless, they were very good at following instructions, so they cooked up a giant American-style breakfast for everyone. Once the breakfast was over, Romonus ordered his shadows to run through the whole house to get things for his birthday. Considering it was going to be a very small event with only the people he wanted, all his shadows had to do was decorate. Currently, he was in the living room as he watched the shadows use their cultivation techniques to fix up his house. They didn't need to do much as they were cooking a buffet-style stable for the guests that were going to arrive. As he watched them, he spoke up as he had not forgotten the cake. One of you, go steal a cake or something. Aquino, who was sitting nearby, jumped up at the thought. Don't do that, I will make it. Romonus hummed. You want to? She nodded with a smile. I am a very good cook and baking is fun. Plus, homemade will be better than just stealing one. He nodded with a smile as that sounded way better. Go on then. She gave him a big hug before she walked off to the kitchen to make the cake. Once she was gone, he smiled to himself as this was going to be his first non-political birthday. As bad as his first life had been with Carla, she had always at the very minimum got him a cake and a gift. However, when their relationship became physical for his 16th birthday, she took him out to eat at a good restaurant. When they got back home, she stripped down her black dress and revealed her skimpy lingerie. She told him that she was his to do with as he pleased, and she meant it. He smiled because when she shut up, she was a very good sexual partner. Just as he was in thought, Miria came up to him. She leaned in with squinted eyes as he was smiling to himself a little more than usual. What you smiling about? Nothing much, just that my birthday is going to be spent how I want it. Without any noble politics or engagements that have become so common. Miria patted him on the back, as it was true that for most of his birthdays had been giant ball parties which he disliked. There was never even any cake, and to him, that was honestly all he wanted. Well, enjoy your birthday. As Miria walked off, he pushed back the thoughts of Carla. They honestly never had a true mother-son relationship. He did wonder where she ended up, as it seemed that he was the only thing keeping her alive. I hope you aren't dead at least. As he was in thought, one of his shadows walked up to him. This was once the patriarch of the Azure Dragon sect. The blank-faced shadow of the arrogant cultivator gave a bow. It did not speak, but it gave Romonus information through their link. When he heard the news he teleported in a blaze of demon fire to the front door. Before he went outside he fixed his tie a little and then opened the door. The moment he did he heard 4 different voices. Happy birthday. Outside were Rahvdall, Vanillana, Roygun, and Rias. Finally seeing them again made him happier than he thought. He walked out and wrapped his arms around the 4 of them. How are some of the most important ladies of my life doing? Rahvdall wrapped her arms around him, which was hard because they were no longer a similar height. By the Devil King, what have you been eating, Romonus? Because whatever it is you need to give me some. When they first met he was only 5 feet 6 inches, so he was only 4 inches taller than her. Now though, he was 6 feet 3 inches, meaning he had grown 9 inches since then. Hearing that just made Roygun chuckle as she patted Rahvdall's head through the hug. Come on Rahvdall, every harem needs a short stack. If you get any taller, it won't be the same. Romonus was going to enjoy the hug a little longer, but he began to feel that Rias was starting to hit his shoulder. When he looked closer he saw that her face was going purple. My bad. He let go, causing Rias to take a deep breath of air. Life-giving air. Vanillana shook her head as she looked at her daughter. Come on Rias, haven't I been training you to be stronger than that? Rias tried to defend herself by pointing up at her brother. That is not fair, Mom, Romonus is a demon. I almost died. Vanillana shook her head as she spoke to Rias. Why don't you go inside? Rias wanted to stay, but she listened. Okay, Mom. As she went into the house Romonus spoke to Rias. When you go inside, why don't you say hi to my lovers? If you see Karn and Grimalda, say that Romonus sent you because they are not friendly. Okay. As she ran into the house, Romonus closed the door behind him, which caused Vanillana to rush into his arms. She grabbed his face and directly kissed him. They had not gone out with each other for almost 2 months since they had been busy. Vanillana had been hard at training, trying to recover her old skill and grow her strength under Rahvdall. Roygun also had the same treatment as when they were not busy with the many Satan-related activities Rahvdall had. They were training all the time. So, when she found a chance to enjoy the company of her lover she took it. Romonus wrapped his arms around his very pretty mother and enjoyed the deep kiss. Roygun and Rahvdall both were stuck staring, as while they knew about their relationship it was way more sinful to look at. For devils that was a good thing because sinning was fun. When Romonus and Vanillana separated she smiled at him. Happy birthday, Romonus. He smiled as he lowered his hands and gave her a firm spank on her ass. That caused her to give a small yelp and moan. He smirked as she licked her lips. Keep doing that and I won't respect our agreement. Forget that agreement. I am open for anything at any time. Hearing his words Rahvdall and Roygun both glanced up at him with smiles of their own. Rahvdall was already picturing their first time together. You mean it? He nodded. Yup, 13 is old enough in my book. Waiting another year is just going to be stupid, so anytime you ladies want me, you can have me. Roygun began to giggle because that invitation sounded nice right about now. I will be taking that offer soon. Sooner than you think. She walked up to him, pulled him down by his tie, and gave him a quick kiss. That was all she did as she entered the house, leaving Rahvdall and Vanillana. His mother gave him a wink as she walked past him. I will go see the rest of my daughters-in-law. Once she went inside, that just left Rahvdall to lean in to look up at him. You up for a magical girl Milky Spiral 7 cosplay sex? Romonus had not forgotten. No. I got just the spell to complete that. He licked his lips as he looked at her large bust. Because of her young face and small body her breasts looked huge. He could see her pink eyes seem to glow a little at the stimulation her devil side gave her. I just love the look in your eyes, Romonus. Though we better keep it for later. Right. When they went inside, he saw that his shadows were still running around getting things finished up. He saw them cooking up a large feast, and setting out a buffet table. They were pouring out wine, and he even saw the Azure Dragon Patriarch and Sun grilling up some meat with their azure flames. Seeing the sight made Rahvdall nod her head at the efficiency. When did you learn necromancy? McGregor took me to the Golden Dawn where I learned under Dormiteth. He is a lich who was a death mage during the age of the Persian Empire. He taught me a great deal about magic and necromancy. This is his unique necromancy where the soul is used instead of the body. They are more convenient and they do not smell. Rahvdall looked up at him with a smile. Mind teaching me? He shook his head. I don't mind, but I know you can't use it. You need soul control, death magic affinity, and finally a skill for necromancy. Damn it, it looked perfect for a lazy person like me. He just shook his head as he began to walk around. For now, only his lovers were here besides Shigyun, Natsum, Cookie, Hyusuk, and Tobio. Meaning that besides him, Karn, and Grimaldus, there were only 2 other men in the house. Just as he was in deep thought he saw Miria walk up to the wine table to grab a glass of wine. He rushed toward her and grabbed the glass. Miria, I don't think you should touch this. She frowned and lunged out trying to take the glass. Come on, a single cup won't hurt. You said that last time and you almost tried to kill Zekrom. While I would have let you, you lose your self-control when you drink. Not anymore. My regeneration will take care of it. Fine. He handed her the glass and he saw how she chugged down the entire glass. He squinted his eyes as she began to sway back and forth. Fine. She started to sway around slightly as she got drunk almost instantly. Romonus honestly did not know why she got drunk so damn fast on almost nothing. He turned to Valerie who was nearby. Hey, when you checked the life code of Miria, did you notice anything that would make her get this drunk off very weak alcohol? She nodded. I did. I am not sure what it is, but anytime alcohol enters her body it is not metabolized like it should be. Her body refines it down into essentially a battle stim that increases her rage and power. Kinda like Fenzin or Slot from that 40k thing you read. Miria had not known this was a thing, but now that she was drunk out of her mind she was starting to get mad. Rather than let it continue, Romonus just poked her on the head and instantly purged her body of alcohol. When that happened, Miria took a deep breath and shook her head. Valerie, you aren't shitting me, right? You are saying that when I drink my body turns it into a combat stim. Valerie nodded. Exactly. It happens magically, which is why even just a little wine can start making you drunk and violent, so I recommend you to not drink alcohol ever again unless you are on the battlefield. Miria groaned at the news. This sucks. Can't you remove it? Valerie shook her head. Sorry, but I honestly think that is a bloodline ability. Miria sighed as she walked off, annoyed that she could not drink for fun. When she left, Valerie felt a little bad. Maybe if I bring back her dad this will work better. He might know more about her bloodline history. Romonus patted her on the head. Don't be hasty. He is just one person I want you to bring back, but it is better if you do not risk yourself. Just doing modifications takes you a week to purge the corruption from your heart and soul. I don't want to think about what resurrecting a devil or Azidahaka will cause, so hold off on that. Their souls are not going anywhere, I think. Valerie just wanted to help out, so she sighed. I should train harder. I would be able to bring back the parents of Vespera, Miria, and the mothers of Chiron and Aquino. I know you want to return them, but don't rush the process. Just because you can do something now, doesn't mean you should. Waiting a few more years won't hurt. She nodded. I understand. I think I will help Aquino in the kitchen. When Valerie left to help Aquino in the kitchen, Romonus senses the presence of his first lover. He smiled as he walked to the front door to open it. When he opened it he saw Latia and Ajuka, but he was mostly happy to see her. She rushed into his arms as they shared a deep hug. Romonus, I missed you so much. He wrapped his arms around her and held her tight. So did I. Ajuka rubbed his head as if he was the one keeping them apart. It was not on purpose, as he just wanted her to finish her apprenticeship to him before letting her go into the world. I am sorry. Latia waved him off as she just enjoyed the hug with her fiancé. Out of all his lovers, she was the one who got to see him the least despite being the first. Uncle, go inside and leave us alone. Ajuka obeyed, but as he did so he had one thought. Glad I am forever single. Women are scary. When he was gone, Romonus raised Latia's chin and kissed her pretty lips. She closed her eyes and stood on her toes. When they separated she smiled up at him. Guess who is finished? He raised an eyebrow. You finished the destroyer? Latia nodded. I already formed a contract with her. She is at the moment stabilizing herself in my familiar space. I will introduce you to her soon. I can't wait. Come on, things are just getting started. Once she was inside, she just left Sikvera, McGregor, Suji, Surtur, Azazel, Viviana, Surzex, and Grafia. He didn't invite his father because his mother didn't want to see him, and neither did Rias. As for Azazel and Surzex, they would get along fine. Since his plan involved him devouring the will of God once it was fully corrupted and the takeover of the heaven system once he became a demon god, heaven would not be a friend of his. Gregory though would be, since Azazel was his friend. He just had to get his peerage and his demonic saints up and running. With that he would be able to take over heaven to prepare for the Evia told. Chapter 67, A Birthday to Remember, February 2nd. Once Latia had arrived his entire harem had almost gathered together, but while the guests were there he and Venelana had to keep things secret. That was fine with both of them because they had gotten quite good at hiding their relationship from others. Even someone like Ajuka was not going to be able to realize this because he was uninterested in a relationship. He didn't see them as anything worth pursuing, much like Falbium who just wanted to sleep. To Romonus, it was such a damn shame that one of the strongest natural-born devils grew without a harem. Though, Ajuka and Falbium have the strength to choose for themselves. As for himself, he was more than happy to use his strength and authority to gain everything he desired. Soon enough the rest of the guests began to show up with Azazel and Viviana arriving after Ajuka and Latia. When Azazel walked in, Rahvdall had been in the middle of stuffing her face with food from the buffet. Seeing the leader of Gregory walking in and shaking hands with Romonus was a big surprise to her. Even Ajuka was not expecting Romonus to be friends with Azazel. The two Satans walked over to Azazel and Romonus, who were in the middle of a conversation. When they did, he to his lover and uncle with a grin. "What? I can't have friends. Meet my friend, Azazel." Rahvdall glanced up at Azazel, who just smiled at her. "Greetings, Leviathan, haven't seen you since the last meeting 75 years ago. Ajuka, the same goes for you." Ajuka and Azazel shook hands, as Ajuka was not going to tell Romonus what to do. If he considered Azazel a friend, then he could do nothing more than respect it. Likewise. "What have you been doing the last 75 years, Azazel?" "Doing as I always do, and I collect any angels that fall from heaven. I collect unfortunate human youths who can't control their sacred gears and teach them how. Gregory has many mortal businesses throughout the world, so I am rolling in cash too. Mostly, I have been tinkering with random creations here and there." Ajuka smiled, as business and his own creations were what he lived for. "In that case, why don't we speak at length of those creations? Just for example, look over there at Rias." When Azazel looked at Rias, he saw that she was currently carrying two very pissed-off mustelids in her arms. In her left arm was Karn, who felt his rage heart start to beat faster. In her right, she had Grimaldus, who appeared to be about to bite her arm off. Though neither one would hurt her, since Romonus was the one who sent her to them. Me and my niece made the creature in her right arm. He is a living automaton with a self-learning eye and soul. Azazel was now intrigued, since he had never seen Grimaldus in battle. "In that case, let us talk. We may be able to work together on a joint project. Why not put our genius together, because Romonus currently asked me for a particularly tricky item." Ajuka was now curious. "What did he ask for that is stumping you?" Azazel sighed, as he was doing this for nearly free, but the research into Rahvdall, Canis Lycaon, the boosted gear, and the four fiends was too good to pass on. "He asked me to build him a hyperbolic time chamber where time flows faster inside. It is quite tricky, because time magic and spatial magic are problematic even for one as learned as I am." Now Ajuka had his interest piqued. "In that case, let us talk about it. If you don't mind, I would like to offer my assistance, since this will help Romonus in the long run. Being able to train for a prolonged period without losing a lot of time in the real world will be useful. I would appreciate the aid." As the two inventors walked off, they left Viviana behind. She watched the back Azazel as he and Ajuka began to exchange ideas on the time chamber, along with other boring stuff she would not be into. She rolled her eyes, but Romonus reached down and ruffled her head. "Guess that just leaves you behind with me." Viviana reached up and pushed his hand off his head. "Hey, hands off." He just grabbed her cheeks and pulled them. "Ow. Stop it." "Fine." He let go, but he went back to patting her head. Rahvdall ignored the cute display before she asked the real question. "How did you meet and befriend Azazel?" "Simple, I met him in Kuo Town when I saved Akino from being killed by her family. He was looking out for her, so I exchanged numbers with him and have been his business partner and friend ever since. I invited him because he is my friend, and I thought it would be a good way for 3 of the 4 Satans to meet with the leader of Gregory. I am pushing for peace with Gregory, since fallen angels and devils have no reason to fight against each other. It is heaven we got to worry about, since they will probably launch a crusade against me when they realize I stole the true Longinus." Now Viviana and Rahvdall were staring at him, as the true Longinus was the most powerful of the 13 Longinus. He just smiled as he let go of Viviana's head. "I will tell you the story later. For now, give me a moment." He walked back to the front door and opened it. When he saw the 2 men outside, he grinned. "Serorg. Magdarin." He walked out and wrapped his 2 cousins in a tight hug. The 2 of them hugged him tight before they separated. Serorg grinned as he patted Romonus' shoulder. "You are already the same height as me, cousin. You haven't stopped your training, have you?" Romonus scoffed at the notion. "Hell no, the gains do not stop." He flexed, but Serorg just flexed back. Both of them continued to have a flexing competition, which made Magdarin to shake his head. Serorg explained the cause for his higher muscle mass now. "I increased my training regiment and even took gravity training like you do. Even dragged my brother with me." Romonus realized that was why Magdarin felt so much more built before. "Good for you, Magdarin. As long as you get stronger, you won't get sent flying again." Magdarin grumbled as he pulled something from his spatial ring. "Here, happy birthday." He tossed an apple, which Romonus caught. What he was looking at was weird, as it wasn't a bale apple, but it was purple and covered in a shiny shell. "What is this?" Magdarin smirked. "I ended up paying a lot of money to buy an apple of immortality from the Greeks. They sell them because no one can grow them, but I am not everyone. I managed to cultivate a clone from the seeds inside which are supposed to be inert. Now, I have my own tree of immortality which is false. It doesn't make you immortal as it just adds 500 years of life for every apple you eat. Romonus glanced at the apple and bit down into it. The skin, while appearing to be purple gold, was soft and the flavor inside was amazing. Thanks, glad to add another 500 years to my immortal life. Come on in. When the two of them entered, he was about to close the door, but he stopped. He noticed the teleport circle of his brother Surzex about to arrive. In a burst of light, Surzex, Grafia, Milikas, Surtr, Suji, and McGregor all showed up. Milikas was now 5, and when he arrived and saw his Romonus, he ran over. Uncle. Romonus kneeled down and caught the small boy in his arms. How is my favorite nephew doing? Milikas smiled. Good. Surzex rolled his eyes. He is your only nephew. Romonus just ignored him. What was that? I think a red bird just tweeted. Can you hear it? Milikas started to look around. Where? Romonus laughed as he handed Milikas over to Grafia. Welcome to my home, brother. McGregor cleared his throat at that. Romonus smiled as he corrected himself. McGregor's former home. The British mage scoffed. You did take it over, so consider it your birthday gift. Just as they were passing, Sir lunged forward and got him a tight bear hug. Ha 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 ha. You're almost as built as me. Romonus hugged Surtr, who was like an uncle to him. Since he was little, these three had been his mentors and they mattered to him like family. Glad to see you. Suji, found a woman yet? The swordman shook his head. No, not really. Romonus sighed as Suji was the definition of a samurai and quite good-looking. I am sure you will find one someday. For now, come inside. Romonus stepped aside and let them all in, which meant that almost everyone he cared a lick about had arrived. That just left his Sikvera, who he had not seen since his 12th birthday. He also had not even talked to her, which he felt bad about. However, she didn't call him either, so it meant that she might have changed her mind. He closed the door in case she did show up, but as if on cue he felt another teleport circle. The only way people could come to his house was if he allowed them, and she had been allowed. When he looked outside, he saw that she teleported in a flash of light. Sikvera was wearing a very pretty green dress covered in small emeralds and white high heels. Around her neck, she wore a green pearl necklace, and when she saw him at the door she sighed in relief. I am not late, right? He shook his head, staring at her. No, you are just on time. Sikvera, I wanted to say sorry. She didn't know why he would be apologizing. For what? Well, we got engaged in a pretty aggressive way, but luckily for me, I have gotten to a point where my contract can be broken. So I am saying sorry because of how we got engaged and for not talking to you for over a year. Sikvera looked down a little. I also didn't text or call, so that is on both of us. I had the time to get in contact with you, but I guess I just felt that there was no need. That it would happen eventually. Romonus chuckled. True. Well, now that you are here and I am no longer bound by that contract, want to have a do-over. Sikvera wondered what he meant. A do-over. He pushed the door open and walked toward her, now feeling the effects of his height. He was massive compared to most girls, as only Vespera could match him in height. As for Sikvera, she was only 5 feet 5 inches, which she noticed instantly. When he held his hand out to her and she placed her hand on his, she noticed the difference. You are really big, Romonus. He smiled as he led her inside. That I am. It is the result of many things, but the main one is just Bale genetics. All Bale men are very tall, but I just become extra large with several factors. He closed the door behind them, which meant that everyone he wanted to come was here. He let go of her hand as he had to say something. Sikvera, can you go join Latia? I will start to talk soon. She nodded as she walked over to her cousin and best friend, who was currently in a giant circle with the rest of Romonus' harem. Since she had been in apprenticeship under her uncle this whole time, she had not gotten a very good time to get to know the rest of the women in his harem. To her, who was used to her father's bloated harem, this small-knit group was the best for someone like Romonus. While everyone was socializing, Romonus pulled his brother aside to talk to him as Surzex was looking at Ajuka and Azazel. Didn't think I would befriend Azazel, did you? Surzex could see how Azazel and Ajuka were constantly chatting away about their business in the underworld and Romonus' time chamber. I did not. How long have you been talking to him? Romonus smirked as he patted himself on the chest. 2 years. He is a pretty good friend of mine, all things considered. He reminds me a lot of Ajuka, and he is probably one of the smartest people in our pantheon. Surzex squinted his eyes. Who are the others? Me, Ajuka, and Latia, of course. Surzex pointed at himself. And me. Grafia, who was nearby, barely held back a laugh. She had to cover her face, which made Surzex feel like his heart had been shattered. Romonus patted his brother on the head and looked down at him sadly. You are honestly not that smart, brother. Serzex pushed Romanus' arm off his head with a very upset face. I object to that, I am most certainly smart. Back me up, Milikas. Milikas looked up at his dad before looking away. That almost sent Serzex into a coma, which just made Romanus laugh. You certainly know how to amuse, brother. Glad you could have made it. Serzex smiled and hugged his younger, but taller and more muscular brother. I would not have missed it. Sad that Dad couldn't come. Romanus had not seen or spoken to his father since his 12th birthday ball, where Zeoticus left with Marcina and Asterion when the other nobles began to laugh at him. 3 different heirs of House Gremory had stepped down under him, which made him seem incompetent. Serzex rubbed the back of his head as he had bad news. Father isn't doing very well right now. I visited him last week, and according to Marcina, he has almost dismissed his whole harem. He keeps himself locked in his office and has not seen Asterion in weeks. Our grandmother is starting to worry that his divorce and all of us leaving House Gremory have broken him. She is thinking of taking over until either Milikas can take over or one of us comes back. Romanus shook his head. I won't do it, I got House Baal to rule over. Serzex nodded. I as Lucifer can't, which just leaves Rias, who as we both know won't do it. She hates Dad right now because all things considered it was his fault that the divorce happened. Venelana was at the opposite end of the room, but she could hear just fine. She walked over to join her 2 sons, as she could not have said it better herself. Yes, it was. The only reason most noble devils have harems is for the low birth rate we have. However, that was not needed since I gave birth to twins and you, Serzex. He got Marcina pregnant because he began to get complacent. Good riddance. Serzex smiled bitterly, as that was still his father. Mother, D-. Before he finished his sentence, she glared up at him. What? You wanted me to remain in a dead marriage? Is that what you are saying? So I just got to put up with being ignored for decades. Serzex raised his hands, as his mother and wife were 2 women he was afraid to go against. No, I would never wish that. You are free to pick for yourself. Venelana smiled. Thank you, son. I am glad you see things the way I see them. Now go on, you are bringing Romanus' birthday down with your gloom. Serzex backed away to join Grafia and Milikas. As for Venelana, she pulled Romanus with her because Aquino was about to bring out the cake. She and Valerie had pulled out all the stops and even used magical ingredients which Romanus and Miria had spent grand amounts of money to purchase. Miria had nearly infinite amounts of wealth to spend, as when her clan was declared extinct she left with her father's lord ring, in which the entire wealth of Clan Amdusius was kept. As for Romanus, he was still getting money from Baal purple honey and the money he got by selling his potions through Magdarin. All the food being eaten now came from monsters and magical herbs, the eggs were all from powerful monster birds, and the milk came from magical cattle, raising the taste. As such, when Aquino and Valerie emerged pushing a giant 30-foot cake, Romanus was instantly feeling his age. To go along with it, Aquino had also baked several dozen cupcakes from the same high-quality ingredients. Aquino smiled happily as she was still wearing her baking apron. Happy birthday. Romanus smiled when he looked at the cake and saw it was covered in purple, gold, and red icing. In golden icing, it said Happy 13th Birthday Romanus. That was not all, as they had painstakingly drawn Grimaldus and Karn in icing, which the 2 mustelids felt was fair. The both of them still held, and Rias' arms held their heads high with pride. Once everyone had gathered, Romanus held his hand out to Rias. Rias, come here. She perked up as she ran around the cake to stand next to her twin. She smiled as she looked up at him. He reached down and held her shoulder. We are twins, but we have not shared a birthday in 2 years, so why not now? But, this is your cake. Which is why I am blowing out the candles. You are just going to stand next to me. Miria started to chuckle, as that sounded like something he would say. Rias pouted, but she was not going to fight him on this since this was his birthday party. While they may share the same birthday, for once his birthday would be about him and not the 2 of them. I understand. We can celebrate mine soon. Everyone who had them started to pull out their phones and start to record. Vespera gave Romanus a funny smile before she started to sing a song Romanus had not heard in years. Happy birthday to you. He cringed as soon every person was singing while Aquino set up the 13 candles. Once they were fully on, she backed away to give Romanus a full view of the cake. He began to look left to right, seeing everyone he considered family or friend here. His lovers, Latia, Serafal, Roygun, Aquino, Chiron, Vespera, Valerie, Silvana, Miria, Venelana, and Sikvera as well. He smiled as this made this day feel more special. Finally, when the song ended, he took a breath and blew out his candles. Aquino clasped her hands together with a happy smile. Make a wish. He raised an eyebrow, as he had everything he could want, and anything he wanted he just had to strive for it. As such, he made a wish that could apply to anything. I wish for my life to keep going as it is. All his guests and family started to clap as using magic he cut the cake into equal slices. When he got a piece and took a bite he felt like he just entered heaven. When Aquino got a look at his face her expression seemed to beam with joy. You like it? Aquino, I love it. It is delicious. Soon everyone started to get pieces from the cake and even Ajuka's face lit up. Aquino, did you ever think to start a side business on baking? Because you could sell these. Azazel grinned as being his perverted self he made a suggestion. Ever thought of using breast M-? Just as he was about to finish, Viviana kicked him in the balls. His face scrunched up in agony as he fell to his knees. Romonus's face said he was disappointed, but his mind was thinking something else. You are a genius, Azazel. He still had that spell that the maids had used to feed him when they were not pregnant. Regardless, Romonus looked across the room as everyone was managing to get a piece. Even Karn and Grimaldus chose the pieces with each other's faces as an insult. The two were like brothers and they were very petty to each other. Even Shin, along with the four fiends, got pieces of cake. That made Romonus feel quite happy that the day had gone just the way he wanted. Over the next 8 hours, he spent the whole time eating cake, cupcakes, part of the buffet and especially spending time with his lovers. The girls had pretty much dragged him away with them for the most part. It made Venelana a little annoyed that she had to pretend to just be a mother. Even Rhea still remembered the day her parents divorced when she and Romonus promised to stay together. All in all, the day went perfectly and it was just getting started it seemed. Chapter 68, True Birthday Gifts, 1/2, plus. Get ready for a 4K word chapter or more, and it will get wild. Lots of mother-son incest words, so be ready for that. Romonus' birthday lasted the entire day, from early morning to midnight. While it seemed that he received very few gifts, that was not true at all. Most of his guests gave him his gifts as they were leaving because some of the gifts were either rare or personal. Azazel fully recovered from the kick Viviana gave to his nuts. He gave Romonus the gift he had. It was something that Romonus would need soon as it was a spell that Azazel had created many thousands of years ago. It was a contraceptive spell for the men, which was how Azazel didn't have hundreds of children as he had truly massive harems through the ages. He would have orgies to exceed Solomon, and he had no children to speak of. Azazel laughed as he teleported away, leaving Romonus feeling that Azazel was indeed a friend. As for Surzex, he ended up getting Romonus, which he did not expect but found interesting. It was a sizable basketball-sized egg, which he identified as a royal griffin egg. According to Surzex, he bought it at an auction in Greece, being run by Hermes, who favored the griffins as his mounts. Romonus accepted the egg while Graphia handed him a small box. Inside was an earring that had been made from metal from Cocytus. According to her, the energy inside would slowly begin to be absorbed by his body to give him ice powers. Hearing that, he pierced his ear on the spot and placed the earring on. With just a thought, his regeneration did not try to heal the hole, and now he had a small earring on his left ear. It was dark purple and appeared to be made of dark purple ice. She smiled as it had once belonged to her older sister Geraldine Lucifuge, who had died in the Great War. Graphia took her earring when she died and had not done anything with it for centuries. However, she felt giving it to Romonus was the right choice. When Serorg and Magdarin left, they gave him a spatial ring with plenty of rare herbs for him to use in his alchemy. Surtur gave him a fire giant flame seed, Suji gave Romonus a katana, and McGregor, of course, was the richest of the three, so he gave Romonus 12 new grimoires. 6 came from Dormuteth, and 6 came from his personal library. The Rook and Knight glared at the mage, who held his head high and walked away with his fancy cane and a smirk. Once they all left, that just left Shigyun, Natsum, Cookie, Hayusuk, and Tobio alongside his harem. However, the 5 Japanese teens quickly returned to their rooms since they were stuffed. Romonus smiled as he sent his shadows to start the cleanup. There were no leftovers since everything had been eaten or given to everyone who came. While his shadows were cleaning up, he turned to his harem and Itsuki. While she kissed him on the cheek, she did not say if she wanted to date him yet. He would give her more time as she was normal compared to his lovers. She had been raised in Japan, so she was pretty innocent regarding relationships. However, he felt she needed to get a little older, as Drake had said puberty for dragon hosts was tricky. Regardless, Romonus truly smiled as he gathered around the girls. That was the best birthday I have had yet. There was no noble bootlicking, no one was trying to get engaged to me, and I didn't have 10 different plots happen. I even got to eat the best cake of my life, so thank you, Aquino and Valerie, for that. Aquino smiled happily that she could give him a truly memorable experience. It was nothing. All the high-quality ingredients helped bring out the flavors. I will bake even more if you have a sweet tooth. Venelana reached out and patted her hair. You are such a good girl, Aquino, I am glad my son has someone like you. Aquino gave a hug to Venelana. Thank you, mother-in-law. I will get even better. That made the older harem members look at the adorable Aquino joyfully. For various reasons, Miria, Roygun, Vespera, Rahvdall, and Sylvana were still virgins and childless. The oldest of the bunch was Vespera, who had been sealed in a sword for thousands of years. The second was Miria, who had been living a life of battle and tragedy, so she had no time for a relationship. Roygun had a similar story to Miria. When she became the Belphegor head, she found no one acceptable. Sylvana was quite young, at just 39, but she was a recluse before meeting Romonus. At times like this, Miria looked at Aquino, Chiron, Latia, Sikvera, Itsuki, and even Rias and felt like a part of her wanted to have a baby. She crossed her arms with a small smile. You know, I never felt this way, but at times like this, I want a child of my own. Everyone started to look at her, with Rahvdall beginning to laugh. That would be fun. I want a pair of twins like Romonus and Rias to baby and spoil. Venelana started to laugh. She was thinking of having another baby. Even if the father was going to be her own son, there would be no side effects because of magic. That was how so many devils had long histories of inbreeding with no side effects. You want to give me more grandkids? I would not mind, Romonus. Dear, when are you giving your lovers their babies? Romonus grinned as he rubbed his clean-shaven face. However, that would not last much longer because his werewolf genes would kick in any day now. I have wanted children, but at least let me get past my teen years. How does 80 sound? That will give me plenty of time to ascend into a demon god. Any child I have then will be a demigod. Latia smiled as he had still not lost his goal. I would not mind having your child at that point. Most human mothers have children in their 20s, but that is too soon even for us. We should give ourselves a couple of decades to enjoy our lives. Then, we spend 18 years raising them until they are adults, and then we can continue with our goals. I do wonder if they will end up like you because you never have acted your age. Venelana nodded. That is true. I have always wondered about that because you have been training ever since you were little. Why? Romonus shrugged. Who knows? Maybe my brain mutated like Zex. Rias shook her head. But you are smarter than our brother. That just made Venelana and Romonus laugh, as Sir Zex was not dumb. He just didn't act smart most of the time. Romonus also brought up why he thought that was a good age. Spending 18 years being parents won't be rough for us. Once the kids leave the nest, they can find their paths and carve their own lives. That amount of time is nothing, so we will still have the rest of our immortal lives to spend on travel or anything we want to pursue. We still have another 7 decades until that point. Plenty of time to have no dangers to us or them. Valerie began to picture the day she would give birth to Romonus' baby, and it made her giddy. She began to touch her face with a beaming smile, but to burst her bubble, Romonus spoke up. No cross-dressing my kids, Valerie. Aw. She looked dejected, but no one sided with her. Vespera patted her back as she already corrupted Gasper. She did not want her own kids to be influenced like that. It is for the best, girl. Romonus nodded firmly. Exactly. Men should dress as men, and girls dress as girls. Everyone nodded as if that was the whole truth. Rias, who was very shyly next to Romonus, asked the girls around her the question she had been dreading. Excuse me. When everyone turned to her, she gulped and spoke up. Can I also have a baby with Romonus? She thought she was going to be judged, but Miria just shrugged. Go ahead. A few of us are related to Romonus anyway. Vespera is your distant relative since she is Zekram's great-granddaughter. I am like a distant cousin since my grandmother was part of the Bale branch family. Venelana also pointed at Rahvdall and informed them of something interesting. Don't forget that Rahvdall is also related to Romonus. Even Romonus did not know that, which made Rahvdall giggle. My great-grandfather was a Gremory. He was the great-granduncle of Kaisis Gremory's grandfather. Who is the grandma of you two? Romonus nodded. I did not know that. Roygun, Sylvana, Sikvera, and Latia, while not directly related to Romonus, were all devils. Rahvdall also mentioned it. Don't forget all devils are descended from Lilith, so we are all related in a way. Itsuki blushed hard as she asked the question in her mind. How much incest is in devil culture? Venelana licked her lips as she said something shocking. Way more common than you think. Like me and Romonus. Everyone turned to Venelana in shock, as she had gone that far with her son. Rias turned to her mother and brother in shock, and they nodded at her. Mom. You and your brother are together. How long? When? How? Venelana nodded as she explained it. Yeah. It is a long story, but it started when your father and I separated. Well, it was more like the day before, as I was already going to divorce him regardless, but having Romonus there made it easier. Consider that the older devils are all married to relatives. Sylvana started to laugh that they were all almost a big extended family. Sikvera turned to Latia, who only shrugged. Latia was Romonus' first fiancée, and she was fine with all this. You and I are related and in the same harem. Having a few incestual relationships is quite normal for a devil, no. And Romonus is not even a devil. He is a demon, so who cares? As long as the harem does not become like my father's. Romonus shook his head. Hell no, I'd rather keep my harem like this. So I can remember all of your likes, dislikes, and wishes. If the harem becomes hundreds, it is not a family and just a bunch of sex slaves. Venelana, as part of such a harem before, knew that it sucked. I am glad you didn't follow the path of your father. He snorted. Of course not. Only Aquino, Chiron, Valerie, and Itsuki were unrelated to Romonus. He crossed his arms as if he felt he was in heaven since Carla had prepared him for this life. He was happy that no one could judge him since he was demon. Just as he was smiling, he saw his harem looking around at each other. No, to specify, it was the older women of his harem. Miria, Roygun, Vespera, Rahvdall, Venelana, and Silvana in particular. They all knew that he was done waiting and it was his birthday. Rahvdall smiled as she found this an excellent time to spring the gift she wanted to give. It is Romonus' birthday, and he deserves the best gift. Ladies, you know what I mean. Latia was not dumb, and she began to look around at what she could only call a bunch of horny cougars. She teleported Sikvera, Chiron, Aquino, Rias, and Itsuki to the Astaroth mansion using what she had learned. She even took Karn and Grimaldus, who did not need to remain behind when he was going to be busy. She knew that while devils were more open to sexual relationships at a younger age, Romonus wanted them all to be at least 16 before touching them sexually. It was just part of his morals, but when Valerie noticed she had been left behind, she panicked. She looked around and saw that all the older women had been left behind. Does she think I am a pervert? Romonus grinned as he extended his hands out. You know, it is getting tough for me to keep my demonic instincts tame when I can smell your arousal and pheromones. Valerie knew that was because of his 4 bloodlines. Humans were famous for having sex with every supernatural race, devils, and by extension demons were creatures of passion. Vampires and werewolves were no different, so that Romonus would be wild. Romonus lightly stepped on the floor and teleported them all into his room. They all fell on the bed from the ceiling and looked hungry. Before anything happened, Romonus turned on the many protective arrays his room had. Most of the women in this room were mighty powerhouses, and a night of passion with him was going to be dangerous. Even if his room was already soundproof, another layer of defense was still necessary. On a plus note, the bed was devil so that it could fit up to 40 women at a time. Of course, he would never have a harem that large, but it was better to be ready. When they all landed on the bed, Venelana glanced around the bed at her son's many lovers. All of them except Valerie and Silvana were hundreds of years old, and she was the only woman with any sexual experience. Even if it had been dead for centuries, at times like this, she took command. All right then. Ladies, please join me in the bath. Romonus dear, please wait for us to get ready. In the meantime, get comfortable and wear this. She conjured a blindfold for him as she did not want him peeking. If you can, please restrain your senses as much as possible. I want you to be dazzled. He reached out, put on the blindfold, and did as she suggested. For the first time in years, his passive senses were all restrained in his body, leaving him near blind and deaf, and even his sense of touch and smell got weaker. It was so uncomfortable for him, but he did not fight it. All right. With that, Venelana led Rahvdall, Roygun, Vespera, Valerie, Silvana, and Miria into the bath. Romonus would normally know what they were doing, but not this time. While they got ready, he began to remove his hunter suit normally. When it was all removed, his incredible body was revealed, but he kept his underwear on. He sat at the edge of the bed, fighting with his instinct to remove his limiters, but he did not. As for Archaon, he was dead asleep as Romonus ordered him to sleep when he knew what would happen. As such, he was all alone, with just his thoughts and feeling rather vulnerable. Of course, nothing could or would kill him, but it made his desires begin to rise. Venelana wanted this, and 15 whole minutes went by when he heard the door to the bathroom open. When he heard the sound of his lover stepping out, even his restrained senses could hear things. He heard several pairs of bare feet on the smooth tile of his room. He heard several breaths. Venelana walked toward him and placed a hand on his lap. He started to growl a little as his vampire and werewolf instincts woke up. Mom. I know that is you. She giggled as she pushed him on the bed, and they all got onto it with him. You know, Romonus, I wonder if I should let you remove that blindfold. Maybe you should leave it on. He gritted his teeth, as that would be pure hell. His canines began to grow larger, and behind his blindfold, his purple eyes were starting to develop a crimson glow. He was surrounded by some of the hottest women in the underworld, and he could not see them naked. He would go berserk, but Venelana was teasing him. She got onto his lap, as she was going to go first. She reached up and removed his blindfold, letting him open his eyes. He looked around, and instantly, he was rewarded. All of them were wearing lingerie in colors that made them stand out. Vanillana wore a white lingerie that barely kept her breasts contained. Even the bottom just needed to be gently pushed aside to reveal her pussy. She moved his head up to look into his eyes as her purple eyes differed slightly from his. His eyes were a darker shade of purple, but the hunger in her eyes was visible. As he looked around, he saw that Rahvdall wore one model after her cosplay, Miria was wearing purple, Valerie and Vespera wore yellow and red, Sylvana was in light blue lingerie, and Roygun was wearing pure black leather. He gulped as he started to pant and drool, which made his mother lick her lips. Girls, I know most of you are virgins, which means this will be a special memory for you. The pain won't matter at your level, but to get this nice and hot watch. What is hotter than a mother taking her son's V card? For a devil nothing. They did not disagree, so they all crawled closer to watch. She looked down at Romonus and placed her hands on his face. Happy birthday, baby. Do you want me to take your gift? Or do you want something else first? His eyes shot open as his instincts were turned on. He did not lose his cool, but there would be no stopping him now. No. He sat up and, with magic, removed his underwear to reveal his cock, which had been growing alongside his body. When he and Vanillana had their first sexual experience, he had been 7 inches long and quite thick. Now, it was 11 inches and even bigger, which she could feel on her plump ass. I knew it was worth waiting. He reached up for her breasts and pushed the thin white bra aside to reveal one of the biggest pairs of breasts he had seen. They were a large E-cup, and despite having breastfed 3 children, him included, they defied gravity. He grabbed her breasts, and with his large hands, he took a massive handful. Vanillana licked her lips as her own devil instincts began to grow restless at the sinfulness of this. It was her teenage son touching her like this, and she loved it. Grope them harder. Watch closely, girls, he loves breasts. He did, but most men did. I do, but I also like a woman with a nice ass. Vanillana liked to hear that. And mine is quite large, right? Vanillana leaned back to let him enjoy her breasts to his desire. She could see that the other girls were fully enraptured with the sinful sight. Just the aura of sin that was being made was turning every one of them more on. Rahvdall pulled out her breasts and was tugging at her erect nipples. Vespera was panting as her eyes were starting to glow with vampiric passion. Even Valerie was no different as she reached into her underwear to finger herself. Just as Vanillana was going to enjoy the show, she felt Romonus cast a spell on her beasts. The pleasure was so extreme that she came instantly. Ugh hi. She screamed as the spell activated, and her breast started to leak breast milk. Romonus, what are you dash? He latched his mouth on both her breasts, and he started to drink her breast milk. The spell would only last as long as he supplied it energy, and she would produce more milk the more turned on they got. It's a kink of mine. And since you are my mother, it fits. When he started to suck her breasts and nipples at the same time, she screamed in pleasure and nostalgia. You pervert. Ha. Don't stop. Miria reached up and grabbed her breasts as they sounded so hot. Sylvana's blue skin started to turn purple from how turned on the way Vanillana sounded. All of them began to touch their breasts as they knew they were next. Valerie opened her mouth and bit down on her finger as she continued to finger her vagina. She was so wet and wanted Romonus to touch her already, but Vanillana made it clear. Wait your turn, it would feel much better when it was your time. Romonus pulled back on her nipples and lightly bit down on them, causing his mother to come on his lap again. Her white thong was sopping wet, and so was his lap, so he reached around and pulled her thong to the side. With a single hand, he picked her up by the ass and aimed his cock head at her vagina. I am so going to enjoy coming inside you, Vanillana. Vanillana licked her lips as he called her by name. Fill me to the brim then, and don't forget, call me Mom. Without waiting, he shoved his entire cock into her vagina, making her scream in pleasure. Seeing how rough he inserted his cock into his mother, Rahvdall had an orgasm at how sinful it was. By the demon god. Hurry. She fell to her side and started to play with her breasts while fingering herself. She did not stop looking as Romonus grabbed Vanillana by her hips. He did not stop sucking her breasts as the demonic energy of Vanillana was mixed in with it. It energized him more than anything as he started to bounce her up and down. He was not gentle as his mother was no virgin, and she liked it rough. Vanillana tossed her head back as she rapped and placed her arms behind her head. She felt nothing but pleasure as her son used her like this. Fuck me harder, baby. Come in your mother. He grinned as he kept sucking her breasts and bouncing her up and down. Vanillana stuck her tongue out as all she felt was dick, and her pussy walls stretched to total capacity. Her only other lover had been Zeoticus, who was only half Romonus' length and girth. She shoved him out of her mind as she could barely remember the last time they had sex. 13 years, even for a devil, was a long time, and her son could not keep his hands off her. Ha. Ugh. Ah. Romanus picked up the pace as he grunted as Vanillana's pussy was clenching like a vice. At times like this, he thought his father was stupid as he didn't know if he could keep his hands off Vanillana for a day now. Vanillana suddenly felt his cock pulse inside her, so she grits her teeth. Come. Fill my womb. Drown the womb you grew in. Romanus sucked her breasts harder as he slammed her down and pushed his cock into her cervix. This was only possible because Vanillana was a Satan-class devil, and for human women, this would be a no-go. But in supernatural races with magic, logic did not apply. Vanillana came hard as she felt Romanus unload inside her vagina. Her eyes went wide open as she felt thick cum begin to fill her womb. Romanus let go of her breasts, causing them to bounce as she wrapped her arm around his neck. She was a panting, drooling mess as, despite proclaiming her experience, she got taken advantage of. Her sexual experience did not prepare her for the wild demon that her son had become. Even now, he was still coming until she was packed full. She started to bounce a little, feeling his cum move around inside her. Good Lord Romanus, huff. You are a stud. He grinned as he held her face and shoved his tongue into her mouth. He enjoyed the taste of her saliva before pulling back and giving her a firm spank on the ass with both hands. I am nowhere near done, but it is time to switch. She grinned as she slowly got off his cock, which caused a surge of cum to fall onto it. She backed away on her knees before she went down and opened her mouth wide. She went down and began to suck the cum and sexual juices off his cock. She started to suck him hard as she made sure to leave it spotless for the next girl. Romanus had already singled one, but before he finished, he pushed Vanillana's head down to the base and came in her throat. She closed her eyes and enjoyed the sinful act of deep-throating her teenage son's cock. She wrapped her tongue around it and made sure everything was spotless. As she pulled her head back, she sucked hard until her mouth made a pop when she came off. She smiled lustfully as her cunt and belly were full of her son's cum. She backed away and turned to the girls who were all like horny animals now. Miria, Roygun, Vespera, Seraphal, Valerie, and Silvana had been edged this whole time and ready to jump on him, but they held back. Vanillana turned to them with a smile. Who is next? Romanus' sexual hunger would not go down even when he was human. His record had been an orgy with Carla, his aunt, their friends, and their daughters for his 17th birthday. In total, he fucked 11 women and their daughters for 8 hours. Now as a demon, he could go for days. He lunged out and grabbed Miria by the leg. He dragged her toward him and pinned her arms down. You're next. She pushed her breasts up as even with her rook piece she could not overpower Romanus. Come on, fill my breasts. You know you want to. Damn right, I do. Chapter 69, True Birthday Gifts, 2 halves plus 18. When Miria felt Romanus use that spell on her breasts, she instantly felt the same thing Vanillana did. The normal version of the spell was made for devil maids to be able to breastfeed despite their poor pregnancy rates for noble babies. Romanus had changed it to suit his sexual needs as it made his lovers more sensitive. He pulled Miria's bra off forcefully, it caused her breasts to bounce, already leaking breast milk. He licked his lips as he latched onto both of her nipples hard. She instantly groaned at the sensitivity she was feeling. Loving it every second. Erg. While he continued to feed from her breasts, his right hand slowly went down her toned stomach. Miria has such smooth skin, and thanks to her training, her body was beyond lust-provoking to him. Romanus let go of her breasts before he gulped down her milk. Honestly, he could not wait to get his girls pregnant, as the real stuff would taste even better. Though he at least wanted to enjoy a few decades without kids to 80 was fine by him. You taste yummy. Miria took deep, lust-filled breaths as he still had her pinned. Stop teasing me and put it in already. Romanus would have been happy to tease her more, but the night was young. He grabbed onto her panties and, in a hard pull, ripped them off. He released her right arm and spread her legs wide open. She reddened, but she did not try to hide it from him. However, with her right arm, she reached around to wrap her arm behind Romanus's head. He reached down and gently spread her pussy, making her shiver. I thought you would have some hair, Miria. Miria motioned over at Vanillana. I used to. He turned to his mother, who was recovering from the sexual overload that he gave her. She shot him a wink. I had them all shave. You are welcome. Romanus did not mind it either way, but he did have to say he preferred them shaved. Because it made it easier to do this. He opened his mouth and began to pleasure her with his mouth. Miria thought he would put it in her, but this was different. It should be noted that Romanus had a large tongue and he was surging some demonic mana into it. Ah! Ugh! Ararak! Stop! He ignored her and moved his hands to clamp around her thighs. Damn, she tastes good. That was the benefit of being gifted with an immortal body by Valerie. Her massive regenerative factor had her body beyond pure. He forced his tongue inside her, and it caused Miria to orgasm, flooding his mouth. He continued to lick, suck and circle his tongue in her tunnel before he pulled back. If you thought my tongue was good, just wait till you feel this. As if she weighed nothing, he flipped her over, causing her large ass to point up. Miria blushed as he was going to take her from behind. Romonus grinned as he grabbed her arms. He pulled them back, causing her to be held at his mercy, but she showed even then she was not normal. She licked her lips before turning her head quite a bit further than was normal. Go on, do it. He lined himself up with her virgin pussy, and much like Vanillana, he shoved all 11 inches in. He expected her to scream, but she just growled like a beast. Her eyes rolled back as her teeth were clenched. She ignored her orgasm and focused on her vaginal muscles. Romonus suddenly felt her cunt grip him with more force than Vanillana. Miria was born strong, his mutated rook piece and Valerie's modification made her even stronger. This even applied to the muscles in her vagina, which just made her feel even better. Fuck, you're tight. She closed an eye with a grin. Damn right, I am. Now move your hips, big boy. Show me my place as your whore. He gripped her wrists and pulled back on them as he started to move his hips back and forth at a jackhammer pace. The sound of his hips smashing against her sensational ass caused the rest of his lovers to just picture their turn. Romonus looked down and enjoyed the way her ass bounced with each of his thrusts. Feeling the way her snatch felt like it wanted to crush his cock was sensational. Ha! Harder. Faster. That can't be all, can it? He smirked as his thrust speed doubled, causing him to start looking like a blur. He penetrated her several times a second, causing her to turn into a screaming, moaning mess. But despite the sexual domination, she never released her grip. Miria felt like she was losing her mind because Romonus was more of a sexual fiend than she thought. The feeling of his huge cock hitting her cervix over and over caused a slight amount of pain to cause her switch to be flipped. She lost all dignity as Romonus leaned back and pushed his cock deep inside. Just like his mother, he pushed into her cervix and womb, causing her to have a massive orgasm. She squirted all over his lap and the bed as her face was truly sex-broken. At the same time, he flooded her womb with his demonic cum, causing her face to pull back in absolute pleasure. Devils had naturally terrible reproductive rates, a demon like him had it even worse. Even if Azazel had not given him a contraceptive spell, he had made one before. He let go of Miria's arms but did not pull out. He forced her head down onto the bed as he enjoyed filling her womb with his seed. What a pervert you were, Miria, but I love it. He raised his hands and slapped her ass hard, leaving 2 crimson marks. She just moaned as he pulled out of her. Vanillana got off the bed as cum leaked from her pussy. She crawled over to look at Miria's face and saw it was full of pleasure. Miria took a deep breath as her immortal body, thanks to Valerie, kicked in. Her stamina came back, her mind recovered, and she was hungry for more. That was amazing. Romonus chuckled as he leaned down and flipped her over before latched onto her left breast. He began to drink her breast milk for a few moments, causing her to smile. Thanks for that. Now then, who is next? He looked at the expressions of his lovers as each one looked ravishing right now. Their eyes just screamed with need, so he decided to pick up the pace. The true orgy would start later as he was having his first right now. He smirked as he held his hand out and pulled Rahvdall toward him, as first with telekinesis. Still in her pink milky spiral lingerie. He caught her in a standing 69 position, causing her to be face first with his cock. She blushed hard as she was so horny right now that he could have fucked her ass, and she would have begged for more. What is with this position? Rahvdall was one of the top beauties of the devil race as she was youthful like a teenager, but she had breasts, hips, and an ass of a succubus. You will see. He pulled her pink panties aside and saw her vagina was a drooling mess. Using a telekinetic spell, he forced Rahvdall's head down as he thrust into her mouth. An interesting thing he found was that his fluids as a demon made women more turned on. Plus, after all the sin, edging, and Vanillana making them wait, Rahvdall came instantly. Her pink eyes rolled up into her head as Romonus started to fuck her face and throat. In the meantime, he opened his mouth and he started to suck, lick and spit on her pussy. Watching the sight, each woman did not expect this for the Rahvdall. However, they did not lie that this looked quite hot. Romonus pulled back and spoke while still thrusting in Rahvdall's throat. I am coming, suck hard, Rahvdall. She did as ordered and sucked with all her might. At the same time, Romonus flicked his tongue on her clit with a tiny electrical burst. The shock, the deep throating, and the demonic hormones all caused Rahvdall to squirt all over Romonus' face. He closed his eyes as he let her juices spray all over him. At the same time, he came deep into her throat while she was balls deep. At the same time, she began to massage his balls to make him unload everything in her throat. She closed her eyes as her orgasm and Romonus passed by at the same time. When he was done, he pulled her off his cock, causing her to take a deep breath. Phew. That was amazing. Rather than mad or even stressed out, she looked over the moon. A Satan-class devil like her could control her body with ease, and she had simply forced her gag reflex away. Plus, she could hold her breath without air for hours, so deep-throating him wasn't hard. Romonus reached up and licked his lips while he moved his hand through his face to wipe her fluids off. She marked him when she came, and she was already recovered. Powerful devils are way better than humans. Don't think we are done. Using his will, he made her float with her legs spread wide in front of him. He reached around and grabbed her pink bra before ripping it off. Her huge breasts bounced as he reached around and grabbed them firmly. His telekinesis made invisible hands that held her thighs, causing her to float on top of his cock. Her face began to heat up from the way he was holding her by the breasts. She turned her head to look at him as he placed his head over her shoulder to look at her big, sexy breasts. She grinned at the way he touched and pulled on her nipples. Like them. More than you know. Now then, time to have my fun. He activated his new favorite spell, but she did not break like Miria. When milk began leaking from her breasts, she leaned back, as this feeling was good practice. Romonus had made it clear he wanted kids, and she, of course, would give birth to as many as he wanted. She closed her eyes as he began to milk her breasts. At the same time, she felt a telekinetic hand pull her panties. Please just fuck me. Unlike Miria, he didn't just shove it in, and instead, he lowered her down until her pussy touched his cock. He slowly started to lower her down while moving his hips up, causing her to feel like she was being used like a fleshlight rather than a proud Satan. However, there was nothing more that she wanted them to be ravaged by her lover. Realizing that she also did not have a hymen, he thrust up to fill her pussy, which was far narrower than Miria's. This resulted from her smaller height, but the victory for grip and tightness went to Miria. So this is what it feels like to take a real dick and not a dildo. It's hot and big. Suddenly, he felt Vanillana wrap her arms around his waist and her breasts push against his back. That is right, Rahvdall, he is big, isn't he? Rahvdall nodded with a face full of pleasure. He is. Romonus squeezed down on Rahvdall's tits, causing her milk to spray out. It fell on Vespera's face, which got a little too close, but when she licked off the milk, her eyes opened wide. Sweet. She looked at Rahvdall's boobs and got a naughty idea. She crawled forward, and seeing her come close made Rahvdall open her eyes. Vespera, what are dash? Before she could say more, Vespera latched her mouth around her right nipple. Seeing the sight made Romonus grin as it was hot. You know what, Roygun, come here. Roygun licked her lips as she crawled next to Vespera and, without needing to be told, opened her mouth and latched onto Rahvdall's left breast. The former Citri heir screamed in pleasure as Romonus surged some demonic mana into his cock. It was only a little, but the pleasure she was feeling jumped a few levels. Being filled with her lover's cock and having her breast sucked on by her fellow harem members made her orgasm instantly. Arrah. Not the nipples. Roygun and Vespera did the same thing and nibbled on her nipples. As for Romonus, he was thrusting his cock inside her while he lifted her up and down off of it. She truly felt like just a sex toy. Valerie, who had never touched herself, crawled forward and opened her little mouth. She started to lick Rahvdall and Romonus at the same time, causing poor Rahvdall to feel like everyone was ganging up on her. Fuck. Good girl, Rahvdall. How does it feel? Rahvdall pulled her head back and screamed at the top of her lungs. Amazing. Ah, ugh, I am coming. He could tell as she was gripping him like a snake. He gripped harder on her breasts and smalled her down, pressing his cock against her cervix. Come, Rahvdall, come for me. When she orgasmed, the amount of milk she spilled into Roygun's and Vespera's mouths was insane. She even squirted all over Valerie's face while Romonus filled her womb with his demonic cum. As he came, he opened his mouth and bit down on her shoulder gently. He drank some of her blood, causing Rahvdall to meow like a horny cat. Feeling her pussy filled with cum was terrific. She barely noticed that her squirting had splashed Valerie's cute face wet. Valerie knew Rahvdall was clean, but that was just too perverted for her. But just as she was going to pull away, she felt a hand enter her yellow panties. Vespera had seen she was about to back away, so she stopped. Valerie's eyes went wide when Vespera shoved her 2 fingers into her pussy. Don't think so. No. Vespera, I will dash. Roygun felt that teasing cute girls was just as hot. Come. Roygun pressed down on her back, pressing Valerie into the bed. All the while, Vespera fingered her ruthlessly, causing the teenage girl to come again. Vanillana shook her head as it seemed they could not wait any longer. Honestly, ladies, I wanted to give you all a one-on-one experience to lose your virginities. Oh well, strip. You won't need your clothes or restraint anymore. Romonus is worked up enough as it is, and so are you. When they all looked at Romonus, they could see his face was one of barely restrained sexual desire. One by one, they stripped bare before throwing their bras and panties at him. Valerie had to be stripped by Vespera and Roygun, making them find their next game. Vespera flipped her onto her back and pinned her arms down. Roygun spread her legs as she pulled the cute yellow panties off. The pink-haired devil licked her lips when she saw the small cute pussy of Valerie. Look at this cute little pussy. Looks hungry. Valerie got bright red as she tried to struggle out of the hold. Vespera did not let her go as Roygun sat on her belly and spread her legs out for Romonus. Romonus, you in the mood for a submissive damper? Romonus nodded as he moved over. He could not see Valerie's face directly, but his senses were released. He could see everything, so he did not bother with it. He got between Valerie's legs as he looked at her pussy. He saw how Roygun leaned down and started to lick her pussy. Valerie instantly screamed in pleasure as she was like a shy bunny being eaten by two cougars. Romonus suddenly looked at Roygun's horns, which were quite inviting. He grabbed them, causing her to realize what he would do. He pressed his cock against her lips before pushing it in with her horns as handlebars. When his cock was deep in her throat, she closed her eyes and began to suckle on his cock. He enjoyed the feeling of her throat before he pulled out, causing her to gasp. Damn Romonus, you're supposed to fuck Valerie, not my throat. He pushed a finger in her mouth with a smile. You asked for it, and I needed some lube. Roygun, using her fingers, spread Valerie wide open. Please, Valerie is wet enough. Right, girl. Valerie blushed as, despite only seeing Roygun's wet vagina, she knew Romonus was seeing her right now. His senses were off the charts, so she closed her eyes. Romonus smiled as he placed the tip of his cock on Valerie's entrance. Thank you, Valerie. You gave me an immortal body, now I will make you feel it. Despite her delicate appearance, Valerie was a very durable girl. The Sephiroth Graal, her demonic damper blood, and his bishop piece made her stronger than she appeared. Still, he pushed past her hymen, causing her to cry. The pain was not bad at all, but it was more of the knowledge that her virginity was now Romonus. She was so happy but wished it had been less pervy. Roygun licked her lips as she pushed her pussy onto Valerie's face. Come on, girl, return the favor. I will do this for you. Getting a close-up, Roygun leaned back down and began to circle her tongue around Valerie's clit. Valerie screamed as she could feel as Romonus pushed his cock deeper and deeper into her. Her vagina kept releasing more and more juice to compensate, but she did as Roygun instructed and began to try to pleasure her. She was super bad at it, but Roygun didn't mind. She was more so having fun being dominating her. They were not alone, as Vinalana, Rahvdall, Sylvana, and Miria joined his side. His mother wrapped her arm behind his back on his left as he reached down behind her to finger her. The cum he had filled her with began to leak out, which fed both their incest and sin fetishes. Sylvana took his right, and she received the same treatment. Rahvdall had just gotten fucked, so she wrapped her arms behind him to rub her breasts on his back. As for Miria, she went next to Rahvdall to do the same as her. Since she was taller, she and Romonus began to kiss while he started to fuck Valerie's tight little pussy. Despite that, the grip was insane as the innocent bunny showed her teeth. Taking control, Valerie focused on her vagina like she heard and squeezed down. Romonus did not expect it at all, but he did not stop. Roygun blushed as Valerie seemed to be more fierce with her oral. Romonus, fuck her harder. Got it. Just like he did Miria, he started to put his back into it and use some of his true strength. Valerie screamed as any composure she may have felt left her. She started to orgasm repeatedly, but Romonus was just getting started. While he was still fucking her, he released his semen, still moving his hips while coming in her pussy. Valerie's head went limp as her mind seemed to melt. She directly passed out as Romonus shoved himself deep inside to unload his semen in her. Vespera could not believe it as she saw that Valerie was out. You knocked her out. Venelana smiled as she looked up at her son. He was still shoving his fingers in her vagina, bringing her to the brink of an orgasm. She won't, forget that. Sylvana, who was feeling the same thing, came, causing his hand to be drenched in her juices. He pulled his hand out of her and pulled off her necklace. He grabbed her nape and pulled her head off her body. Her face was bright purple as he brought her head up to his. He kissed her lips as he felt his mother's vagina squeeze down on his fingers. She orgasmed as he made out with Sylvana. Her body by itself rubbed her large breasts against his chest. Roygun sat up and pushed him onto his back as he was having fun. Miria and Rahvdall, who were having fun, rolled out of the way as Roygun mounted his lap. My turn. Valerie got me going. Romonus stopped kissing Sylvana, who was a drooling mess. Show me how much you want it, Roygun. Sylvana, while she does that, please sit on my face. Mom, hold her head. Venelana smiled as she grabbed her daughter-in-law's head and made her watch her body sit on his face. When Romonus began to give her oral, Sylvana felt all the pleasure, and seeing it in the third person was even better. She could see how her breasts bounced, how Romonus grabbed her hips, and how her hands stroked his muscular body. As for Roygun, she did not delay and straddled his cock and placed the tip at her hole. Romonus, you looking? He stopped going down on Sylvana. I can see everything in this room. Every inch is in my senses, I am looking. Good. Roygun, without waiting, took the entire length of his dick, causing her to moan. Arak. Such a nice dick. Vanillana rolled her eyes. This is your first dick. Roygun's face filled with pleasure. Porn, mother-in-law, compared to porn. Just as Roygun was going to continue, Vespera reached around and grabbed her breasts. I can see why Romonus likes these. Roygun smiled at the attention. I know, right? Romonus released Sylvana's hips before he reached out and grabbed her bare tits along Vespera. Impatient, he started to thrust his hips up, causing Roygun to bounce on his cock. The sheer strength caused her to be launched a few inches up before dropping down. Ah. Vespera licked Roygun's neck before biting down on her shoulder. She had no intention of turning Roygun into a vampire, but her venom and saliva would leave her even more turned on. It worked instantly like an aphrodisiac, causing Roygun to feel way more turned on than before. Her tongue stuck out of her mouth as Romonus continued to bounce her on his cock. As for Vanillana, hearing the moans Sylvana was giving off made her smile. She raised her head before giving her a small kiss on the cheek. Orgies with Xioticus the few times she joined were trash as he was terrible at it. Romonus, on the other hand, seemed to know what to do. She wanted to know what he felt about them doing lesbian acts. If he were fine with it, then she would be, but if he hated it, that was important to know. Romonus, late asking this, but what do you feel about us touching each other? He pulled his tongue out of Sylvana's pussy and answered the question. Only when I am involved in the sex, otherwise, I consider that cheating. When he said the word cheating, the illusionary form of his demon form appeared over his face. He didn't do it on purpose, but the edge of his aura that got released did the opposite effect. To devils, power was hot, and feeling just a tiny amount of it made Roygun bounce faster on him. Her pussy gripped down on his cock as the pressure she felt was a mega turn-on. Noted. Vanillana placed Sylvana's head back on her neck just as she came on his face. He removed his hands from Roygun's breasts and grabbed her hips before pulling her down. As he did, he felt her orgasm and drench his lap. When she moaned to the sky, he gave her a huge cream pie. Roygun leaned forward as she kept bouncing her ass on him to enjoy the feeling of cum filling her pussy. When Romonus finished, she raised her hips until his dick popped out of her vagina. I think I need a break. She fell over, meaning that Vespera and Sylvana were now left alone. He had been dying to get at them, so he said so. Vespera, lay on your back. Sylvana, get on top of her, ass up. Sylvana put her necklace back on, and they both obeyed his order. Vespera got on her back with her legs spread while Sylvana got on top of her, following the same route. He walked over to both of them and looked down at them. You two are sexy as hell, you know. Vespera wrapped her arms around Sylvana and pressed her breasts against hers. Now you can add necrophilia to your list of crimes. He chuckled, but before she could react, he stuffed his cock down her pussy. Yup, incest sex is still the best. At the same time, he grabbed Sylvana's hips, which were lovely and full. It is time for me to collect my payment for all the blood you drank. With that, he started to fuck Vespera, his distant relative, into the bed. As for Sylvana, feeling the way he held her hips made her want more. She leaned down and kissed Vespera, but seeing that, Romonus pulled out of the vampire and stuffed Sylvana's blue pussy. No, it was more purple than anything, but to him, that made her stand out against his harem. When she felt his dick enter and deflower her, she didn't moan or scream. Her head just went limp as she became a drooling mess as he started to alternate between them, making them think he had two dicks. He didn't, but he was moving so quickly that it might as well appear that way. Mom, Rahvdall, bring your sexy SS over here. At his orders, he saw Vanillana and Rahvdall take their places next to Sylvana and Vespera. While he fucked the vampire and Dullahan, he began to finger the both of them. Valerie was still knocked out, which just left Miria and Roygun, who just for a turn. Miria had an idea, and she hugged Romonus' side to avoid being left out. The orgy was now getting started, which was a damn good way to lose his V card for the second time. If only you could see me now, auntie. He closed his eyes as he enjoyed his real birthday present. Life was great, and it was going to get better. Chapter 70, Best Birthday Ever. For the next 12 hours, Romonus without stopping enjoyed the pleasure of taking his harem. Even Valerie, who woke up after her mind-breaking orgasm, joined back in. Now, her demon damper instincts had activated and she had pushed him down into the bed with a frenzy that even impressed him. Goes to show the most innocent of girls are often the ones that are the most wild in bed. However, it got kinda wild when Valerie had bitten down on his shoulder while she rode him and injected him with a bunch of vampire venom. His natural regeneration managed to neutralize her venom, but it made him go wild. He forced Valerie into a matting press and he did not let her go before he fucked her wild into the bed. Right after, he grabbed his mother and took her from behind. Vanillana could only think of how much better in bed Romonus was than his father because she had never had an orgasm with Xioticus. For all things considered, he was a very weak man in a fight in bed. Not her son because he was like a god of sex. To her, the hottest moment was when he fucked her, Roygun, and Miria simultaneously because that was how fast he was. Romonus made it clear that he hated clones, but he was more than willing to use his speed in bed. When he made the three of them orgasm at the same time cemented in her mind that he needed a harem. If it had just been Latia, the poor girl would have barely been able to walk with her son's dominance. That was how they spent 12 entire hours, and by the end, all of his lovers were so damn exhausted they could not even move. Romonus was lying down on the bed, surrounded by his lovers. His sizable muscular body was covered in sweat and lots of sexual fluids, as it had been a wild night. He sat up and ran a hand down his face as several times he had been going down on one and they had orgasmed all over his face. His lovers were all supernatural beings and had magic in one way or another, meaning they were all very yummy. He licked his hand clean a little before he fixed his short hair a bit. He looked down at his lap and saw Vanillana resting on his thigh. She was taking deep breaths, but she had a big smile. He leaned over her as he could see she was awake. "I thought you would be out." She opened her right eye while taking a deep breath. "You may be good in bed and super stronger, but we aren't weak and delicate." Vanillana sat up from his lap and stretched out with a yawn. Doing so caused her huge bust to bounce a little, which made him stare. Seeing the way he looked made her happy to be desired and wanted. It made her happy that she found the perfect lover who wanted her and did not disregard her for lesser women. "Do you want to go again?" "Because I am tired." He shook his head as he could tell that they all needed rest. "No. I know that you all need rest. I can be quite rough after all." Rahvdall, who was nearby, raised a shaky thumb as that was the truth. She still remembered when he grabbed her hips and he had ravaged her from behind. He only stopped when he filled her womb. That is a fact. You are scary when he gets going. Romonus chuckled as he got out of bed before he waved his hand and dragged all his lovers to the bathroom. He knew they were all tired, so he set them all down into the giant pool so they could get clean. As for him, he walked over to a shower head which he turned on to blast him with boiling water. The water was so hot that it would have melted the skin off a mortal man, but to him it was lukewarm at best. As he enjoyed his shower, his lovers began to take this chance to recover. Silvana removed her head from her shoulders and placed it on her thighs. She began to clean her long white hair as the facials she had gotten in her hair. She grabbed some shampoo and lathered her hair to get it out. While she did that, Roygun dived below the water to do the same. Most of them had to wash their hair, as Romonus had a lot of vitality. Romonus smiled as he began to apply shampoo to his hair. While he had marked their hair, they had done the same to him. They all spent about an hour in the bath, relaxing and socializing, as it was an excellent time to get to know each other better. When they were all clean, they dressed and went down to eat. As they sat around the table, Romonus' shadows were upstairs cleaning the room and getting food ready. As the food was getting prepared, Romonus leaned forward on his knuckles as this was the best birthday ever. "Any future requests?" That seemed to get the ideas going, but Valerie covered her face with her hands. She was too shy for this kind of forwardness but could remember how she acted. "Kill me now." Vespera, who was sitting next to her, rolled her eyes. "You are acting like you did something wrong." "Nothing wrong with being a little forward." Valerie uncovered her right eye to look at her fellow vampire. "I looked like a pervert." "Don't look at me." Vanillana giggled as Valerie was the most innocent of her son's lovers. She was only 17, and the second youngest was Silvana, who was 39. "Don't be embarrassed. You did something perfectly normal." Roygun snorted. "Normal, you say? I don't think a orgy with several of your distant and close relatives is normal." Suddenly everyone heard the sound of a glass being broken. Everyone turned their heads and saw Shigyun. She had come to get a glass of water and she had heard Roygun. Romonus smirked as he looked at her. "Perfect time. Do you want to join us?" Shigyun grabbed Po and ran away. "No." When she was gone, he shrugged. "I was going to say breakfast, not sex." That caused Miria to break out into a fit of laughter as it was fun to tease people. "This is going to be so fun to hold over the head of the brats." Rahvdall shook her head as the shadows placed a bunch of food around them. "Don't do that. You are just going to set them off." Miria giggled. "That is the plan." As Romonus got to eating, one of his shadows came over and placed a glass on his left. The former cultivator poured out some bale apple juice for him. "Thank you." As they were eating breakfast, Cookie, Natsum, Tobio, and Koga come down. Shigyun was nowhere to be found and he could tell the four you seemed a little embarrassed. Romonus smiled as he looked at the two boys. "Koga, how is your relationship with Shigyun?" Koga's face changed slightly. "What? We aren't that close." Romonus shrugged. "In that case, do you think she would like Tobio?" "Tobio is related to Aquino, and he has Hymajima's good looks. Plus, he has a Longinus, and it is a known fact that Longinus users draw the ladies' gazes to them. Koga's face dropped into an angry one as he glared at Tobio next to him. Dude, you better not. Think of the bro code. Tobio raised his hands as he backed away. Hey now, those were Romonus' words, not mine. Romonus leaned forward and lit the fire even more. You know, the two of you have dog-separate avatar sacred gears. Though the Hunden can't compare to Shin, Canis Lycaon, and Tobio has supernatural blood running through their veins. In the supernatural world the strongest always wins, so why wouldn't she like Tobio? Koga began to get pissed at the idea that the girl he liked would leave him for Tobio. While he and Tobio had not been friends before, they knew each other in passing. While Tobio was not considered a ladiesman, Koga knew that several girls from their school found Tobio good-looking. If this was before his sacred gear activated, he would have taken it as a joke, but the Hunden was the personification of chaos. That began to cause his emotions to become unstable, which made him begin to turn his aggression to Tobio. Shin, who recognized the rising anger, put himself between Koga and Tobio. Before a fight broke out, Romonus shapped his finger, causing Koga to feel calmed down instantly. Koga placed a hand on his head as he didn't know what came over him. What the dash? Romonus smiled as he used this as a lesson. See? Koga, you began to lose control over your emotions despite knowing what I was saying was not true. You, Cookie, Natsum and Shigyun all are connected to the evil fiends. You need to be more careful in controlling your emotions. Natsum turned to look at Griffin, the Cheonchi on her shoulder. Does that mean we all are at risk? Romonus shook his head. No. Not if you keep up your training and you work on yourselves alongside your sacred gear. Separate avatar gears means that you are like a summoner. Unlike the boosted gear of Itsuki or the divine dividing of Viviana, your bodies are at risk. You must be strong enough to defend yourself if your avatar is unavailable. Just as he was going to say more, he felt his phone ringing in his pocket. He pulled it out and saw that it was Latia calling. She wanted a FaceTime call, so he answered it and saw that she was with Sikvera, Chiron, Aquino, Rias, and Itsuki. Are you done? He nodded. Yeah, you didn't have to run though. Chiron nodded. Should have left me. Latia rolled her eyes, as this cat girl would have for sure tried to join despite being too young. Not a chance. We are going back. Latia hung up the call, and in a few moments a teleport circle opened up on the floor. In a burst of light, Latia, Sikvera, Chiron, Aquino, Rias, and Itsuki were back. Though from the look of it, Karn and Grimaldus did not like the fact they had been kidnapped. Karn snarled at Latia before he walked off. Grimaldus was going to copy his senior, but Latia just squinted her eyes at him. Grimaldus chose wisely and sat down like a good boy, as Latia, as his creator, was like his mother. She smirked at the sight. That is what I thought. Romonus shook his head as he turned to Latia. What did you all do? Latia sat down at the table and answered. A sleepover for the most part. I wanted to get to know everyone a little more since I have been away for a while. I also got good news that my uncle has said that my apprenticeship is over. I can finally move in. That truly made Romonus happy, as Latia was his first fiancée. That is great, Latia. I have been wanting you to move in with me for a while now. Latia smiled as she looked across the table at him. I know, I just wanted to learn everything I could from my uncle, and now that I got his Kankara formula down, I know everything I need. I will teach it to you if you want. That would be perfect. This birthday had been the best he ever had. He had gotten closer to some of his lovers, lost his V card, and his first love was going to move in. How could this day get any better? Chapter 71, Mephistopheles, Azazel, and Suzaku. 2 weeks after Romonus' birthday, a few things happened. For one, Romonus made the girls all pick out individual rooms, as now that he was sexually active, having so many young girls around him was going to be troublesome. They all understood that, and on days he did not plan to have sex, they all could sleep in his room. Another event was that Rias moved into his house alongside Latia, since Rias no longer wanted to live at the Bale mansion. She didn't want to live there anymore since her father had been pushing her to return. She refused to go back because he was unstable these days, still bitter about his divorce. Marcina was quite worried about Zeoticus, as he had fired most of his harem and kept only a few of his favorites. Marcina, who was friends with a lot of them, never expected this from Zeoticus. She tried to talk him out of it, but he ignored her and Asterion. In the end, Zeoticus' mother Caesus Gremory was forced to step up as her son was too unstable. She put Zeoticus on leave and in therapy as his depression was quite bad. He wasn't self-harming, but from the look of it, he was not that far off from starting that. He had been medicated and allowed time off. Another thing was that Valerie continued her modifications of Romonus' harem. Itsuki had been next, and much like the rest, she had gotten an upgrade to her regeneration and lifespan. Valerie had drawn out the demon and dragon bloodlines and fused them in her body, making Itsuki effectively a demon dragon in the making. She had her weakness to holy and dragon-slaying magic removed, which caused a massive increase in her strength. That and her increased regeneration made her extremely difficult to kill. The next to be modified was Sylvana, who received a purification of her Dullahan and Devil bloodlines. She also received a regeneration upgrade, and her bloodline abilities became much stronger than before. The most important, as usual, was the complete removal of her bloodline weakness. That finished off the girls who lived with him full-time. Now, Rias and Latia were going to undergo the same treatment. Then Serafal, Sikvera, Roygun, and Venelana would be up next. Though, on the 24th 14 days after his birthday, Romonus got a phone call while he was sitting in his living room. He pulled his phone out and saw that Azazel was calling. Azazel, everything good? Yes, everything is mostly fine. Remember when you asked me to contact Mephisto? I called him, and he is calling a meeting, but he is not the only one. Suzaku, the current head of the Heimjima clan, is joining the meeting. Romonus nodded. Shuri's niece and Akino's and Tobio's cousin. Is this about the exiled members of the principal clans? Yes, it is. A former member of the Heimjima is the leader of the Utsasimi agency. Romonus already knew who he was. Hanazu Heimjima. I could find him since I got Tobio and Akino, who are Heimjima. By using their blood in a ritual, I could track him down unless he is protected by someone stronger than me. Azazel went silent for a few moments before giving a massive sigh. What can't you do? Any mage worth his title should be able to do the same. When is the meeting, Azazel? In 8 hours. We are going to be meeting at a hotel run by the Heimjima clan in Osaka. You can come alone or bring one more person with you. I will be taking Barakiel. Romonus thought about it as if he could take Tobio or Akino with him. In the end, he chose to bring Akino since she was very close to becoming a seraph. The awakening of her divine blood by Valerie and her Nephilim status made her a deadly fighter for her young age. I am taking Akino then. Azazel hummed. You think she is ready to see her dad? She better be, because that man does not deserve to be scorned like this. True that. See you then, my friend. When the call ended, Romonus expanded his senses and looked for Akino, who was in her room. She was with Latia, who was helping her dye her hair. Akino wanted to dye the tips of her hair silver because she thought it looked pretty. Romonus decided to give her the time to finish that before he called her. It only took her around 10 minutes, as, unlike mortal dye that needed to bleach the hair, magical ones just needed to be rubbed in. When Akino surged her demonic energy into her hair, the silver dye permanently attached to it. Unless she wanted to remove it, it would be like her hair had always been like that. He honestly thought the dye suited her, so he called her down. Akino, I need to speak to you. Akino perked up at the message. Okay, I will be down. Romonus waited patiently for her to come down, and when she did, Latia was with her. When she came down the stairs, he looked at her hair as the tips of her bangs and long ponytail were now silver. Your hair looks amazing. Latia, would you mind doing the same for me? Hearing his words made Latia perk up, as she had been the one to make her dye. She honestly liked helping other people dye their hair, and doing it to her fiancé was one of her wishes. What color? Romonus thought about it before he made the obvious pick. Dark purple. I just want the front part of my hair dyed kinda like Azazel. Latia nodded as she walked over to Romonus. She got a very dark shade of purple and with a bit of magic began to apply it to his hair. While she did that, he spoke to Akino. Akino, I called you because I will be going to a big meeting soon. It is about how to deal with the Utsasimi agency. The people going will be Mephistopheles, Azazel, and Suzaku Heimjima. We can all take one extra person, and Azazel is taking Barakiel. I wanted you to come with me to see your father and cousin in person. Akino froze in place for a moment, but Romonus didn't push her. He waited patiently for her to choose herself, and it did not take her long. I will go. When is it? 8 hours. Akino took a deep breath before nodding to herself. I got it. I will be ready. As she walked off to collect herself, Latia finished applying the dye to the front half of Romonus' hair. Surge your demonic mana into it. Romonus did as she said and surged his energy into his hair, causing the dye to stick to it. He didn't need a mirror, as he could already see his hair like this, and it matched his eyes and energy. Sweet. Image here. Latia ran her hand through his hair with a smile. I like it, it suits you. It matches your earring. He reached around and pulled her onto his lap, making her wrap her arms around his neck. What do you think of the earring Graphia gave me? It belonged to her sister Geraldine Lucifuge, who died in battle with heaven. Latia reached for his left ear where the Cositus steel earring was. It is kinda cold to the touch, and the devil runes engraved on it are well crafted. It also is important to Graphia to show how much she cares about you. Romonus reached up and held the earring. Ever since I put it on, it has done what it says. I can feel that my affinity for ice magic is increasing. According to Valerie, it appears that when Geraldine died, her earring managed to preserve a tiny part of her soul. Latia was curious about that. That is interesting. How does that work? Not well. Let us say that a soul is a gallon of water. What is in the earring is like a single drop of water. I can feel my energy flow into the earring feeding the soul shard. If we want any chance of bringing her back, it will take years even with Valerie. Latia nodded. I bet Grafia will love to have her sister back. Romonus knew that was a fact. True. I wonder if she looks like Grafia. Latia could tell where his mind was going. From old stories, it appears that Grafia had two sisters. A younger sister and an older sister. Romonus shook his head as that was certainly wishful thinking. Devil women do like strong men, right? Latia smiled. We do, and I like it as well. If only I could grow up already. Romonus looked at her chest, which was already quite large. You have the genetics for it, after all. In 3 years, you are going to be a ravishing woman, my dear. Keep talking like that, and I will force you into bed one of these days. My goodness, when did you become such a girl, Latia? She rolled her eyes before grabbing his face. Romonus, I am a devil and in puberty. You should have expected that already. When she got off his lap, she grabbed his chin. She leaned down and kissed him. Don't forget my love, I can be forceful too. As she walked off, she swayed her hips from side to side, making him smirk. Damn, no wonder she is first. Just as he was going to get up, his phone rang once again. He wasn't expecting a call, so he looked at the caller. It was an unknown number, which made him frown. He only gave his number to a few people, so he answered the call. Who is this, and how did you get my number? He dropped his guard when he heard the voice. Romonus, it's your grandmother Kaisis. I got your number from my son's phone. Ah, grandmother, it has been a few years since we have seen each other. 8 years, no. How is grandfather? Your grandfather is healthy, it is your father I am calling about. I have been forced to take over his head until your father is allowed out of his medical leave. He has been medicated for his depression as it is quite bad. Romonus paused as he heard that. It has gotten that bad. Yes, it has. He got divorced, and his 2 twins left House Gremory. You left to become Lord Bale, and Rias followed you and Venelana. He is a broken man right now. Romonus leaned back, feeling bad for his father. He didn't steal Venelana from him as he had already lost her because of his actions. However, a part of him did feel like shit because it felt like that. I see. Kaisis made her request. Can you and Rias just come to see him one of these days? I am sure it would do him good. Romonus nodded. I will drop by tomorrow to set him straight. Please do. Romonus, when he hung up the call, leaned back in his chair with a sigh. This is your fault, Dad. You had to be a shit husband. I am sorry though for your suffering. The following 8 hours were spent by Romonus with his lovers and teaching his 5 apprentices. Koga, Cookie, Natsum, Shigyun, and Tobio. They had mainly mastered the basics and were getting closer to their sacred gears. Shin liked Tobio for the most part, he was just bitter about being sealed by his grandmother for so long. The 4 fiends were rather chill, and Cookie was quickly getting the hang of his sacred gear. Romonus wanted to add him to his peerage because he was forward and got business done. However, 30 minutes before the meeting was scheduled, Romonus dressed up in his fancy suit. Aquino dressed in a purple dress and high heels as they were going to a high-end hotel. Romonus teleported them both to Osaka to the hotel directly at the front desk. The normal guests did not react since he instantly made them ignore them. The receptionist, a beautiful black-haired Japanese woman, saw them. She bowed politely as she had been informed of his arrival. Welcome, young master. Thank you. I am here to meet with Lady Suzaku, Mephisto, and Azazel. The receptionist pulled a piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to Romonus. Here you are, sir, tear it, and you shall arrive at the meeting room. Thank you. Romonus tore the paper and in a flash of fire, he and Aquino teleported into the room. When they arrived, he could see that he was not the last to arrive. Azazel and Barrakiel were there, Mephistopheles and Lavinia Rennie. Suzaku had not arrived yet, so for the moment Romonus and Aquino walked to the table where everyone was sitting. Once he sat down, Azazel looked at his hair before smirking. I see you copied my style. It looks good on you. Romonus smirked back. Looks better on me. Both of them laughed, but they did not get long to socialize. From the look of it, Aquino and Barrakiel wanted to talk, but it would have to wait. The last person to arrive was here, and Suzaku and someone else came in a flash of divine fire. When everyone saw the woman who came with Suzaku, they all knew she was a goddess. Amaterasu. Chapter 72, The Meeting. When Suzaku arrived, Romonus, Azazel, and Mephisto honestly did not expect her to bring Amaterasu herself to this meeting. The three men met gazes, which communicated a single thought. An agreement to work together if Amaterasu tried to pressure them. Romonus didn't need them as he was more than strong enough to kill her if he wanted, but having allies was better for dealing with things politically. Suzaku and Amaterasu sat down at the four-sided table. Once everyone was seated, Romonus started things. I believe we are all here because of our mutual problem. The Utsasimi Agency is made up of exiled members of your three organizations. Mostly, the 5 principal clans, as the leader of the Utsasimi Agency is from the Heimjima. Then, we also got exiled mages from Grauzoberer and Satnal from Gregory. We are here to agree on how to deal with them, yes. Azazel nodded with a sigh. Exactly. When Satnal defected, he took my research material, a class of unstable sacred gear users, and a treasure that belonged to me. I want to prevent my research from getting into the wrong hands, and I want to catch my former friend before he causes any more damage to the world. Mephisto, who was sitting comfortably, said the same thing. Some mages from Grauzoberer also defected because they wanted to pursue dark magic that I didn't allow. They joined up with the exiled principal clan members, and the Gregory defectors as well. How can we forget those wizards from us who are involved in this? In particular, Augusta, the second witch of the East and the possessor of Incinerate Anthem. Anything to say for yourself, goddess, since this is mostly your fault? Suzaku frowned. With all due respect, do not speak to Lady Amaterasu with that disrespect. Mephisto did not back down. If the shoe fits. Your principal clan members are all the same. You exile your own family or kill them because they do things you don't like. Those exiles sometimes move on, but more often than not, they join other organizations and plot revenge. It has been going on for centuries. Romonus looked to his right at Aquino. This involved her. He reached out and held her hand. Agreed. Members of the Heimjima clan killed Aquino's mother, Shuri Heimjima, and that was allowed under your rule, Amaterasu. She was not only your priestess, but she was also the wife of Barakiel. What do you have to say? The goddess hid her face behind her sleeves, but the way her eyes were burning indicated that she did not like hearing that. I had nothing to do with that. Romonus leaned forward and looked her in the eyes. Really? Because Aquino's great-uncle seemed certain they were doing your will. Suzaku looked at Aquino, who was already looking quite angry. Her fists were clenched, and the same went for Barakiel. Daughter and father both looked like they were itching to attack Amaterasu for their loss. I can assure you that is going to change. I am the next head, and with Lady Amaterasu's blessing, those who were responsible for her loss have been punished. Romonus gripped Aquino's hand before he asked the critical question. In that case, where is Shuri's soul? In Yomi or heaven? Amaterasu answered that. I allowed her to enter heaven. Even when she left the clan, she never ceased to pray to me. I never wished for her death, and I mean that. Hearing that made Aquino and Barakiel relax that Shuri was not in Yomi. Romonus nodded to himself. Good. Now that the personal business is dealt with, we can continue with how we will stop the Utsasimi and prevent another from rising again. I already have the key to one of those things. I will take blood from Tobio Heimjima and Aquino here to track down Hanaza Heimjima to prevent their research from succeeding. Azazel nodded to himself. While you do that, I used the information I got from Valerie Sephiroth to invent a holy sword tracker. With that, I can find Erendite and Satnal rather easily. Mephisto also had a way to track down his Rouge agents. I have been working on something to track them down. I will search for the corruption released when they cast their dark magic. If the three of us work together, we will quickly track down all of the Rouge elements and get back the kidnapped students. Amaterasu lowered her hands as she spoke up. This also involves us, so I will be helping. I will send the current heads of the clans to search for the exiled members of their clans. Barakiel brought up an important point. How will you prevent this from happening again? They are exiled only because they are not born with your blessings, which is a lie. Everyone knows the blessings are just the divine blood of your sons being more pure. Amaterasu clenched her hands together. Yes, our human servants have done wrong, and that will stop. I guarantee it because they have exiled people who did not need to be exiled. Azazel nodded. That is true because they also exile any sacred gear user, which is beyond stupid. Sacred gears are some of the most powerful abilities one can be born with, and they push them out. The only reason your principal clans are still standing is because of you, the Shinto gods. Only a few members of the clans are strong, which needs to change. We can do more good if you would be more open to further cooperation with Gregory. Romonus looked at Aquino and spoke up. Plus, Aquino here is the first Heimjima in centuries to fully awaken her divine blood. My lover Valerie used her Sephiroth to draw out the blood of your fourth son Ikitsuikon. You can feel it yourself, no? Amaterasu noticed this because the feeling of divine blood was easy for her to feel. Especially when it involved one of her sons who had sired the principal clans. She had not said anything because Aquino did not feel like a demigod. She felt stronger than any demigod because her fallen angel and demon bloodlines had fused with it. That made Barraquil exceptionally proud as it meant that his daughter had everything that made Shuri special and more. He could not be more proud of her, but it made Amaterasu feel ashamed. Shuri did not need to die and all the exiled members were returning for vengeance. It appears I have allowed my descendants to get too far from my teachings. I think you are right, Azazel, that cooperation between the factions is the best chance for progress. Romonus nodded. Agreed. So let us work together to stomp out our current issue, and then we can start to work closer together. But before anything can go further, I would like a promise from you, Amaterasu. The goddess wondered what Romonus could want. What kind of promise? When all this is over, I want you to return Shuri's soul to me. I can easily resurrect her, and my lover Aquino would love to have her mother returned to her, and so would my father-in-law, Barraquil. Her own family murdered her, so my request should not be too extreme. Suzaku's eyes widened at the idea of having her aunt back. She turned to her ancestor Amaterasu, who needed to make the choice. Romonus could just brute force it and take her back because, at this point, the Shinto gods could not stop him if he wanted to invade. He didn't think they could get past his immortal body, so he was more confident in himself. He could see how Amaterasu thought about it because resurrection was taboo. Even if he could bring back the dead, should you is the question. For Romonus, the answer is yes, and it should be done more if you could. Since Romonus did say he had the Sephiroth Graal, which is known for that, she decided to agree. If Shuri agrees, then I shall allow you to bring her back. Aquino and Barraquil both smiled from the depths of their hearts that their family would be back in one piece. Mephisto smiled as he remembered his friend George Faust. Faust with all his magical skill could have prevented himself from aging easily. He had just chosen to die as a human, which made Mephisto quite angry when he was younger. However, now that he was older, he no longer felt the same. Some people, like Shuri, who was taken before her time, were prime examples of someone to bring back. I am happy for you, Barraquil. You and your daughter will certainly be happy to have her back. With that out of the way, we can take this chance to discuss what we will do when we finish with our incident. Suzaku decided to speak. In that case, the other current heads and I are all young and more progressive. We wish to stop the practice of exile to those who do not deserve it. We believe that we have lost too many talents to old dogma, and I want to stop any more people like Shuri from being killed by their own families. Romonus also had something to add. In that case, I have more to add. In a few years, I will become the head of the Baal clan, the highest-ranked devil clan of the remaining pillars. I can use my authority to cooperate more with Gregory, Grauzauberer, and the principal clans. This can be a way to increase cooperation between different pantheons and organizations. My magic mentor, McGregor, is the founder of the Golden Dawn, and I don't think Grauzauberer and the Golden Dawn are at odds, are they? Mephisto shook his head. No, we are not. You learned under that old pile of bones, Dormuteth, right? I was his mentor when he still had flesh. Romonus chuckled. Guess I went full circle. You taught him, he taught McGregor, and McGregor taught me before taking me back to his mentor. When are you going to teach me, great master? Mephisto chortled. You don't need it, but I am glad my teachings led to you being this strong. Are we all in agreement then? Azazel nodded. No complaint from Gregory or me. I am already friends with Romonus here, and I have been talking to the four Satans because of him, so no issues from us. That just left Suzaku and Amaterasu to make up their minds. Would they agree to further cooperation or keep the status quo? Amaterasu, after a few moments of silence, made up her mind. I have decided to pursue more cooperation with Grauzauberer, Gregory, the Golden Dawn and Devils. Romonus would have to call Serafal as she was in charge of foreign affairs. I will get my girlfriend Serafal to meet with you separately then. As for the Baal clan, I will deal with that in a few years. Amaterasu nodded. If there is nothing more, we can finally enjoy a meal. It will be a good way to finish up today. No one seemed to have anything against the idea, so Amity Teresa called a waitress into the room to serve them a traditional Japanese meal. While the waitress was getting ready, Aquino turned to her father. Dad, we are going to see Mom again. She was barely holding back her tears, which also made him tear up. We will. I am so sorry I failed you too. Aquino shook her head as she reached out and held his hand. I should say sorry to you, Dad. I blamed you for nothing. I ran away when you were in pain, too. I am a terrible daughter. Azazel patted Barraquil's back, and Romonus nudged Aquino with his leg. They stood up and shared a hug, father and daughter. The sight made Suzaku smile as her uncle-in-law and cousin were in good hands. The idea of seeing her dear aunt again even made her emotional. Romonus was glad he could reunite Aquino and her father. Unlike his own father, Rahvdall was a good husband. Even after her death, he had not stopped mourning her and keeping her grave clean. He did not have guards stationed around Shuri because she had refused them. In a way, Shuri herself got herself killed, but Romonus didn't say that. Until she came back, he would not do that. After this, he would have to see his depressed father to check up on him. 9 chapters ahead. Chapter 73, Archaon's Raid 1/. Following the meeting, Romonus invited Azazel, Rahvdall, Mephisto, and Lavignen back to his home since they were tracking down the Utsusimi agency together. He even extended the invitation to Suzaku, who agreed because she wanted to speak more with Aquino after years of not seeing each other. They had been close when Aquino was very young, but after Shuri's death, they had not seen each other since. The knowledge that Romonus had the means to bring Shuri back had given them hope to see her once more. As for Amaterasu, she had returned to her divine realm because, as a goddess, she didn't have much free time. Once the meeting ended, Romonus teleported them all to England at his safe house in the middle of his living room. When they all returned, Mephisto looked around at the house because Romonus had reinforced the whole thing with his demonic mana. Let me take a guess, you don't use regular demonic power like we devils, right? From what I can tell, this feels like demonic power, but of much higher purity, and I am also getting the feel of mana. Romonus smiled as, of course, a devil like Mephisto would be able to tell. Yes. As for how I did that, I will keep it to myself. Mephisto chuckled as that was just how the strong behaved. They would dangle a tantalizing secret in front of your face but not explain it. Now I am really curious what McGregor and Dormuteth taught you. Regardless, you did say you were planning on tracking Hanazu through the blood he shares with Aquino and Tobio. If you do not mind me asking who Tobio is. Instead of answering, Romonus lightly stomped his right foot and teleported Tobio to his location. When the flash of purple was removed, Tobio was currently holding a black scythe as he had been training with Sylvana. He was wearing a black tank top and shorts, but that was not the most surprising thing. Several bleeding lacerations were all over his arms and legs, as Sylvana was a brutal teacher. Tobio relaxed as he and Shin stopped circulating their mana. Do you find it funny to teleport me randomly, dude? Romonus chuckled as he did. That I do. I won't keep you long because I know Sylvana still has more to teach you. I need this. Romonus reached out and ran his hand down one of the cuts on Tobio's arms, making him flinch in pain. Tobio covered the bleeding wound now that Romonus' right hand was covered in his blood. That all you need? Romonus nodded as he turned to Aquino. Yes, I will send you back. With a thought, he teleported Tobio back to Sylvana, who was already waiting. Without even giving Tobio a heads up, she swung her massive scythe at his neck, making him use his scythe to block. You can't escape that easily from a Dullahan, Tobio. It was your fiancé, Romonus, I didn't run. She just smiled that he had the guts to talk back. Show me then. As for Romonus, he turned to Aquino. Aquino, my dear, mind giving me a bit of your blood? She shook her head as she walked over to him and held her hand out. He held his bloody hand out as she surged some demonic energy into her nails, causing them to extend into sharp claws. Aquino clenched her fist, causing her claw to pierce her palm. Since she was a Nephilim with divine blood, her blood was not purely red as expected. Instead, it had a small purple afterglow with shades of silver in it. Romonus caught the blood in his palm, mixing it with the blood of Tobio. I have enough, thank you, Aquino. With a smile, she retracted her claws and backed away. Not a problem. Once he collected the blood, Romonus surged his demonic mana into it, causing it to float off his hand. He tossed it onto the ground before he opened his hands and summoned the Ruin Maker and the True Longinus. Using both weapons, he began to surge his demonic mana, causing his entire body to glow with an ominous purple glow. With eyes shining like two purple stars, he began speaking the same cursed language his mentor Dormuteth had taught him. A massive cursed circle opened in front of him, and it began to absorb his energy and the blood he offered up. As he did so, Lavinia, Azazel, and Mephisto began to study the magic circle that he was using. They quickly managed to find what it was used for, but the price that it would take shocked Lavinia. By using this ritual, Romonus would lose 2,000 years of his life. Stop. If you cast it, dash. Azazel held his hand out before she could get in the way. Trust me, he is fine. But dash. Without bothering, Romonus cast the spell that vaporized the blood of Tobio and Aquino. He felt his life force drain out of him rapidly, which would have left a normal devil looking gaunt and weak. For him, though, because he was a demon, his life force would have regenerated in time, especially after the Sephiroth Graal modifications. He even had vampire and werewolf blood in his genes, meaning he had 3 races of immortals. His lifespan and life force were nearly endless. He focused his energy and life force fuse with the Heimjima blood into a glowing mist. The mist flowed toward him, and he breathed in through his nose. He closed his eyes as the ritual began to tell him the location of every person related to Tobio and Aquino. Specifically, the divine blood of Aquino made it so only true Heimjima members were counted. He was bombarded with hundreds of locations and individuals as several exiled members of the Heimjima clan had married civilians. They had given up their revenge, so he ignored them. He quickly found a massive gathering of Heimjima, specifically Hanazo Heimjima, in Japan. When he got to the location, he opened his eyes with a grin. Found them. They are in Japan in a sealed realm. That is where they took the students and where they are doing their research. Azazel began to rub his hands together. Give me the location, and I will send a massive force of fallen angels to deal with this. Mephisto felt the same. I will cooperate with Gregory in this. The danger loose mages represent can't be underestimated. Be my guests. Romonus telepathically sent the location to both of them. When they had the location, he saw them both start to make calls to their organizations to prepare an attack force. As for Romonus, his shadow began to grow, with several purple glowing eyes in the darkness. Archaon, are you up for a solo mission? My armored, I much prefer to fight as one with you, but if I need to lead your forces, I shall make the sacrifice and lead from the front. Then go. Take Ruin Maker with you and lead my shadows. At once. In front of everyone, Archaon jumped out of Romonus' soul. When the giant profane armor emerged, Azazel was instantly stuck in research mode. Suzaku, through her vermilion bird, felt that Archaon was an offense against life because of the souls used in his construction. Mephisto and Lavinia, as mages, observed the living armor who stood in front of Romonus. Romonus tossed Ruin Maker over to Archaon, who caught the blade in his right. Go and crack them open. With a bow, the caped armor swore an oath of victory. At once, my armored. Come, shadows, we leave at once. From the shadows emerged 500 cultivators, which were mostly high-class cultivators. Only the former Azure Dragon sect patriarch and son could be considered ultimate class, but even that was a force to reckon with. The shadows jumped into Archaon's shadow before the living armor teleported to Japan. Romonus smiled at his guests. I am leading the first attack, it seems. While my force holds them down, send yours to ensure we don't get any stragglers. Romonus looked at his left hand at the true Longinus as the will of God was still fighting him. However, he could safely say the spear itself was corrupted beyond cleansing. Even now, it radiated a vast demonic and divine aura, which made it a weapon fit for a demon god. He let the spear rest on his shoulder as he sat in his chair and synchronized his senses with Archaon. When the living armor teleported to Japan, he did so at the location of the hidden realm, which was formed in a cave. They had painstakingly crafted it to serve as their hidden base where they could complete the research into the Utsasimi. However, they did not expect someone like Romonus to be able to track them down because they were Heimjima. When Archaon teleported outside the cave, he turned to Ruin Maker. Unlike him, who formed sentience from birth, his siblings, the shield on his left gauntlet and Ruin Maker, had not. He always wished for his siblings to form their minds so he would have family. He knew that Romonus was not his father, meaning he, as a living armor, had no family unless his siblings could be that family. Let us fight together, my brothers. Archaon received a response of intent from the Ruin Maker and the Cursed Shield. As he walked forward, cultivator shadows began to materialize behind him, as they had received instruction from their Romonus. Archaon's word is law. Archaon remembered how his armored fought, and he surged his energy into Ruin Maker. The sword normally would only work with Romonus energy, but Archaon was the exception. Using the sword as a mage's focus, Archaon formed a massive bounded field in the area to keep the Heimjima and other principal clan members from fleeing. Once the barrier was up, Archaon charged into the cave, followed by Romonus' shadow army. For my master. Inside the secret realm, SAE and the other Rokuko High School students were in cramped and terrible cells. To normal teenagers, this kind of treatment and the sight of their teachers being slaughtered by evil mages was traumatizing. There were 233 of them, and they only received a single bowl of rice to keep them alive daily. Occasionally, students were pulled from their cells by monsters or mages to be taken for further study and research. When the students returned from the testing, they would sometimes have blank looks as the magical experiments were agonizing. SAE and her fellow female students huddled together in the cold cells. In situations like these, it was the females who suffered the most. The fear of potential rape or sexual abuse caused them to always be on edge. They barely got any sleep because of the patrolling monsters, mages, and deranged principal clan members who gave particularly pretty girls dark looks. Unlike what the girls thought, these mages had no desire for their purities or bodies but something much worse. Virgin girls were the best sacrifice materials in their rituals, and some of these mages would like to drain their life force. Even Romonus, a demon, lost massive amounts of life force when he used forbidden magic. Human mages often used humans, especially young girls, as batteries to supply their dark magic with the life force it required. SAE and her friends hugged each other to find support in this dark place. It was terrible as they had not bathed since they were captured, and they felt there was no hope. One of the girls snapped and started to pull at her hair. "We are going to die here." Sae wrapped her arms around her and tried to calm her down. "Shhhhhh. The wizards will hear you." Suddenly, they heard the voice they were dreading, a deep, distorted voice of a gaunt dark mage holding onto the bars of the cell. "And I have." They all turned to gaze at the mage dressed in dark robes. His face seemed to be aged like a mummy, his eyes glowed like red coals, and his breath was rank and poisonous. In particular, he was looking right at Sae. "You are next. Get her." He opened the cell, and an abomination moved forward. It was a massive ape walking with a scorpion lower body. His familiar moved its hand to grab Sae, causing her to close her eyes. Anyone save me." As if answering the call, Archaon swung Ruin Maker and slashed open a hole in the hidden realm. The mage and his familiar turned their heads as they saw Archaon using his bare hands to rip open the dimensional wall. Archaon tore the dimension wide open with silent efficiency and allowed the shadow cultivators to move in. All of them held their shadowy swords and spears as they rushed in. The dark mage took a few moments to snap out of his shock. He grabbed his staff and was about to cast spells, but Archaon noticed him and teleported in a blaze of chaos flames. He swung his left arm and used the curse shield to slice the mage's head off. "Drink, my brothers. Drink their blood and souls." In the same movement, he swung Ruin Maker and cleaved his monster in half. Sae and her friends looked up at Archaon. He didn't look heroic, but he looked like their hero at that moment. The living armor looked down at the students. "My armored, what do I do with them?" Romonus, in England, was looking through Archaon's eyes and telling him what to do. "Keep them safe and save them. Tell the shadows to start getting them out. Remember, there are a few people of note. Hanazu, Walburga, Augusta, and Satnal. Augusta has the Longinus Incinerate Anthem. If you kill her, it will choose a new wielder. Catch it. And if I find Walburga and Satnal, catch them both. If you can't, I will teleport in. If they are not there, forget about it. Your words are my will armored." "Good. Happy hunting." Happy hunting it was. Archaon was having a blast. Chapter 74, Archaon's Solo Raid 2/. I finally bought Grammarly Premium. Let's see how the quality improves now. Once Archaon received Romonus directives, he locked them in. He was standing directly outside the cell where Sae had been locked in. Tobio's childhood friend and crush. She was considered vital because she mattered to Tobio, Romonus' student and Akino's cousin. As such, Archaon knew she mattered the most of the 233 students. He kneeled and leaned down to examine her closely. He pointed at her face with his clawed hand. "You. Girl. Are you Sae Tuju?" The teenage girl froze as she was being named dropped. She stuttered, but Archaon was relentless. "So. Are you?" "Why yes, I am." "Good." Archaon, with a thought, tore the bars away from her cell first. He lunged down and grabbed her by her shirt like a kitten. He lifted her off the ground, causing her and her friends to feel like this knight was not a noble knight here to save them. He was a demon knight, and he was here to kill them. Unlike what they imagined, Archaon used Ruin Maker to cut space open to open a portal. "In you go." He tossed Sae through the portal, causing her to scream like she was going to die. She closed her eyes in terror as jumping through a shimmering purple portal that looked like it would melt her to the bones was traumatizing. However, when she came out the other side, Romonus caused her to levitate in the air before she hit the floor. "Got you." Sae heard his voice and opened one of her eyes only to meet eyes with Romonus. He squinted his eyes and grinned, showing off his canines and sharper than normal teeth. A side effect of having werewolf and vampire blood was that it was growing stronger alongside his demon blood. "So you are Sae. No wonder Tobio is head over heels for you." Hearing the thought for a moment, her face turned bright red. Hearing the name of her longtime friend after all this time made her feel a certain way. "You know Tobio?" Romonus nodded as he set her down on the floor. "Do you want me to call him?" "I will do it in a minute since I have something to do." On the other side of the portal, Archaon made a decision. He only cared about Sae because she was valuable and a way to earn Tobio's undying loyalty. Once she was secured, he could move on with the assault. As for the rest of the students, he ordered some of the cultivator shadows to get them out of the way. "Get them out of their cells and take them to the master. When they are dropped off, return to my side and continue the attack." Without a single sound, the mindless cultivator shadows began to cut the enchanted bars of the cells with their weapons. Once the cell bars were slashed, the former cultivators lifted the students into the air before taking them past the portal Archaon had created. Back in England, at Romonus' home, his shadows began to bring the students in groups of 12. Romonus instantly knocked them out with magic because he didn't want to repeatedly explain the same thing to people with no potential in the supernatural. However, while he had this many, he activated his eyes of the soul and began to look at the students. He looked at the piles of 12 students quickly forming, looking for students with hidden sacred gears or magical potential. Already, his shadows had brought back 150 students, and only one of them had a sacred gear. That was to be expected as sacred gears did not grow on trees. He waved his hand and separated that guy since even if the gear was weak, he could give him to Azazel in exchange for more favors. When Azazel saw that, he was intrigued. Why did you take him from the pile? Romonus smiled as he explained. He has a sacred gear. From what I can tell, it is a mere twice critical. Azazel nodded. Simple but decently strong gear. It's quite common, but the balance breaker is where it counts. Nice find. SAE was the only exception to being knocked out, so seeing her fellow students come through the portal only to pass out worried her. Why are all of them passing out? Romonus shrugged. Simply put, they will be mind-wiped of this whole thing. We can't let the supernatural be known to many students with no place in it. Give me a second. Romonus simultaneously telepathically linked to Tobio, Koga, Cookie, Natsum, and Shigyun. You 5. We have located your fellow students. Including SAE and your friends. Hearing the words, the 5 of them dropped everything they were doing and began to run to the living room. Once he informed them, Romonus cut the link as the students piled up. They would be fine as Romonus' mansion was massive, as was the living room. Azazel, you mind handling this? Azazel shook his head. No problem. Azazel held his hand out and opened up a large portal. He didn't use his phone for this, he only used it because it was fun. He used magic to communicate with his servants to come pick up the students. When they received the order, Azazel's fallen angels began to walk through the portal. When they arrived through magic, they moved the students through the portal. By then, Romonus' 5 students had arrived to see their classmates. However, when they saw what was happening, they were confused. They walked over to Romonus to ask him directly. Tobio, on the other hand, was looking at SAE, who was kneeling by Romonus. SAE. He ran to her side and wrapped his arms around her tightly. I am so glad you are all right. SAE, without even meaning to, began to cry as she hugged Tobio back. While they reunited, he explained things to the other 4. Simply put, we will all cover this whole thing up. The students involved in this will have their memories thoroughly wiped of the event. We will label this as a terrorist group sinking the cruise and taking the students as hostages against Japan. Most of these students have Northwest potential or place in the supernatural, unlike you 4. They will return to their everyday lives, just with a lot more trauma. At that moment, Cookie saw his best friend Nobushige among the pile. He saw the fallen angels pick him up and move him through the portal. You did say we could return to semi-normal lives if we wanted to, right? Romonus nodded. Yes. If you want, after you grasp your sacred gear enough to stop attracting evil, you can return to your normal life. Of course, with regular contact with me to ensure your sacred gears don't go out of control. Cookie looked at Byakusa, the evil fiend Tawu of ignorance. The small red eyes cat meowed happily at him. With a smirk, he held his fist out to Romonus. Nah, screw being mundane. I will stick around. Romonus smirked back and fist bumped Cookie. You made the right choice. How about you 3? Natsum also looked at her sacred gear, whom she named Griffin. Despite him being the Quanki, the fiend of deviousness, she cared too much for him. I will stay as well. It is fun to learn magic and how to fight. Shigyun hugged Po, her sacred gear. What will happen if I choose to go back to normal? She was a unique case. Sadly, Shigyun, you can't return to your everyday life with Po as your sacred gear. He is the strongest of the 4 fiends, the fiend of gluttony. His hunger is so great that he would consume entire villages, houses, people, livestock, and crops and still want more. Even if your parents are wealthy and know more than they should as rich people, you can't keep him fed. Eventually, he will get peckish, and an entire city will be eaten someday. Po began to whine and say that he wanted more food as if he had agreed. As a sacred gear, his hunger was reduced but not gone. Shigyun hugged him tighter in terror as she had known him to be a friendly little pet. But as Romonus said, he was still one of the evil fiends. I see. I will think about it. She walked off a little depressed, which made Koga shake his head. Out of the 4 of us, why did she have to have the biggest burden? Blitz, his sacred gear, began to bark as if he found what he said offensive. Romonus also had more to say to him. You are also similar to her, you know. The Hunden is the fiend of chaos. He attracts calamity to himself. Blit nodded, saying that was very true. Koga held his hands up as Blitz acted like an average dog most of the time. At times, he got scarily intelligent when he wanted to. As a sacred beast possessor, Suzaku was the opposite of the four fiends. You are correct in saying that. In ancient times, the four fiends terrorized Asia as they constantly moved together. It took so long to deal with them because they always fought together and for each other. It took the 5 principal clans and their heads, alongside several cultivator sects, to kill them. The battle ended with the complete wipeout of the sects and most of the most vital members of the principal clans. They couldn't even destroy them because God descended from the heavens and took the bodies and souls of the fiends afterward. Hearing that made it clear that Romonus had to get into heaven. Thinking of how many legendary creatures, materials, and knowledge God had amassed made it an essential long-term goal for him. He didn't keep on this line of thought for long as Mephisto and Azazel had good news. Their forces had arrived at the location of the agency hideout, where Archaon was moving through. Archaon, this entire time, ran through the hallways and corridors of the agency. He was on an extermination mission, and he made sure to feed the souls of his victims to his brothers. If he ever wanted his brothers to be sentient like him, they needed more blood and souls. As Archaon moved toward the stairs to the second floor, he was intercepted by several mages. They all held staffs, and together, they began to chant in Latin a dark ritual to attack Archaon's very soul. To delay him, they sent their familiars and slaves forward. He could not smile, but if he could, he would be. His cape grew like a living creature as he roared and kicked off the ground to charge forward. More blood. With dexterous skill, he began to cleave through the unfortunate monsters and slaves with Ruin Maker. The giant sword was a work of art, and it cut through scales, flesh, and bone like it was not even there. The shield was a weapon in itself. He held it forward, and from the red and purple gem in the middle, a massive blast of demonic mana wiped out the mages before they could finish their chant. Archaon, feeling proud of himself, moved forward to find more victims to slay. Deep underground, Hanazu was on the brink of pulling his hair out. How did these monsters find us? The separate dimension was hidden with advanced magic. The Utsasimi aren't ready, and Satnal fucked off to who knows where. Cowardly, Leo doesn't even have a host yet. He didn't know that his Heimjima blood had sold him out. This secret lab had several tanks where floating monsters were being gestated. He was not alone, however, as luck would have it, Augusta had been here to work on the Utsasimi. She had even brought her apprentice Walburga. The elderly which squinted her eyes as this was not supposed to happen. She had checked the formations and enchantments that should have even the best mages from finding them. This shouldn't be happening. I even reinforced the enchantments, so how were we found? What magic did they use? Unless dash. She looked at Hanazu himself. I think I know how they tracked us down. Aren't you Heimjima, all descended from Ikitsuikon? They must have used your blood itself to track you down. Hanazu grit his teeth in rage. How does that make any sense? Satnal gave me this himself to hide me. He showed the enchanted medallion around his neck, which Satnal charged with his magic. Augusta snarled at him. Magic does not follow the rules. Who is attacking? Hanazu brought up the camera feeds and other devices to show off Archaon and the cultivator shadows. They were not alone, though, as the forces of Gregory and Grauzauber had arrived. Armoros, one of the cadre of Gregory, led the Gregory forces, and an archmage of the order led the Grauzauber forces. Even Archaon, who was moving quickly while slaughtering all who came his way, was in equal danger. I didn't sign up for this. Augusta grabbed her staff and slammed it down, trying to teleport away. Usually, a bound field wouldn't have stopped her escape, but this was no average bound field. It was cast by Archaon the Profane, the living armor of Romonus. They were trapped here with him, and they would die here by his hand. Chapter 75, 3 of 5 Holy Relics Acquired. As Archaon moved, he continually faced resistance because he was the most dangerous creature the Utsasimi agency had ever encountered. They thought their Utsasimi, Satnal, and plans would allow their revenge against the Shinto gods and their former clans. However, they had not anticipated someone like Romonus, who had tracked down the diluted divine blood all principal clan members shared. Because of that, they were now being sieged by the organizations they had defected from and wronged. In the case of Romonus, they had not wronged him directly. They were just a bother and served him more dead than alive. As Archaon moved through the corridors to the next level, the shadows appeared behind him. These cultivators had been striped of their will because Romonus didn't want to hear them yell their attack names every time. Now, they were a more effective force and, in a way, were smarter and mindless than with minds. By then, all the students had been moved and were out of danger. Gregory and Grauzauber believed they would face more opposition, but Archaon needed no help. The living armor and the shadows sent alongside him were causing a massacre. Already, he was on the 3rd floor with plenty of new souls in Ruin Maker and the Curse Shield. Those could become food for his brothers or new shadows for the Master's army. As he moved toward the 4th floor, the principal clan exiles gathered to face him. Attack. Archaon felt that these humans were just pathetic. Honestly, just stop. He moved forward and did not bother to dodge as they launched different magical spells at him. Even the occasional curse set to destroy his bones, stop his heart, or something of that nature. He swung Ruin Maker, launching a massive slash of power of destruction, slaughtering the exiles. Master, how were these ever a threat? They never were a threat, Archaon. You know my memories. Much weaker individuals defeated them, and they had 2 months to prepare. They are not getting their prep time. We are killing the baby before it can grow to be Hitler. Archaon found that funny because the analogy fit perfectly. In that case, my armored, I shall ensure that no one even remembers these pests by the time I finish them. Romonus smiled as Archaon knew how to get the job done. Make sure you complete my secondary objectives. Of course, your will is mine. Archaon and his shadows picked up their pace, but it did not matter what the Utsasimi agency tried to stop him. He just kept bulldozing through it. Hanasa detonated different magical bombs he had placed on the floors to destroy Archaon. Instead, Archaon walked out of the rubble burning in purple-blue chaos flames. As they were called, the shadows burst into darkness before reforming with no apparent damage. Archaon pointed forward when he saw more exiles as he was done. The former Azura Rage sect cultivators roared like their names and charged forward. With brutal savagery, they tore apart everyone they got their hands on. They tore off heads and ripped people in half, but Romonus had an idea. Archaon, collect all of their blood. I can use that in my alchemy. By your orders, my armored. Archaon stopped using the pod, and every time he killed someone, he made sure to collect their blood. He would hold his hand out and draw out all of the blood inside the corpses into a bloody orb he held in his right hand. This way, Archaon collected not just souls from the dead but also their blood, which contained the diluted blood of 5 different gods. While they were called the sons of Amaterasu, they were not birthed the usual way. Instead, they were birthed mainly by Susanoo, who chewed the beads of Amaterasu's necklace. They were technically the children of the 2 sibling gods formed through magic because Amaterasu was a maiden goddess. Despite that, they were still gods, and their blood could be used in numerous ways. Archaon, though, was a little disappointed that it seemed he would end this entire thing without a challenge. However, it appeared that the universe had come to his aid and given him someone who would not die instantly. Just as Archaon and his shadows were about to move down to the 9th floor, he heard footsteps. Archaon looked at the orb of blood in his left hand and decided not to risk it getting destroyed, so he opened a portal and tossed it through. On the other side, Romonus was ready and pulled it toward him. He crystallized the orb as he would have Valerie wake up the divine blood in this for his uses. Once he had a blood crystal, he got up from his couch. He put it inside his new spatial ring, which Rahvdall had gifted to him, before he turned to his guests. If you will excuse me, my target has been located. Romonus, without waiting for a response, teleported directly to Archaon. The living armor instantly formed around Romonus, exposing his face because he did not care to hide his identity anymore. Once Romonus was wearing Archaon, they linked their senses together once more. My armored, I am glad to be again fighting together. Romonus could understand, as he preferred being on the front lines rather than waiting for others to fight for him. Now that he was back in control, he opened his left hand, causing the true Longinus to appear. By this point, the formerly divine holy spear seemed to belong to a demon. It still had the majesty of being the weapon that had pierced Jesus, but it had been corrupted by the strongest demon to grace this world. He rested the spear on his shoulder while waiting for his target to rise up the stairs. When she did, he grinned, causing Augusta of the purple flames to feel like she was nothing. There you are. I am glad to have found you before you could hurry off to Oz. I have 2 questions. Where is Walburga, and where is Satnal? Instead of answering, she slammed her staff down. Balance breaker, giant of flames. Behind her, a massive giant of light purple holy fire formed while holding a giant burning cross. He smiled, as one of his main targets and method of becoming a demon god was here. You know, Augusta, there is a reason I want Incinerate Anthem for myself. As he walked forward, Augusta began to form many magic circles behind her, and the giant pointed the crucifix at him. Waves of holy flame, which would have even wounded Surzex, surged toward him. He did not dodge and began to walk through them as the holy fire could not hurt him. He was too durable for that, and Valerie had done what he wanted. He was immune to the effects of holy magic. He thrust the true Longinus forward and parted the wave of holy flames. He even created a giant hole in the flame giant's chest. The giant fell to its knees, as the opposing holy and demonic energies were hard to deal with. I already have the main gear, the true Longinus. As is known to all, it contains the will of God. The following gear is the cross of Jesus, which God used to create the Incinerate Anthem. This means that God's bloodline gave it its power. Sephiroth Grawl belongs to someone special to me, so it is unnecessary. Then there is Alpheka Tyrant, the nails that pierced Jesus' body. The last one is the Shroud of Turin. Once I have all 4, I can use them to become a demon god in my ascension ritual. Augusta held her staff out and began to bombard Romonus with lightning, fire, wind, ice, and all the magic she had on hand. They struck him, but none of them could get past the thin layer of aura he had around him. "You are insane." Romonus snorted as if anyone was insane. It was her. The giant recovered from the wound he had given it, and he saw it charge toward him as its flames surged like an ocean. He surged his demonic mana into Ruin Maker and the true Longinus as he slashed in a cross shape, cutting the giant into 4 sections. "Now that you are out of the way, all that remains is this." Using Godspeed, he reached Augusta, cleaving her head from her shoulders with Ruin Maker. "You were dangerous to children, not me. Serve." From her body, the soul of Augusta rose from her corpse as another mindless shadow. Her free will was gone because Romonus, as usual, did not leave chances for betrayal. At the same time, he kneeled and set Ruin Maker down. He shoved his right hand into the corpse of Augusta, and he ripped out a small burning purple fire. "Welcome your new host, Anthem." Romonus clenched his hand and sent the small flame into his soul. Once it was there, he, Archaon, Ruin Maker, and the curse shield began to pressure it as corrupting the sacred gear started. Romonus' goal was truly evil, as the way he wanted to ascend to godhood was indeed the way of a demon. He was going to corrupt the relics of God and use the corruption of each one to gain the divinities of God. That way, no one could challenge him in this world. Even Eviatold would not know about Dragon Deus until he wanted them to. 2 out of 4, I just need the nails and shroud. Archaon was curious. "What will you do with the Alpheka Tyrant and the Shroud of Turin?" "You will eat Alpheka Tyrant and fuse the shroud with your cape. The relics are just part of the ritual, as I will also use the hearts of my original 4 targets. The descendants of the original Satans and Lilith. With that, our future will be set, and the status as demon god will be mine." Romonus started to advance once more as the attack was nearly over. The 9th floor was the last, and Hanazu was done. He fell to his knees as all his years of plotting were for nothing. His organization was crushed in a matter of days, and they still had not completed a single Utsasimi. Walburga jumped up on a desk and began to kick her legs back and forth. The young girl moved her head from side to side as she hummed a little tune. Hanazu didn't notice because he didn't even look up when the massive metal door was kicked down. When Romonus walked through it, he saw 2 of his targets. Hanazu, who would have been Tobio's first main villain. He kidnapped his childhood friend and crush, forced a powerful Utsasimi inside of her, and enslaved her to his will. As for Walburga, she was one of the main reasons Rahvdall could unseal Trihexa. The Incinerate Anthem had the added effect of being able to break through seals, and she used that to burn the seals of God away. Rahvdall then used one of Valerie's grails to control the mindless beast, which caused the sealing and deaths of many mythology leaders. Of course, that would not happen now because it was pointless. Rahvdall was insane, as his goal of invading the EXE world was doomed to fail. Those beings were beyond the dragon gods, and Rahvdall could not touch them. He had to use Samel, who was one of God's creations. Meaning that Romonus would become a dragon god-level being as well when that happened or beyond them even. "I am glad you 2 did not try to run." Hanazu looked up to see who had ruined his decade-long plot. How did you find us?" Romonus walked toward him and explained. "Your divine blood, Hanazu." Romonus drew upon the powers of Incinerate Anthem and used it to incinerate Hanazu. He didn't destroy or turn his soul into a shadow, as there was no need. He let Hanazu go to Yomi, where the Shinto gods would have time to punish him for his plot. As for Walburga, she was still kicking her feet with a creepy smile. "So my master is dead." He walked toward her until he reached the desk she was sitting on. "She is. Tell me, what do you think I should do?" Walburga leaned back and thought about it. She laid down on the desk while still kicking her legs back and forth. "Kill me, I guess. That is what I would do after torturing you for a few years. Your face looks kinda cute, so I might use you as a sex doll." He chuckled as he liked that honesty. Just then, she sat up and held her hands out. "Well then, do it quick, I guess." Romonus thought about it as he didn't have much to fear from Walburga. Without Incinerate Anthem and without time to join the Cows Brigade, she was at his mercy. "In that case, I will follow my desires." He sent Ruin Maker and the true Longinus into his soul. He grabbed her neck before creating a collar from his demonic mana around her neck. It had a little bell with her name on it. On the back, it said Romonus, as he owned her now. "You look better this way. Now, come on, kitty." He reached out and placed a hand on her head before forcefully binding her soul to his service. Why kill her when she could cause more chaos herself? Once Walburga was taken care of, he had a bunch of Utsasimi to take, and Leo. The lion could be useful as a sacred gear for Chiron once Azazel and Valerie worked on him more. Just like that, except for Satinel, the Utsasimi agency was no more. In my first fanfic, my main character, Kurayami, lightning and fire given form, received Walburga as a gift from his grandfather-in-law, Azrael. She became his crazy maid, and I still like her from then, so she is returning. Chapter 76, A Few Last Loose Ends and Time Skip. Once Hanazu, Augusta, and Walburga were dealt with, he focused on the gestating Utsasimi. Azazel could take and learn from them since they were made by combining the research of Glenda, Lavinia's former mentor, and what Sataniel stole from Gregory. Romanus took the gestating capsule of cowardly Leo for himself. He focused on the creature floating in an alchemical liquid as it developed. Out of the corner of his eye, he could also see how Walburga was trying to get the collar off her neck, but she could not remove it anytime soon with her weak magic. "Don't bother my kitten, that collar is staying on." Walburga snarled and whined as the little purple bell rang when she moved. "But I am not a cat." He turned his head as the capsule of Leo floated behind him. "Do you want me to give you a tail? I can make a vibrating tail to put on you." Walburga sat up and placed her hands on her lap with a for once freaked out look. "I am sorry." He chuckled as this was going to be fun. "You better be, because I can be a nice pet owner or a mean master. Pick your poison." Walburga thought about it quickly before she made up her choice. Meow. Romanus broke into a hearty laugh as one of the main villains of the light novel acted like a cat for him. He would never let her let this down because it was too funny. He slashed Ruin Maker before him and tore space open to create a purple portal. With a thought, Walburga flew through the air until he grabbed her by her nape. He put her on his shoulder, which lacked large spikes like some other sections of his armor. "Come on then." He walked through the portal back into his house, where his guests had been waiting. They were all confused when they saw him return with the giant gestation capsule and Walburga, except for Lavignien, who recognized her. Walburga. When Walburga saw Lavignien, she opened her mouth to begin her crazy, but before she could speak, her mouth was covered up with tape. Walburga began to scratch at the tape, but it would not come off until everyone was gone. I can safely say that other than Satnal, the Utsasimi agency is done for. Their leader and operatives are all dead. Augusta of Purple Flames is dead, and her sacred gear is mine. The students are saved, the evil fiends are all secured, and Tobio is alive. I think I did good work these past few days. Azazel started to laugh before he broke out into a complete, hearty laugh. Ha 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 ha. Really? It has been what? Like 3 weeks since the sinking of the cruise ship, and in that time, you have already destroyed the agency. How is that fair? Romanus dispelled Archaon as he sat back on his couch. He placed Walburga next to him and wrapped his arm around her shoulder. "Oh, you know, dark rituals that would kill an average person don't affect me. I am a demon, and the rules don't apply to me. Would you like me to go on?" Azazel shook his head as if happy. "Nah, I am good. I'd rather not hear you brag about how powerful you are." That reminded Romanus of something. "Why don't you just ask Valerie to do an upgrade for you? She could strengthen your fallen angel bloodlines like she has done for Aquino. I don't think she will stop at 6 sets of wings because of her active divine blood." Azazel and Barakiel looked at each other because this was true. Valerie could do that because, at this point, she had mastered the Sephiroth Graal more than any other wielder in history. By being Romanus Bishop, drinking his blood daily, and her pure vampire heritage meant she was not subject to the biggest weakness of the previous wielders. Romanus, though, popped their bubble. "Of course, you must wait until she finishes modifying my family. Then you can go next." Aquino giggled when she saw how disappointed Azazel and her father were. Even with all her advantages, she can't just modify people willy-nilly. It takes her a whole week to get rid of the corruption to her heart and soul by the Graal. However, that might have been reduced to 5 days because she is still getting stronger. It was also because Romanus himself was getting stronger because of his rising power. By the time he finished his ascension into a demon god, she and Vespera would truly become vampires who feed on the blood of a god. He smiled to himself because his goal of this life was almost upon him. He just had to get 5 ingredients to add to the ritual, and he would have the complete devil bloodline and their abilities at his disposal. He let go of Walburga and removed her mouth tape. "Go on, and do not try to kill anything or burn anything." She ran away once given a chance but could not do much since he had her soul under his control. He stood up and decided to speak. "Now that the Utsasimi agency is destroyed, what now? Their research will be split between Gregory and Grauzauber. I just took Leo here for myself." Suzaku turned to Mephisto and Azazel, who, from the look of things, were already planning on leaving. Their forces informed them that Archaon had left no survivors and that the research was intact. "I think I will be returning to my clan." She walked toward Aquino and wrapped her arms around her. "I am sorry I could not save my aunt and your mother. But I promise to do my best to change the rotten system from within." Aquino smiled as she hugged Suzaku back. "Thank you." The hug was short but heartwarming. Suzaku stepped away and gave a bow before she teleported back to the Heimjima clan. Mephisto nodded to himself before he turned to Lavinia. We can leave. Things are settled. Lavinia nodded. Of course. She tapped her staff on the floor and teleported back to Rahvdall. As for Azazel, he yawned as if he had done tiring work. I am leaving. You don't mind if Barrakiel stays, right? Romonus shook his head. Nah, this is a good chance for Aquino and Barrakiel to talk as father and daughter after 3 years of tragedy. Azazel nodded. Oh, by the way, Ajuka and I are almost done with your time chamber. That made Romonus happy because he had been expecting it for months. Great. Once Azazel teleported back to Gregory, Barrakiel walked over to Romonus on the couch. He bowed 90% and refused to look up. I don't know how to repay you, Romonus. If you ever need anything from me, ask, and I will go to the ends of the earth to deliver. You saved my daughter and will bring back the love of my life. Aquino stood next to her father and placed her hand on his back. Dad, you don't need to bow. Romonus nodded as Aquino made Barrakiel sit up. She is right. You are family now since you are going to be my father-in-law. So, you don't have to kneel to me. Go the both of you. Catch up because you more than deserve it. Barrakiel and Aquino smiled as they decided to share a meal like they used to. They wanted to recreate one of the dishes that Shuri used to make for them. Once they left, Romonus crossed his arms behind his head and kicked his feet on his couch. He even removed his heavy black boots as he relaxed into them. He was glad that the Utsasimi agency was over, and as soon as Satnal was caught, he would be free to start his travels. He smiled as he closed his eyes and took a rare nap. He deserved it after the many events he had gotten himself involved in. After eradicating the Utsasimi agency, time began to pass with some pretty significant events. Romonus used his mastery of dark rituals to track down Satnal before he could cause more danger. Azazel and all his cadre moved together against Satnal, defeating him and his sacred gear holders. Rather than kill him, they sealed him away because Azazel might find some use in him later. Erendite was recovered, and the entire Utsasimi agency was officially extinct. Once they were dealt with, Romonus and his allies had plenty of free time. Some major agreements were made between the factions. Amaterasu had kept her word by putting more control on her clans. She and her sons, who sired them, returned to run them because they had become dogmatic, and their methods were far too wasteful. They exiled members who, while not having active divine blood, were still talented in their own right. From what Romonus had heard, the 5 sons of Amaterasu had descended after agreeing to sire a few demigods among the clans with maidens who volunteered. This way, the clan's diluted divine blood could be purified again. The sons of Amaterasu were not like Zeus, so they only did this out of necessity, not lust. However, the maidens who had agreed to this had enjoyed their first times with the gods. They had requested that the gods visit them more, which the gods agreed to. Romonus silently nodded in approval, hearing that the 5 clans' maidens had successfully been impregnated with demigods. Romonus also informed Rahvdall about his agreement with Amaterasu, which she felt was an excellent idea. She thought having a closer tie to the Shinto gods would be advantageous, so she joined the meetings with Rahvdall, Gregory, and the principal clans. The new heads of the clans, along with Suzaku, had started to imprison and purge fanatical members of the clans. Aquino and Tobio were even welcomed back as members of the Heimjima clan, which allowed them to start reading more about their family history and access more magic tomes of the clan. As for Romonus, he successfully convinces Tobio to become his mutation knight, and Cookie decides to become his second pawn. With that, Romonus' peerage was a step closer to being complete. He needed a queen, a second knight, 3 pawns, and 1 mutation pawn. He still hadn't chosen someone for that but had someone in mind. Rahvdall had been meeting with the Shinto gods and officially met with Gregory because Azazel was Romonus' friend. With 2 super devils and a demon on the Satan faction side, the Great King faction was forced to compromise as an alliance, and a peace treaty with Gregory was signed. That was not all because Rahvdall also got into a meeting with King Ulrich, the werewolf king who had slaughtered the Teeps faction. Romonus called him to thank him for his venom and told him that he had sent Rahvdall as an envoy. The werewolf king welcomed Rahvdall and quickly agreed to enter an alliance with the devils. Romonus had already promised to help them take the Carmilla faction, and when the cleansing of the underworld started, Ulrich's werewolves would be there for the slaughter. Azazel even sent diplomats to speak with Ulrich, and Gregory didn't just sign an alliance with devils but also the werewolves. Romonus even called the Corpse Ghost sect, who also decided to throw in their lot with Romonus. He was already a heavy hitter, and 2 of their biggest rivals were dead because of him. When the wider supernatural world heard of these new alliances and peace treaties signed, they began to hear the name Romonus G. Bale more and more. Hearing that he was the younger brother of the Devil King Surzex, the nephew-in-law of Ajuka, lover of Rahvdall, and a friend of Falbium and Azazel meant he had considerable political leverage on top of his power. Because of him, Gregory, devils, werewolves, and even a major cultivator sect of China entered a quadruple alliance. These closer alliances began to attract the wider supernatural world's attention because Romonus planned to gather more alliances before starting his wars. That was the political side, but as for himself, a few events had occurred. Azazel finally delivered the time chamber, which Ajuka and Azazel made in unison. They had put all their genius into it and installed it in Romonus' mansion. The chamber had a few limits, but every day in the real world was 1 year inside. The gravity inside could be moved from 10 to 1,000 times normal gravity. They didn't make the time faster because they didn't want Romonus to start aging by decades. They also recommended that he give himself at least 3 months between each use to allow his sense of time to get warped. He followed their advice and used it more sparingly to avoid becoming super old. He didn't want to become 80 and have to have kids too soon after all. Over the next 3 years, he used the time chamber sparingly with his harem and peerage. During that time, he had only used it 5 times. He had gained 5 years of extra training on top of the 3 regular years he had aged, meaning he was no longer 13. He was now 21 years old. He had taken Rias with him so as not to lose their twin status, meaning that Romonus, his peerage, and his harem had all aged 8 years. That time had gone by quickly, and they had all gotten leagues stronger than before. Romonus, in particular, because he had further mastered his bloodline abilities. He had gained new skills from his werewolf and vampire side, amplified by his main Sparta bloodline. As for the actual 3 years out of the time chamber, they had not been wasted. Chapter 77, 8 years later. Once Azazel delivered him the time chamber, Romonus was able to speed up his plans. By spending a year inside training, he could not only experiment with his abilities but also create new ones. He didn't just use the time in the chamber effectively, as he also had 3 years in the real world to use. Using the dark magics that he had improved, he searched for the locations of all the sealed evil dragons in case he ever needed to or wanted to resurrect them. He had even done the same to other legendary monsters that had been slayed or sealed, which he considered a secret trump card in case he needed an army of monsters. He didn't just track down sealed or dead monsters, but he had done the same for mythical heroes of the past. He hadn't resurrected them all because it was just an option for the future. He also had other things to do, like searching for the Cow's Bridge's future leaders to recruit or slay them. One of the first he prioritized was Kuroka since she was Chiron's sister. The two of them quickly found Kuroka by using her relationship with Chiron to track her down. When they found her, Kuroka was shocked that her baby sister was now older than her. She was also not expecting Chiron to come to her as a six-tailed Nakushu, something that had never been seen in history. Chiron took the time to recount to her sister what happened after she escaped and what Chiron had been doing with Romonus. Kuroka didn't hesitate to believe her since, all this time, she wanted to be reunited with her sister. Being given the chance was more than she could ask for. However, the benefits of that action were more than she could dream of. Not only could their mother be brought back, but the damage done to her through the experimentation could also be undone. When she moved into his house to be with Chiron, she received treatment from Valerie. Ajuka also had her evil pieces cut the link to her dead master and was forgiven for her crimes because of Romonus' political pull. She was the primary individual who was important to him because of Chiron, but he also tracked down Biko. It had been just after he received the title of Monkey King, but knowing that Biko hated being responsible, Romonus came to him when he was going to leave on his journey. Romonus told him that if he became his student, Romonus would give him all the fights and fun he could dream of. Biko had found this amusing but wanted Romonus to prove his strength. Romonus had agreed, and he had not lifted a finger to battle. He uttered a single word in Unencia, meaning blast, and defeated Biko, leaving him staggered and deaf. After healing him, Biko laughed and submitted himself to the terms of the wager. He was not the only member of the Valid team that Romonus tracked down, as he also came to Arthur Pendragon and Morgan Le Fay. He had challenged Arthur to a duel, and the loser would become the winner's knight. Arthur had accepted the conditions of the duel, and to make the conditions more fair, Romonus had sealed most of his demonic strength. He had fought with his old Magi steel blade that he had not touched in years. Arthur had noticed this, but Romonus had said he was unworthy of using his true might or sword, which had stung Arthur's pride. He had used Caliban to its full potential, but Romonus, using only his sword skills, utterly defeated Arthur. As a man of his word, Arthur had agreed to the conditions of the duel, but Romonus didn't add him to his peerage. That honor had gone to Sylvana, who had more than proven her might in recent years. She has studied the method for crafting Ruin Maker, Archaon, and the Cursed Shield. She has also had Tobio help by creating several weapons made from his sacred gear, which she had studied. Romonus and Azazel had even tracked down Kanla, who had inherited the spirit of the original Kanla and would have joined Chow Chow. They killed him, took his sacred gear, and took the spirit of Kanla. This was a good chance, so Valerie took the spirit, and through the Sephiroth Grawl, she brought Kanla back to life. The side effects had been quite severe, but Romonus had been ready and fed her his blood right after. The side effects were reduced, but it took her almost a month to recover fully. She even took another 2 weeks to heal herself entirely, but Kanla, the son of Kuchulain, was back in the world. Kanla was quite stunned to find himself back in the land of the living, but he was more than grateful. He had chosen to become a knight for Night, which the Damper rejected. She begged that he become a knight for Romonus instead, but Kanla insisted, saying that he would defend the one who brought him back to life and her chosen husband with his second life. Finding this amusing, Romonus allowed it, and he took Kanla as another of his students. As for Sylvana, she had been given the Night Reflection sacred gear, which she used as a material in her forever scythe and armor. Since Latia and Ajuka had returned to help her, her gear could be called the younger siblings of Archaon. Her armor had been named Ernaline, which in Celtic meant battle to the death. As for her scythe, it had been Agrona, which in Celtic meant battle or slaughter. Unlike her mother, who had been forging for centuries to find her true gear, she had found hers in a few short decades. There were many reasons why she was the best knight candidate besides Tobio. She had come from 2 pure bloodlines and had been blessed by a god at birth. As a result, she was already strong when he met her. After meeting him, she found her true gear and received modifications from Valerie. Now, having his demon knight piece, her skill and power had been rising without limit through the years. Even her parents had not expected their daughter to exceed them in power so soon. When she had gone back to visit them, they had been beyond shocked that their daughter had surpassed the Satan class. Most of Romonus' lovers had taken the leap because Valerie had modified them all to improve their bloodlines and improve their talent. Every year that passed, her mastery of the Sephiroth Graal improved, and she could draw out latent talent in anyone. All of them were effectively immortal, immune to holy and light magic, and their bloodlines had been purified. Seraphall's dormant Gremory clan trait in her bloodline awakened and even purified her Citri blood to match the Citri ancestor. This had caused her demonic energy, which was already powerful, to receive a massive upgrade. She had even gained a water affinity on the same level as her ice magic, which, when used along with her new Gremory trait, could drown entire countries in water and then freeze it. This, alongside training inside the time chamber with Romonus, had made her finally join her 2 friends, Surzex and Ajuka, at the Super Devil level. She was not the only one, as Venilana had recovered her old strength and exceeded it once Valerie modified her. Her power of destruction, though, could not match Surzex or Romonus since she lacked the Gremory clan trait. She also had no other clan trait because her bloodline was highly pure. Regardless, her latent talent made her advance to the Super Devil rank by relying on her talent, pure bloodline, and sheer effort. Several elixirs from Romonus also sped up the process, which was another skill he had improved in. Rias, on the other hand, who was a natural talent, had reached the peak of the Satan class after the 5 years spent in the time chamber. However, she was closer to a pseudo-super devil since she lacked a unique skill set. Rather than feel annoyed at the wall she faced, she took the time to reflect and find her path. She had 3 examples to learn from in Romonus, Venilana, and Surzex. If even Graphia, after all the centuries alive, was not at the level of a super devil, what hope did she? She also didn't have Romonus's demon bloodline, demon peace, or Venilana's experiences in the Great War or Civil War. This was a time of self-reflection to find her way forward. She was not the only one stuck, as Sikvera and Chiron had also gotten stuck at the pseudo-super devi level even after the modifications, elixirs, training they had. Chiron still had more tails to grow, while Sikvera needed more time to find herself much like Rias. On the other hand, Latia had her path, and she had advanced to the Super Devil class with her uncle's aid. He, Romonus, and Valerie used a serum made of Ajuka's blood to give Latia his Super Devil genes, making her future even easier. Akino was also not stuck because of her divine Nephilim blood. When she grew her 6th pair of wings, she expected to be done, but after training in the time chamber, she had grown a 7th pair, much to the shock of everyone. Azazel had studied this to ensure nothing was wrong, but he attributed it to a fusion of the blood of the fallen angel, devil, demon, and Shinto god bloodlines. Knowing that she had become the first super fallen angel was surprising, but she enjoyed it. As for Itsuki, Draig and Romonus had coppered to get her to convert her heart into a demonic dragon heart. It had been relatively easy, but Itsuki could now be considered a demon dragon in human form. Valerie had even made a second modification, which caused Itsuki to become a true demon dragon. Rather than becoming a super devil, it was more accurate that she was on her way to becoming a heavenly dragon like Draig. She just had to develop her abilities like the boost and divide. Another powerhouse was Miria, who had been curious as to why she had such a reaction to alcohol. She dived into any remaining clan records and found one of her ancestors had made a deal with Shunduji. She had drunk the Oni's blood to gain power in exchange for granting the Oni an ample supply of devil alcohols. It just turned out that Miria had awakened the Oni's dormant genes, which had not been seen because of how diluted they were. Valerie had made sure to use her gear to awaken the Oni genes, which had caused Miria to grow a set of purple horns similar to Roigun. With the way she fought, it made perfect sense why she had always been so damn intense, violent, and had a propensity for drunken rages. It had been because she had been part of Oni the entire time, which no one had noticed. That, combined with her already powerful abilities, had also allowed her to advance to the level of the Super Devil. To celebrate, she drank a bottle of Bale apple wine and dragged Romonus to the bedroom, where he let her do what she wanted. That had been a wild night as she had not held back, and if not for the formations and reinforcements, his room would have caused an earthquake. Following that night, Romonus had made it his goal to only have drunken sex with her because she was extra passionate. As for Roygun, when she had her king piece, she had been a Satan-class devil. To her, this training was not about getting stronger but recovering her old strength. That was easy to achieve as she had used her king piece for years. She already had the training and experience of using Satan-class strength. She had reached her old level in a short amount of time. Thanks to modifications done by Valerie, her crack ability had become even stronger than when she had her king piece. She had pushed her mastery even further to advance to the rank of a super devil. It was almost unfair at the speed at which Romonus could strengthen those around him. Mostly, all thanks to Valerie for her mastery of the Sephiroth Graal. Like Venelana and Miria, Vespera already knew her path and had advanced to the same rank as them. She had used the past 8 years to master her bloodline abilities fully. Most of her life had been inside Blood Drinker, but it had trained her mind and soul through the torture. Drinking Romonus demon blood had caused her strength to begin to reach the level it should be. Since she had already been modified, she drew the strength of her ancestors, the Carmela Pure Blood Ancestor and Zekrom. Through that, she became another super devil class fighter. The most important thing about all this is that Valerie also improved. Romonus Demon Bishop piece had fused with the Sephiroth Graal in a way he could not explain. The result caused Valerie, already drinking Romonus blood daily, to become a true demon-vampire hybrid. She had modified herself and fully learned about the life code. In theory, she could kill her opponents at a distance by editing their life code, which had removed the side effects of her Longinus. This meant she could resurrect anyone she desired, and her fully converted Sephiroth Graal would have no side effects. This was one of the most important abilities that Romonus wanted to use. This is why Romonus, Valerie, and Kanla were currently in Iran. Romonus had tracked down the exact location where Azidahaka had been sealed, which was out in the deserts of Iran. The three rode on a giant griffin covered in black, purple, and red feathers. Karn and Grimlatus were sitting on the griffin's head because even now, 8 years later, they still considered themselves the most powerful in the world. These two had their own set of upgrades due to their master. As for Romonus himself, he looked pretty different than 8 years ago. He wore an intricate blackened suit with a trench coat. His hair was still black, and the front half was dyed dark purple. He still wore the Cositus earring, which was now a much darker purple shade than before. He also had a few new features that he did not have before on his head, a pair of large black werewolf ears with dark purple tips. Behind him were 9 black werewolf tails with purple tips swaying lazily. One of the skills he had gained was drawing out bloodline abilities from the ones his Sparta bloodline devoured. In this state, they allowed him to use the skills of a Ninetail to improve his sense of mana. His eyes were as sharp, and if anything, they were more cold than ever. At 21, he had grown out his facial hair as he always wanted. Even his height had grown as he was 6 feet 10 inches, causing him to look far more intimidating. His height also grew his muscle mass, making him an intimidating specimen. Holding onto his arm was Valerie, who was now 25 years old. She had matured in those years and now looks her age. She got taller and, from the look in her eyes, more confident in herself. Though she wasn't that tall as she was only 5 feet 11 inches, which was on the taller side for women, but when compared to Romonus, it was small. Sitting in front was Kanla, a tall young man with long, dark blue hair and red eyes. Behind his head, held in his arms, was a spear, which he was ready to use to defend his mistress and mentor. "Boss, what do you know about Azidahaka?" Romonus looked down at the young Irish demigod. Since his grandfather was Luf, the Celtic sun god, he was also a demigod. He was created by Engramenu, the evil Persian god, to destroy the gods of Zoroastrianism. He failed, but Azidahaka still killed and devoured many of them. He is the evil dragon I want. His mastery of forbidden magic is legendary, and he had to be sealed rather than killed since evil dragons can resurrect. His seal is near. I can sense his evil presence. Kanla nodded before turning to Valerie. Can you bring him back, mistress? Valerie nodded with a much more confident look on her face. If this were before, I would have been scared, but not anymore. The Sephiroth Graal is mine, and even resurrecting Azidahaka won't affect me. Hearing that, Kanla leaned back with a curious look on his face. Mistress, could you also bring back my mentor, Scathatch, or my father? You know my myth, right? Romonus looked down at the Irish hero. Glad you brought it up because I have also wanted that. Your father was a warrior of legend, and your mentor was just as if not more skilled. Would you do that, Valerie? She smiled and nodded. Of course, at this point, the fears and side effects of the Sephiroth Graal are no more. I could even bring back the mothers of Aquino and Chiron. Romonus wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her in for a hug. Thank you. Now then, Mephiston, you can land. The giant griffin roared before he swooped down. This was the same griffin his brother gave him on his 13th birthday. When the griffin landed, Karn and Grimlatus jumped off their heads as Romonus, Valerie, and Kanla jumped off the giant animal. They all walked forward, which made Kanla hold his spear seriously. "So where is it?" Romonus smirked. "Back away and cover your ears." Everyone obeyed as Romonus looked down. He took a deep breath before speaking. Blast. When he uttered the enuncia word, a gigantic wave of reality-distorting power carved into the desert sand. The sound and power were so extreme that they could be heard for miles. When the effect caused by enuncia was gone, a giant hole was carved in the ground. He waved his hand and cleared away the desert sand to reveal an enormous temple. He turned around to gaze at Kanla, Valerie, Mephiston, Karn, and Grimlatus, who all had listened. "Here it is." Kanla uncovered his ears before he walked forward. "Every time I see it, I wonder if there is anything that language can't do." Romonus smirked as he jumped down into the hole. As he did so, the werewolf ears and tail burst into purple lights as he no longer needed them. "There isn't." Kanla, Valerie, and his 3 familiars jumped down into the hole to follow. They might even find some treasures used to seal Azhi-Dahaka, which made this trip worth it. Chapter 78, Azhi-Dahaka and Ascension Preparations. Once Romonus, Valerie, Kanla, and his 3 pets landed, he fixed his hair now that he didn't have his werewolf features. He didn't mind having those, but he could admit that they were annoying. This is why when he finally finished his ascension, he would fully devour his extra bloodlines to leave only the 2 that mattered. Demon and human, since together they were the best. However, each bloodline had its perks. The werewolf features increased his sensitivity to natural mana, improving his senses. Once they jumped down the hole, they fell several hundred feet below ground in front of a large Persian temple with glowing seals of a divine nature. The entrance was in front of 2 large stone pillars engraved with many runes and seals in ancient Persian and Arabic, which he started to read. "Here lies the tomb of Azhi-Dahaka, the evil dragon of demonic origins. There is no treasure to be found, only death. Turn back, would-be treasure hunters." Kanla smirked before leaning back to look at Romonus. "Are you going to obey the warning, boss?" Romonus squinted his eyes with confidence brought about by near-endless strength. "Why would I listen to the words of forgotten gods?" Once more he spoke in enuncia. "Shatter and break." The power of the enuncia showed itself as a wave of reality-distorting power. Each pillar containing the divine seals instantly shattered one after the other. Valerie flinched a little because every time Romonus used enuncia, she was left awed and afraid of the strength he could use through his words alone. He had never taught them where or how he had learned it, but they all respected his choice. She looked forward as the temple pillars crumbled, but before the temple itself could fall, Romonus squinted his eyes. Hundreds of tons of stone began to float before he crushed them into nothing through extreme gravity with just his mind. Once the temple was dealt with, he walked forward until he stood before a large stone. The stone was pitch black with a dark evil aura venting now that he had broken the seals of the temple. Inside the black stone was a khopesh with a shimmering divine energy. "I see, when the gods killed his body, they couldn't destroy his soul. They sealed it away, and this divine sword was used as the final key in case the temple was to break or be raided." Valerie walked forward as she could feel the mighty soul of Azhi-Dahaka in the stone. "Romonus, you deal with the sword, and I will work to bring him back to life. While I give him flesh, you work to bind him because evil dragons only serve powerful evil gods." Romonus reached down and grabbed the handle of the khopesh. He gripped it tight and surged his demonic mana into the blade before using his strength to tear it from the sealing stone. Once the key was removed, he kicked the sealing stone, shattering it. The final seal of Azhi-Dahaka was broken when the stone was broken. The evil dragon's mighty soul began to form in an ominous dark mist. The power of the magics and Gramanu used to create him was at play, and Romonus was sure the evil god knew of his creation being free. Before Azhi-Dahaka could finish manifesting, Valerie walked forward and held her hands forward. She drew on the power of the demonic Sephiroth Graal and used it to take control over Azhi-Dahaka's reforming soul. While she did that, Romonus held his hand out and began to surge his demonic mana into the mix as he worked to bind Azhi-Dahaka to his service. Valerie took a deep breath as she surged a mix of holy and demonic energy to give the evil dragon life. Balance Breaker, Life Ruler. Her Balance Breaker increased her ability to control not just the life code but also the soul code. Through this and using the power of Romonus' demonic mana, she gave Azhi-Dahaka flesh and life. The evil dragon's soul began to take physical form in a burst of energy. Romonus waved his hand forward and formed a barrier before Valerie as he walked forward. In front of his eyes, the evil dragon's soul began to reform. Using his energy as fuel, the evil dragon began to grow his flesh, starting with 3 heads, which expanded into a draconic body from which 3 sets of wings grew. From his body, 2 arms and 2 legs emerged, and to finish it off, 3 powerful tails began to flex with power. Dahaka had very dark scales that were a distinct shade of purple that matched Romonus' eyes and hair. Romonus stood in front of the evil dragon as Azzy began to flex his new body, which began to grow larger. The dragon took deep breaths with his 3 heads before he opened his 3 sets of eyes. He looked down at Romonus, who placed his hands behind his back. Dahaka, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Romonus, your new master. Dahaka was still growing larger, but he was so amused that he laughed. Ha 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 ha. Do you think you have what it takes? I don't think you know who I am. Romonus felt the evil dragon was about to cast his forbidden magic, so he punished him. Shatter. At his word, a wave of reality-distorting magic fell on Dahaka. The evil dragon roared in despair as his claws, teeth, bones, and scales all shattered, causing dark purple blood to leak from the wounds. He fell limp to the ground, panting in agony. Despite liking pain to an extent, this was not fun. Every inch of his body was in agony and not in good pain. He was in misery. Romonus walked forward and leaned down to look at one of Dahaka's eyes. His face an expression of absolute confidence and pride. Do you want more? The dragon forced himself to speak and even laugh. He, no. You proved your mettle, heal me. Romonus raised an eyebrow. Was that an order? To me? Know your place when you speak to me. Dahaka grinned as he liked that look. Please, heal me, oh great master. Romonus frowned. Could be better, but fine. Romonus reached down and placed a hand on the dragon's head. He surged his demonic mana into his body, causing the damage he had inflicted to heal. His claws, fangs, bones, and scales all healed as he rose to his back legs. He reached up with an arm to hold the chin of his center head like he was in deep thought. However you did that, I am impressed. Romonus nodded as he placed his hands behind his back once more. Of course I am impressive, I am me. Shrink down to fit on my shoulder. Whatever you say, chief. Dahaka went from a dragon 80 meters long, 262 feet, to a small dragon no bigger than a cat. He crawled up Romonus' arm until he was on his shoulder. Once there, Romonus used the chance to form a soul link with him. Dahaka signed the contract on the spot so he would not be punished again. Once he was bound, Romonus spoke to him. Remember, I gave you the second chance at life. I can just as easily subject you to worse punishment than just that one word. Azzy laughed. Hee. No thanks, I will listen. What are you, by the way? Not a devil. I am a devil that became a demon that will plunder the power of God. If you want, call me divine demon. Better than Gremory, that is for sure. Dahaka grinned with all 3 of his heads. Divine demon. I like it, plunder the power of God himself, what a goal. I am on board now, that is for sure. Now that one of his goals had been achieved, he turned to Valerie, who was much better at modifications than he was since it was her job. Valerie, do your thing. She walked toward Romonus before reaching out and touching Dahaka's chest. The evil dragon wondered what she was doing before he felt his life code and soul code change instantly. As she and Romonus had discussed, she granted Azzy a regenerating lifespan to let him cast his forbidden magic like Romonus could. His weakness to dragon-slaying magic was removed, and he was granted a massive regeneration upgrade. She granted him a corrupted version of Lig magic and purified his evil dragon bloodline to draw out the divine energy that was used to create him by Gremory. This all happened in moments that shocked the evil dragon at the quickness with which he had been modified. She even modified his soul to make it so his soul healed faster than usual. When she was done, she removed her hand before venting the corruption that tried to enter her heart and soul. She was no longer the same person who feared her strength. Now, the Grawl was hers to control. There we are. You are welcome, by the way. With a smirk she turned to Romonus, who smiled at her. Well done. Azzy on his shoulder pointed at her with a claw. How did she dash? Kanla answered for his mistress and mentor. Do that. The Sephiroth Grawl, my mistress, might as well be a life goddess now, so show her respect. Romonus smiled as he turned to his 3 other pets. That she is. Come on, before the gods find out who broke the seal. Karn snarled as he ran up his leg to get on his right shoulder. He hissed at Dahaka, who squinted his eyes in both confusion and apprehension. What the fuck is that thing? Romonus smiled as he ran his hand down the chin of Karn. A demonic honey badger. Dahaka for some reason felt that Karn was even crazy than he was. Noted. Romonus focused and held his hand out, and with only gravity, he tore a hole in space and time to his house. Kanla, Valerie, Mephiston, and Grimaldus walked through it before Romonus, Azzy, and Karn crossed it. When they walked through the other side, his harem, his peerage, and a few apprentices were waiting. When they all saw the small 3-headed dragon on his shoulder, they knew he succeeded. Biko, who was stuffing his face with strawberries, swallowed what was in his mouth before he stood up. Through his senjutsu, he could feel the malevolence coming from Rahvdall. No wonder he is called the evil dragon of demonic origins, he is crazy. Romonus smiled as all he had to do was collect the final ingredients. Correct, why don't you introduce yourself, my evil servant? Azzy smiled before he spoke in threes. Nice to meet you all. I can't wait to tear you apart. You will all die screaming in agony. Romonus started to laugh as Rahvdall was an asshole. Funny, I bet more than a few of my students here could give you a run for your money, so watch yourself. Azzy snorted, but he nodded with his 3 heads. Fine. Once Azzy was cared for, Romonus looked around the massive living room. Over the past 8 years, several of his lovers had matured. Itsuki had finally admitted her feelings for him in the time chamber when she was 16. Now, she was 20 years old and had changed considerably after becoming a demon dragon. Her hair was now dark brown, almost black with red highlights, and her eyes were split into draconic slits. She was also quite tall, now 6 feet 3 inches, like Vespera and Sylvana. She even had a black and red pair of horns emerging from her head. From the look of things, she was looking at Rahvdall with the intention of fighting him. Another who had a big change was Rias, who was the same age as Romonus. At 21, she looked more mature than the anime version of herself. She stood tall with confidence and maturity which he and Vanillana nurtured. As for her attire, she was wearing a baggy red t-shirt with a pair of jean shorts. Though she was still reading a manga which he saw as this world's version of Berserk. Chiron, the lovable Nakushin now 19 years old, had developed a body much like her sister Kuroka. Her short height had not changed as she was only 5 feet 4 inches, but she was 2 inches taller than Kuroka, who was resting her head on her big sister's lap. The black-haired former older sister seemed to be in a good mood at the moment. Latia and Sikvera, both 21, looked as expected, noble, regal, and filled with pride as noble ladies. Though, his beloved Latia was special in his heart. Rather than a cute pet, on her lap was a small mechanical flaming bull. Her pet Kdai Destroyer is a creature of pure malice and hate similar to Karn. As for Sikvera, she no longer wore her glasses as she grew out of the phase that wanted to look smart. Why look smart when you knew you were smart? Akino also had changed a great deal now that she was also 21 years old. Her hair was still long and black, with the silver highlights Latia gave her, and her violet eyes seemed to glow with a slight silver shade. Her body was highly voluptuous, but she still had the same happy attitude. While Berga, the crazy mage girl, looked quite a bit different than she used to. She still wore her gothic dresses, but he had Valerie modify her life code. Now, she had purple cat ears and a fuzzy cat tail. Her collar was still on, but despite that, she looked happy. It might be because he discovered she did have a pet fetish and was delighted to become his cat. As for the adult members of his harem, Sylvana, Miria, Vespera, and Roigun had not changed other than Miria having oni horns, as they were already adults. Tobio and Cookie looked like grown men now, both tall and exceptionally well built like him. Shin and Bayasuka were just as strong, as sacred gears like them were meant to be. Natsum, now 25 years old, looked quite seductive with her long brown hair and enticing body. She and Romonus had not entirely tied the knot, but they were extremely friendly with each other. She delighted in learning and was one of the strongest of the 4 fiends. As for Sae, she and Tobio had become a thing, but she had not joined in the time chamber. As such, she was younger than Tobio now because he was 21 and she was 18. He had avoided spending too much time in the chamber to not age more than Sae. As for Koga and Shigyun, they had returned to Japan but still kept in regular contact with him. As for Viviana, she was still staying in Gregory, but she often came to spar with him and Itsuki as she did not want to be left alone. She had even stayed a whole year with Itsuki in the time chamber, doing nothing but fighting every day. All in all, the past 3 and 5 years of the time chamber were eventful. Now that their training was done, it was time to use their new power. Alright then, now that Rahvdall is back, we will begin the next phase of my plans. As you all know, my goal has not changed to become a demon god. To do that, I have taken the true Longinus with the will of God, the Incinerate Anthem, and now I need 2 more. The Shroud of Turin and the Alpheka Tyrant. Now, just that, but we must track down 4 other ingredients. The descendants of the 4 Satans wish to cause nothing more than the death of the current devil under the world. Of course, this is for the near future in a few weeks. I will prepare you for the preparations of my ascension. Do you have any questions? Latia was the first to speak up because. Who do you need to track down, and what do we do to achieve your goal? Romonus smiled as he aimed his hand forward to show images of his targets. The first target is Kateria Leviathan. She is planning to assassinate Serafal because she is still mad that Serafal killed Sufame Leviathan, the same one who killed your father, Miria. As such, when the time comes you will lead the assault. Take Biko, Arthur, and Vespera. You all up for it? Biko grinned as he grabbed his staff. Sure, saving a Satan from a bother and giving you an ingredient. Though, can you forget about the next few weeks? Let's go now. Romonus shook his head. Denied, don't be hasty. Arthur pushed his glasses up and placed a hand on Caliban on his hip. This will be a good challenge. What about my sister? Romonus thought about it as he looked at the witch in question. Take her with you if you want. Arthur placed a hand on his heart and gave a bow. I shall, my lord. The young witch smiled as she was all for helping Rahvdall, who had been her mentor the past couple of years. Sparkles shine, your wish is mine. Yup. Vespera sighed as Rahvdall could be so infectious. I am up for it, but why not finish it yourself? Romonus smiled. If I do everything, you will get bored. We will move at the same time when it comes to avoid any escapes. Miria took a deep breath before standing up from the couch with an angry expression. I will tear her heart out with my bare hands, she will know what it feels like to be ripped apart. Romonus smiled at her. Keep a cool head, my love. Next target, Shalba Beelzebub, Latia, Sikvera, Rias, Tobio, you four will get him. Easy right. Latia smiled to herself. You could have just sent me, but teamwork, right? Sikvera smiled at her cousin. Yeah, don't take all the fun for yourself. Tobio, Rias, you prepared for the fight. Rias gave a double thumbs up with a happy smile. I am always up to help my family. We will have this in the bag. Tobio smiled to himself. I will make sure they are unharmed, Romonus. Romonus trusted him since Tobio was part of Aquino's family, and he had Shin with him. Please do. Cruzari Asmodeus. Kuroka, Chiron, Roygun, Cookie, you four will kill him. Chiron nodded. Easy. Kuroka got off her lap with a grin showing her teeth. I am on it, and when I succeed, can we have kittens? Natsum and Romonus' other lovers all glared at her. Too soon, Kuroka. She scoffed as they were so anti-baby. What did it matter to do it at 20 or 80? Fine. So unfair. Roygun shook her head. You are still young, Kuroka. Don't give your youth away to children just yet. At least enjoy a couple of decades without kids. Kuroka fell face first into Chiron's lap while kicking her legs like a child. But I want kittens, Naya. Chiron reached down and grabbed her left ear before tugging at it. Bad. Ah, not the ear. Chiron let go of her ear, but she gently pushed her off her lap. 3 kill teams of 4 were picked, but they still had 2 more targets. Romonus explained these targets. The following 3 targets will be way more dangerous. Rise of him is the most dangerous, so the kill team sent after him will be more powerful. Aquino, Itsuki, Sylvana, and I will also involve Viviana, as it is her revenge. You 4 avoid any of his tricks, kill him, and take his body, soul, and heart. I know you 4 have what it takes. Aquino smiled to herself as if she could kill Rise of him herself. She didn't just have 7 pairs of wings, she had 8, making her a never-before-seen being. She was one of the most powerful members of Romonus' harem. She could be called a mix of a demigod, demon, and fallen angel. So, no vaporizing him. Got it. She licked her lips with sadistic joy while Itsuki and Sylvana seemed ready to test their new strength. That was Satan's descendants taken care of, which left 2 targets. We will move against Satan's descendants in a few weeks. While that happens, I will move with Natsum, Valerie, Conla, Azidahaka, Grimaldus, Karn, Mephiston, and Walburga. Our target is Lilith, at least her corpse since she is already dead. Rise of him has his secret lab in the realm of Hades, and once all our targets are secured, we will move against the final 2. The shroud will most certainly be in the Vatican. As for the Alfeca tyrant, it is held by a bastard child of the English royal family. Valerie, you and I will work together to remove the sacred gear from her soul without damaging it. That was not possible before, but she can live an everyday life this way. Once all these ingredients are in our hands, I will begin to work on a ritual, which might take time. I will use all of them to commence my ascension into a demon god. I have prepared all I can, and if all goes well, I will achieve my long-term goal. If you have an issue with my plan, speak up now. I will hear you all out. He saw how everyone looked at each other before he saw a bunch of nods. No one had an issue with his goal because they knew just how powerful Romonus was as a mortal demon. After 8 years of extreme training, the only beings who could match him in this world were Shiva, Brahma, Vishnu, and the dragon gods. He had long since told them why he was so focused on his ascension as he planned to defeat Eviatold, who had power beyond comprehension. He would match and possibly exceed the dead god by ascending and taking over his divinities. They would make sure nothing could stop his ascension, even if it meant they had to face the entire world. I will say that God was equal to Trihexa and stronger than Great Red and Ophis. That seems to make sense. After using the holy relics, the 4 Satan descendants, Lilith's corpse, and Annuncia ritual, he will have the whole devil bloodline with the divinities of God. Divine demon will ascend to true power. Chapter 79, Fate Worse Than Death. Since he had arrived in this world, Romonus had made it his goal to become as strong as possible. Eventually, his goal evolved for him to ascend to become a demon god. It just made sense to him to become something that had never happened in DxD to reach the peak of his world. He had wanted to achieve it even before he had the Sparta bloodline, as he had wanted to become a super devil and then take the ascension into a devil god. However, when he received the Sparta bloodline, his goal changed. Sparta was worshipped as a god, but he was undoubtedly a demon. It got into his mind what would happen if Sparta had taken the leap into godhood. That is when Romonus made it his plan to take the power of God himself, especially after he acquired the true Longinus. Once he had that under his control, he realized that the holy relics of the Bible were the secret to his ascension. Valerie had already used one of them, the Grail, to make him nearly immortal, remove his weakness, and allow him to use forbidden magics without issue. The Incinerate Anthem and True Longinus, after 8 years bound to his soul, had been corrupted with his mark, making them blasphemous items representing corruption. The will of God in the True Longinus still tried to fight back, but the battle was thoroughly lost. No matter how much effort it used to purify the spear, Romonus' intent entirely became one with it. The longer the will remained inside the divine demon spear, the more tainted it became. God's formerly divine essence was nearly gone. When that happened, and he fully gathered his allies, he would prepare for his ascension. Now he would get ready and call in all the favors he had, because he damn well knew there would be many who would want his ascension to fail. He snapped out of his thoughts as the attacks would be coordinated to prevent team-ups by his targets. Remember, these attacks won't be happening now. They will happen in a while since we have to prepare thoroughly. Miria shook her head as she had been itching to get revenge for the death of her father. When do we move exactly? Romonus thought about it as he ran a hand through his beard. One of his best choices had been to grow it out. In 12 days, that will give me plenty of time to call in a few favors. While I am positive your teams will be able to succeed. However, I rather have a guarantee of success, as that is my ascension at stake. Latia got up from the couch and walked toward Romonus, who still had projections of his targets. Who else do you have in mind to go with us? Romonus crossed his arms as if they were easy. Serafal, Ajuka, Surzex, Graphia, Falbium, Serorg, Suji, Surtr, McGregor. I have plenty of friends and family willing to help me. The 4 Satan descendants are terrible and should die, so no one will miss them. Azzy, still on Romonus' shoulder, brought up another point. If you want more muscle, bring back my fellow evil dragons. Grendel, Ladin, Niger, Apophis, Yamada no Oroki. With us 6, you will have a force of dragons itching for a war that will undoubtedly be helpful when your ritual is ready. Biko turned to Romonus. You think that is a good idea? Evil dragons were killed for a reason, and to bring them all back would be dangerous. After all these years, Aquino almost found it funny that Biko underestimated Romonus. You need to have more faith in my love. Romonus is one of the strongest beings on this planet. Romonus, what do you think? Romonus had already tracked them down as part of his backup plan. I can do it since I already know where all their seals are, Azzy. Once they are all returned to life and under contract, I should be able to use their might against those who try to get in my way. Let's be honest, we will be making enemies. Even having the ingredients won't be enough, because I would much rather take the time to prepare the ritual fully before pushing it. All of you should prepare for your raids. We will prepare them carefully to ensure no mistakes happen and no one dies. No one complained, so Romonus waved his hand and ended the meeting. Conla, Biko, Arthur, Cookie, and even Tobio scattered, as they often fought and trained together to ensure they were always at their strongest. From what he could tell, Lufei was happy to kick back and watch TV. Mostly, Serafal's TV show, where Romonus had made a few guest appearances as the Demon Lord. Serafal even sold figurines of him through the underworld, and they got a big chunk of money through royalties. Romonus had plenty of free time, and he could go back into the time chamber for more training before he fully revealed his plans. For the time, he decided to do something he had been ignoring. Vespera, Rias, Natsum, Sylvana, Latia, mind coming with me? It is time for me to settle the score with Zekrom. Vespera smiled in a way that showed her fangs. I thought you would never ask. I have had an 8,000-year grudge to settle with that motherfucker. Rias had a question, though. Won't killing him cause issues, though? He is still the leader of the Great King faction, and they have been getting more troublesome since Serafal became another super devil. Latia shook her head slowly. Rias, you don't have to worry about that. Romonus, over the past 3 years, has been expanding his influence through the underworld. His potions have many lords in his pocket. Azazel is one of his supporters, and so are the 4 Satans. Grigori backs him, and after the peace treaty and alliance, they have been expanding their influence into Devil Society. Sikvera's dad also supports him, and he is the lord of the Agars, the second-ranked clan. Don't forget Sylvana's father and mother received Valerie's modifications. Even the Seathan Dullahan clan and Erawan are in his corner. Zikram is long cooked. Sylvana smiled as her father and mother recovered from birthing her. Enough that they considered doing it again and were more powerful than ever. Out of the 32 pillars, more than half are on his side, though he does have opposition. A few of the more dogmatic clans see him as an abomination. Natsum scowled at hearing that. An abomination? Romonus nodded. They consider me an anomaly worse than my brother and Ajuka. They are not wrong, but let's not just keep talking about it. We will be back soon. Most of his lovers wished him off, so he teleported along with Vespera, Rias, Sylvana, Natsum, and Latia to the Bale Castle. Specifically, he purposely did so at the castle entrance, where the guards were constantly patrolling. When they saw him, they all formed into formation and froze at the sight of him. To them, the last time they saw him was 4 years ago when he was 12, but he did not look 16 as he should be. They had no idea of the existence of the time chamber, so 4 years became 8 years. Regardless, they didn't stay frozen much longer before they greeted him. Welcome home, young master. Romonus raised a hand and restrained his aura. At ease. Stertinia, it has been 4 years since I left on my travels. How have things been? Stertinia, the head guard, walked forward with her spear on her shoulder. Things have been hectic. Since you left, the peace treaties and alliances you have created have changed the underworld for the better. You have already done more for devils than the previous Lord Bale did in his entire reign. Your grandfather has kept things stable, and I am sure he would like to see you. Romonus knew that and wanted to speak to his grandfather, but that could wait. I will see him soon. For now, I have another meeting. Please, take me to see Zikram. When he said that, his eyes began to glow with purple flames as his animosity for Zikram was nearly uncontrollable. She closed her eyes before breaking her oaths and former promises. Zikram is, as usual, in his office. She bowed and closed her remaining eye. Seeing that she chose to back him made him smile. As he walked past her, he placed his hand on her shoulder before surging power into her body. Consider this a reward. As he and his lovers walked past her, Stertinia began to feel something weird happening to her right eye. She had lost it in battle during the Devil Civil War, and since it had been lost due to magic, the residual magic had made the injury nearly impossible to heal. Even then, Romonus, with a surge of power, wiped out the residual magic and used his control over demonic mana to cause her body to regenerate her eye. She didn't even have a chance to thank him as Romonus teleported down to the depths of the Bale Castle. When they teleported down, the 2 Satan-class guards were surprised, as no one came down here unless called by Zikram. While Romonus may have changed after aging for 8 years, he still looked similar. Rias, Sylvana, and Latia were also quite famous and easily recognized even after the years they had grown. Natsum and Vespera, though, were new and unrecognized. State your business, young master. You have not returned to the castle in years, and the ancestor did not call you. Romonus shook his head as he used his bloodline suppression on both of them. With his power, no amount of artifacts would stop him from showing his dominion over devils. The 2 guards froze in place, so Romonus and his girl walked past them. He waved his hand and tore the doors off before tossing them away. Zikram looked up, shocked at the brazen act, but when he saw Romonus, he froze. Romonus. What are you doing here? Romonus squinted his eyes before he stepped out of the way. While I have a bone to pick with you, you should talk to her first. When Romonus stepped to the side, Vespera came into clear view from behind him. Zikram became pale when he saw her. She looked the same as she did 8,000 years ago. She had nearly killed him in their battle, and that was one reason he chose to seal her away. Because of how much stronger she would have become if she had become free or resurrected. Vespera, I made sure your soul was sealed. As Vespera walked forward, she tensed her hands, causing her claws to grow. Do you know the kind of hell I went through for 8 millennia? No, you don't. You made a mistake in not destroying my soul because here I am great-grandfather. Zikram grits his teeth as he grabbed his desk and launched it at her. Vespera squinted her eyes as she surged power of destruction and blood magic into her claws. She slashed down and cleaved the desk into 5 equal sections. After 8 years of feeding on Romonus' pure demon blood, she was no longer a regular vampire or devil. She was a new breed of demon vampire, and she didn't just run at Zikram. It was more like she teleported directly toward him. When she reached it, she stabbed her clawed hands into his shoulders before lifting him off the ground. Arak. You fucking whore. He lunged out and wrapped his hands around her neck before crushing down. Vespera though just grinned as she couldn't even feel it. Romonus chokes me harder than that. Zikram groaned in pain as she slammed his back into the back of his office. She leaned in close and made him look into her eyes. I should thank you for one thing, Zikram. You gave Romonus my prison. Because of that, I met him. I am thankful for that. Zekrom grit his teeth before he forced his arm down and covered it in the power of destruction before he tried to pierce her stomach. He failed because Vespera was one of the most durable people Romonus knew. She frowned before he decided to stop playing around. Goodbye, Zekrom. Hope your reign was worth it. She tore her hands out of his shoulders before she stabbed them through his chest. She grabbed onto his heart before she tore it out. Once she had the still beating organ, she saw how Zekrom grabbed onto the cavity where his heart had been. Blood was spilling from it in his mouth as he fell to the ground. He squinted his purple eyes as he looked up at Vespera and Romonus. You two will suffer for this. Romonus walked forward until he stood over Zekrom's dying body. He bent down until he was at eye level with the dying devil. He was alive only because of devil resilience, but even that had limits. You are in luck, Zekrom. Because while it may seem we are killing you, we are not. Enjoy the momentary mercy that is death. You will wish it was the end. Zekrom's hands fell slack onto his lap as he bled to death. Romonus smiled as he used his favorite ability. Rise. He took control of Zekrom's soul and resurrected it into a shadow. From the corpse of the ancestor of the Baal, his soul emerged as one of Romonus' shadow slaves. However, unlike the rest, Romonus left his sense of self intact. Before Zekrom had a chance to realize what had happened to him, Romonus waved his hand forward and forced the shadow back into Zekrom's corpse. Death magic and demonic mana surged through the corpse, with its veins turning purple. Zekrom's head rose with dark purple eyes. He looked down at his chest and saw that a glowing purple orb had formed where his heart had been. His heart was still in Vespera's hand, which caused him to come to a dark realization. What have you done to me? Romonus smiled as he aimed his hand down and drew all of the blood from Zekrom into his hand. He didn't need it to live anymore, though he did now look like a vampire. Simply put, I killed you and turned your soul into one of my shadow soldiers before binding you to your corpse. You are now between life and death as my loyal servant. Consider your debt paid. Romonus looked at the orb of blood in his hands before he absorbed it into his body through his palm. When he did so, he felt his Sparta bloodline absorb it to purify his Baal genes further. Once he finished that, Vespera handed him Zekrom's heart. Here. Romonus smiled as he placed it into his spatial ring, which the ring spirit stored safely for later. I have what I need. Let us see my grandfather, shall we? He held his hand out as he and the girls walked out of Zekrom's office. Romonus. Don't do this to me. Romonus turned around to gaze at Zekrom. He had placed a hand over where his heart had been as the orb of demonic mana and death magic was acting as his new heart. No blood remained in his body, and only energy kept him animated. You should have thought about that before torturing Vespera for 8 millennia or trying to break my engagement to Sylvana. This is me repaying you for giving me blood drinker and making me the heir of House Baal. She got her revenge, and I kept you alive. All are happy, no. Zekrom closed his eyes as the pain of what he had become haunted him. He tried to shove his hand into his chest to end his life, but he could not. He aimed his hand at Romonus before trying to blast him with the power of destruction, but he couldn't even move his energy to attack. Romonus shook his head as he walked away. Your orders are to stay alive forever. You will act as my backer until I decide to release you. Maybe in another 8 millennia. When Romonus teleported away with his lovers, Zekrom reached up and grabbed his face in horror at what he had become. He was no longer a devil, not alive, not dead, not an undead. He was an abomination. Even now, he didn't think he deserved this. This was too far even for him, but Vespera would say otherwise. Karma had come to collect her due. p-trian.com/a_real_werewolf234. I think I caught COVID again. I feel like absolute shit. Chapter 80, Nearly a Lord. After dealing with Zekrom in a way that left him alive but satisfied Romonus and Vespera, he teleported to the office where the standing Lord Baal used. After the shameful way that Romonus' uncle Aslan was removed from office, his grandfather Demonidas has been ruling ever since. Romonus knew that his grandfather did not want to rule because the standing head usually wanted to pass off the position after a few centuries in control. For beings like devils, who usually live 10,000 years, spending long stretches at a time dealing with the annoying responsibilities of being a lord became far too dull. Even Zekrom refused to stay in power for his entire 10,000-year life. He did so as soon as he could pass it on, which is why Aslan was such an unpopular Lord Baal. He made Zekrom effectively make all the decisions, which was not something Zekrom wanted to do all the time. That is why Romonus wanted to talk to his grandfather. They were outside his office, but he decided to check on Vespera first. From the look on her face, she was not too bothered about what she just did. How are you holding up? Vespera moved a hand through her hair, moving her silver bangs out of the side. They stood out on her pitch-black hair. I am golden. I have wanted to make that bastard feel even a fraction of the pain he made me endure. This is worse than what he made me endure because I know it will eat at his pride. That useless pride is what he values the most, and now it might as well be dead. He reached down and patted her shoulder with a smile on his face. Agreed. Rahvdall snickered. Truly a most funny revenge. Making him an undead while stuck in his own body. Romonus was starting to find Rahvdall funny. The dragon just understood him. I know. While Rahvdall and Romonus chuckled about what they did to Zekrom, Natsum patted Vespera on the back. I am glad you got your revenge. Out of all of us, you were the one who suffered the most for a time I can't comprehend. Rias felt the same. I know. 8,000 years of pure suffering would have left anyone broken. I am happy for you that it is over now. Sylvana also had some encouraging words. If you ever need a friend to talk to, we are here for you. Vespera chuckled as this was one of the best parts of Romonus' harem. It was small, so they knew each other well and were all friends. I will keep that in mind. Latia, no friendly words. Everyone turned to Latia, who reached out and patted Vespera's head. It was tricky because Vespera, Sylvana, and Itsuki were the tallest of the harem. They were 6 feet 5 inches, 6 foot 3, and 6 feet 2 inches, respectively. I am glad everything turned out okay. Vespera rolled her eyes because Latia was doing it on purpose. I am fine. Can we get this over with? Romonus smirked as he walked forward and opened the door. Grandpa, it's me, Romonus. When he opened the door, he saw his grandfather sitting at the desk behind a computer screen. Demonitis looked up from the computer, but when he saw Romonus, he was completely shocked. He got up from his desk before walking toward Romonus. When he reached him, he had to crane his head up, and he didn't have to do that ever. He was one of the tallest Baal men, only his friend Avivaton made him do that. What in the name of Lucifer have you been eating? You are as tall as Avivaton now, but the beard is nice. You look like a proper Baal. Romonus smirked as he patted his grandfather on the shoulder. It is still a secret, but Azazel built me a time chamber where you can train for a year with only a day passing outside. I have used it 5 times in the last 3 years, making me 21. Demonitis was honestly impressed. He believed Romonus because Rias and Latia were much older than they should have been. Sylvana didn't look any different, and he didn't know who Vespera or Natsum were to make a judgment. If Azazel starts to sell them, leave your grandpa a good word. Romonus didn't mind doing that because Demonitis had always supported him. I can call him now, but I wanted to talk to you before that. I have made a decision. I wish to take up the title of Lord Baal, but I need someone I trust to rule in my place. Demonitis held his hands out. Not me, I already retired and am just holding the title for you. Romonus shook his head. I know that I was thinking about Serorg. I want him to hold down the fort for me while I use my status as Lord Baal to make decisions. Demonitis nodded. I get it, you want the status of being Lord Baal but not having to deal with all of the politics. Romonus nodded. I will do my part as Lord Baal once I finish my goals. I need Serorg to do this for a decade or 2. Since he wanted to be Lord Baal before I took the status as heir, I don't think he would mind. But at the moment, I don't have the time to do that. I am going to need the status of Lord Baal in the coming years because things are going to get hectic. The status that brings will make my future goals much easier to complete. Demonitis didn't need to consider it long because Romonus was quite smart. I don't have a problem with it. Let us schedule a date to discuss how this will work out. Romonus didn't see a point in delaying long. Tomorrow is good. I will explain my full plan and why I must do this. Rahvdall, from his shoulder, extended his 3 heads in 3 different ways. You won't want to miss out. It will bring you glory. And it will be brutal. Demonitis squinted his eyes. I will bite. Who is that dragon? Romonus smirked. Rahvdall. Back from the dead. Azzy flicked his 3 tongues at Demonitis. A pleasure for you, I am sure. Demonitis went quiet as he looked at the dark purple 3-headed dragon on Romonus' shoulder. How in the 9 circles did you get that evil dragon? Romonus smirked. One of my brides-to-be has the Sephiroth growl. I want to stay and chat, but I got to go. Demonitis nodded. Go on. I can handle things until your coronation. Without waiting, Romonus teleported them all back to his house. As usual, he did so in the living room, but by then, most of his lovers and apprentices had split into groups. With his senses, he could tell they were getting ready for the attacks on his targets because they would be brutal and direct. As for him, he would also get ready in his way. Tomorrow, I will return to Castle Baal to become the next Lord Baal. That way, I will have direct control over the legions of the Baal clan, which will be helpful in future wars. Once I become a demon god, I am sure a few pantheons will try to test me, so we better be ready for them. Latia closed her eyes as she pictured it. In that case, I will prepare for that in my way. I am glad my uncle helped me move my underground workshop. I could begin mass production of automatons. They could be helpful. Vespera also had an idea. I could begin to make thralls for them. Romonus felt those were good ideas. Sounds good. Vespera, take your pick of prisons in the world and start mass-producing thralls and slaves for yourself. Just check if they are truly guilty. Latia, you can use my money to buy raw materials for the automatons. Vespera teleported away in a flash of red and purple while Latia walked off to get to her underground workshop. It was where she built her destroyer and where she could build massive numbers of robots or worse. Sylvana smiled as she opened her hand, and her scythe Agrona emerged from her shadow. She twirled the large black-purple scythe before resting it on her shoulder. To prepare for the raid, I will be taking a trip to the wild sections of the underworld. I am going to begin making an undead army. Excuse me. She teleported away in a flash of black flames, leading just Natsum and Rias. They couldn't make armies but wanted to be ready for the assault. Natsum turned to Romonus. Do you mind going to the time chamber with me soon? Romonus nodded. No problem. I was planning to spend a year or two there, but I have something to do now. Natsum didn't mind. With a smile, she walked off with Griffin on her shoulder. Got it. Once he and Rias were alone, he held his hand out for her. You ready to see Dad? Rias took his hand with a nod. Yes, let's see how he is doing. Romonus teleported them to the Gremory estate, where his grandmother was still in control. 3 years ago, when she called him, he and Rias had visited him to see how he was holding up. Not good because when they saw him, he had sunken cheeks, black eye shadows, and his crimson hair seemed to be thinning. He didn't look worse because Kaisis had medicated him and placed him in therapy to deal with his issues, and now, 3 years later, he was doing better. He was not great, but he was a little better at the minimum. When Romonus and Rias arrived at the estate, they did so directly in front of Zeoticus' office. The door was open, and Kaisis noticed their arrival. Unlike Demonidas, Cerzex, or Seraphal, she didn't have a computer, which he would need to tell her about. It made doing paperwork much easier and freed up their time. Kaisis exited her desk and left the office to speak directly to Romonus and Rias. Please tell me you are here to see your father. It's been almost a year since your last visit. I also won't ask why you two look older than the last time you visited. Romonus and Rias could tell she was unhappy because her usually droopy eyes were more sharp. Romonus reached up and began to scratch under the chin of Azzy Dahaka's middle head. He was already treating Azzy like a pet, but with how powerful Romonus was, Azzy didn't mind. We are. Is he in his room as usual? Kaisis nodded. Yes. Marcina has been busy getting him to take his meds, but he is improving. He sometimes talks about how he wants Venelana to come back. Romonus coughed, which made Rias elbow him in the ribs. Kaisis squinted her eyes because she was not dumb. What happened? Did Venelana find a new lover or something? Romonus and Rias knew she did because Romonus was her lover, but they lied. Romonus tried to change the subject. No. She just told me that she is not looking to get remarried after her divorce. Kaisis sighed. I was hoping that they had a chance to get back together. After centuries together, I would assume that she at least had some lingering feelings for my son. Rias almost laughed as she remembered what she, Venelana, and Romonus had done the other week. She nearly clenched her thighs together because the absolute pounding she got was out of this world. She and Romonus looked at each other before looking away and smiling. Kaisis either didn't catch that or ignored it. Romonus and Rias walked off to see their father, not to let it slip. Kaisis returned to the office while they walked off. Should I go back and write that chapter? While I can write smut chapters, they are so irritating to write. Chapter 81, Pain to Heal. As Romonus and Rias walked toward their father's bedroom, they would pass the house's maids. Despite not learning their names aside from the few he interacted with daily, Romonus remembered how they looked. He had an incredible memory and he could never forget anything he did not want to. Most of these women, when he had been a kid, had been part of Zeoticus' harem, which he had prided himself on. Zeoticus had a type, most were tall, with long hair and ample breasts, hips, and ass. As the ladies of his harem, these maids took pride in their position because they received great benefits from being the mistress of a duke. However, while they got to keep their jobs as maids, after his divorce, Zeoticus dismissed all but 20 of them, including Marcina. As they passed them, Romonus and Rias could see these women all seemed like their worlds had come crashing down. Some of them had been in the harem for centuries and had come to love Zeoticus, even if one-sidedly. Suddenly, being dismissed after all that time caused several of them to feel like their lives were meaningless. Most had lost their virginities to Zeoticus, and to realize they meant nothing to him broke some of them. One even walked while looking at the ground when she bumped into Romonus. When she crashed into him, she fell to the ground with a thump. She chastised herself in her head before she looked up to apologize. Forgive me, I dash. Romonus reached down and grabbed her hand to pick her up. Don't worry about it, Thea. How are you holding up? Thea was one of the maids chosen to act as his wet nurse, so he remembered her name. She always tied her hair in a long, natural blue hair in a ponytail. When she got to her feet, she recognized him instantly. Young Master Romonus. You grew a beard. My Lady Rias, you two look extraordinary. Ria smiled as, unlike her mean brother, she knew all her maids' names by heart. She rushed forward and hugged Thea tightly. Thea, I am glad you are still here. Thea hugged Rias back with a smile. Even when she had been depressed from the divorce, Rias was always friendly to them. I couldn't leave even if I wanted. Being a maid here pays well, enough to support my family. But being dismissed from the harem is painful. I was 25 when I joined, and now I am 198. I can't get married because no man will accept the former mistress of a noble. Ria's face became bitter because most harem maids were out of options. They could keep their jobs, but their chances of marriage were practically null. I can talk to him. Get him to change his mind. Thea shook her head. Zeoticus isn't the same man anymore. After Venelana leaves him, he is like a dead man walking. Even Marcina can barely get him to eat. I don't even know when was the last time Zeoticus spent time with his son. Romonus sighed. So, he got Marcina pregnant and made Asterion, and he won't even spend time with him. Honestly, no wonder Mom left him. Rias felt terrible about it though, not enough to help him though. While I feel bad for him, he did have it coming. He ignored her for decades at a time. Thea looked down at Romonus' boots rather than the ground. Guess he needed her more than he realized. I better get back to work. I already got kicked out of the harem, I don't need to lose my job, too. As she walked off, Rias scowled and looked up at Romonus. It was good that Rias was tall, as she was 6 feet tall. He was only 10 inches taller than her because Venelana was also tall. When Rias got that look, it meant she wanted something. Set him straight, even if you got to beat the depression out of him. Romonus grinned as he locked his fingers together before he popped all of them. If that is what my beautiful sister wants. She crossed her arms as she looked up at him. Your beautiful sister does want that. Drag him out of his room, take him to the training field, and beat some life back into him if you have to. Romonus and Rias continued through the mansion until they reached the master bedroom. The entrance to the room was made out of expensive dark steel oak from the underworld. Trees that were nearly black with wood as durable as steel. The double doors were also covered in gold, silver, and other precious metals, showing the riches of House Gremory. Before they went in, Rias pulled her hand back and gave him a firm slap on the back. Get him. One of his Azzy Dahaka's heads turned to look at her with a smirk. I can see why you are related to my master. Both of you can be mean. Romonus opened the double doors and flung the door open. When he did so, he saw the master bedroom, which, as expected, showed more riches of the Gremory clan. The room was not as large as expected because it was where Zeoticus and Venelana slept long ago. She had told Romonus she and Zeoticus had been sleeping in separate rooms for over 2 centuries, and the way that Rias and Romonus were conceived was when Venelana and Zeoticus got drunk and drunkenly slept together. When she said that, she laughed that the only way they had sex was by accident. However, she didn't regret her first marriage because she had 3 amazing children. The fact that one of them was her new lover meant that her marriage was worth it. When Romonus focused, he saw his father sitting in a chair by the window. He was dressed in a more comfortable outfit but held Venelana's former wedding ring in a picture of their wedding day. When he heard the door open, he sighed but didn't look away. Marcina, I am not hungry. Romonus squinted his eyes as he walked forward. The sound his heavy boots made registered in Zeoticus' ears. He was thrown for a loop when he looked at who it was for a moment. It had been a year since he had seen any of his kids besides Asterion, but Romonus looked very different compared to the last time he visited. Romonus. Is that you? Romonus nodded. Yes, it's me. Hi, Dad. Rias waved at him in the doorway. I am here too, by the way. We were going to check up on you. How are you holding up? Zeoticus' face went from a depressed look to a happy one. His twins were here to see him after a year of ignoring him. He stood up over the moon. I am so glad to see you too. You have no idea what it is like to be away from my family. He hugged Romonus, which looked funny because Zeoticus was only 5 feet 8 inches while Romonus was 6 feet 10 inches. Romonus patted him on the shoulders before Zeoticus released him to walk toward Rias. My little girl, give me a hug. Rias sighed as she walked over to her father and hugged him. Hi, Dad. He felt a little better once he got a hug from his twins. This day would have been better if Serzex and your mother were here, but I am still happy you two came to see me. Speaking of which, it's been almost 4 years since she talked to me. Can you two please send me a message? I want to dash. Romonus held his hand out to stop him. I won't pass on your message. Mother will not take you back, ever. Accept that already and move on. You already blew it. Zeoticus clenched his hands together as he looked up at his son with pure desperation written on his face. Please, son. I am sure she will understand me if I get one more chance to talk to her. We were together for most of our lives and lived through 2 wars together. We raised you 3, so why dash? Romonus looked at Rias, who nodded at him. Do it. Because mother has found someone else. Zeoticus suddenly froze in place at that knowledge. It seemed that all the progress in his recovery had been destroyed. To who? When? For how long? Azidahaka's 3 heads began to laugh simultaneously as he looked at the depressed devil. I don't know, but I know the guy she found is incredible. He is bigger than you, for sure. In height, muscle, and where it counts. Zeoticus looked at the dragon on Romonus' shoulder with a murderous look. Shut up. Who? Romonus lunged out and grabbed his father by the shoulder. He teleported away with Rias, Zeoticus, and Azzy down below in the same arena where Vanillana had beaten him. He did so instantly and quickly that Zeoticus barely registered that they teleported. Romonus released his grip on Zeoticus' shoulder and walked away. Azzy, mind going to Rias? Sure. The evil dragon flew off and landed on Rias' shoulder. As for Romonus, he reached up and pulled off his black tie. Rias took it from him, and she began to help him remove his black trench coat. Zeoticus watched, confused, as Romonus handed Rias his coat. What are you doing? Why are we here? As he began to unbutton his shirt, he turned to Zeoticus. I am going to tell you the terrible truth, and it will either break you or piss you off enough to attack me. When you do, I will either beat some heart into you or beat that stupidity out of you. Zeoticus was shocked as Romonus removed his shirt, revealing his body. Romonus had an incredible physique because of his extreme training and bloodline advantages. However, glowing tattoos began to appear all over his skin. Zeoticus could see runes in a language he didn't understand. Romonus had painstakingly placed tattoos in enuncia over his skeleton and skin. They only appeared when he wanted them, but almost every inch of him was covered in these reality-warping words. Rhea smiled as she walked off with Azidahaka and Romonus's suit. Father, Vanillana will never return to you because she has moved on. The man she moved on with is me. Mother and I have been in a relationship for over 3 years, the day after you divorced. Incest is even more common in the Baal clan than in others. Now you know. Zeoticus froze in absolute shock at the words that he just heard. It was one thing if Vanillana had moved on with someone he didn't know. That would have hurt him more than the divorce did, but hearing that she had replaced him with Romonus almost broke his sanity. His head hung slack, but not for long because Romonus clenched his fist and threw a haymaker at him. When his fist connected with Zeoticus' face, it sent him flying across the Colosseum. Oof. Rias looked away after that. You held back, right? Romonus nodded. Of course I did. I don't want to kill him. He is still my dad. Rias was not so sure. Maybe not, but you did break his mind. Zeoticus rolled onto his back in pain, but Romonus didn't let him stay hurt for long. With a thought, Romonus healed Zeoticus with a bit of demonic mana. As a demon, Romonus' energy was the best elixir, and his injuries were all fixed. He forced himself off the floor, but Romonus was already in front of him when he did so. Come on, get mad at me. Attack me. Romonus gave Zeoticus an uppercut and launched him flying into the air. Zeoticus felt his brain rattle under the blow as he hit the high ceiling. Romonus wasn't using 1% of his strength, and Zeoticus could barely handle it. While he was still midair, Romonus grabbed him by the leg and healed him again. Come on, I am going easy on you. Romonus threw Zeoticus using his leg. This time, Zeoticus took control of his demonic power. He reinforced his body and landed on his feet, which was hard on him. He forced himself off the ground, but when he looked up, his eyes were on the brink of tears. She was my everything. You took her from me. Rias grits her teeth before she aims her hand at him and blasts him with a blast of demonic energy, sending him flying. Lies. If Mother meant anything to you, you wouldn't have replaced her. You had a harem of over 200, Dad. She told us everything. How you practically ignored her for decades at a time. Romonus and I were in a drunken accident. You only cared when she left you. That was harsh even by my standards, sis. Rias scoffed. You're the one fucking our mom. So don't call me harsh. Romonus chuckled as he walked towards Zeoticus, who was on the floor. He kneeled and stood over his father. She is right, though. This whole, my life is over without her act is pointless. Once you got Marcina pregnant, the one thing she had over your maids was gone. You reduced her to nothing more than one of your mistresses, not your wife. So, don't act like she mattered to you. Zeoticus grit his teeth as he spun around and pulled his fist back. He threw all his strength into that punch and hit Romonus on the chin. Shut up. However, unlike what he expected, Zeoticus felt only pain in his hands as a loud snap was heard. He had broken his fingers and hand in that punch. Romonus had not even moved his head. He smirked as he grabbed his father's hand and healed him. Seems your rage is back, draw strength from it. Romonus pulled Zeoticus up before he punched him in the gut. He launched him flying, but he used less strength than before. He would get Zeoticus worked up. If it went too far, he could wipe his memory. He knew his father would hate him, which he didn't want. But he was willing to play the villain for his father's sake. Come on, show me how strong your hate is. Chapter 82, Therapy of Fists. Zeoticus felt like the last 16 years had suddenly been tainted by a dark truth. His wife didn't just leave him after almost 1,000 years of marriage, she had gotten with their son at that. Zeoticus now felt that the love he had for his son had died, and now he just saw Romonus as the man who had stolen his wife. He clenched his fists and surged his demonic power into them out of pure sorrow. He ran toward Romonus, pulled his fists back, and threw a heavy punch at Romonus' chest. When his fist struck, it didn't even reach Romonus' skin because of his Anuncian tattoos. He had used various words in his tattoos, and several of them protected him from physical blows and energy. Sorry about this. Romonus' fist struck Zeoticus right on the nose, shattering it and launching him backward into the wall of the abandoned Colosseum. Zeoticus was knocked out instantly, but with a wave of Romonus' demonic mana, he was healed, invigorated, and woke up again. I know it seems that I am just beating on you for no reason, but that is not true. I am doing this because you are a devil. A species made to do one purpose, to fight. I am here to get you out of your depression by replacing that feeling with anger. Zeoticus wiped his face from the blood that fell from his nose. Hearing those words, he thought of a wishful thought. Then, you lied about Dash. Romonus shut him up before he could finish. No. I was not lying about Mother and me, we are a thing. How does that make you feel? Zeoticus grits his teeth, but he answers. Hurt. I'm disgusted, enraged, jealous, and angry. It's like my son betrayed me in the worst way possible. Romonus walked toward Zeoticus, who was still inside the wall. He reached in, grabbed his father by the throat, and ripped him out. I am sorry about that. I did betray you, father. I have sinned against you, and our relationship will be strained. But we are still father and son, so I will do my best to get you out of this slump. By beating the shit out of you. With that single hand, he tossed Zeoticus in the air before spin-kicking him in the neck, making Zeoticus feel like his neck broke. Before he could even panic, he was healed once more. He grits his teeth and rushes to his feet before placing a palm on Romonus' chest. He blasted him with a wave of demonic power to make some distance, but Romonus didn't budge. Romonus opened his mouth, and by taking a breath, he ate the entire blast. Nice try. He raised both his arms and locked them together before smashing them down on his father's head, smashing Zeoticus into the ground. He groaned as Romonus reached down to help him to his feet. He dusted his father off after healing him. We are taking a break, father. Why did you get Marcina pregnant when you knew that would cause a divide between you and Venelana? What was going through your head in that moment? Zeoticus clenched his hands, refusing to look up. It was not long after your 11th birthday, right? When I danced with Venelana and saw her smile that night, I was reminded how much I cared for her. However, Marcina was one of the first members of my harem. At first, I only liked her ability to please me, so once my harem grew, I spent less and less time with Venelana. Since she never actively participated in my harem, I felt she didn't care. She managed it for me and kept adding to it, which I assumed was because she was showing how much she loved me. She was giving me more women to distract me from her because she stopped caring about our marriage. The times we were intimate were far between. Rias walked over with her arms crossed. That doesn't answer the question. Why did you get Marcina pregnant? Zeoticus didn't want to answer, but he felt he had to. Since Venelana was happier, I thought she wouldn't mind. Rias wanted to facepalm. The one rule she gave you not was to get your harem pregnant. Marcina also began to please you more often. You treated her like your second wife because, unlike Romonus, who has a harem of wives and lovers, yours was just made of sex servants. Zeoticus groaned. You as well, Rias. Rias smirked as she walked toward her father. She patted him on the shoulder, making him look up. She punched him in the face with a smile and threw him several meters back. Unlike her twin, she wasn't the most physically gifted, but she had her training not to be defenseless up close. That was for being dumb. She walked over and picked him up but didn't heal him. Zeoticus reached up, feeling like his face was a boxing bag for his children. As for Romonus, he crossed his arms. When you got her pregnant and made Asterion, Mother got angry. Remember when she cursed you with impotence? I was the one who taught her that curse because I thought it would have made you try to reconcile. I wanted you two to succeed, but she began to pursue me because she didn't want to be alone. I felt terrible, but she asked me if I preferred her to go to someone else for her needs. And since I got an incest fetish, it just made sense for me to be there for her. Zeoticus groaned as he didn't want to know that. Romonus, though, didn't care. I ain't going to punch you anymore because, to me, it looks like I beat the depression out of you. Zeoticus looked at his torn, bloody clothes with a scowl. Yeah, beat it out of me and made me feel even worse. When he saw Romonus surge demonic mana into his arms causing the tattoos to glow made him worry. I am better. No more. Rias and Romonus smirked as she started to help him put his suit back on. Good. Keep this to yourself because Mother and I are keeping it a secret for a reason. It was for your sake and Sirzex. No matter how you found out, you would have been hurt, but now it is time for you to fix your act. Your harem, the maids, are all still employed. Zeoticus nodded. They are. Make it up to them, pay them, or whatever. Most of those girls had their firsts with you, and now their future is ruined. And stop being a bad father to Asterion, he had nothing to do with your stupidity. Marcina has part of the blame, but it was ultimately your call. Once Romonus was dressed, Azitahaka returned to his right shoulder. As Rias held Romonus' left arm, they walked towards Zeoticus. The devil looked hollow but with some heart returned to him. Romonus teleported them all back to Zeoticus' room. When the three of them appeared in the room, they startled Marcina, who was checking up on Zeoticus. She had panicked when she saw him gone and the window open. She had come with Asterion to try to convince Zeoticus to be a father to his child, but just before she ran to warn Kaisis, Zeoticus returned. At first, she was relieved but horrified when she saw that familiar shade of purple in the teleportation. Young master. She refused to look at him and instead looked at the ground. In her arms was a small 5-year-old child with black hair with a few crimson strands. His eyes were bright blue like the Gremory. Rias and Zeoticus shared this trait, but Romonus didn't. Romonus squinted his eyes as he looked at Marcina. Marcina, it has been a while since we spoke. She looked up, trying to stay respectful and hide her fear. Yes, it has, young master. I thought you would stop growing soon, but you have exceeded my widest ideas. You're an adult now. My lady Rias, you look gorgeous, just like your mother. Rias squinted her eyes. Don't talk about her. Marcina recoiled as she could feel the animosity released by Rias. I am deeply sorry, my lady. I will take my leave. Before she left, Romonus walked toward her. When he stood before her, she shook in fear, but Asterion didn't. He looked Romonus in the eye. He pointed at him while giggling. Brother has an ape face, he. No. Marcina instantly panicked, feeling that Romonus would be angry. The Baal were not known to be very patient even to their young, but Romonus didn't. He chuckled as he took Asterion from Marcina's arms before hoisting him up. Before he did anything, he placed a hand on Asterion's head and he used his expertise in souls to check his half-brother's soul. He wanted to make sure this was not another reincarnator because if it was, he wouldn't be happy. However, Asterion was without question a child as his soul was as a 5-year-old child should be. Good. Gorilla face, you say? That isn't very nice because you have one too. Nah. ID-. Before he could finish, Asterion suddenly grew a full dwarf beard. Ah. Chin hair. He reached up and ran a hand through his face, almost crying. Romonus started to laugh loudly, but Rias walked toward him and kicked his leg. Don't do that. PFFF, killjoy. He undid the spell, causing Asterion's beard to burst into a stream of energy. Romonus looked at his little brother with a smirk. Asterion, do you remember us? Asterion nodded as he pointed at Romonus and Rias. Brother and sister. Rias smiled as she patted his head. Yes. Tell me, does your daddy take care of you? Zeoticus shrunk as Asterion looked down. Mommy said daddy is sick and needs help. Rias smiled happily. Don't worry, your big sis and bro healed daddy. He is better now, and he will be able to take care of you. Right. She turned to Zeoticus with glowing eyes. Zeoticus cleared his voice before walking over and taking Asterion into his eyes. That is right, I am cured now. Asterion hugged Zeoticus happily, but little to his knowledge that Romonus mouthed a few words. Don't fuck up again like you did with Mom. Zeoticus recoiled as Romonus and Rias began to walk out of the room. As they were passing, Romonus reached down and touched Marcina's shoulder. She instantly felt like she had a mountain resting on her shoulders. He leaned down and whispered something in her ear. You are Asterion's mother, so I won't take my remaining anger out on you. However, never forget that the only reason you didn't disappear after giving birth to him is because I let you. Never forget. I swear I won't. Good. As Romonus and Rias walked out, Azzy sent her a message through telepathy. Make sure you don't, because who do you think my master will send? Romanus knew Azzy was causing trouble, but he let him because evil dragons were trouble. Rather, he teleported them all back to his mansion in England. In the capital city of Lilith, where the Satans had built their castles of ruling, Rahvdall and her assistants went about their day's work. She had 20 young female devils, from commoners to exiled nobles, whom she had taken under her wing. She was their mentor in magic, but when not training, they reduced her workload to keep her free to focus on herself. Just as Rahvdall was going through things on her computer, she received a magic communication. These days, phones are used because magitech devices are so fun. However, when it was serious, magic was safer. She answered. Venelana, is something wrong? In the Citri domain, Venelana and Roygun were relaxing after a brutal sparring match. However, Venelana, still dressed in her workout clothes, drank one of the elixirs Romanus made for them. Always a pleasure. Anyways, no, nothing is wrong. I just wanted to call you because I knew you would be busy for another hour. Roygun and I are going to be moving in with Romanus. Rahvdall sighed. I want to do the same, but my duties as Leviathan don't let me. Roygun, who was on the call, smiled. Then retire. Find someone to take your place, or wait until Romanus becomes Lord Baal. He wants to change the 4 great devil kings to the 7 devil kings. He says the workload can be reduced by adding another 3 Satans. However, he also encourages greater cooperation with Azazel to build a more efficient system of government. Rahvdall thought about it. This could be a good idea. Some of the old farts on the council want Azazel's political ability to be reduced. The issue is that Romanus directly supports him and vice versa. Let us not forget just how strong Romanus has gotten. With a single word, he could destroy a country or castle. With a swing of his sword, he can change the landscape. If he wanted to, he could take over the devils. Roygun smiled. You know our lover, he isn't rash. He knows he must set up his forces for a war. Venelana nodded. He is very close to his goal of becoming a demon god. He has wanted to take that ascension since he was a boy, and his goal is within reach. By becoming the first to become a god, he plans to get the devils to see him as their true leader. Rahvdall was now curious. Let us hope he succeeds. Venelana scoffed. My son can't fail. Anyway, when you return, we are going to be in England. Visit often, all right. Rahvdall nodded. I will. Oh, and when will you tell Serzex about you and Romanus? Venelana thought about it. Soon. Catch you later, Rahvdall. With that, Venelana cut the communication. She and Roygun were already packed, and together, they teleported to England around the same time that Romanus and Rius returned. Chapter 83, Coming Clean. Romanus, Rius, Venelana, and Roygun noticed that they teleported simultaneously and were surprised. They had not expected to teleport at the same time, but it was welcome. Rius released Romanus' arm and rushed to hug her mother and Roygun. Mom, Roygun, welcome home. Both women hugged her back, with smiles as Rius was always a lovely girl to be around. Especially for Venelana, as it was her only daughter. With a smile, Venelana held her tighter. Rius honey, how have you been? Have you been resting well? I know you need it because of you-know-who. Venelana turned to Romanus, who chuckled at the insinuation. When the hug ended, Rius turned to Romanus. She does have a point, it was brutal with just the 2 of us. I felt like I wouldn't ever walk again. If I weren't immortal, I would be dead. Even Roygun shared that sentiment. I know. We got to treat sex with Romanus like a raid boss. It doesn't help that he has so many bloodlines that work to make him physically powerful. Let's see, werewolf, vampire, demon, devil. Romanus added one more. I also drank an elixir made of purified azure dragon blood. However, my demon bloodline devoured all of it and enhanced my heart, energy, and body. Other than that, it didn't do much. Unlike Itsuki, I am not following the path of a demon dragon. I am exclusively on the path of the demon. Venelana wanted to know something, though. I do have to wonder how you became a demon. Serzex is a super devil, but he is still a devil. So how did you become a demon, something stronger than even that? With a smile, Romanus placed a hand on his chest. Let's just say I had help from a good friend. Venelana walked toward her son and looked up at him with squinted eyes. An old friend. Who? Romanus thought about it before deciding to answer. Rahvdall was his friend and patron, he deserved more people to know about him. His name is Rahvdall, as for who he is, let's just say he is a god. Hearing his words made Venelana, Roygun, and Rius focus on him. They wanted him to say more from the look of things, so he did. Fine, not like I am keeping it a secret or anything. Rahvdall is the god of insanity. While you may think that makes him crazy, if anything, he is a very smart man. He has been one of my biggest backers since I was a kid. Venelana scowled that a god had been influencing her son without her knowledge. When did you meet him? Romonus smiled as he sat himself down on one of the couches of his living room. Before my birth. Even while you were pregnant, my soul was exceptionally powerful. Rahvdall came into contact with me even before I was born. I am not his apostle or anything because he doesn't believe in that. We are friends in a sense. I give him something, and he brings me gifts from beyond this realm. Like my bloodline. Hearing this made the three ladies very curious. Venelana, though, felt worry. Your bloodline is from beyond this realm. Yes. It is from a higher realm, meaning the strength of that reality exceeds ours. Rahvdall traveled there to kill a high-level demon and refine the corpse into a blood essence potion. I drank that, which is how my devil bloodline was upgraded to a demon one. That isn't the only thing I received. Do you remember the language I have been speaking recently? That is also a gift from a higher realm. Venelana scowled deeply upon hearing this. Son, are you sure you can trust this god? Why would he give you gifts from a higher realm? Why not pick someone from those higher realms? Are you sure he isn't raising you to use you in a sacrifice or something equally dark? Rahvdall would laugh at the insinuation. I trust him, mother. I owe him much, and he can no longer contact me for a couple of years. Until then, I will continue to do what I agreed to do. To become as powerful as I can. Roygun walked over to him and patted him on the shoulder. I trust your judge of character. You aren't easily lied to, so if you trust him, who are we to tell you otherwise? Venelana squinted her eyes for a few moments before she let it go. Agreed. I know you too well, Romonus, for you to be easily manipulated. Just be careful. Romonus nodded. I will. I know that the people you trust can turn against you, but for people like me and Rahvdall, backstabbing is beneath us. We pride ourselves and believe we can succeed in confrontation. Rias had a question. If he contacted you, why not me? Romonus opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Ah, no girls allowed. Azidahaka began to cackle as he pointed at Rias. Because you were weak and lazy as a child, that is why. Rias covered her face because her early years were quite embarrassing. Don't bring it up, please. Romonus chuckled as he got up. I won't. How long do you two plan on staying? Venelana and Roygun looked at each other before smiling at him. Son, we are moving in. Roygun winked at him. Now we don't have to be apart for long periods. Romonus felt that was great because, for the longest time, he had wanted his harem to move in with him. Now, just Rahvdall was left, but her duties as a Satan kept her busy. It was a shame, but he knew she felt it was her duty to the underworld. I am beyond happy. Though, I have some news to share with you, Mom. With a raised brow, she motioned her hand for him. What is it? Rias and I visited our father and told him the truth about us. Venelana breathed through her teeth. Oof. How did he take it? Rias smiled as she remembered that. Badly, but we beat him back to health. Venelana stayed quiet for a few moments. When you say beat him dash. Rias placed her hands on her hips and pushed her chest forward. We kicked the shit out of him because he was being dumb. Venelana facepalmed when she heard that. Dear Lilith, my children are muscle heads. You don't give therapy by kicking the shit out of the patient. Roygun held her stomach as she started to laugh. Ha 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 ha. You used a beating as therapy, hee hee, how is that not funny? Venelana covered her face with her hands. It is a little funny, but still. He is still your father, so dash. Romonus knew that. I know, that is why we gave him a proper talking to. We used our fists and violence to make him get active and process his emotions. If he is going to lose his marriage over Marcina and Asterion, he might as well be a good father to him. Which reminds me, when are we telling Surzex? Venelana held her chin as that wasn't easy to reveal. Incest between parent and child was more common behind closed doors in some of the oldest devil clans but rarely revealed openly. So far, she was still single, and even now, she received letters from noble lords interested in her hand. The reason was far from good as they looked at her children Surzex, Romonus, and Rias and how talented they were. These lords only saw her as a way to bear talented children, or they were after her lust-provoking body. Too bad that her body had long since been given to Romonus, so she did not need to find someone else. Romonus, what do you think? Should we tell him? Romonus crossed his arms as he began to pace around the room. Honestly, he probably will be upset, but not to the point of anger. Let's just not tell him in person and do it over a spell. Venelana smiled as she stood next to him. All right, call him. Romonus held his open palm forward, using magic to call his brother. Surzex had already finished his work today and was relaxing in his castle with Grafia and Milikas. However, when he felt Romonus try to call him magically, he responded since Romonus usually called by phone. When both of their magics connected, in front of them, a large projection formed. Effectively a magic FaceTime which made Surzex very curious since Romonus liked his phone. When he saw that his brother, mother, and sister in the call, he was now wondering if something was wrong. Is everything okay? Roygun raised her hands and backed out of the call. I will leave this to you. When she was gone, Venelana cleared her voice. Grafia, can you take Milikas away? I need to talk with my son about something private. Please. Grafia nodded and took Milikas with her. Of course, don't mind me. When Grafia stepped out of the room, Surzex made sure to be seated. You are starting to worry me. Has someone died? Venelana shook her head with a serious look on her face. No, no one has died, though I am sure your father wished that he was. Surzex instantly worried. What happened to father? Is he all right? Romonus shook his head. He is fine if a little bruised. No, this is dealing with his mental health because I know for a fact I would be shook. However, he now knows and you need to know too. Mother, should I tell him or you? Venelana raised her hand. No, I will do it. Son, you know I will always love you, right? Surzex was starting to feel something was weird. Right. Mom, are you dying? If you are sick, I will use all my power to get a cure if that is the case. Venelana started to laugh, but she didn't do so for long. I am not dying, son, quite the opposite in fact. Hard to kill me when I am immortal, no. What I need to tell you is that your brother Romonus and I are in a relationship. As in, lovers. Rias raised her hand. I am too. We are both lovers of Romonus and we felt you needed to know before you found out from someone else. Surzex instantly fell from his chair in shock. His face spoke of how world-shattering this was, which made him look at his brother. You got to be fucking kidding me. Mom and Rias. Romonus nodded. I know it looks bad, but you got to look at it from my perspective. Venelana placed her hand on his chest to get him to stop. I will. Look, my marriage to Zeoticus was fine for a while, but the last 200 years were especially troublesome. I tried to make it work for so damn long, but it just never seemed to improve. After Romonus and Rias turned 11, I thought things were going to improve, but they just seemed to get worse when Marcina got pregnant. All the love I had for your father evaporated, and the secret of the Bale is that incest is particularly common. So, me getting with Romonus didn't seem to be a bad idea then. Now, we decided to tell you since you had a right to know. Romonus also brought something important. Tomorrow, I will be taking my place as Lord Bale, and in the coming months I will be very active politically and militarily. This matters because I will also start planning my wedding days, and mother is going to be one of my brides. Look on the bright side, you get to be an uncle in a few years. Azidahaka started to cackle. An uncle to your half-sibling. Romonus smacked the dragon on the face. That too. Sorry bro, but this is for the best. Surzex covered his face in shock, but he calmed down and stood back up. Mom, are you happy this way? Venelana nodded. More than I ever have been. Surzex then turned to Rias. And you, Rias? She smiled and held Romonus' arm. I am. Even if he is my twin, I don't know who else I would rather spend the rest of my life with. Surzex sighed as he stepped away. I am going to need a drink. While this is not what I wanted to know, you are all grown-ups who can choose for yourselves. Goodbye. When the call ended, Azzy cackled. That went better than expected. Venelana, Romonus, and Rias looked at each other before laughing a little. Soon, the whole underworld would know, but with how powerful Romonus was, no one could say anything or they would risk disappearing into the night. Once Romonus became Lord Bale, he would begin to hunt down the final ingredients for his ascension ritual. Does anyone know any good AI art generators? I want to start making images or my characters and stuff. Chapter 84, Left and Right Hand. Once Roygun and Venelana finally moved in with him, Romonus was over the moon. With them moving in, most of his lovers finally lived with him. Only Rahvdall was still living away from him because she was still the standing Leviathan. She was Satan in charge of foreign affairs, and because Romonus was as powerful as he was, her job had become increasingly stressful over the last year. Romonus was the one who pulled several factions together into an alliance not seen in millennia. His strength was not well understood, but it was clear that he was an even greater threat than Surzex or Ajuka. His brother and uncle were mighty super devils, but even they were not as powerful as he was. Not counting the dragon gods, only Shiva, Brahma, Vishnu, and maybe Indra could match him in combat. It was also nearly impossible to kill him since his soul and body were effectively immortal. He had no weakness to exploit, so the pantheons the world over had been in a bid to get on his good side. They had been pestering Rahvdall to let their envoys meet with him, but she had refused all these offers. For one, Romonus had no interest in becoming a ruler as his goal still remained to be the strongest. That goal was not because he wanted to rule existence or something foolish of that sort. No, he had this goal so that he could achieve any goal or whim he set out for himself. That and to repay the debt he owed to his friend, Rahvdall. Rahvdall also didn't want to bother Romonus, but she would no longer have to do it. Romonus would be taking his place as Lord Bael, but he had to talk with his grandfather, Demonitus, before they set things up. As such, he spent the rest of the day with his harem, which had not grown much in the past 8 years. While Berga was not in his harem technically, as she was incapable of love. Instead, she and Romonus shared a master-servant relationship, which she was okay with. Itsuki had been getting closer to him, and when she turned 15, they got together. Kuroka had been a recent addition since Chiron had pulled her little sister along for the ride. This means that the whole time, he only gained 2 more lovers and a sex friend. Once his mother and Roygun settled down, they pulled him and his lovers into his bed. Even while Berga had been dragged along, meaning only Rahvdall had missed out on the fun. Romonus promised to make it up to her since she was quite bitter about being left out. As for Romonus' sex life, it was wild since Valerie had made sure to make all of his lovers nearly unkillable like him. They had nearly endless stamina, so when they were in bed, they treated him like a raid boss who needed to go down. He didn't have a second to relax, and they used everything they had to tire him out. A few times he felt that they might succeed, but even with their modifications, they didn't have his demonic endurance. Everyone gathered at the breakfast table in the morning, with Romonus sitting at the head. This included Walburga, Tobio, Cookie, Natsum, Biko, Conla, Arthur, Lufay, Azzy, Karn, and Grimaldus. Romonus' shadows were in the kitchen firing up a mighty feast for everyone. Once everyone was seated, Romonus spoke up. I have news to share. Today, I shall be taking my title as Lord Bael, meaning I will have the authority to command the legions of House Bael. At its peak, House Bael controlled 250 legions of devils, but the long Great War and Devil Civil War reduced those numbers to 100. Each legion has 10,000 devils, meaning that House Bael controls 1 million devil soldiers. Out of all the devil clans, House Bael was and is the most powerful in troop numbers since even Agar's, at its peak, only controlled 31 legions. With those numbers, I can expand my influence to the greater underworld as I train a new force of soldiers. When I lead my attack against the Vatican and the domain of Hades, I expect a great deal of resistance, but numbers will ease that up. When he finished speaking, he got a bunch of congratulations. Venelana, sitting close to him, reached out and held his hand. I am so proud of you, Romonus. Why don't you just become Lord Gremory since no one can stop you? Rias shook her head. Mom, it's headache-inducing to rule over just one devil clan. Don't increase his workload more than needed. Roygun had to agree with Rias. She is right, Ven, just being Lord of House Belphegor was annoying, and you want him to rule too. Venelana just squeezed Romonus' hand tighter. My son deserves the best, the more know of his authority, the better. He returned the hold, but he did agree with Rias and Roygun. Sadly, I don't think I will be doing that. Biko would gain a status similar to that of a clan lord, as the Monkey King, but he ran away. Everyone turned to Biko, who shrugged. What can I say? The ruling is for old fucks, and I am not old. I want to have fun, fight who I want, sleep when I want, and do all the pranks I want. Speaking of pranks, ever since Biko had moved in, he had been the biggest prankster. Currently, Shin had a bone to pick with him. Tobio turned to Biko with a glare. So you were the one who switched out Shin's shampoo with honey. Sitting in his oversized chair, Shin started to snarl as he looked at Biko. Shin didn't like his fur being messed with, and the honey it got switched with was Karn's. Speaking of Karn, he sat next to Romonus on the table and started to growl at Biko. Every morning, he liked to count the containers of Bael Purple, his treasured honey. However, a sizable chunk had gone missing, and he had tracked it down to Biko. Seeing the growling badger, Biko started to sweat, and while he had received modifications from Valerie, he still felt pain. Karn had brutalized him in ways even Romonus didn't think possible. Romonus grabbed Karn in his arms and began to pet the small demonic badger to calm him. You should know better than to mess with the king's honey. You are lucky that he didn't eat you. Biko frowned. He did. He ate my head, I had to regenerate a new one. When Biko looked at Karn, he saw the badger flash him a bloodthirsty grin. He shivered and looked away, which made everyone at the table laugh. They had heard the screams, and when they rushed to his location, Biko was already headless. Sylvana found that especially funny. I was honestly expecting you to remain that way. Romonus placed Karn on his shoulder as he gave a warning. Be more careful in the future since Karn can kill you. As he is my familiar, he can draw on my power, and I can get past our immortality. Keep that in mind. Biko shivered as he held his head as he was close to death. I got never to touch that mad badger's stuff again. Regardless, they brought out the giant feast for all involved once the shadows finished cooking. Azidahaka, Karn, Grimaldus, Shin, Griffin, Byakusa, and Mephiston served incredible feasts. It was sometimes confusing since Natsum named her sacred gear Griffin while a real griffin lived in the house. As such, they always referred to Mephiston by his name to avoid confusion. While everyone ate, they continued to have their usual conversations. Sylvana mentioned how she had been creating more undead for the upcoming assaults. Even Vespera had created thralls to have more disposable troops, while Latia's automaton forces were in construction deep underground. Most surprising was that she had been constructing a demonic warlord titan because creating an emperor class would take too long. Hearing that, Romanus was sure that when he moved out in his assaults, the world over would be in shock. Heaven would respond since he would be invading the Vatican, but he had plans, and nothing would change his path. Once everyone had finished eating and his shadows had finished cleaning, he prepared to return to the Bale mansion. I am off to speak with my grandfather. Anyone want to go? Before anyone could say anything, Natsum jumped on the chance. Can I go? With knowing smiles, his lovers let her take this one, making Romanus smile himself. Come on then. With a happy smile, Natsum walked over to him and held his arm as he teleported them to Bale Castle. He also took Karn, Grimaldus, and Azidahaka with him before teleporting to Bale Castle. He did so directly outside his grandfather's office since he wanted to get this over with. He looked down at Natsum and patted her head. How do I look? She looked him up and down as he always dressed in an expensive suit he had tailored a year ago. She patted down his black trench coat and fixed his tie a little. You look great. I am the one who should be worried about how I look. Romanus flicked her on the nose since she was wearing the Bloodborne uniform. You look great, and if you say you look bad, it means everyone who wears that suit looks bad. Natsum rubbed her nose, but just as she was going to speak, Demonitis yelled at them. Just come inside. Romanus chuckled as he opened the office doors. Inside, his grandfather was sitting at his desk. Glad you are here, just bring your cousin here. Romanus snapped his fingers, and Serorg instantly appeared next to him. Serorg was dressed in his gym attire as he had been working out hard. He even had a pair of weights as he worked on his arms. What the dash? Romanus patted him on the shoulder to snap him to attention. Glad to see you again, Serorg, we needed you present to plan this out. Serorg turned his head and saw Demonitis, Romanus, Natsum, and the familiars. Serorg put down his weights and got serious. What did you need to speak to me about? Demonitis first walked over to the selections of drinks he had on hand since he was a consumer of fancy spirits. He turned to Natsum, whom he had seen before when Romanus came to kill Zekrom. He still had no idea what had happened since Romanus ordered Zekrom to act normal. Do you want a drink, girl? Natsum turned to Romanus before nodding. I will take one. Demonitis smiled as he poured out 4 drinks of glowing whiskey. Careful, this stuff is strong. Magdarin made it from that new immortality tree. Once everyone had their glass and took a drink, Natsum instantly loved it. However, while the taste was incredible, it was much stronger than any mortal drink. Since her regeneration had increased, she didn't pass out. Demonitis was quite impressed and had already viewed her in a better light. You can hold your drink, I like that. Romanus, don't fumble the bag with this girl. Romanus smirked as he patted Natsum's head. I won't. Though, you should talk to Serorg, who is still a virgin. Serorg frowned. No, I am not. Demonitis raised an eyebrow. You and that Keisha girl? Serorg nodded. Yes. Demonitis smiled. I was worried you were broken. Now, boy, I called you here because your cousin will soon take his place as Lord Bale. The coronation ceremony will be in a few days as I get everything set up, but that comes with issues. A lord must be good at politics and able to do all the paperwork that comes with the title. The issue is that your cousin can't just spend vast amounts of time in the office. Right. Romanus nodded. I can do it, and I would be willing to do it, but I will be honest, I will be the center of our armed forces. I will be taking control of the legions of House Bale and training them into a stronger fighting force than before. It is not well known, but I will start a war. That is why I have gathered so many allies. Demonitis could tell since Romanus was obsessed with getting stronger. Serorg was worried since starting a war and fighting one were different. With whom and why? To start with Heaven because they will not like my plan. I have found a way to ascend to godhood, but I need the holy relics to do it. The true Longinus, Incinerate Anthem, Alpheka Tyrant, and the Shroud of Turin. One of those is kept in the Vatican, and they won't just give it to me, so I am planning an assault on it. My harem and my team are also planning to kill the original descendants of the Satan so I can have the entire bloodline of them in my ascension. I can see the future. It's not as good as Shiva's, but we probably both can see what I can see. We have 2 major threats, the beast of the apocalypse, which God sealed away, weakening him. This beast is as strong as Great Red, if they clash, our world will be destroyed. Great Red also keeps the dimensional gap sealed to protect us from creatures beyond the gap known of the Eviatold. Two warring factions of godlike creatures that, if they find us, even Great Red won't be able to stop them. I will start a war to prevent the destruction of our world, and for that, I can't be held back by the politics of being a lord. I trust you and Magdarin will help me with this. I trust you too with my life, and while I lead our forces, you can help me get back here. Will you do it? Serorg looked at his grandfather and Romonus before thinking about it. As he flew up and landed on his shoulder before speaking to him. You may not trust the words of an evil dragon, but you seem to trust my boss a great deal. So, would he lie to you? Serorg smiled. No, he wouldn't. You want Magdarin and me to hold the fort while you control our military forces, right? Consider it done. We can do that much, but when will you start this? Romonus thought about it. Originally, it was in a few days, but I realized it was hasty. I will inform my allies to get them up to speed on why I risk starting a second Great War. I hate saying it, but it is for the greater good. I feel sick just saying it, but it will be worth it once I do this. I will get Azazel, Arjak, the Corpse Ghost Sect Patriarch, and my other allies ready for what I will start. First, we will start with the descendants of the Satans. Once they are dead, and I have their corpses, we can continue to my other targets, Lilith's corpse and the treasures the Vatican holds. No complaints. Demonitis shook his head. I am old and hate being lord, but I am sure ready for a war. If you are starting it, you got me on board. Most of the oldies of the clan have been itching for war, and you giving it to them will be just what they want. I am sure my parents are going to be itching for that. Romonus chuckled. Ah yes, your father is also your uncle, and your mother is also your aunt. Demonitis sighed. Yes. They will be up for it, so wait for your coronation ceremony. Once I step down, I will advise you, but you will make the calls. Romonus nodded. Right. Serorg, you will be my right hand, and Magdarin will be my left. I am counting on you too. With a grin, Serorg extended his fist. You can count on us. A fist bump later, and it was decided. Demonitis would prepare things since it would be a big event as Lord Baal was effectively king. They had more power than the Satans, and combined with Romonus' political allies and his strength, he would have an iron grip over the devil underworld. In the history books, the wars he would start would be named the Battles of Ascension. Chapter 85, Romonus, Demon King of Destruction. After the talk with his grandfather and cousins, Romonus steeled himself to take on the responsibility he would obtain. While his two cousins would help him hold down the fort, he would be on the front lines with the lives of over 1 million devils who made up the remaining legions of House Baal on his shoulders. On his own, he no longer had much opposition in DxD except for a few mighty beings. Great Red, Trihexa, Ophis, and the 3 Tremutri who could fight against him. He didn't know what they could do, so Romonus didn't become arrogant because of his pride. So many had perished in the great wars that most clans couldn't even support having them, except for the wealthy clans. House Baal was beyond rich, so their forces were properly armed. When he took over the clan, he planned to help Myria revive her clan by resurrecting her father and mother. With House Amdusius revived, he would gain more allies than he already had. It would also help Myria overcome her shame of not being able to save her father even though she had been on the battlefield when he died. As for Vespera, she just wanted her mother and father back, along with Chiron, Aquino, and Kuroka. The plan was for Valerie to bring them all back once he became Lord Baal, as he didn't think it would be easy to bring back long-dead beings. However, Enuncia did not obey the laws of reality, it made them obey. Until then, Romonus prepared himself for the day of his coronation. Demonitis was still acting as Lord Baal for his failure of a son, Aslan, and wanted out. He sent a message to the entire Baal army, the 100 legions they still had, which totaled 1 million devils. They were to gather at the Baal castle, where Romonus would receive the status of Lord Baal from him. It was also where every other Lord Baal had received their position from the previous. Zekrom rarely visited, but this time, he would be present against his wishes. This day was planned for 3 weeks to give Demonitis the time to set everything up. The legions of House Baal covered an extensive territory, so they never gathered together except during war or when the next Lord Baal took office. The latter was happening, and since it was not a ball or a party, no outside clans would be invited, only the forces of House Baal and Romonus family. In the 3 weeks of his coronation, he entered the time chamber again, adding another year to his age, making him 22. He took everyone with him as a year was a great time to train as a group. Romonus felt that his abilities became even more refined at the year mark of his training. His Sparta bloodline still had plenty of power to tap into. Though slowing down a bit, he still had more to discover. Rias, who was his twin while not possessing his bloodline, much like their brother Cerzex, had her genes as a devil mutate further. The drastic change caused her strength to skyrocket, and her desire not to be left behind drove her to improve. Plus, he had trained her as harshly as he could since, as his twin, she could not be weak. Rias, Latia, Sikvera, Venelana, Roygun, and the Devil Girls, as he called them, wanted to experience the same, so they drilled just as hard. Valerie did her best to master her sacred gear further to draw out more power from them, but Romonus stopped her. She had done enough, and now pure effort would be needed to improve them. Kuroka, Chiron, and Walburga, the fake Nikomata, needed to draw more power from their species. More tails would make them stronger, and Chiron grew a tail in 6 months, making her number reach 7. The rest of the girls and Romonus students had similar improvements, and after they emerged from the training chamber, they were to relax until Romonus coronation day. When the day arrived for Romonus to become the lord of his clan, he was ready. He was already wearing an Archaon with his helmet off in a room of the Baal castle. Behind him, his cape billowed as a living extension of Archaon. It reminded him of the cape of Spawn, which he quite loved. Romonus looked at himself in the mirror, as Archaon was truly the best wear for the occasion. The shimmering black and purple armor glowed with demonic mana as Romonus gazed into the mirror. As he prided himself on his appearance, Venelana was dressed in a long purple gown with her hair up, which made her look even more alluring. She wore several natural jewels such as rings, hair ornaments, necklaces, and her dress. She levitated in front of him as she combed out his beard and even fixed his hair. He let her do as she wanted because Latia and Sikvera were fussing behind him, looking for faults in Archaon. A thought the living armor found deeply offensive, but let them. Karn and Grimaldus were seated on his shoulders while Azidahaka was on his head. Venelana, Romonus, and the rest of his lovers were not alone, as several maids were rushing around, helping his lovers all get dressed with him. Miria was sitting nearby in a set of armor once belonging to her father. She had it refitted to suit her, but wearing it made her feel closer to her dead father. Just as she let the negative thoughts win, she heard Romonus speak. "Do not worry, Miria. I promise to return your family, and that is what I will do." She smiled as one of the maids fixed her long purple hair into its usual braid and even waxed her oni horns. Something Roygun taught her. "I know you will. It just hurts to wear this armor, he died in it. I had to forge it again from what remained, but I still feel parts of him linger. If I close my eyes, I think I can remember his scent, how his beard pricked my cheeks as a child, or how his voice sounded. I still remember it all. I miss him. More than I miss my mother." The maid helping her sniffled upon hearing that. Romonus had not asked about her mother, as she only spoke of her father. He decided not to ask as Valerie turned to her. "I swear to do my best." Miria grinned, showing that her teeth were sharper than normal. "I know you will." Valerie smiled as the maids braided her long blonde hair. She turned to Vespera, who, unlike her, was dressed in black armor suited more to a vampire knight than a queen. Vespera was quiet as the maids fixed her hair to avoid getting caught when she placed her helmet on. A helmet modeled after a shin, a black hound. Something Vespera noted was how she and Miria had a style. "You and I are quite similar, Miria. Though, unlike you, who received the love of your father, I grew up with my evil grandmother." Miria smirked. "That evil grandmother whose body you now own." With a grin of her own, Vespera nodded. Of course. Some maids felt quite scared, as most of these women were beyond mighty. Each one had the same power as a super devil, above or beyond Satan's class strength. As for Romonus, several maids shined Archaon with the polish Romonus made himself. His sword, Ruin Maker, received the same treatment on a table. The blade weighed almost 2 tons, so almost 12 maids had to use their magic together to move it. While they shinned the sword, Venelana, who had finished with Romonus, smiled at him. She didn't care that their relationship was sinful or wrong, he was her son, and that is why, as a lover, he was the best. A notion only a sinful creature like a devil could justify. "I am so proud of the men you have become, Romonus. I could not be more proud of you." Romonus reached down and held his mother's shoulders. "And I could not be more thankful to have a mother like you. My talent came from you. If I was born to someone else, I am sure I would still be stuck in the ultimate class." With a smile that spoke of pride, Venelana held his clawed gauntlet. "A mother wants the best of all her kids. I am glad you managed to help Rias reach where she is now." Rias had several maids do her hair and makeup. She wore a deep crimson dress that matched her hair with blue enchanted gems all over her body. She sighed to herself, hearing her mother. "It was not easy, let me tell you. It took your divorce for me to find my fire." Venelana smiled. "I'm glad I could help. I won, and you did, too. Still, I am thankful to hear you say that, but with your drive, even if you were a commoner, your drive would have gotten you there, Romonus. If you reached a bottleneck, you would find a way." Rhea smiled as the maids fussed with her hair and finished applying the eyeshadow and lipstick. Everyone was fussed over, but Sylvana was much like Romonus, Miria, and Vespera. She was dressed in her own living armor, Ernaline. Unlike Archaon, who was male like his master, Ernaline was female like Sylvana. Her head was on a table as the maids fixed her hair while others treated her armor like Archaon. Sylvana's eyes moved to look at Romonus. We all became this strong because of Romonus, especially you, Valerie. Valerie blushed at the praise. I am not so great. Everyone turned to her as if she had said something dumb. This caused her to blush even more because if not for her, none of them would be immortal or as strong as they were, not even Romonus, as her sacred gear was the biggest asset they had. Roygun tried to give her more pride. Girl, see it like this. No one else could control your sacred gear as well as you do because of who you are. Valerie, you are special, more than you realize. Rahvdall pointed at herself. You made me even stronger by unlocking my latent Gremory ability. With all the training, I already joined the ranks of Ajuka and Surzex. Latia had more to say as well. You made my Agars and Astaroth traits even stronger. I am as strong as I am because of you, and we are immortal, too. Valerie smiled as everyone needed her no matter what she thought. Thank you. Everyone spoke at the same time for her. Not a problem. After 30 minutes, when everyone was prepared, Romonus looked around the room. Latia, Sikvera, Venelana, Rias, Roygun, Natsum, and Rahvdall wore fancy gowns to impress. Sylvana, Miria, Vespera, Aquino, and Itsuki all wore armor, with Itsuki using her Abyss-side balance breaker, a unique armor set to stand out. Kuroka, Chiron, and Walburga were dressed in fancy kimonos made in Japan by the semesters of the gods. Not one of them dressed the same, but preparations were done from the look of things. Using magic, the maids picked up Ruin Maker and floated him to Romonus. They all bowed as he reached down and took his blade before placing the now living weapon on his back. The blade spirit spoke to him in a teenage-like voice. We killin'. Unlike Archaon, who was mature, Ruin Maker was like an angsty teen who only wanted to kill. He could focus on things, but like a little boy, he only wanted to do what he liked. No. Aw. Hearing the voice of his younger brother, Archaon sighed like a disappointed elder. If I had known he would end up like this, I would have preferred him to stay non-sentient. Romonus didn't mind it. I think it is fine. Though dash. When he gazed at the cursed shield on his left arm, he, Archaon, and Ruin Maker watched carefully. A silent rage seethed from the artifact, asking for more violence than Ruin Maker. Romonus shook his head as he focused. As the maids began to step out, he first turned to his lovers. This is it, I will be Lord Baal from this point. I will be in charge of the largest standing army of devils. And will be able to sign the deaths of millions with my words. No pressure. Aquino chuckled as she looked at Romonus, looking at them all. You could do that already with a wave of your hand. Just now, your status will match your power. Azazel has been wanting to make me the next Governor-General. With that, I could have control over the armies of Gregory. Romonus smirked, thinking of his best friend. Azazel is here, right? Aquino nodded. Yup, he would not miss this for the world, though you will see him after. Romonus looked up at the ceiling. He had spent the past 22 years training to reach this point, and he took a deep breath as he looked at everyone. I am ready. Natsum, dressed in a dazzling brown dress like her hair with Griffin on her shoulder, smiled. So am I. We all are. Latia, Rias, Sikvera, Venelana, Miria, Sylvana, Valerie, Vespera, Chiron, Kuroka, Walburga, Aquino, Roygun, and Rahvdall all followed him as he stepped out of the room. When he opened the double doors, Demonidas, Serorg, and Magdarin were waiting. Demonidas walked toward Romonus and patted him on his armored pauldron. Are you ready? Romonus patted his grandfather on the shoulder. I am. Demonidas smiled with pride. I am proud of you, Romonus. The best grandson I could ask for. Venelana pouted. What about me, your daughter? His mother. Demonidas shook his head. Don't push it, you birthed him, and now he is fucking you. Not like I am one to judge. Venelana smiled as it was still funny just how much incest happened in the devil clans. Serorg and Magdarin choked on their saliva, but Romonus didn't mind them. He smiled even as Demonidas stepped aside to let Romonus and his lovers walk. This room was where every future Lord Baal prepared themselves to walk out to the balcony to face their legions. Demonidas often dreamt of being Zekrom when he received his 250 legions. That number was a mere 100 now, but those who were alive now were elites among elites. Demonidas touched his chest as Romonus walked out onto the balcony with his lovers. When Romonus stepped out, he instantly saw exactly 1,000,000 devils in black enchanted armor standing before him. His lovers did not speak, and they stood next to him. Romonus walked forward as each devil looked up at him. He eventually stepped on the ledge before he walked past it, walking on the air. He raised his hands as he unleashed his demonic aura, causing each of the 100 legions of devils to buckle under the pressure for a few moments. The sheer weight of his demonic aura was so extreme that it felt like he already was a demon god. Romonus took a deep breath before he restrained his aura for a moment. He amplified his voice with magic to be heard at total volume. I am Romonus G. Bale. Thus far, I have not competed in raiding games, I have not wasted my time on the game of children and schemers. I have been doing one thing this entire time, training. I never missed a day when I did not feel like my bones were breaking, my muscles tore, my ligaments stretched, my nerves fried, and my mind and soul burned. I would do it again 1,000 times, leading to my strength. My grandfather, Demonitus Bale, the second greatest Lord Bale, passed this title to his son, Aslan Bale, a great failure. He brought shame to House Bale and the status of my family. I am here to change that and be the next Lord Bale. Romonus stopped speaking as he looked at the captivated legions of devils. No. I changed my mind. I am not to be called Lord Bale. Why be a clan lord when you can be more? His aura began to rise once more, causing the vast underworld to tremble at the sheer power he had acquired. From this day to the end of my reign, I am Romonus, the demon king of destruction. At his words, it seemed as if the world welcomed his rule, as the fake sun in the sky went out like a light bulb. To replace it, the underworld's proper purple glowing sky took its place. However, the shade matched Romonus' energy perfectly. He could even feel the underworld reach out to him as it responded to his call. Every devil in the underworld could feel the switch in power. The gods who had their hells and underworlds could feel as if the underworld itself began to reject them. Romonus didn't speak as he gazed at his legions. He motioned for them to kneel, and as one, they all did. When they kneeled, they roared out his name. All hail Demon King Romonus. Having over 1 million devils who had been fighting for 10,000 years yelling his name caused the land to shake. These elites had survived the millennia of the Great War, Civil War, and wars against other pantheons. Romonus basked in the glory of these troops, yelling his name. With a surge of his aura, he spoke once more. Tell me. What do you desire? As one, they answered. War. Blood. Battle. Glory. A glorious never-ending war. Romonus yelled back. Then war is what you shall get. As your demon king, it is my oath and duty to give you that war. He banged his fists on his chest plate, causing what felt like earthquakes to blow from him. His voice echoed through the underworld, causing every being to hear him. As the underworld bears witness, I, Romonus, son of House Bael, give my oath. If war is what you devils of war want, then a war to end all wars is what you shall receive. Tell me once more. What do you desire? His soldiers bellowed at his words. To march to war in your name. The first demon king. Romonus gave one last message in an eerie, quiet tone that caused the moments to seem too slow. Then war, you shall get. His 100 legions began to roar his name as they smashed their weapons on their shields. His 3 heavily tattooed wings emerged from his back as he basked in the glory. As for his lovers, they were all stuck staring at him, some in deep love, others in lust, or just in shock and awe. He truly was the first and greatest demon king of the underworld. I mean, in DMC, Mundus created a nightmare who could destroy the infinite underworld. If Romonus can't do something like that with the Sparta bloodline, he would be a damn failure. Chapter 86, The War of Ascension begins. I guess I can still call it a war. During Romonus' coronation as Lord Bale, he revealed the true extent of his great power. He was so strong that his aura had caused the near-endless underworld to tremble. Every devil in the underworld heard his voice as if it had come from their souls. Zekrom, who was watching all of this as he had been ordered to attend, placed a hand over his new heart. What kind of monster did I create? Now that he had time to ponder his life, he committed several mistakes that could have prevented his current state. His commitment to the old ways had been wrong. Making an enemy of Romonus was the worst choice he could have made. Rather than accept the choices Romonus had made, he pushed against them. Now, he was no better than an undead possessing his corpse. He clasped his hands together and prayed, not to God, but to Romonus for forgiveness. Unfortunately, it was not up to Romonus to forgive him, but to Vespera who he had wronged. In the days following his rise, Romonus never left Bale Castle. He, of course, would need to address all his allies and the devil clans, but that could come later. In the meantime, he started planning the assaults against his targets. He already knew where his Kateria, Shalba, Cruzari, and Rizivum were. The teams he had chosen to hunt them had not changed, but now he had 100 legions of devils to send with them. He also had allies to call on, so while Sarorg and Magdarin worked together to deal with House Bale's business under the guidance of their grandfather, Romonus met with his closest allies. He was meeting with Serzex, Ajuka, Falbium, Serafal, and Azazel. Romonus had brought Karn, Grimaldus, and Azidahaka, while Serzex had brought Graphia. He had called them a week after he became the Demon King. Azazel had Barakiel with him while Serafal, Falbium, and Ajuka were alone. Azazel leaned back in his chair as he glanced at Romonus. So, Demon King, what did you call us here for? Romonus rolled his eyes. It is simple. I have never kept it secret that my dream since I was a boy was to become the first devil to become a god. That goal has not changed even after I became a demon. I have been gathering certain catalystes to do so. The true Longinus, Incinerate Anthem, Sephiroth Graal. Azazel instantly noticed something. The holy relics, right. All blessed by the blood of Jesus, the Son of God. Romonus nodded. Exactly. I need 2 more, the nails and the shroud. They will be part of the Ascension ritual and a few more items, mainly the bodies and souls of Kateria, Shalba, Cruzari, and Rizivum, the last descendants of the original Satans. I also plan to use the corpse of Lilith in my ritual. Ajuka had a good theory of why he was using those. Since God is dead, you plan to take his divinity, yes. You wish to combine the 4 bloodlines of the original Satan along with his vacant divinity with your demon bloodline as the core. Romonus nodded. Exactly. I already know where those items are, the issue is where they are held. Kateria, Shalba, Cruzari, and Rizivum won't cause issues, but the other 3 will. Lilith's corpse is hidden in Rizivum's lab, which is in the realm of Hades. Attacking will be seen as aggression and lead to trouble, but with your strength that is of no consequence. However, the Shroud of Turin will be kept in the Vatican, and I plan to attack that alone or with help. Will you help me? Azazel looked at the ceiling before smiling. All you had to do was ask. I am in, and all of Gregory will move with you. Count on that. Surzex nodded as well. Count on me as well. You are my brother, and what can I do other than help? I would rather not cause a second great war, but with your strength, I can see that we don't have to worry as much. Seraphal was already in on it. Sure, I can use this chance to show my new strength. Falbium, who was asleep, opened his eyes and asked a question. When you become a god, what will that mean for me? Romonus smiled as he knew how to tempt Falbium. You can retire and sleep all you want. A serious expression replaced Falbium's tired face. I am in. Once he heard that, Romonus grinned. Great, this is the plan and reason. Romonus spoke of his attack plan and who he planned to send against who. He also explained in detail the future he had seen with Trihexa, the Eviatold, the death of Great Red, the weakening of Ophis, and the death and sealing of several supernatural leaders. Once he explained this in detail, they all understood why he had been so focused on getting stronger. The death of Great Red was a big shock, as he was supposed to be the strongest creature in their world. Learning why he kept the dimensional gap sealed off for so long made them more grateful to the Dragon of Dreams. This also made them more serious in this, as the war this would start would be the lesser evil. Azazel returned to Gregory as Viviana would go with the attack team to hunt down her grandfather. He also began reorganizing his fighting force since he planned to lead them, along with Barakil, Armoros, and his other cadres. Surzex, Ajuka, Falbium, and Seraphal all returned to their original clans, the Gremory, Astaroth, Citri, and Glaciolabalas, to take control over their clan's armies. This was not supposed to happen because the clan lords were supposed to control the fighting forces. However, rules were ignored since this was a very important campaign, and they were the first to go. Sikvera, Sylvana, and Roygun returned to Agar's, Birith, and Belphegor's clans to do the same. Roygun faced opposition, but when Azidahaka came with her, her old clan surrendered to her power again. Romonus even returned her king piece, which he and Valerie had modified to work again. On the other hand, Lord Agars and Avivaton instantly agreed to participate in the war. Avivaton and his wife Kiva were instantly on board since they were battle maniacs. Kiva even communed with her god, Erawan, to ask for his aid in this war. The death god gave his decree and made it so his followers, the 3 Dullahan clans, follow Romonus in battle. He even strengthened Sylvana's blessing because she was stronger than him. Sylvana had the luck of being modified by Valerie and being Romonus' second knight. He could have removed his blessing, but from what he could feel, Sylvana was close to becoming a goddess of death like him. Those were not the only allies that agreed to move for him, as Arjak jumped at the chance to fight. The Werewolf King only wanted to receive modifications from Valerie in exchange, and even the ancestor of the corpse ghost sect desired to participate. Once Romonus' allies had agreed to join him, he began to plan the attack along with his harem and peerage. In the days leading up to the first targets, the other devil clans were beginning to get nervous since more and more troops gathered around Castle Bale. Only 2 weeks into Romonus' rule, he was already slowly beginning to gather more karma for himself. His big moves made his name known to everyone and created confusion about his plan. However, that all changed when 2 more weeks passed as the troops gathered and prepared to move. A month after his coronation as Demon King, Romonus and his allies were ready to move. The last thing to do was to decide which force would move since Romonus was planning on assaulting the realm of Hades. He would take 75 legions of House Bale while trusting his grandfather to lead the other 25 to keep Castle Bale safe. He and the rest of the war leaders met for the last time before the battles began. Romonus stood at the head of the war room, where plans were underway. His peerage, harem, and disciples were present and ready to move since they were the core of the attack. In this room, Serzex, Ajuka, Seraphal, Falbium, Azazel, Barakiel, Armoros, Penimune, Avivitan, Kiva, Erawan, Arjak, Viviana, and even Chindeming, the ancestor of the Corpse Ghost sect. Once everyone was gathered in the war room, Romonus walked forward. He was the strongest in the core of this war. First, thank you for answering my call to arms. I assure you that you will be repaid for this. Thanks aside, it is time to separate our forces. Kateria Leviathan and her troops are the first targets. Seraphal, I want you to take the legions of the Citri clan. I already promised Myria to lead since this is her revenge. Work together in this. Myria and Seraphal looked at each other before exchanging fist bumps. As part of Romonus' harem, if they could fuck together, they could kill together. Seraphal winked up at Romonus. Count on us. Romonus smirked to himself. As I said, Biko, Arthur, La Fay, Vespera, we have gone through this already. You will join Seraphal, Myria, and the 20 legions of the Citri clan. This will make this operation go smoother. The coordinates are as follows. He transferred the locations of Kateria into their minds, allowing them to prepare. He then continued to the next target. Though, Latia spoke up. You said this already, me, Sikvera, Rias, and Tobio. Uncle, you coming? Ajuka nodded. I will. Shalba is a bother, and I can ensure everything goes well. I will be bringing the 15 legions of the Agar's clan to deal with Shalba's forces. Latia smiled to herself. I will get a chance to use my secret creations. Ajuka smiled as he had taught her well. Romonus smiled to himself before continuing. Now, Cruzari Asmodeus. Falbium, I am counting on you to lead your 18 legions. Initially, I wanted to send you Roygun, but you will be part of the Greater Vatican raid. Instead, Kuroka, Chiron, Cookie, you three will move ahead with Falbium and the legions. Falbium nodded. We shall get it done. Once that was dealt with, he spoke of the next most dangerous target. Rizavam is probably the biggest danger. Viviana, I know you want revenge, and I am giving it to you. Azazel, you, of course, will go with her. Grigori has 80 legions of fallen, so how will they be split? Azazel smirked. For Cadre, 80 legions, 20 por. I will lead 20 legions of fallen angels to ensure Rizavam doesn't escape. Romonus nodded. Okay, I already said this, but Aquino, Itsuki, Silvana, you three will join then. Make sure he doesn't escape. Their heart is just the main ingredient. Get me their souls and bodies if you can. Like Romonus, Viviana had aged once she had access to the time chamber. She was now 21, just a year younger than Romonus. She clenched her fists, still dressed in her usual rock attire. Thank you for this chance, I won't let it slip, and make sure to kill that monster. Romonus placed his hand over his heart before giving her a nod. She smiled and raised her fist before placing it over her chest, returning the gesture. While they were not dating, they did have mutual respect. Romonus then brought up the next target. Alright, the next target will be more risky. While I am attacking the realm of Hades to get to Lilith, the Vatican will be the most dangerous raid since it will cause a war with heaven. That is fine since once I become a demon god, that war will end. Serzex, you will lead your peerage and the legions of House Gremory against the Vatican. Arjak, Ancestor Chen, will you go with them? Arjak, the werewolf king, was always in his massive werewolf form. He was 22 feet tall, covered in shaggy black fur, and had small armor plates around his arms, chest, and legs. He grinned, and his armies were always hungry for war. A glorious battle against the Vatican and heaven. My warriors and I won't miss this for anything. Ancestor Chen, the most powerful necromancer of his sect, was a true undead. He wasn't a lich, but rather, he was something unique. His skin was deadly pale, making him look anemic, his hair was cut very short, unlike most cultivators, and his eyes were two black pits. One question, can I have the bodies? Romonus smiled as he respected fellow necromancers. Of course. Angels, exorcists, and more. Take the corpses. That made the old necromancer smile, showing his sharp needle teeth. Excellent. Romonus then focused on himself. As for me, I will be moving 75 legions of House Baal against Hades. I will lead it personally. To fight with me, Avivitan, Kiva, will you come? From the look of things, his two in-laws didn't need to be told twice. Avivitan, Silvana's father, smiled as he ran his hand down his beard. Of course. My daughter would hate for me to stay behind. Koim, his wife, smiled as she twirled her long sword. It has been a long time since I fought like this. A fight against Hades sounds like paradise. Romonus smiled as he liked these two. Natsum, Valerie, Conla, Azitahaka, Grimaldus, Karn, Mephiston, and Walburga. Our target is Lilith, if it comes to it, and Hades, if he tries to stop us. That leaves Barakiel, Armoros, Penamune, and you, Lord Erewhon. The god of the dead and the patron of Sylvana was wearing a bone-like mask with a crown of antlers. He was the god of death and the ruler of the Celtic afterlife. He was a powerful god, but Sylvana surpassed him in power. When he spoke, the air became stale. I suggest that I go with you. I will lead my followers, the 3 clans of Dullahans, in the battle. Hades controls a powerful, endless army of the dead, and 50 legions might not be enough. That is if you do not move yourself, otherwise this battle will end quickly. If Hades is to die, it will leave his territory and authority vacant. If possible, I would like to take it. Romonus thought about it. It is not guaranteed that he will die, but if he does, I will keep his corpse while you can have his domain. Erewhon was fine with that. That is fine by me. That just left 3 cadre of Gregory. Azazel also had suggestions. I suggest Barakiel, Armoros, and Penamune go with Surzex, Arjak, Roygun, and Ancestor Deming. Heaven is a powerful army even now, and more numbers will even the playing field. Romonus nodded. Got it. Brother, you hear that? Surzex nodded. I agree. Thanks for the help, Azazel, because we will need it. Just as Romonus was about to end the meeting, his mother spoke up. You forgot me. I am not missing out. Romonus smiled. You can come with me then. With a smile, Venelana sat down. Good. Romonus clapped his hands. That is all, everyone, prepare to move because I will be opening the portals to get you where you need to go. I also have one last thing to say, fight well. Chapter 87, First Battles of Ascension 1/. After the meeting with his allies, Romonus and the leaders separated into their attack groups. Outside the castle, the gathered legions were ready and all armed to the teeth. Through his monstrous senses, Romonus could see some of the troops in the back in the middle of small sparring matches. Some women talked to each other about the upcoming battles and who would get the most glory. Some men were silent, others were boasting about who would get the most kills or doing a last check on their equipment. The 4 Satans, Ajuka, Falbium, Seraphal, and Surzex, were conversing with each other. This was the first time they would lead proper armies in decades. It was exciting in a way, but even their peerages were there. Surzek's entire peerage had gathered, including Romonus' 3 mentors, Suji, Surtr, and MacGregor, who seemed to be looking at him with proud expressions. He also saw the others he rarely spoke to but still respected. Just that his 3 mentors were his friends and those who had taught him most of what he knew, and for that he was forever grateful. Falbium's sole peerage member was his mutation rook, the blue holy bull Kuyutha. Seraphal's mutation queen piece was the behemoth, a mix of a lion and a bull that towered next to Kuyutha. Alongside these 2 titans was Ajuka's mutation bishop, the king snake Phallic. These 3 legendary creatures of Arabian myth were the envy of many devils, as only the Satans could convince these creatures to join them. As for Arjak, the werewolf king, he was smiling at the underworld purple sky. He needed no moon to transform, and neither did his army. His army was smaller, at only 10 legions, but he still had 100,000 werewolves at his command, and they all hungered for war. Ancestor Deming of the corpse ghost sect seemed alone, but he had brought his army of the undead with him. He had been alive for so long that some called him the first necromancer of China. No one knew if it was true, but he wasn't denying the claim. As for the rest of his targets, he left it to those he trusted as he had bigger fish to fry with Hades. Attacking his territory would piss off the Greeks, but it was a price he was willing to pay. Before he left, he and the rest of the campaign leaders gathered in front of millions of soldiers gathered. Devils, fallen angels, werewolves, Dullahans, and more. The 3 Dullahan clans had even brought their vassals, including bat demi-humans, lesser vampires. They also had other species of dark creatures, like true living armors, wraiths, and undead. Each clan could field 20 legions, which was 60 or 600,000 troops for all 3. Romonus appreciated their numbers as, when added to his own 750,000 devils from his 75 legions to invade the realm of Hades, they had enough. While he could do everything himself, it was better to rely on his number of advantages to mitigate consequences. Romonus took a deep breath as he looked around. Everyone ready? Surzex patted him on the back, but he flinched as Archaon was spiky in some places. Remind me never to do that, and yes, we are. I never wanted to start a war, I wanted peace, but this was the only way to prevent that dark future. Heaven would never accept your plan to use the holy relics as you plan to do, even for a good reason you have. Seraphal glanced at her troops, 20 legions of the Citri clan, a total of 200,000 devils. Let's get this over with. The faster we finish these battles, the faster we can return to peace. As long as you save the world from the Eviatold and Trihexa. Azazel found that quite funny in a way. We are starting a second great war to prevent even more deaths. Once you become a demon god, you better stop this. Romonus nodded. I plan to. While I have no intention of ruling the world, I need this power to make sure this world or universe doesn't die like the universe of the Atold. For now, it is time to get going. He opened his hands, causing Ruin Maker and the true Longinus to appear in his hands. He twirled both weapons several times before placing Ruin Maker on his shoulder. He swung the lance through the air and slashed a massive wound in reality to create a gigantic portal. With a single thought, the portal split into 6 for the 6 attack teams several hundred meters across. Romonus, enhancing his voice with magic, explains to the greater legions and attack groups. Each of these portals corresponds to an attack group. Seraphal, Myria, Biko, Arthur, La Fey, Vespera, and the Citri legions take the first portal. Ajuka, Latia, Sikvera, Rias, Tobio, and the Astaroth legions will take portal 2. Portal 3 will be for your group, Falbium. Kuroka, Chiron, Cookie, and your legions. Viviana, Azazel, Aquino, Itsuki, and Silvana, you are taking the 4th. Just as he was going to keep going, Surzek stopped him. I got this. Me, my peerage, the legions of House Gremory, Arjak, Ancestor Chen, Barakil, Armoros, Penimune, and the legions of Grigori, we are being sent against the Vatican to get the Shroud of Turin through the 5th. Any other requests? Romonus smirked. When you are in the Vatican, steal all their books and other treasures. Holy swords, maybe some hidden blood of Jesus. Anything you find bring to me, even the corpses of angels. I can sacrifice those in my ritual to increase the power. Barakil placed a hand on his chest with a determined look. Leave that to me, Armoros and Penimune. Devils won't be able to touch those treasures while we can. All to see my beloved once more. Romonus turned to Valerie. Speaking of her, Valerie, how are we looking at resurrecting them? With a smile, the former damper raised her thumb. I am good to go whenever. Romonus nodded. After this war, we will get to it. Now then, as for my group. Avivaton, Kiva, Natsum, Valerie, Conla, Azidahaka, Grimaldus, Karn, Mephiston, Walburga, Erawan, and the legions of the Dullahan clans, and the 15 legions of House Berith. We will disengage when we get Lilith's body in Rizavim's lab. Any questions? He looked across the attack groups, but he saw no questions. With a grin, Archaon encased his face in the helmet. In that case, get moving. At his order, the gathered legions began to separate by attack group. Romonus didn't pay attention to the other attack groups because these were well-trained troops that only needed to be told once. The 75 legions of House Baal, 15 legions of House Berith led by Avivaton, and the 60 legions of the 3 Dullahan clans gathered behind him, and Erawan stood beside him. The death god waved his hand as divine energy circulated him, creating a set of black armor. Before he advanced, he turned to Romonus. I may be a death god, but I am also a god of war. I know how to lead from the front. Romonus nodded. Glad to have you. Kiva and her husband Avivaton looked at each other before they put on their helmets. These two had fought together for so long that they knew each other well. Natsum, standing with them, took a deep breath before looking at Romonus back. I am ready. We all are. Romonus glanced at his allies, Avivaton, Kiva, Natsum, Karn, Grimaldus, Mephiston, Azidahaka, and Walburga. Besides Natsum and Walburga, everyone here was well tested in war, but he could vouch for their skill. Good, move to the 6th portal. Romonus looked at the ground before him at his 2 small pets. The 2 mustelids had no fear, they couldn't feel what that was. With a smile, Romonus was excited to reveal some of the weapons Grimaldus had created. Azidahaka flew next to Romonus before he started to grow to his full size of 75 meters. His 3 heads turned to his master. This is going to be bloody and fun. I know. Romonus didn't look at the other 5 portals as he and the rest of his attack group moved directly to the border of the domain of Hades. When they crossed over, they had to wait for the legions to pass through. He had opened the portal a mere 500 meters from the border, and Hades was sure to respond. Might as well kill another big bad from the light novel while we are here. He hefted Ruin Maker off his shoulder and grabbed the handle of the true Longinus, which no longer looked divine. The spear radiated a conflicting aura of demonic and divine energies that caused it to look profane. He and his allies advanced toward their target, but behind them, the troops began to move through. Starting with his 75 legions of the Baal clan. They moved through, 1,000 at a time. Some walked on foot, others on monstrous horses' backs, and even several Cerberus were being brought forth. The attack dogs of devils, and these soldiers were here to fight for their demon kinf. Even at this rate, it would take several minutes to move the entire army, but they were not defenseless. As everyone was walking forward, Rahvdall turned next to him. What is the plan? The plan is simple. I will launch a massive attack to mark the beginning. It will give our full army time to advance. Once our troops arrive, we will move to Rahvdall's secret lab to claim my prize. We will also collect any other treasures that Mad Devil has collected, while Azazel's attack group hunts him. Sir Erewhon, I also have decided that we will be killing Hades today. I shall take everything of his, and you shall be given this territory. That will also increase the amount of time we will be deployed here. Once we can disengage, we shall join the Vatican attack, since that will be a war against heaven. Kiva smiled as she had a hand on her longsword on her hip. This is kind of exciting. What better way to bond as in-laws than to fight a war? Rahvdall looked down at them before smiling. I like you, little lady. Kiva smiled behind her helmet at the evil dragon. Thank you. Romonus shook his head as he saw that from the mist of Hades' domain, an army of the undead was starting to gather. Hades revealed a projection of himself above the army, seemingly enraged. So I am the first war you will be waging, Demon King. I have been ready since your coronation. Romonus looked up at the projection, but he was undeterred. I am opening. Everyone, brace. No one dared to take that directive lightly because Romonus was one of the most powerful beings on this planet. He raised his weapons to the air and created two gigantic orbs. One was a swirling black hole of dense gravity magic, the other was a swirling purple and crimson orb of destruction. He forced them against the other, causing them to fuse into his strongest attack and the only one he ever dared to name. The end. He launched the bomb of pure destruction into the center of the gathered undead army. This was not his army, just the dead overflowing into his domain. His actual army consisted of the Grim Reapers, especially his ultimate class Grim Reapers. However, when the end smashed into the army of the undead, it exploded into a tidal wave of pulverizing, obliterating energy. Romonus waved Ruin Maker toward the blast, which caused all the power to flood into the domain of Hades, wiping it. Everyone around him squinted their eyes and looked away, but when they looked back, they saw nothing but pure destruction. For miles into the domain of Hades, only flat black earth remained. In one attack, Romonus cleared out over 50 miles of territory because he held back so as not to destroy more. Rahvdall smiled to himself before turning to Romonus. So this is the kind of power the Demon King of Devils has. Rahvdall snorted. My master can show more than just this. After all this time, Rahvdall had become more than a believer. The power that Romonus could release was more than enough to earn his loyalty. This was just the beginning of this bloody, but short war. With the initial attack complete, Romonus pointed his sword forward. Advanced and destroy him. -10 chapters ahead of web novel. This is getting exciting for me as I prefer web novel because of the interactive comments. Vote, review, and comment. I appreciate all of it. Chapter 88, First Battles of Ascension 2 / Once Romonus cleared out 50 miles into the territory of Hades, he turned to the troops and gave his battle plans. Rahvdall lowered one of his wings for him to walk up to his back. Romonus walked up the wing until he was behind Azzy's 3 heads. Karn, Grimaldus ran after him while Mephiston, his griffin stayed with Natsum and Walburga. Once on the back of his evil dragon, he began to think of war plans with his forces. His thoughts cycled hundreds of times as he made a plan to give his troops the fun they wanted. He could finish this in moments, but he did promise his troops the war they craved. With a smile, he decided to do just that. He had 750,000 devils in just the forces of House Baal, and those kinds of numbers were a massive force. First things first, Romonus expanded his senses to the absolute peak to be in control of each of his legions. He connected his mind to the 75 legion commanders, which was more than a little disorienting, but he could split his focus several times that time. This is Demon King Romonus, I will be leading with your minds and eyes. Not one of these 75 dared to disobey, and they opened their minds to their future god. With that, he gained 75 more pairs of eyes and he could see how each of his legions was doing. I will lead my legions directly into the heart of Hades' domain. I could finish this instantly, but these devils of war need to taste blood once more. As I allow them to move, Rahvdall, Kiva, take your forces and flank from the right. Rahvdall nodded as a pair of burning black wings emerged from his back. He blasted into the sky and he gave that directive to his forces. To the sky. His forces didn't need to be told twice because they had followed him to war for over 2,000 years. Kiva followed her husband into the sky, now causing the sky to be filled with 150,000 devils. House Berith was famous for its sky battles that bloated out the sky with fields of black fire. Once they were in the sky and moving around to move as a separate force from the right. Romonus turned to Erewhon. How do your troops function? House Baal fights battles from the front either on land or sky. Erewhon turned to the 60 legions from the 3 clans of his followers. Since my Dullahan clans are warriors' clans, they prefer to fight from the front. Flying warfare is common, so I will lead my forces that fight on the ground while my trusted apostles lead from the sky. I assume we flank from the left. Romonus nodded as he hefted Ruin Maker off his shoulder and held the true Longinus in a tight grip. He could feel it, the will of God inside the spear was stronger than ever. However, the formerly pure and divine essence was beyond corrupted. However, in the center of that corrupted shard of God's being, a small ember of all that was pure stubbornly held on. It seemed as if it would die at any moment, but it kept fighting. Struggle all you want, you are just kindling for me. He raised the spear to the sky and using his near-endless stores of demonic mana he enhanced his troops with his energy. This caused each devil in his army to begin to glow with an ominous purple. Before he left he turned to Natsum and Walburga. Get on Mephiston and follow next to me. With hope, we can get this done quickly and join Serzex and his forces because heaven is not going to take this lightly. Both girls mounted the giant demonic griffin and with a mental order, Romonus ordered Azidahaka to rise to the sky. The instant his mount was in the sky, Romonus's 750,000 troops followed him into the air. Ready, Archaon? Yes, my armored. Once their senses and abilities melded together, Romonus' mind became razor-sharp. No doubt even existed in his mind as his enhanced troops followed him deeper. These devils had served each Lord Baal in their wars and they would continue to do so now during the reign of Romonus. As Azidahaka flew forward he took a deep breath as he charged up a flame breath. Romonus surged his energy into the evil dragon causing Azi's chest to glow with the force of a dark sun. Deep in the heart of Hades' domain, the god of the underworld sat on a throne of black steel. Around him, his strongest Grim Reapers stood as he observed the forces invading his domain. He was so enraged that his features appeared to be in a scowl. It was odd because his face lacked flesh to give those expressions. Pluto, kill that devil brat now. Pluto, one of the strongest Grim Reapers in existence, tapped his finger on his death scythe. His black robe was decorated with ornaments along with an ominous clown mask covering his face. He almost looked like a death jester as he looked at Romonus. At this point, Hades' forces were not what they once were. There were 3 physicians with 2 of them being against him. Orcus and Thanatos refused to follow him and scores of Reapers followed them, meaning that few at the moment were loyal to Hades. Just as Pluto was going to answer, Azidahaka unleashed his breath attack. Drawing on his skill as a cursed mage, magic circle focusers appeared in front of his 3 mouths. When his flames crossed those, they doubled in size as they blasted into the distance, striking Hades' palace instantly through portals. When it did strike, an explosion of Azidahaka's poisonous dark flames enhanced by Romonus erupted with the force to destroy all of Japan and more. Hades reacted by enhancing the defensive formations around his castle, but even that only weakened the blast slightly. The tempered divine steel that made his castle gave way and the upper half of his manor was gone. Hades, still sitting on his throne, raised his head to look at the open sky as the top of his manor was just gone. Pluto blinked a few times before he backed away in absolute terror. He no longer had the guts to posture that he was strong. Not with this kind of power. No way. No way. Hell no. Fuck this. He slammed his death scythe on the ground and teleported away to safety. Hades turned his head when he was gone in a rage. Worm. Pluto was one of his strongest Grim Reapers and his running away at a time like this enraged him. He couldn't even go after him because Romonus was not going to let him escape. He turned to the other Reapers in the room who from the look of things were on the verge of fleeing as well. Hades shut that down with a command. Anyone else who dares to escape is going to wish they were dead. He drew on the power of the underworld and his domain to summon all of the dead that had been sent to him. Since humans have existed and the Greek pantheon came to be, the dead came to him for their rest. At least those who worshipped him, but if they're one thing, the living never stopped dying. At this time, he unleashed the floodgates of all those who had died, well into the billions. Romonus, who was flying on Azi, squinted his eyes as he looked forward at the undead that began to materialize from the ground. They covered the ground in a field of billions of corpses. With his senses, he could see several of those corpses still wore their uniforms. From the corroded armor of old to the uniforms used by soldiers in the modern day, it was a mass of the dead. Azidahaka kept flying, but he had a smile on his 3 heads. Now isn't this a party? Romonus nodded as this was a good chance. He could collect these billions of souls as fuel for his ascension. Hades just kept giving him gifts. Flying behind him, his forces were vastly outnumbered, but what the dead had in quality, they made up with numbers. He roared an order. Siege spells. Each of the legions was divided into 10 battalions of 1,000 and most of these devils were created by Lucifer himself. They were made for one single purpose, to fight for Lord Baal, which had been Zekrom when he had been made. Now, they were serving him and they knew what to do. As one, 750,000 devils at once pulled their energies together with the practice that came with 10 millennia of war. They combined fire, darkness, lightning, wind, and a lesser version of the power of destruction. 75 of these orbs of elemental devastation formed in the sky which glowed with a crimson dark glow. When they launched them forward, Romonus enhanced these orbs with his own power of destruction, tripling their size, making them look more like small stars of destruction. One after the other these stars struck the horde of the undead, each exploding with the force to obliterate cities. Each consecutive blast spread came one after the other, obliterating the bodies of the undead. Meanwhile, Romonus raised his hand and began to gather the souls of the dead. Hundreds of millions of souls surged toward his open palm where he fused them. A small orb of souls began to form, which would be another ingredient in his ascension. Not enough. Rahvdall grinned to himself, as this was a good chance to cut loose. He drew power on the divinity that Valerie awakened in him and his expertise of cursed magics. The energy his former master Ahrimanyu used in his creation. Above his head, over 10,000 forbidden magic circles appeared. Each of these spells was devastating, but this was the final technique he used when he had been killed. Now, he could use this attack, without consequence. I love this spell. I will show you why they call me the Dragon of Demonic Origins. Rahvdall formed a hand sign with his hands as each of his 10,000 circles fused into an ominous spell in 10,000 circles. Romonus could feel Rahvdall's life force, soul essence and draconic mana drain out of him, but it began to recover instantly. Valerie's modifications would not fail him now, and Rahvdall used this to his advantage. Romonus smiled as he allowed his own life force to add to the spell. Hades floated out of his castle as he looked across his realm at the spell being formed. Who do they think I am? He was Hades, the god of the underworld. One of the strongest beings this world over. He raised his staff in front of him as he feared nothing. He would stop this spell in its tracks, showing this fool's the power of the oldest son of Cronus. That Greek arrogance would be his downfall as Rahvdall opened his eyes and cast his spell. Embodiment of 10,000 evils. As soon as he finished the words, the spell came to life. Hades, who had been casting spell after spell in the air to counter, froze as what seemed to be a nova of ominous power flashed through his realm toward him. It was instantaneous, and in a sinister flash, a massive chunk of his realm was just gone. The flash lasted only an instant, and it stopped directly in front of his manor because of the hundreds of defensive spells he had created. If he had lungs, he would be panting for breath, as it took a great deal of power to stop that blast. He didn't even consider that Rahvdall stopped his spell short to not destroy the mansion. There was loot inside, and they didn't want to lose that. Now, the only thing he felt was fear, because he could not even escape. Romonus raised his hand and drew the billions of souls that had just been freed into the ominous black gem of souls in his right hand. Absolute power is a bitch at times like this. No fun in anything. Natsum, still flying on Mephiston, turned to him to look at him. Why did you bring us all? You two could have done this yourselves. Romonus sat down with Karn and Grimaldus looking at him. I expected a bigger challenge. Walburga shook her head. How did you forget your power? You said it yourself that only Shiva, Brahma, Vishnu, and the dragon gods could face you. How could Hades do anything against the two of you? Romonus groaned in annoyance as his soldiers had wanted a proper battle. He and Azzy had finished it before they got to have fun. Even Avivaton and his wife, who were about to flank, both looked annoyed as they had gotten themselves worked up for this. As for Erewhon, he just smiled to himself as he didn't have to do anything. I overestimate all my foes and underestimate myself. Regardless, we might as well hurry up and join Surzex. Now in a much more annoyed mood, he started to walk down Rahvdall's center head until he was standing on the tip of his nose. Now I am mad. He bent his knees and he leapt the vast distance toward Hades in the worst mood he had been in a while. Chapter 89, Hades' Shameful End and Lilith's Corpse. Hades, who had watched what Rahvdall just did to his entire army, was left paralyzed. He wanted nothing more to get away from this place, even if he had to leave his pride behind. However, when Romonus leapt off Rahvdall, the cause of his defeat, and launched himself at Hades, he knew he had to defend himself. He gripped his staff again, but just as he was about to fight back, he placed a hand over his chest where a heart would be. Araf. He was in agony, which caused him to move his head instinctively to Erewhon. The death god was beginning to steal Hades' claim over his territory, which would normally be foolish. Hades was one of the 10 strongest beings, while Erewhon was a less-known death god. However, at this point, with his army destroyed and Romonus charging at him, it was the best time. UF-. He didn't get to finish his words as Romonus kicked him full force in the face with a leg covered in Tuki. His demonic life force surged into Hades with such force that Hades' skull shattered into multiple pieces, but even with that, Hades was still alive. The Greek god's back smashed into what remained of his castle in torment. He was almost blind, with his entire face shattered. Pieces of bone fell from his face as he forced himself to look up as Romonus walked toward Hades with his spear and sword gripped in his hands. One blow. Honestly, so damn weak. I could have done this myself years ago. Why did I consider you a threat? My armored, you should have more pride in yourself. Who can hope to match you as you are now? Romonus sighed as he walked toward Hades, who began to try to heal his face. However, his divine essence was damaged. Romonus' use of his demonic life force had effectively damaged Hades' soul. "You damn bat, you will dash." Rather than listen to what Hades had to say, Romonus stabbed the god in the chest with his spear. When the spear pierced his chest, Hades looked down at the tainted spear. "This is not funny." With his last word said, Hades' body went slack. The powerful god of the underworld died in a few blows. With Hades dead, and his domain free, Erewhon would be able to take it for himself in due time. Seal. By using Enuncia, he sealed all of Hades' essence into his corpse to not let its power drain away. With a defeated look on his face, Romonus sent the corpse into his spatial ring. "How disappointing, there is no challenge and there will be even less once I become a demon god. Too bad I needed to defeat Trihexa and the Evia told." Telling himself that, Romonus turned around as Azidahaka and Mephiston landed behind. Karn leapt off the evil dragon and landed on his shoulder. The badger nudged his face with his head, feeling he was down. "Thanks for checking in on me." Natsum shook her head as she looked at Romonus. Seeing his defeated look, she was almost offended. "Are you seriously disappointed that you are so strong?" Romonus smirked as Grimaldus jumped into his arms. "No, I am disappointed that everyone around me is so damn weak." Walburga snorted in amusement as she jumped off Mephiston the giant griffin. "Now isn't that just the most prideful thing I ever heard? Though, it is kinda hot that you are so strong that even Hades was done in 2 kicks." Instantly her purple cat ears and tails began to twitch as she looked up at him. Romonus smirked as if there was a reason he didn't kill her. Crazy women were the best in bed, he learned that in his past life. "Come on, we got to check up on my brother who should be in the thick of it right about now." Natsum nodded. "Right, let's go before they get overwhelmed." Hearing that just made Romonus scoff. "You think my brother needs our help? Just him alone is powerful, especially when he unseals his true form. He also has his entire peerage, Graphia included, Arjak, Ancestor Chen, Barakiel, Armoros, Penamion, and several legions between them. They are going to be fine. As for me, I am here for my prize." Romonus closed his eyes as he used his released his senses to the limit through the entire realm of Hades. In particular, he was looking for the hidden location of Rizivum's lab, which he managed to find instantly. There it is. Azidahaka raised his 3 heads as he sniffed the air. "Where?" With Karn still on his shoulder and Grimaldus in his arms, he teleported them all instantly to the lab. Hades had allowed Rizivum to hide his lab in his realm in exchange for access to his research. Of course, that was no longer possible because right about now, Rizivum was getting his teeth kicked in by Viviana, Azazel, Aquino, Itsuki, and Sylvana. Azidahaka shrunk himself down before he flew over and landed on Romonus' other shoulder. Karn glared at him again, but the evil dragon chose to ignore the insane badger as it was better for his mental health. As for Walburga and Natsum, they followed behind Romonus as he swung Ruin Maker down, slicing the hidden dimension of the lab open. When he did so, he revealed the entrance to the hidden laboratory. Romonus smiled to himself as he kicked open the front door, destroying the many enchantments that kept it sealed. "Door is open." Natsum shook her head as she and Walburga followed Romonus inside. Mephiston shrunk himself a little to fit through the large doors, following his master inside. When they entered the doors, they saw a giant hallway that was placed inside through space expansion spells. Romonus stopped walking when something began to rush toward them. They appeared to be devils, but on their heads, they had what seemed to be torture helmets. Seems Rizivum used the Book of Lucifer to make some toys. Odd. Natsum seemed disgusted by what she was looking at. "Griffin." The evil fiend flew off her shoulder and produced in a blast of wind he used his wings to cleave the devils in half. He spun around in a barrel roll to clean himself of blood, so when he landed on Natsum he didn't get her dirty. Romonus glanced at Natsum with a smile. "Good job." "Thank you, but what were those?" As he put Grimaldus down, he explained. Mass-produced devils made from the body of Lilith through the Book of Lucifer. That is how the entire devil race came to exist. It is why Lilith is effectively dead. To make all of the devil clans, their legions, Lucifer used Lilith's body to make them. Walburga hummed. "Dark." Romonus nodded as they continued down the lab. Romonus expected to find a massive amount of things, but other than the initial wave of mass-produced devils, they didn't find a single thing. The lab was truly small. Once they made it past the hallway and found the way down, there was only a small lab with a few things in it. As he scratched one of his heads as it was confusing. "That is it." He flew off Romonus' shoulder before landing in front of what was effectively a medical table. Strapped in the middle was a woman, with white hair, large breasts, and milky white skin. Natsum looked over to Romonus, wondering about something. "Do you still intend to use her as a sacrificial offering after seeing her like that?" Romonus glanced over at her. "Of course, just because she is a woman doesn't mean I will give her special treatment." Besides, she is effectively brain and soul dead. He walked over to the corpse as he leaned over it. He placed his hand on her face as he tried to find any trace of life. She was still alive, but what was left of her soul was so small that it was bare and could be called a soul. In theory, he could heal her since he was a powerful demon, but he already had plans for her. He grabbed her dainty hand before bringing it up to his mouth. He bit down on her wrist as he tasted her blood. When he pulled his mouth back, he licked his lips as he analyzed her blood. Interesting, she isn't a devil, she is closer to being a demon than any devil. Then again, Lucifer was a fallen angel in a sense, it only makes sense that as the progenitor of devils, Lilith would be unique. Walburga walked over and did something funny. She pulled down the white panties of Lilith before looking at her cunt. You think she is still working down there? Romonus glanced at Walburga a little weirded out. Really? You messing around with the corpse? Walburga, ignoring him, began to mess around with Lilith's pussy. A girl can be curious, why not keep her as a sex doll? Wouldn't it be a little hot to use the mother of devils as a sex doll? You are into fucking your mother, so think of it like that. Romonus shook his head as he healed the injury he caused to her wrist. Though he did look over Walburga's shoulder as she started to finger Lilith. He was partially disgusted and another part curious. Is she getting wet? Walburga nodded as she pulled her fingers out. Yup, very. Come on, just pull your pants down and give it a go. I want to watch. Romonus shook his head, and just as he grabbed Walburga by the waist, he lifted her and he shoved his tongue into her mouth. He wrapped his tongue around hers a few times before he pulled away. No, you dirty pervert. Walburga sighed as he put her down. Fine, would have been so hot to watch. Got to remember she is insane. He let her go as he stored Lilith's body in his spatial ring. When he turned around, he saw that Natsum was looking at Walburga with a disgusted look. You did all that in front of us? To the body. Walburga stuck her tongue out and shrugged. Hey, no one got hurt and I was just curious. Now that I think about it, want a taste? She stuck her still wet fingers at Romonus, who shook his head. Pass. Walburga cleaned her fingers off with magic before Romonus began to search for two other things that Rahvdall had in the light novel. Quickly finding what he wanted in a sealed container. The shriveled up fruit of life and wisdom which Rahvdall had used as part of the ritual to unseal Trihexa. Now, Romonus would use them for himself, which he also stored away in his spatial ring. After that, he, Azidahaka, Karn, Mephiston, and Grimaldus began to look for the one other artifact he wanted. Azidahaka found it hidden behind a wall before he brought it over to Romonus. Here, the Book of Lucifer. When Romonus took the book, he opened it and began to read it. It was more of a journal detailing how Lucifer learned to use Lilith's body and soul to create devils as part of his mad attempt at world domination. Each time he made a devil, a piece of Lilith's soul and life force was lost. She naturally could regenerate that because of her curse by God, but even with that, making millions of devils drained her to a state of living death. He also read the different restrictions he placed on devils. Natural births were hard because each time a baby was born, they were less affected by the restrictions. Even God cursed the devil race, which was why they had such terrible birth rates. I should read this book in detail later on, seems interesting. He handed it to Walburga, who also wanted to read it. As he explored the lab, he felt Miria call him magically. He held his hand out as a projection of Miria's location was shown. In front of her was Kateria Leviathan, in a dark cube of ice. We got her. As Romonus looked at the frozen screaming expression of Kateria, he was quite surprised. Well done, Seraphal got her. Miria nodded. I beat her to near death, then Seraphal froze her to preserve her. She is right now slaughtering Kateria's forces. Romonus hummed. I killed Hades and found Rahvdall's lab. I am off to reinforce Surzex. Make sure to collect those corpses and the souls for me. Miria grinned. Meet you there, and I got it. Once the call ended, he was about to leave when he got 3 more calls. He projected the 3 calls showing Ajuka, who had Shalba frozen with a time lock spell. I got Shalba. He didn't even get a chance to respond before Falbium projected his location. Just like Ajuka, Falbium had a magically frozen cruiser Asmodeus. Next, Viviana called at that moment, but she didn't catch Rahvdall alive. Viviana was currently holding Rahvdall's head in her hand. I got the fucker. Azazel and Aquino behind her were scrambling to make sure that his soul and blood did not go anywhere. Seeing all that made him smile. Well done all of you, now we just need to reinforce S-. He was about to speak when Surzex called him. Now, a little worried, he answered the call and saw his brother with a few wounds on his person, but Graphia was tending to him. We got your artifacts. Romonus didn't say anything for a few minutes. How? He got his answer when on the screen Shiva walked into view. The destroyer had a cobra wrapped around his neck and looked to be around 15 with a third eye on his forehead. His hair was a dark blue, nearly black, and he was wearing a school uniform. I gave you a hand. Sirzex nodded. He isn't lying, honestly we were winning easily when Shiva showed up. He stopped the fighting, looted the entirety of the Vatican, and handed it over to me. Sirzex raised a spatial ring. Romonus glanced over at the destroyer. Thank you, Lord Shiva, I assume you helped me because you saw the future. That I did. If your ascension does not succeed, we all die. If you succeed, then we have a chance, so I am putting my money in the chance for us to live. I also decided to save heaven for you, since if your brother destroyed all of the forces of heaven, you wouldn't have those to rule later on. With a curt bow, Shiva teleported away in a burst of divinity. When he saw that, Romonus in a small part of his heart regretted calling in all his favors. Where was the fun? Where was the sense of war that he craved? He barely did anything, but then again, he did train his harem and his apprentices to be as strong as possible. What did he expect when he was such a good trainer? Boss, you really shouldn't have. Of course, if given the chance to reject the Sparta bloodline, he would never do it. This power was necessary, but it did rob his fun. He was thankful nonetheless. It seemed like such a good idea, but damn you Sparta for being such a beast. Oh well, it will do him good in the long run. God of War, or Azura's Wrath would be a good verse to go to. Chapter 90, A Final Artifact and Replacement. After all the teams he had gathered accomplished their goals, Romonus had little to do. With Kateria, Shalba, Cruseri, Rizavim, and Lilith in his custody, he had all the ingredients he wanted besides Alpheka Tyrant. In the raid to the Vatican, Sirzex, Armoros, Penimune, and Barakil collected not just the Shroud of Turin, they even collected a shard of the original Holy Grail which in the light novel was given to Valerie by Vasco. In the depths of the Vatican, they managed to find what they believed to be preserved blood of Christ. Every tome of magic, every holy sword, and every artifact had been looted in the fighting thanks to Shiva. Speaking of Vasco, Ancestor Chin nearly killed and raised him as a corpse puppet. Only with the interruption of Dulio Gesualdo and Shiva did he survive. Dulio, possessing the Zenith Tempestus, considered the second strongest Longinus, had planned to slay every invader, but Shiva stopped him from killing anyone in the battle. With all of the fighting done, all of the legions that had been gathered for the fighting were sent back since they were no longer required. A lot of those soldiers either from Devil clans or Dullahan clans were greatly disappointed. They had desired to fight with their lives on the line, but in reality, the powerhouses that led them finished the fighting for them. The most disappointed were the legions of House Baal, who barely got to let loose after their demon king finished things with his might. It was the sad reality that numbers would never match up to a powerhouse. Regardless, once the legions were released, Romonus and the war leaders all gathered together at his house. Romonus looked around the giant yard of his house where everyone he had called upon stood. Once everyone was gathered, he placed a hand over his demonic heart before he gave a bow. First, I would like to thank you all from the bottom of my heart for accepting my call to arms. I know none of you had to risk yourselves this way, but I guarantee that I will return your help manyfold once I achieve my goal. Sirzex now looked much better since he had been locked in battle with Michael, Gabriel, and Raphael. If he went all out, he could kill all three, but he was still trying to keep deaths to a minimum. Romonus, you are my brother. While I have always talked about peace, you and Shiva made it clear that your ascension is of critical importance. We all understand that perfectly. Ancestor Chin, who was standing nearby, dusted off his robe with a proud smile showing his needle-like teeth. It was no bother to me, I managed to gather quite a few corpses of angels and exorcists. If you wish to repay me for this, you have done that. I would not mind a powerful corpse of those future foes though. With a smirk, Romonus nodded. If I don't raise them myself, that is. Seated nearby, Falbium was almost falling asleep. No need to thank us. Now, if you will excuse me, I am leaving. The Satan teleported away, most likely to find a quiet place to sleep. Ajuka, who was nearby, patted Latia on the shoulder with a small smile. Then I shall also make my leave. Take care, my dear niece. With a smile, Latia hugged her uncle. Of course. With that out of the way, Ajuka teleported away, leaving Seraphal and Sirzex here. With two of the four Satans leaving, several others began to make their leave. Arjak, the giant werewolf, stood up before walking over to Romonus. Romonus was going to shake his hand, but Arjak lunged out and wrapped him in a giant hug. Thank you, my friend, for giving my warriors the chance to cut loose. I wish you all the best. Romonus patted Arjak on his fluffy shoulders before the werewolf released him and with a nod teleported away in a flash of moonlight. When he left, Romonus smiled because most werewolves he had met were loyal to a fault. Arjak truly treated Romonus like he was one of his own, which in a way, he was not wrong. It was Arjak's venom that Romonus had used to acquire the werewolf bloodline. With him gone, it left just direct family and friends, since Erewhon didn't even bother to leave the realm of Hades. Romonus smiled to himself as he turned to everyone else. I think I have said enough, thank you for one day. Now then, anything else to add? Graphia shook her head. No. I truly believe there is nothing more to add unless you are going to be throwing a party. Vanillana chuckled. That ain't happening. Romonus at this point would rather prepare for his big day. Surzex smiled awkwardly. Whenever he saw his mother, sister, and brother in the same room, he could only think of the things they did together. He shuddered a little as he decided to make his leave. I will leave you to plan all of that. Rias, mother, this has been quite fun if I am to be honest. Though, I hope it does not happen again. Peace suits me much better in truth. Rias and Vanillana walked over to him and gave him a large hug. While he was distracted, Romonus walked over and hugged all of them in his large arms. Well, this isn't a family hug without me, is it? Surzex frowned as he looked up at his little brother. You are just bragging you are tall. With a smirk, Romonus released them. That obvious? Well, you are fun-sized for Graphia at least. Rolling her eyes, Graphia grabbed Surzex and pulled him back to his peerage. Goodbye, brother. With a smile, Romonus nodded. Right. Once all of Surzek's peerage gathered together, McGregor turned over to him. Boy, when you become a god and all that, don't forget who taught you. Oh, you mean Grandmaster Dormuteth, Suji, and Surtr. I will remember. McGregor tipped his hat. Goodbye, Romonus. Suji merely bowed once to him while Surtr straight up sent him a thumbs up. They would get more chances to speak later, so Surzex teleported them all away. With him gone, other than Azazel, Avivitan, Kiva, Viviana, Armoros, Barakiel, and Penamion, those involved in the attack were just his lovers and apprentices. Azazel, who didn't even get to do anything with Viviana and Itsuki fighting together to beat Ryzavim to death, he could just watch. Well, I have seen enough war for a millennia. Thanks anyway for inviting us to this. Romonus pointed at Viviana. It was for her. She wanted to get her revenge and I needed to get his corpse one way or another. Two birds, one stone, but I do have to say this. Thank you, Azazel, you are a true friend. I try to be. Armoros, Penamion, Barakiel, let us go. Barakiel glanced at his daughter, who smiled happily at him. That smile said many things, but mostly it was that she was okay. All right then. Before they left, Azazel patted Viviana on the head. See you around, kid. A little weirded out, Viviana turned to him. What do you mean? Azazel rolled his eyes before speaking to her telepathically. Go talk to the big guy, I know you like him. Without so much as a blush, she huffed. Fine, not because you told me. Sure, Tsundere. Before she could spin around and punch him, he teleported himself and his friends away. When they were gone, Romonus walked over to his couch as he sat down. He stretched out as he had everything he needed other than Alpheka Tyrant. However, he had already tracked it down and he just needed to get it. Before then, he began to organize all of the things he would be using. For one, he still had the soul stone from all the dead in Hades' domain. Nearly 15 billion souls for him to use, the Copse of Hades, Lilith, the bodies of the 4 Satan descendants, the true Longinus, Incinerate Anthem, Shroud of Turin, a Shard of the Grail, and the Alpheka Tyrant when he got it. He also might as well use the bloodstone that he collected from the principal clan members he slaughtered. After he saw that he had everything he could need, he stood up with a grim determination. I have almost everything I could need. I just have one last thing to get and I will be ready. Latia walked over to him and grabbed his hand. The Alpheka Tyrant, right? He nodded. Yes, once I have that I will be ready to begin my ritual. I will be able to design one fairly quickly, but what matters most is that I gather everything that I could need. Which I have. Vanillana hummed. How do you plan to do this? Romonus squinted his eyes as he looked up. He surged demonic mana and soul energy into his eyes as he looked directly at the sun. The sun in question had no magic in it, but it had a lot of energy. When he looked at the moon, he saw that there were very weak, but operational ley lines. He began to tap at his arm as he would use the moon as a focus point to draw in the raw energy of the sun to amplify the power of his ritual. Which he would write in Enuncia to fully ignite his divinity. I think I got an idea. He walked away in silence as he closed his eyes, using the speed of his brain to begin to develop a proper ritual. When he managed to visualize it, he smiled to himself as he turned to Latia and Vanillana. Ever wondered what going to the moon would be like? Latia hummed as she thought of what he planned to do. Let me guess, you will use the moon as an amplifier for your ritual. Ding, ding, ding. Yes, up there very few will be able to interfere, and even if they do, what can they possibly do? Rias was now curious. I get how rituals work, but how do you plan to do it? Simple, I have gathered most of the holy artifacts, with the most important being the true Longinus. The will of God inside is a shard of him containing great power. When I use the ritual, I will use that as the core along with the other artifacts for me to gain that power, along with the bloodlines of the Satans and Lilith, along with a few other items I have gathered. When this is complete, I will be taking the divinity of God and omniscience for myself along with my own. What that is, I am not sure, but I will figure it out. Now then, Karn, Grimaldus, come. With his words, his two pets ran over to him before crawling up his legs to get to his shoulders. Once they were perched on, he teleported away without waiting for anything else. When he was gone, Viviana sighed to herself before sitting down. Does he do that often? Vespera shook her head. No, he would have taken one of us with him because he likes to spend time with us. However, when it comes to his ascension, he takes that very seriously. He has made that his goal since he was a child and he is not going to let that get messed up. Rahvdall nodded. Yeah, he is serious most of the time, especially when it comes to his power. With Shiva confirming what he was saying, it makes sense why he was so serious about getting stronger. He should be back s-. Before she even got done speaking, Romonus teleported back. Got it. Miria looked him up and down. You kill her? No. I just used Enuncia to separate it from her soul without issue. Itsuki sighed to herself. Can't be removed without destroying the soul, remember that. Romonus grinned. That was when I was weak. Itsuki sat next to Viviana on the couch. You even dangled me in the air threatening me. You were mean. Venelana frowned. Romonus, you said you didn't kidnap her. Romonus chuckled upon hearing that. I didn't. I said all the truth when I talked to her. Regardless, with the Alpheka tyrant in my control, I have everything I could need. Though in the back of his mind, he was thinking of something. The 12 Malbranche, the real satanic sacred gears. So powerful even the original Satans feared them. Once I become a demon god, those 12 living weapons should become mine. They must. He was in particular entrusted in Malakota, the leader who the original Lucifer said must never be awakened. He was for sure going to need a replacement since the true Longinus was going to be destroyed after the ritual. A satanic arm sounded just like what he was looking for to replace the spear. Now, to prepare for his ascension. Next chapter is the Ascension Ritual, almost 4,000 words. Chapter 91, Ascension Day. With all of the ingredients he wanted gathered, most of his preparations were complete. With Serorg and Magdarin handling the politics of the Baal clan, he could allow himself to enter seclusion like his friend, Ancestor Deming of the Corpse Ghost sect. His lovers were a little annoyed as they were so used to him always being ready to spend time with them, but with him locking himself away in his room with Karn, Grimaldus, Mephiston, and Azidahaka, they simply took the time to relax. They expected Romonus to be out soon, but they were wrong as for over a month he had not come out of his room. This was the longest they had gone without seeing him, so they were starting to worry. All of them gathered outside the door as they were considering going inside to make sure he was okay. Rias looked at the door before looking around at the rest of her fellow harem sisters. I will do it. She began to knock on it gently. Brother, R.Y. Before she finished speaking, Romonus opened the door. Karn was on his shoulder while Grimaldus was in his arms on his back. He seemed to be fine, his hair was combed, his beard trimmed a bit, if anything he seemed quite relaxed. Am I okay? Yeah, I am fine. Come in all of you. Romonus turned around and walked back into his room before sitting back at his desk whereas he was sitting. The dragon was in his small form holding a piece of paper as he and Romonus had been working on a ritual. The rest of his lovers all walked inside and began to look around wondering if something sinister was going on. Valerie squinted her eyes as she looked at his soul wondering if he had done something risky. What she saw was that it was stable as usual and if anything seemed to be excited. Romonus, why is your soul like that? I am just happy. Venelana walked behind him and leaned over to rest her breasts on his head. Almost getting squished, Karn hissed at her before jumping away. Venelana glared at her son's favorite familiar because even now that thing was still an asshole. Son, why did you lock yourself away for a month? I was worried you were going crazy like your father. He smiled as he began to pet Azzy, who closed his eyes. Azzy didn't mind it because as much as he wouldn't admit it, being treated like this was better than being treated like a slave. I was working on some custom rituals using all of my knowledge. I have not been training and learning this entire time for nothing. I want to make this work to the best of my ability. To answer your question about what is up with my soul, I have merely used a few rituals to enhance the modifications you did me, Valerie. Venelana got off him before she turned to the rest of the girls who were letting her speak to him. So, did you accomplish what you wanted? Romonus stood up from his desk, causing Azzy to jump onto his shoulder. With Karn now up in his tree, he took the free shoulder. It is complete, though why are you all acting too weird? I am the one who locked myself up for a month in self-study. You girls seem to be acting weird. Latia shrugged as she didn't hide they were like this. You went a month without fucking one of us. We found that weird. Rahvdall nodded. She is right, normally you fuck several or all of us every day. So we are kinda pent up and wondering how you were doing. We were also hoping to make up for the month. Romonus snorted. I can go a day without having sex, though from the looks of it, you girls couldn't. Azzy, who was on his shoulder, sighed. I will leave. Come on, crazy badgers and bird, let us leave these dash. Sikvera shot a dirty look at the evil dragon. We aren't going to pounce on him now, you moron. Azzy rolled his 6 eyes before flying off Romonus' shoulder. Sure, and I was not made to kill gods. Romonus snorted. I am not having sex today. Tisk. Hearing that, he glanced over at Chiron, Kuroka, and Walburga. The 3 cat girls, from the look of things, were especially annoyed at the state of things. Romonus smirked as they would just have to wait. Trust me, you will want to have a clear head for this. Miria sat on the bed with a small smile. A clear head. A little sex would help for that, don't you think? Romonus opened his mouth to deny it, but the cute eyes each of them was giving him made him sigh. He was going to ask Azzy to leave alongside his pets, but from the look of it, the 4 of them were already making their way out. Azzy even slammed the door behind him. Sylvana walked up to him and grabbed his hand. Come on, you got a lot to make up for. Vespera grabbed his arm with a grin, showing her fangs. She is right, you left me hungry for that entire time. How could you? Romonus' right eye began to twitch as he reached out and grabbed Vespera and Sylvana by their shoulders. With ease, he tossed them onto the bed as he removed his large trench coat. He hung it on the wall before waving his hand and with telekinesis forcing each of his lovers onto the bed. By the time they realized what happened, they were suddenly feeling a little nervous. Get ready for a long session of dual cultivation, courtesy of my cultivator friends. He lunged onto the bed before pouncing on Latia. After activating the different formations, the next 24 hours he not only pleased his harem but even managed to make them all stronger through the art of dual cultivation. When the session ended, Romonus after a quick shower got dressed once more. Normally, he would be far more attentive to their needs, but he didn't have the time right now. He glanced at the bed where his lovers all laid down panting in exhaustion. Every one of them felt like putty after the rough pounding he gave them. He smiled as he walked to the bed before kissing each one. I will see you all later. As he walked toward the door of his room, Archaon formed around him, encasing him in armor. He was asleep the whole time, and he just woke up when Romonus called for him. Armored, we are ready. Ruin Maker for once calmed its murderous desire. Right. The curse shield though was still a swirling sea of murder and rage, but it felt focused. I know. Azzy, Karn, Grimaldus, Mephiston. We are leaving. Using the familiar contracts he shared with the 4 creatures, he teleported them and himself to the moon. In a flash of purple, the 5 of them appeared on the desolate rock of the moon. When they did so, none of them were affected by the lack of air or the exposure to the void. Grimaldus was not a creature of flesh, Azzy Dahaka was a dragon that could live off his mana. Karn and Mephiston had drank potions made from Romonus' demonic blood, so the vacuum was a non-issue. However, once they appeared on the moon, Azzy Dahaka returned to his full size of 80 meters. He looked down at the moon, looking at its ley lines. Yup, mana is flowing down there. Compared to Earth, it is thin, but it doesn't matter, right? Romonus nodded. Correct, the moon was once part of the Earth before it separated in an asteroid impact. So it is expected that the ley lines would be similar to the ones on Earth, though the lack of life has made them weak. They don't have to be strong, just stable. Azzy tilted one of his heads. All right, are you ready? Romonus snorted as he opened his left hand, drawing out the true Longinus. He glanced at the corrupted spear before smiling at it. I must say, it was fun while it lasted. Though I already found a replacement, I will just have to forge it. Let's begin. Azzy nodded as he raised his arms into the air before he began to gather vast quantities of mana from his natural reserves. The amount of mana he was gathering was so vast that if he released it, he could wipe out all of America. He shoved his arms down underground into the ley line Romonus teleported them onto. It was the largest and most powerful one on the moon. Azzy began to surge a tidal wave of mana into the ley line, which began to rapidly circulate through the moon. While Azzy prepared the ley lines, Romonus began to prepare the ingredients. From his spatial ring, he gathered several corpses. Kateria Leviathan, Shalba Beelzebub, Cruzri Asmodeus, Rhizavim Lucifer, Hades, and Lilith. However, when he brought out the 6 bodies, it was obvious that they were just corpses. When he had received them, he had removed their souls, or in the case of Rhizavim, received the soul from Aquino, who had to catch it after Viviana ripped his head off. Once he had these 6 corpses, he swung Ruin Maker several times, carving a gigantic hexagram, an 8-pointed star. From the slashes, a dense demonic aura began to be released. He waved his hand, causing the Dix corpses to be placed on around the hexagram. That was just the first part of the ritual circle, so he spun around and onto the lunar surface. He began to carve gigantic runes carved in Enuncia that covered the entire moon. There we are. The corpses were just one ingredient, as at his feet he had several more. One was the purified stone made from 15 billion human souls. All of the souls that had ever gone to the domain of Hades in this small thing. He had several more stones, one made from the refined blood of the principal clan members he had slaughtered. The others were the souls of Kateria, Shalba, Cruisery, Hades, and Lilith. With telekinesis, he placed these 7 items in the giant ritual circle. Almost done. Azzy, how is it looking? Azzy Dahaka was still surging mana into the ley lines, causing the entire moon to begin to glow like it never had before. Give me more time. You have time, I still have more work to do. He picked up 2 more items from the ground, a small golden shard of the original grail and a large shroud. The shroud was 14 feet long and depicted the image of Jesus Christ. It radiated pure divinity, showing why it was one of the ingredients in his ascension. He placed these 2 directly around him since he was standing in the middle of the gigantic ritual circle. Romonus began to walk around placing the last ingredients which he was pulling out of his soul. The incinerate anthem, the cross. From his head, a cross made of demonic and divine flames manifested, which he placed into the circle. The next gear was the Alpheka tyrant, the nails which, much like the rest of the items, were severely tainted by his demonic energy. Finally, the last holy relic, the true Longinus. He raised the formerly holy spear in front of him before he walked back to the center of his ritual circle. He stabbed the spear in front of him before holding onto the handle. Our journey ends here, God. From the spear, a quite pained voice spoke to him. Release me, do not do this. It is not too late. Oh, but it is. I should thank you for this, my ascension is all because you are dead. Before starting the ritual, Romonus began to list off the ingredients to check if he had forgotten something. The bodies and souls of Kateria, Shalba, Cruisery, Hades, and Lilith. The true Longinus, incinerate anthem, Alpheka tyrant, shroud of Turin, 15 billion human souls, divine blood of Japan. And me, the true last ingredient. When he opened his eyes, he smiled as his helmet pulled back to expose his face. And this. He opened his right hand, and a small vial with a drop of blood. The only drop of blood of Jesus the Vatican still had. He closed his eyes as he waited for Azzy Dahaka to finish. He didn't know how long this would take, but just as he was going to wait, he felt a powerful aura manifest next to him. When he opened his eyes, he saw an old man. He was huge, around 7 feet 5 inches, wearing a tight black jacket. He had a thick white beard, slick back hair, black sunglasses, and a cigar in his mouth. Romonus didn't recognize him at first, but after a longer look, he knew who it was. Ophis. Image here. With a grin, the dragon god took a puff of his cigar. The one and only. Wondering why I am not a little girl anymore. Romonus didn't care why. A shapeshifter dragon god could take any form he wished. No, just impressed. I greet you, dragon god of infinity. Just as Romonus was going to ask what was going on, above his head a giant dragon gate opened. Karn, Grimaldus, and Mephiston glanced up in wonder as the titanic form of Great Red left the dimensional gap. Romonus had a theory on why the dragon gods were here, but before he could ask, Great Red in a massive flash enough to match stars vanished. In his place was a smirking woman with bright red hair, eyes, and matching Ophis in height. Romonus shook his head. Okay, why did you 2 switch genders? Great Red began to cackle as she walked over. That is the thing, both of us as dragon gods do this occasionally. I rarely take a human form in the first place, but I occasionally like to look pleasant. What is more pleasant than a beautiful woman? Ophis puffed on his cigar with a smirk. And I am quite partial to male forms. The last form I had was fun, but I didn't get attached to it. As to why we are here, it is to make sure you succeed. Great Red rubbed her neck. I know what happens if you fail. I don't want to die, so having one more ally like you would give us a fighting chance. There is also Trihexa, but that crazy thing will be more trouble than help. Azzy Dahaka pulled his arms out of the ground with a sigh. So, this was for nothing. Great Red shook her head. No, it was helpful. Now, stand back. Drawing on the power of her concept of dreams, she began to surge vast quantities of divine energy. As a dragon god, the divine energy of Great Red was beyond pure in concept form. As for Ophis, he raised his hands and started to move the planets into alignment. Since they were working together, there would be no consequences as they dragged each planet into perfect alignment. Romonus waited patiently as the 2 strongest beings of this world aside from Trihexa helped him. The setup took only a few moments as all the planets in the solar system aligned in a perfect line. Ophis turned to him and grinned. You can start. Great Red stopped what she was doing as the entire moon was glowing with bright red glowing veins surging through it. Taking the cue, Romonus surged his demonic mana into the magic circle under his feet. The entire circle began to surge as a tidal wave of demonic energy surged from Romonus. The 2 dragon gods watched and waited as he began his ritual in Annuncia. The offerings are gathered for the demon god of destruction. From his words alone, a wave of reality-distorting power surged through the moon. It gathered the divine energy of great red flowing through the ley lines, and even the pure energy of the sun. All of that began to flow through the ritual circle and the many gathered materials. The core of the ritual was of course the true Longinus and Romonus. With the materials already gathered he continued. I break the laws of gods, I take the power of the dead god. I rob, pillage, and take from his carcass. With the next line, the holy relics began to crumble around him starting with the incinerate anthem. Its divine and demonic energies were refined together before surging into Romonus' body. With it, the vast power of the ley lines and sun was drawn into his body. Already he could feel his demonic mana begin to burn as it began to be purified. His demonic blood began to boil while his Cambion soul started to tremble. His entire body was racked with pain, but he ignored it. The heavens will be shuddered, the sky shall bleed and crumble under my name. The Alpheka tyrant then crumbled apart and just like incinerate anthem surged into his body. The shard of the Grail also burst as it was drawn into his body alongside the energy of the nails. This reacted with Valerie's enhancements causing them to grow even stronger. Even the shroud burst into flames before its energy entered his body causing him to feel like an ocean of divine, demonic energy flowing through him. The living cape of Archaon began to flutter like a living being as he continued the ritual under the watchful eyes of Great Red and Ophis. I offer the corpses of my lessers. The bodies he gathered, Hades, Lilith, Kateria, Rizavim, Cruisery, and Shalba all burst apart as they flowed over before being infused with solar, demonic, and divine energy in one. When they entered his body his Sparta bloodline devoured all of it as his blood began to vaporize in his veins. Around his body a dark purple mist as his blood began to escape from his pores. I offer the souls of these sacrifices. This one was the biggest as the souls of 15 billion humans, Hades, Lilith, and the 4 descendants burned together before he started to absorb all of it. Just 1,000,000 souls was a massive amount, but 15 billion was an astronomical number. When the soul essence of 15 billion humans was burned up in his ritual, the Annuncia ritual circle and Great Red's divine energy removed all grievances. This caused all of this pure soul energy be drawn into his Cambion soul. Child's play in 40K though. With a grin, he opened his eyes as he looked up almost finished. I offer, divine blood and the will of God. The last 2 ingredients the bloodstone, and the true Longinus began to burst apart. This time, the will of God inside didn't struggle because it could not any longer. The formerly bright will was snuffed out as it was devoured by Romonus alongside the bloodstone of divine blood. Once every one of the sacrifices was given, Romonus no longer had the true Longinus. When he opened his eyes, they were no longer purple, they were pitch-black pits as he took a deep breath. Inside his body, his demon blood surged with nearly limitless power as it began to purify itself. His soul absorbed the power from the will of God, drained the power of 15 billion souls, the divine soul of Hades, of the 4 Satan descendants all converged in his body. Using the divine energy flowing through the moon as a catalyst, Romonus' demonic mana began to warp. Romonus instinctively turned into his devil trigger and when he did so, power began to gather at his demon heart. Karn, Grimaldus, Mephiston, and Azzy-Dahaka watched in awe as the ascension began. With all of the sacrifices, his demonic energy began to ascend as it was converted into divine energy. However, it was not normal divine energy as it was completely alien to any god, even evil gods. Infernal divinity was flowing through his body, soul, heart, and pathways. His Cambion soul ignited as it absorbed all of the energy from the souls he had sacrificed. The will of God and the energy of the holy relics were lost in the mixture as his soul began to reform. The soul of a demon god surging with infernal energy. Romonus' form began to crack as even now he was still absorbing all of the energy in the ley lines. His demon blood, which was quite chimeric, began to fully devour all the other bloodlines in it. There was no place for them any longer, but their abilities were not lost. Once his Sparta bloodline was all that remained, the clan abilities of the 4 Satans were awakened which he would use in his future battles. For the next hour, he continued to draw in solar energy and divine energy until the ley lines were empty. Ophis and Great Red watched with interest as Romonus' titanic demon form stayed still. Archaon, Ruin Maker, and the cursed shield seemed strangely silent as the transformation was undergoing. Suddenly, both dragon gods erected a barrier around Romanu as a supernova of infernal energy exploded out from it. It was so much that the entire solar system and more would have been vaporized. They were about to worry, but all that energy that was released was drawn back in. When it cleared up, Ophis and Great Red saw Romonus. He was in his human form, but he was not saying anything. He was looking down as Archaon his armor began to warp around him. A pressure that matched the dragon god's in purity radiated from him as Romonus's domains began to form. First was the core of his divinity, the plundered divinity of God. Omnipotence, but as it was plundered and stolen he still had others that were his own. He expected to have only 4, but he was plenty surprised. 5, 6 as I count gods. When he opened his eyes, they were back to their purple, but almost black. In the middle of them was an 8-pointed star as he thought of his domains. He was honestly void, destruction, magic, battle, and death. When he thought of his domains, they made sense to him. His gravity magic and aspect of space magic evolved to its highest state, void magic. Destruction represented his power of destruction. Magic was because of his vast knowledge of magic from all his learning. The battle represented him always fighting head-on, while death was from not only his necromancy but the fact this was his second life and he absorbed Hades. At the core of these 5 domains was omnipotence, which elevated his understanding of them. With a grin, from his body, an infernal aura of a demon god began to radiate. Great Red smiled with pride at him. So Romonus, what will you call yourself? I am Romonus, the demon god. The divine demon. As he spoke, reality itself accepted his answer as his divinity was acknowledged. Ophis dragged on his cigar before smiling. He released the planets from their alignment before turning around. Romonus, take some time to stabilize yourself. When you are ready, meet us again to speak of them. If you want, see if you can't tame our wayward sister, try Hexa. Oh, and get yourself a new weapon, you lost your spear. With that, Ophis teleported away as he had a bakery to get to. As for Great Red, she walked toward him and patted him on the back. Though, now they were around the same height which he could change. Congratulations on reaching our level. With you, we stand a chance against them. Once she said her piece, Great Red in front of him changed forms into her true dragon form. With a spin, she returned to the dimensional gap. As for Romonus, he sat down cross-legged and he began to do so as they said. His ascension was complete, he just had to stabilize and get used to his new, godly, state. Chapter 92, The 12-Mile Branch. Romonus had expected to need to spend a few months if not years to stabilize his condition because the nature of his ascension should have caused issues. However, he didn't even need to spend an hour stabilizing himself. He took less than 5 minutes to bring his domains, soul, bloodline, and infernal divinity all synchronized on their own. He also felt something change with his bloodlines as the Sparta bloodline after he finished his ascension had assimilated every bloodline he had ever transplanted. Those extra bloodlines were gone as they were no longer needed. Their powers remained in him, but their mutations were gone. Then the fact he was a god with a capital G, which meant that his abilities were not limited like other gods. Unlike other gods, he didn't have to deal with the divine laws most gods suffered from. When he felt all of that, he could not help but grin as his goal had been accomplished. All his life since he was a child, he had wanted to become a super devil before finding a way to become a god. When he became a demon, his plan did not change and if anything, he was even stronger because of the nature of his bloodline. He raised his hands in front of him as his flesh was now divine. He clenched his fists feeling what felt like infinite infernal divinity flowing through his body. His demon heart in his chest was producing more and it was all passively growing his strength. Exquisite. He glanced over at his familiars who were all receiving boons from the connecting to his divine soul. He didn't bother them because it was a massive amount of power to receive at once. Instead, he took the chance to enhance his powers right now. From his spatial ring, he brought out 2 fresh fruits. One of life and knowledge, he had not used them in the ritual for this reason. Before he consumed them, he surged his divine energy into the 2 fruits causing them to instantly begin to take on his demonic properties. Once the 2 fruits had changed, he opened his mouth and began to devour both fruits in a frenzy. He also swallowed the drop of blood he got from the Vatican of Jesus. When he did so, he could feel his infernal divinity begin to grow as it absorbed the pure energy of what he just consumed. His omnipotence as the core of his domains allowed him to effortlessly use the 2 fruits and the blood to get stronger. Done. He stood up and he took a deep breath of the empty void. He smiled as he looked at the sky. I did it, boss, I became a demon god thanks to you. He placed a hand on his heart and he took a bow. Rahvdall did not come to see him, but he did not need to. He and Romonus would meet again one day and when they did, reality itself would bow and kneel. For now, Romonus from his spatial ring brought out the 7 Excalibur fragments. Excalibur Destruction, Excalibur Mimic, Excalibur Rapidly, Excalibur Nightmare, Excalibur Transparency, Excalibur Blessing and Excalibur Ruler. Merge. With a single word, he fused all 7 with Ruin Maker, making a sheath much like Rahvdall. His infernal divinity added to the mixture and Ruin Maker's nature caused the holy swords to instantly distort into a divine demonic sword that he would use for now. How do you feel? Ruin Maker circulated his internal energy through the new sheath as he got accustomed to the new abilities. Not a problem, feels pleasant. Guess the 3 of us can now be considered divine weapons, right? Correct. Romonus looked back at the earth which would be in shock at his return. He did just become the strongest with only the dragon gods to rival him in this small world. Canon reminded him of a very good fact. My armored, you did carve a giant octogram into the moon, and the planets were forced to align by Ophis. The mortals all know what just happened. Romonus hummed. Guess they do, oh well. Not like it matters in the long run. Now with his new status, he took a look at Earth closer, seeing the laws that made DxD, or Dragon Deus as it was truly called. There was a reason Rahvdall had sent him to DxD and not a world like Harry Potter. Here, someone smart with ambition could use the world's relatively low danger level to grow stronger. It had a few dangers that someone smart or talented could use to temper themselves. That was if they did not get lost in the lust of being in an effective harem world and get complacent. As a demon god, he could feel the consciousness of the planet, and he was right. The planet itself made it very easy for those who were strong to gain a harem. Glad I stuck to a small one, because if I went the path of my father, that would suck. Of course, if he compared himself to Solomon, he was lacking in the harem department. However, he was not very interested in growing it any longer, since it would develop into a liability in the future. For now, he decided to gather his 12 future demon generals instantly. He extended his senses to the underworld desolate regions. Hidden away was the hidden laboratory of Zearoma Nibiros. There, the sealed Malebranche, the 12 satanic arms with the power to rival and exceed Longinus. Currently, the satanic arms took the forms of sealed statues, but when he broke their seals they instantly began to awaken. Their stone bodies began to return to become flesh. At first, the 12 were confused as their seals were broken, but when Romonus connected to their minds they understood something. A devil had become a god and he was calling to them. One by one, they awoke, causing them to begin releasing an overwhelming demonic aura. When the original Satans had made them, they sealed them away as it was too dangerous to set them loose. They preferred to lose and die before risking using the Malebranche. Each of the unsealed Malebranche was a super devil level threat. The leader who Romonus would be using as a replacement for the lost true Longinus. In his ascension ritual, he had lost all his sacred gears, but he didn't need them. Romonus teleported the 12 unsealed devil arms to the moon, where each one gazed at him. When they were sealed, they appeared to be 12 regular humans, and they still did, but these forms were nothing but an illusion. They could take whatever form they wished, but at the moment they were all staring at him. Romonus smiled as he rested Ruin Maker on his shoulder. Greetings, you 12. It must have been ages since you all have been unsealed. Malakota, Barbariccia, Scarmiglione, Alecchino, Cagnazzo, Calcabrina, Siriato Dragignazzo, Farfarello, Graffiacane, Libicaco, Rubicante. I thought I would introduce myself. I am Romonus, the demon god, a pleasure. When he released his infernal aura, it caused the 12 Malebranche to buckle slightly, but rather than kneel they stayed standing. The leader, Malakota, stepped forward observing Romonus. He gazed at Ruin Maker, Archaon, and the cursed shield with wonder. He felt a sense of familiarity to those living weapons and gears. You created those? Correct, I called them my profane gear, but satanic arms works too. With barely hidden glee, Malakota grinned in a way that split his face, revealing a set of razor-sharp fangs. Fascinating. What is it you wish of us, Lord? Romonus smiled. First of all, I know you 12 desire conflict and to face the Longinus. I guarantee that you will be disappointed. They are not your opponents except for those in my service. The rest are disappointingly weak, however I have use of you. Now that I am the demon god, I needed a group of demon generals to lead my wars into the endless realities. That will be your 11. He pointed at the rest of the Malebranche. Hearing the number 11 made the 12 confused. Malakota tilted his head. 11, we are 12. Romonus smirked as he pointed at the leader. That is because you are not going to be one of them. You will fight at my side as my left-hand weapon. In my ascension ritual, I lost my weapon, the Spear of Destiny, the true Longinus. You will be that weapon. Malakota glanced at Romonus one last time as if trying to find a weakness. He quickly gave up as he bowed. Of course. Romonus extended his hand, which the satanic arm took. Instantly, Romonus began to make a contract with the most powerful of the Malebranche. While all of them were on the level of super devils, Malakota was even stronger than all of them. When Romonus's infernal divinity and Malakota's demonic power met, it was obvious which was stronger. Quickly enough, a contract was formed, causing the satanic arm to begin to form a spear. Image here. A.I.art. Unlike the true Longinus, which he never intended to keep around for long, he planned to use Malakota as his second main armament. Alongside Ruin Maker, he felt at ease now that he had a weapon he could be proud of. It appears I underestimated you, Malakota. You will get along with the rest of my gears. Once bound to his soul, Ruin Maker, Archaon, and the cursed shield began to communicate with their new member. They didn't need to pressure him like they did the true Longinus. As for the remaining 11, Romonus turned to regard them. Barbariccia, you will act as the leader with Malakota being my second weapon. The rest of you will now take the status as my demon generals. I guarantee that you will be pleased with the carnage you will reap. Barbariccia snarled with a grin. A request, demon god, shall be made. We desire to have wielders to warp to our needs. Since they were satanic arms, devil sacred gears, they of course wanted hosts. Most of their power was unusable unless they had a host to use them. What they were asking for was not to have people to control them, it was to have slaves to control. Granted, what is it you need in them? Devils, humans, fallen angels. Barbaricia began to tap at her lip before smirking. The angel Gabriel, I want her as my host. Corrupting such an innocent angel shall please me. Granted. What about the rest of you? One by one, they made their requests some quite outlandish. They wanted hosts that they could not just control, but warp to their needs. Some, like Barbaricia, wanted angels just for bragging rights that they turned such pure beings into their slaves. Others requested demigods, human heroes which he would have to track down. While they all had the power of super devils, without a host they could only use part of that power. Regardless, Romonus using his divine energy formed a contract with each of the Malbranche. Not to the same level as Malakota, who was his new satanic arm, but enough for them to classify as his demon generals. Until he found them hosts, they would go dormant once again, and the best place was in his spatial ring. There, the Malbranche went dormant, sleeping for now. As for Malakota, Romonus could feel that the satanic arm was quickly using Romonus' soul as a place to replace his weak, demonic power with infernal divinity. In a few short days, the satanic arm would be a weapon worthy of him, the demon god. Romonus waved his hand and created a small throne for himself before sitting on it. He continued to gaze at the earth as he had plans. He planned to kill gods that were against him and use their divine essence to enhance his domains. Void, destruction, magic, battle, and death. Omnipotence was the core of these five, meaning that any gods related to these domains should work. He also had to take into account the bloodline abilities he gained from consuming Satan's descendants. He had plenty of work to do, which caused him to stand up. Azidahaka, Karn, Grimaldus, Mephiston, how are you for? Azidahaka glanced over at him. We are going to need some time to be able to fight. Your whole ascension ritual and the changes in your soul are massive. Understood, return to my soul until you adapt. The four didn't hesitate, as even now they were having some trouble with the sheer amount of energy they were being given. Once they were gone, Romonus stood up. He raised Ruin Maker and he ran his hand down the Excalibur sheath, carving runes in Enuncia all over the blade. He repeated the process with Malakota, Archaon, and the Cursed Shield, enhancing all of their abilities with just a few runes. When he did that, he smiled to himself as he slashed down in front of him. With ease, he sliced open the dimensional barriers, creating a wound in reality that he stabilized with his abilities. Using the knowledge he gained from taking God's power, he managed to find something interesting. The DxD multiverse, interesting. Once he cut open the barrier, he sent out a few probes as he searched for a worthwhile alternative reality. When he found one, he grinned to himself as Archaon covered his face. Image. Time to show why I am the demon god. The alternative reality was effectively the original story. There, he planned to use time travel to return to the Great War and consume all of the 72 ancestors of the devil clans, God, and the real Satans. Ways to quickly grow his power and not deal with the consequences of damaging his reality. This multiversal travel aspect won't be a long arc. With the levels of power he has, it would not be any trouble for him. We still have the Eviatol to deal with, and Trihexa after all. Then we can start the rest of the story. Chapter 93, Alternative Reality. I decided to not make Romonus unique through the multiverse. I learned that would be a weakness and prevent him from becoming a multiversal entity. When Romonus stepped through the portal into the alternative reality he chose, he did so in Kuo Town. He had not been to Kuo in years since he saved Aquino. Since he existed, Kuo was not managed by Rias. It was managed exclusively by Sona Citri, his sister-in-law who he rarely talked to. While Sona was Rias' best friend, they had slightly drifted apart because of him. Rias was now a grown woman while Sona was still a teenager thanks to his time chamber. He would need to speak to Sona eventually as he knew so little about her. Serafal spoke of her baby sister a lot, but he always just nodded along. I need to pay more attention to the families of my lovers, don't I? He focused back on his surroundings as he was currently on the roof of Kuo Academy. He focused and extended his divine sense through the entire town. He could have hidden his intentions, but he did no such thing. The sheer pressure of having a demon god skin the town caused some people to fall dead. Others passed out while a small minority managed to collapse, but stay awake. So this is what an alternative reality looks like. Almost the same, but with small changes here and there. He was talking to himself but turned his head down to his right as someone was on the roof with him. What do you think, Miss Shinra? At least one of you across the multiverse. The reincarnated queen of Sona's peerage was a member of the Shinra clan and was frozen in terror. For one, her demonic power froze her in place and her devil blood was refusing to allow her to move. This was not just the bloodline suppression he had on devils, but also the power of his godly soul pressured those around him. While still frozen in place, Tsubaki focused on his words. One of you. Alternative reality. The multiverse theory. She was snapped out of her thoughts as Romonus walked toward her, with his cape billowing behind him like a living creature. He towered over her as he was 7 feet 5 inches now as a demon god. He could change his size at any time, but if Ophis was 7 feet 5 inches, he wanted to be 7 feet 5 inches too. He leaned in to learn more about this alternative version, curious about what this meant. I see. Your soul is similar but has minute differences. Fascinating. He removed the bloodline suppression he had on her, causing her to fall to her knees. She wanted to run, but her legs were frozen in place. Who are you? Romonus ignored her as the door to the roof was forced open as this reality Sona and her peerage gathered. If he still had the bloodline suppression, they would be frozen in place, but he had turned that off. He was not here to make peace, he was here to get stronger by killing gods to enhance his domains. He also planned to use time magic to return to the start of consuming the first-generation devils, the real Lucifer, Beelzebub, Asmodeus, and Leviathan. However, Saji, when he saw the state of Tsubaki, became enraged. He summoned his sacred gear on his left hand and he rushed at Romus. Get away from her. This made Sona panic, as from the aura that Romonus released earlier it was clear he was stronger than everyone here. Saj. She couldn't even finish her words as Saji threw a punch at Archaon. When his fist was about to hit Archaon's chest plate, a mouth formed on the chest plate. Archaon with pure contempt chomped down and bit Saji's head off at the elbow. Ah! His screams were cut short as metal tendrils wrapped around him before dragging him kicking and screaming into Archaon's metal maw. The profane armor chomped down on his body, soul, and his sacred gear, consuming all three. This included the fragment of Vritra's soul. Delicious. Romonus couldn't help but chuckle at the actions of Archaon. So, did you eat the sacred gear? That I did, my armored. This ability is too good to not have for my own. I hope you do not mind. I do not, I might as well get all the fragments for you. Sona, who saw and heard everything, was instantly denying what she saw. Saji, her pawn was gone just like that. All his training and not even a speck of him remained. Tears streamed down her eyes as she raised her hands to blast Romonus. UF-. Romonus turned to her as he didn't have the Citri clan trait. He surged some of his void energy into his legs as he wanted to test something. He kicked off the ground, causing the roof he was on to collapse. This was overkill, but he was testing his new abilities. When he appeared in front of Sona, he stabbed her through the chest with Ruin Maker. The new Excalibur sheath started causing her devil blood to steam, but Ruin Maker deactivated the powers of Excalibur. His master needed the Citri blood of Sona to take her ability. I am sorry, but since this is an alternative reality, you all are just copies and therefore, unimportant to me. Take pride that you will aid the demon god. With a flex of his will, Sona's corpse burst into a mist of blood which he decided to experiment with. He used his alchemy knowledge and with his infernal divinity, he refined it into a small orb which was made by mixing the soul and body of Sona into a pure orb without any contaminating. He opened his mouth and swallowed it to acquire her clan trait he just called water, but that was lame. Flood of Ending. Yes, that will work. Once he named it, he turned to the 6 girls including Tsubaki. Your mirror Alice is useless to me and you 5 have no special abilities. I will spare you as a kindness. Now, go. He teleported them instantly to Siberia where they would be gone. If anything, they could return at any moment, but he doubted they would do that. Though, now that he killed Sona, he expected that this world Seraphal would know about it. What to do with her? Regardless, he focused on the earring he still had on his left ear. He had put it off this whole time, but it was about time he brought her back. He spoke in Enuncia once more. Resurrection. Drawing on his divine power, he surged infernal divinity into the soul shard of Graphia's sister. The process did not last very long because of how powerful he was, and from the ring a brightly glowing silver and purple soul emerged. His divine energy was flowing through it and rapidly flesh began to bubble from the soul. Rapidly enough, the sister of Graphia was fully resurrected. No longer a mere devil because of his divine interference, she was the first of his demons. When she opened her eyes, they were a bright purple like him. As for her height, she was tall, taller than Graphia at 6 feet 2 inches. At first, her eyes seemed a little unfocused, but that did not last. She took a deep breath, releasing a frigid mist. She looked down at herself, seeing that she was already dressed in a maid outfit. She glanced up at Romonus before grabbing the sides of her skirt and bowing. Master, I thank you for my resurrection. Romonus smiled as Archaon exposed his face. How much did you feel? She looked up at him before looking down. For a long time, nothing. Like I was floating, but when you wore my earring, your powerful demonic power was nourishing my soul. Slowly, I could think again, I could form thoughts. Now, I just wish to serve as my mother taught me. My name is Lewd Lucifuge, a pleasure. I am Romonus G. Baal, the demon god. You may refer to me as you see fit, even divine demon if that suits you better. Lewd looked up. I shall refer to you as Master if that is okay. It is. Just as he was going to continue to speak, he sensed the familiar aura of Rahvdall appears in the sky. Compared to his Rahvdall, she was weaker, but when she leapt through a portal her face was a mix of endless fury and grief. She looked down and saw Romonus where he had killed Sona. I am going to kill you. Lewd squinted her eyes as she walked past Romonus. Her face is cold and seemingly emotionless. Much like her younger sister, Graphia. How would you like me to deal with her, Master? With a smile, Romonus stood behind her. As you see fit. Show me what power you have gained. From her back and through her maid dress, 3 pairs of demonic wings much like Romonus' old pair emerged from her back. I will need only a moment. Rahvdall squinted her tear-filled eyes, not focusing right now. Both of you die. She didn't even bother to set up a bounded field as she intended to turn all of Kuo and maybe even Japan into a frozen wonderland. However, Lewd beat her to it. A devil could never beat a demon blessed by a demon god. Lewd raised her hand and unleashed a wave of a dark purple tidal wave of frost. Rahvdall didn't have a chance to react as she was frozen into a frozen statue. The Satan didn't even have a chance before she was frozen by her specialty. Lewd had used more power than needed, which resulted in half of Kuo town being frozen solid and most of the top half of Japan and further. Everything was covered in a layer of dark purple ice. When she realized what happened, Lewd looked at her own hand in surprise. That wasn't supposed to happen, I only planned to free Rahvdall. Romonus hummed. Seems you are not used to your new status as a demon or the blessing you received from me. Don't worry about it. Revert. Using Enuncia, he turned back the wheel of time and unfroze Japan. However, the people who frozen were now panicking as they still remembered being dead. As for Rahvdall, she was still frozen in the middle of the sky as a purple statue of ice. Her soul. Frozen in place along with all of her demonic power. Romonus drew the statue to his side as he leaned closer to study it. He released Malakota as he placed a clawed gauntlet on Rahvdall's frozen head. Using his divine sense, he scanned Rahvdall's memories trying to learn more of this reality. When he did so, he frowned as he learned something. There was a Romonus Gremory that existed in this world. He would need to visit this version of himself as it seemed that the DxD multiverse had cloned him because of how successful he was. As for this Rahvdall, the reason she was weaker was that, unlike his Rahvdall, she had not used a magic ritual where his Rahvdall absorbed a shard of ice from Cocytus to enhance her power. This Rahvdall was also secretly in love with Cerzex. Weird honestly. Lewd glanced at the frozen statue. What do you plan to do with her, Master? Romonus did the same thing he did to Sona and he refined Rahvdall's body, soul, and demonic power together with alchemy and his divine power. When he was finished, he was left with a small glowing floating drop of blood. Here, take it. I would give it to my Rahvdall, but I know that she does not need it. Lewd took it from his hand and swallowed it. When she did so, Rahvdall's affinity for ice magic was absorbed into her Lucifuge clan trait. The process was quick and efficient since Romonus was the one who made it. When it was done, she looked at her own hands once more. She circulated her demonic energy which was infused with some of Romonus' divine energy through her body, finding that everything was fine. Master, you are quite impressive. No wonder my sister gave you my earring. She would only do that if she trusted you. She is my sister-in-law, but I consider her my real sister. She helped me become a demon god and the least I could do is resurrect you for her. Though, we will be busy for a few days in this alternative reality. Lewd lowered her head. I will dutifully serve you, my master. I am glad. Now, let's go. I need to see this reality Rias. I don't have to kill her, but I might have to slay Aquino. Her bloodline ability is too good to pass up. As he walked, she walked a little in front of him to be a barrier between him and weaklings. As they walked, Malakota, the Malbranche in spear form, began to speak to him. My lord, this is a good chance to get my fellow Malbranche hosts. Romonus knew that as well. Yes it is, that is why I am here. I will use this reality to do things I would not do on my own. Taking 11 people to be your hosts is one of those ways. I also will visit my variant to see if I can take one step I learned in the past. Becoming a multiversal entity. That way, even if something kills me, I can reincarnate through one of my infinite variants. Malakota took this information and memorized it. So, in this reality, there is a variant of me. Would I get stronger if I consumed it? Yes. That was my plan. Lewd turned to him. From this Rahvdall's memories, do I exist? Romonus nodded. You do, you are also dead here. Lewd hummed. It seems I do not have the best luck, my master. With a chuckle, he agreed. No, you do not. Ruin Maker was now confused. Do I have variants? That I do not know. You are a creation of my mind, while my alternative selves are me, they are not me and don't have my special circumstances. Like this one in this world, no demon bloodline. Our Canon also had another aspect of that made Romonus exceptionally unique. You also have Rahvdall as your backer. And are from another world, but that is our secret only. Romonus smiled as he heard that. Correct. Lewd turned to him curious. Who is Rahvdall? Romonus smiled. My backer and my friend. You could call him my patron. I am not his apostle, but I am his agent. He helps me, I help him, he is the god of insanity. Lewd could see the respect he had for Rahvdall. He must be powerful for you to consider him your patron, master. Romonus nodded. He truly is powerful. Regardless, here we are. Lewd opened the door to the classroom and walked inside, seeing the panicking students. Rias was one of them, as she had died in the icy blast. When she saw Lewd walk through the door, she noted the similarity to Grafia. However, when Romonus walked through the door, she froze at his face. She knew that face somewhat, even though this Romonus was older, had a beard, and had black hair. He was also much taller and was wearing an armor she never saw. He also had weapons she had never seen her brother use, since her twin didn't use a spear or greatsword. He used a katana. Brother. When Romonus glanced at Rias, he smirked. Next to Rias was Aquino, who was also frozen in place. He was not restraining his aura much, keeping everyone in place. Rias, my twin from an alternative reality. I am the original Romonus, here to clean out the weak. Let us see if you are worth anything to me. Rias shivered as she felt herself being cut apart millions of times in those dark purple eyes. Lewd turned to Romonus. What do you intend to do with her, master? I do not know. He walked toward Rias, who was still sitting down. When he was looming over her, he looked at her closer. Even if I refined her, she would bring me no benefit or my Rias. I can just ignore her. He turned to Aquino, who was seated in the same class. You, on the other hand, also do not compare to my Aquino. She doesn't need you, but I do. Much like the fate of Rahvdall and Sona, she exploded into a bloody mist. He purified the devil's blood in her, leaving her cadre bloodline behind. He refined it further with her soul, leaving the pure inheritance of Rahvdall. Aquino. Rias reacted to the death of her best friend and queen. Nothing was left of her as Romonus opened his mouth and swallowed the small orb. His demon god bloodline reacted and devoured the blood essence, but it did not keep the angel bloodline. It was simply devoured, mixing with Romonus' lightning affinity. With Rahvdall's holy lightning ability acquired, Romonus was going to move on. However, suddenly all of Kuo was enveloped in a bounded field. He felt Surzex and his peerage gather outside, including Grafia. That would be a conversation, but the biggest thing was that this world's Romonus was here. Time to see my variant and show him who is the original. Interesting fact, Itsuki is not a femme Issei. She is his sister. Issei had two older siblings who were stillborn. In Romonus reality, Itsuki survived while Issei did not. Plus, she isn't a pervert. Chapter 94, A Conversation and a Kill. Romonus glanced at the crying Rias, who was looking at the seat where Aquino had been sitting. Before his ascension, he may have felt a shred of pity, but now pity was something he didn't care to spare for a mere doppelganger of his twin. Lewd, grab her for me. At once. The Lucifuge using magic restrained Rias before floating her in the air next to her. Romonus teleported himself, Lewd, and Rias outside to face this reality, Surzex, Romonus, and his peerage. Surzex came because Grafia warned him that all the wards at Kuo had gone off. The moment Romonus arrived at Kuo with his aura released, the Satans were informed. Unfortunately, not fast enough, as Sona was now dead and so was Rahvdall. Surzex without hesitating gathered his peerage, and his younger brother Romonus demanded to be allowed to come along. Surzex in the end chose to allow it to rescue his sister before she suffered the same fate as Sona. When he arrived, he did so on the back of his Rook Bahamut, the giant glowing fish of the deep sea. It was a giant creature, but mostly used to transport Surzex's peerage and to deal with weaklings. Surzex did not know what to expect, but when Romonus, Lewd, and Rias teleported into the sky with them, he was frozen in place. He didn't know what he was looking at as he looked at Romonus' face. He knew that face, causing him to turn his head to look at his younger brother. The two shared a face, but that was where the similarities ended. Demon god Romonus had short black hair, a dark black beard, and deep purple eyes with 8 pointed stars in them, and he was gigantic at 7 feet 5 inches. He was also wearing a massive set of demonic armor, while his brother Romonus was 5 feet 11 inches, dressed in a Japanese kimono like Suji, and he had a katana at his hip. His hair was crimson, reached his lower back, and his eyes were bright blue. Both looked at each other, but it was clear that one of them was stronger. Romonus began to laugh as he looked at the bitch version of himself. When he looked at this reality Romonus, he felt offended. This guy was slim with a swimmer's body, and his face looked too much like a pretty boy's. He had made sure to make himself as manly as possible, and here was what he could only call the bitch version of himself. Look at you look like shit. A katana. The biggest weeb weapon ever, you should have gone for a greatsword like a man. The alternative Romonus grits his teeth as he looks at what he could only call the evil version of himself. Everything about Romonus made it clear he was evil. At least to him. Who are you? Romonus rested Ruin Maker on his shoulder as he had time. I am you, well, more like you are me because I am the original, the prime if you will. The multiverse is real if you know what that is, and I come from another universe. I also go by Romonus the demon god. I also call myself divine demon or heavenly demon works too. I am the first devil to become a demon and a god. You may kneel. Surzek squinted his eyes as he looked at Romonus. So you are an alternative version of my brother. That means dash. Romonus nodded. Yes, I also have Rias and Surzek who are stronger than you. Every one of you is weaker compared to my reality. Regardless, I think the talking is over. I am here, for one thing, to pillage this reality and make myself stronger. Starting with you, clone, looking at you makes me furious. You are a mockery of who I am, a joke. How dare you use my face, it sickens me. A rising pressure coming from Romonus divinity and the bloodline suppression caused Surzek, his peerage to freeze in place. Though, the exception was Grafia and Romonus who were both spared. Grafia was looking at Nisselord, her dear older sister who died in the Great War. Nisselord. Nisselord squinted her eyes at this Grafia. While the looks matched, she knew it was not her sister. Grafia. While you are not my sister, I do have to say it is good to see you. However, since you are here to get in my master's way, I will warn you. If you want to live, get out of the way. Grafia clenched her fists as she turned to him. You claim to be the prime. The original, yes. Romonus smirked. That is correct, that clone next to you is a result of me being so successful. I am wondering what to do with him. Killing him would make me happy, but he is so pathetically weak that it is not funny. Tell me, clone, do you have gravity magic? The variant shook his head, forced to tell the truth. No, I don't. Do you know someone named Rahvdall? No. Do you know what Enuncia is? Once again forced to say the truth, he answered. No. What about Sparta? Doesn't ring a bell. One last question, does the name Andrew ring a bell? No. Hearing that made Romonus grin as he confirmed something. This clone was not a reincarnator like him. Good. With a grin, Romonus was done talking as this proved to him he was the prime. He was the one picked by Rahvdall, he was the one who was given the Sparta bloodline, and he was the one to become a demon god. That makes me happy to hear. Are you ready to clash swords with me, clone? I will try to go easy on you. He hefted Ruin Maker, who glimmered with a dark purple glow. The Excalibur sheath makes the demon blade glimmer like jewels. The variant drew his katana, which Romonus could tell was made of mithril and some orichalcum. Compared to the rare materials and the intricate crafting method of Ruin Maker, it was not even a comparison. Since this Romanu was a mere devil, not even a demon, he wasn't anything significant. Demon Romonus waited as Devil Romonus rushed at him with his katana raised. The clone had stepped off the ground using god speed taught by Suji. Romonus did not even move from his spot as the clone reached him. With a raised katana surging with demonic power and power of destruction, he swung down at Romonus, who tilted his body to the side, avoiding the swing entirely. In the same move, he swung up with Ruin Maker and sliced off the clone's hands. The clone looked at his stumps before screaming in agony. Rias, who saw what happened to her twin after what happened to Aquino, could not stop her tears. She turned to him and tried to reach out to grab him. However, Nisselord was still holding her back. Please stop this. You are still Romonus, right? You have a Rias too. Think how she would think about this. Romonus turned to her with a frown. I do have a twin named Rias, but you are wrong. She wouldn't care, and you are mistaken about one thing. He pointed his blade at the whimpering clone. This clone is a pale mockery of me, and I loathe it. I am Romonus, no other has the right to use my name or face. He thrust Malakota forward and pierced his alternative self in the herd with his demon spear. He twisted the spear before pulling it out, killing one of his variants. To not let the moment go to waste, he refined this Romonus much like he did Sona, Aquino, and Serafal. Using his blood and soul like before, which he consumed. Quickly, he sped through his clone's memories. He was 17, like Rias, and not interested in alchemy, blacksmithing, or learning magic. He loved the katana and learned under Suji exclusively. Unlike Romonus, who trained under Sutter, Suji, and McGregor to be the strongest, this clone was just a samurai geek. Though, because of that, he was merely in the ultimate class. What a failure to share my name. At that moment, Surzek grit his teeth and forced himself to attack. He reverted to his true form, a human-shaped power of destruction. Seeing that, Graphia dragged herself and her peerage members away to avoid becoming collateral damage to Surzex. I will end you. The sheer power revealed by Surzex's true form would have made most beings in this world tremble. However, Romonus was not one of those as he flexed his battle domain to test it out. He lifted Ruin Maker as he created a new technique on the spot. Demon God Technique, Divine Demon Severing. Intent and divine energy surged through Ruin Maker. This was beyond exaggerated for Surzex, but Romonus was learning about his domains. Creating his own techniques for the future should be done before he meets a foe to challenge him. Surzex moved forward as a wave of power of destruction, but Romonus extended Ruin Maker to his right. His divine muscle fibers flexed, as they coiled against themselves. His divine energy and intent flowed through Ruin Maker, who snarled. When Romonus released his arm and he cleaved down, Surzex did not stand a chance. A pillar of absolute destruction rushed toward Surzex and cleaved his form in half. Romonus' swing did not stop there as it cleaved the bounded field, and when it reached the outside world, it cleaved through the entire earth in one slash. In a wave of intent, the earth got cleaved into two halves, which caused Nisselud to brace behind him as the power behind the one she called Master. As for Graphia and Surzex's peerage, they survived only because Romonus protected them so they could see his power. With a grin on his face, Romonus hefted Ruin Maker on his shoulder. Now that was a swing. Nisselud glanced down at the two halves of what was once earth. Master, if you were going to revert the damage I caused, would you do the same for your much more destructive attack? Romonus thought about it as he was quite free with his destructive tendencies since this was an alternative reality. I could, but it won't matter. I did intend to harvest a world core here. Nisselud turned to him. The core of a planet? What for? I plan to upgrade my gear. The cores of planets that have consciousness are valuable for that purpose. I also plan to turn the sun into a forge, but in all honesty, I would prefer to use a hotter star to work as my forge. Nisselud was curious about something. How do you know so much, Master? Simple, I am just well-read. I also am omnipotent, but that is related to power, not knowledge. For now, it is time for me to begin my plan. To travel to when Lucifer created the devil race. Are you ready? Nisselud nodded. I am. Before I leave. Romonus held his hand out to the cut halves of Earth and he dragged out the core of the planet. He forced the two halves to merge back together before he shrunk the core down. Eventually, the burning core of Earth was in the palm of his hand. This he would use to upgrade his gear in the sun, as the core of Earth was where lots of energy and magic came from. Got the core, and now time to test out my time travel. Romonus smiled as he sent the core into his spatial ring before he used his void domain. His gravity magic was not gone, only upgraded by his omnipotence domain and his status as a demon god. Black holes warp time, and by using that Romonus warped time under his power. He also drew on his mastery of time magic, combining it with his time bending. Quickly enough, he created a portal to the distant past using the Lucifer bloodline ability in his body to track down the original. There you are. I have it. He glanced at Rias, who was still floating, before sending her into his spatial ring. He did the same to the peerage of Surzex as they could be used eventually after putting them to sleep. Let's go. Nisselud followed him as they jumped through the portal to the past, where they traveled through the stream of time. Romonus spoke in Enuncia to take control of the unstable stream. Calm and tame. A wave of reality-dominating power surged from his words, and as he said, he tamed and calmed the stream of time magic. This allowed them to have a safe trip to the past over 10,000 years into the past. That was how old Zekrom was, and the other first-generation devils. In the underworld in the capital of Lucifad, in the castle of Lucifer, Lucifer was in the middle of creating the devil race from the body of his wife, Lilith. She was not willing, which is why he had her tied to the wall using domination-type runes to keep her steady. She screamed in agony as Lucifer's mad ambition blazed in his eyes. After losing the rebellion and being kicked out of heaven, he still believed he could have won. Now he would win with his new army, the devils made from his unwilling wife. Don't you see, Lilith, this is our chance. Do this for us. Lilith, with tears in her eyes, glared at her husband. You are insane, this will not work. Lucifer ignored her as he continued the ritual. As for Romonus and Nisselud, a portal opened in the stream of time at this same moment. When they both stepped through the portal, they did so in the ritual room where the first devils were created. Lucifer and Lilith, from the look of things, did not see them because Romonus had hidden the portal and made himself and Nisselud invisible. As he watched the original Lucifer begin the ritual to make the first-generation devils. What he would do now would make the devil race never exist in this world. What that would mean he was not sure, but he was curious. At the very least, he would stop the Great War, but it would be better for it to happen. This world was going to be destroyed in the end because Romonus was using it to enhance himself. He would repeat this as many times as needed to make himself and his harem stronger. He had many ideas on how to accomplish this, and this was one of them. While he was here, he checked the world core in his spatial ring and saw that it was still there. What did that mean for the multiverse theory or the timeline divergence? He was not sure, but he would at least get another core by the end of his campaign. Chapter 95, Spawn Killing and Demon Legion. Romonus placed Ruin Maker and Malakota on his back before crossing his arms and watching Lucifer's ritual. With his new divine eyes, he could see the soul essence, life force, and demonic energy draining from Lilith's body. He could even see how the streams of magic in the ritual worked. As he examined what the mother of all devils looked like in her prime, he had to admit she was gorgeous. When he used her corpse in his ascension ritual, she was drained of her power. What he used was a mere husk compared to what she once was. Romonus could probably create demons from himself, and unlike Lilith, he would always regenerate to his peak. The many modifications done to him by Valerie had been magnified by his new godly status and the hundreds of Annuncia runic tattoos on his body. He was so powerful now, that his demon heart, which was beating at a relaxed pace, produced enough energy for him to never run out. Nisilud, who was standing in front of him, turned around, ignoring the ritual. "I do have a question on why you are so focused on strength, Master." Even though she spoke out loud, it was obvious that Lucifer and Lilith could not hear her. Romonus smiled as he looked at the ritual that was still gathering power. "Simple, because I owe it to myself to become as powerful as I can be. The truth of the matter is that at any point, I will be dragged into a battle that I believe I am not ready to face. There exist beings that would rend my mind to just gaze at them, and I am a demon god. Can you imagine what would happen if I faced one of those?" Nisilud looked up at his face before seeing the seriousness. "I understand. If that is the case, then I shall make it my mission to make sure you succeed." She placed a hand over her heart before falling to her knees. "So that your ambition may be realized." With a smile, Romonus kneeled and placed a hand on her shoulder. "You need not kneel, but I accept your pledge." He stood up and walked toward Lucifer, towering over the silver-haired fallen angel. While he had once been an angel, he was not a fallen angel like Azazel. He was something more sinful, the first devil. Lilith herself was not a devil, as she was closer to a demon after being banished by God. It was so curious that Romonus could not help but watch the ritual. From Lilith's body, her vitality continued to drain. It was quite painful because she had not stopped screaming. Image here. Her beautiful body began to look withered, her flowing silver hair began to look elderly white rather than silver. Her flesh seemed to be sucked out of her until she looked like an old woman falling slack on the wall. Romonus gazed at her for a second, seeing that she was regenerating everything. It was slow, but she should be able to fully recover as long as she was given time. So that is why the Lilith in my reality could not regenerate. Creating the legions of the 72 pillars took everything out of her. The source of her soul and life were so drained that no amount of healing would fix her. Rather than that, Romonus focused on the large ritual circle in front of Lucifer. The mad devil, still holding his tome, began to cackle at the realization of his ambition. Swirling in the circle were 72 separate streams of energy that would become the ancestors of the devil clans. Demonic energy, soul energy, and life force, all flying together, giving birth to the first 72 devils. Unfortunately for Lucifer, his ambition would end here today in this reality. Romonus reached behind him and grabbed Malakota, the Malbranche devil arm. "I think it poetic to kill your creator yourself, don't you think so?" Malakota began to cackle into his mind. "Yes, I think that sounds poetic in a way. The coward was so terrified of his creations that he sealed us away. I will take joy in snuffing his life." Romonus raised the spear above Lucifer, who was still none the wiser of his presence. Rather, Romonus focused on the 72 swirling energies that began to take humanoid form. Lucifer kneeled and placed his hand on the ritual circle carved into the ground, infusing it with his energy. This was added to the mix of the forming devils, as using his and Lilith's power he granted them their clan abilities. To win this war, he had to go all in to show his father, God, that while he was beaten, he was not done. Not even close to finished. Pure pride and ambition glowed in his eyes. In front of him, one by one began to form the first-generation devils. Romonus knew who they were by memory, but not what their bloodline abilities were, other than a few. He looked across the naked devils, men, women, and even devils who looked more like beasts. All of them formed as he listed them off as they formed. Baal, Agars, Visago, Gamagen, Marbas, Valaforamon, Barbados, Paimon, Buer, Gusion, Citri, Beleth, Larage, Eligos, Zepar, Bodis, Bathan, Salos, Person, Merax, Ipos, Aim, Nabrius, Glagiolabalas, Bune, Ronov, Berith, Astaroth, Fornius, Foras, Asmodee, Gaap, Furfur, Marchasius. Stolas, Phoenix, Halfas, Malphas, Rame Focalar, Viper, Sabnok, Shax, Vine, Bifrons, Yuval, Hagenti, Crossel, Furkas, Balam, Olosur, Kame, Murmur, Orobas, Gremory, Os, Amy, Oriax, Vapula, Zagan, Valak, Andras, Floros, Andrealphus, Simrius, Amdushias, Belial, Decarabia, Seer, Dantalion, Andromalius. When each one finished forming, they began to look around their surroundings as they had just been created. They turned to Lucifer, who they instinctively felt was important to them. However, before Lucifer could utter a word, Romonus materialized behind him and stabbed Malacota's spear through his heart. Gah! Romonus raised him off the ground, causing the devils in front of him to panic. They had just been created and would need time to acclimate to life, but he didn't give it to them. He raised a hand to them, and with a flex of his will all 72 devils exploded into a bloody mist. Their newborn souls, demonic power, and blood all surged toward Romonus' open hand. Lilith, who watched all this happen, froze in terror as in Romonus' palm a swirling orb of bloody mist spun. Romonus flexed his divine energy as he purified the mixture in his hands as he would receive new bloodline abilities. Of course, most of these were just elemental affinities and would be added to his domains. Some, he would lose because they were just incompatible with him, so rather than gaining 72, he would mostly gain new useful ones. In a few seconds, in his hand was a large red orb created much like a cultivator pill. Though, it looked closer to something Sugurageto would eat, which Romonus sighed about. He brought it up to his mouth and with some mental fortitude he swallowed the orb. He closed his eyes as he could feel his divine energy instantly assault the orb of Clan's abilities. He ignored the dead Lucifer still on his spear and focused internally. He focused on the many bloodline abilities being processed by his body. Several were taken into his domains, but others were straight out rejected and purged from his body. A vast majority of these abilities were elemental, which he already had, some were more esoteric, and others were about knowledge. He did not buckle or struggle, but his domain of omnipotence came in and allowed him to process through all of the Clan's abilities. Over half of them were useless in fighting or they were rejected from his body. When he finished reviewing them, he knew that he would need to take time to learn about them all individually of the ones that remained in his body. However, this was not the time to do that, so he pulled his thoughts back. He focused on the dead Lucifer at the end of his spear and he decided to save him for later. He wanted to take time to make sure he did not introduce some instability to himself. He had just become a god and he was already taking big risks in an alternative reality. He pulled the corpse off his spear before spending it to his spatial ring. He rested Malakota on his shoulder before glancing at Lilith, who was healing at a visible rate. Lilith. With squinted eyes, the aged and weakened woman coughed painfully. Who are you? Romonus walked toward her as he gazed down at her. It was shocking how despite what she just underwent she was already looking closer to 50 than the withered crone she had become. Visibly she began to look better by the second. The demon god. I decided to take the bloodline abilities of the original devils and indirectly, I did save you. You're welcome, by the way. With a mocking laugh, Lilith fell slack in her chains. Are you going to cut me down? Romonus thought about it before swinging out with Malakota, cutting her free. She fell onto the floor severely weakened and drained after the ritual she had just undergone. However, she grit her teeth as she forced herself off the ground. When she got to her feet she glanced up at Romonus. What are you going to do to me? Romonus thought about it as Lucifer's rebellion had been ended. While Lucifer had lost his rebellion, he, his fellow Satans, and their servants had become the first devils. Not enough to fight a war, which was why Lucifer was creating the devil clans. He focused back on Lilith as he could consume her. However, he did not do that because he didn't see the point. He already used one Lilith to ascend, he didn't need another. Nothing, do whatever you want. Leave for all I care, go to the human world, and settle down. Get as far as you can from me, because everywhere I go, only carnage will be left in my wake. This world is going to tremble at the mere mention of my name. Nisselwood began to clap with a happy smile on her face that almost made him embarrassed. Here he was, looking like a proper demon god, when his maid began to clap at his intimidating speech. It ruined the atmosphere, but from the look of things Lilith ignored Nisselwood. Once she was healed she balled her fists as she looked up at him. Please tell me, who are you? The demon god, but what is your name? I am Romonus Bale. I come from another reality to plunder this reality to make me and my family stronger. I will be staying in this world for a few days before returning to my own to stabilize my condition to prepare for my plans. Lilith heard him carefully and ignored the fact that he was here only to plunder, not conquer. She long since hated this world after being banished from the garden and taken as a slave wife by Lucifer. What just happened now, being forced to produce devils from her essence, was the last straw. Her hate for this world now could not be satiated. If I pledge my loyalty to you, will you end this world? When she looked up at him, he could see pure hatred in her eyes. In Romonus' mind, it was a good look. Nisselwood, what do you think? Both women had silver hair, but while Nisselwood's looked more like icy silver, Lilith's looked more like platinum. She looked at Lilith, who she had seen before. Both looked almost the same. She is different from the Lilith I knew. The one I met was so scared of Lucifer that she would never speak up against him. This one seems to still have a fighting spirit, a worthy ally in this world. Romonus hummed. It appears you passed the criteria, that is fine by me. Romonus turned around and he tore a portal in front of him with a flex of his will. This portal led directly to the tallest pillar of Lucifer's castle. He stepped through the portal and he appeared high in the sky on top of the silver castle. The castle was supposed to be a mockery of God, showing that despite being banished, Lucifer still lived in luxury and wealth. As he had claimed, it is better to rule in hell than to kneel in heaven. He no longer lived because he was dead. Romonus crossed his arms as he looked out into the vast, nearly infinite underworld. There were many death gods who made their underworlds in the greater underworld dimension. He was very curious about who had made the underworld, but those questions could wait for later. Rather, Romonus raised his arms to the sky as he drew on his domains. All of them at the same time. After watching Lucifer's ritual, Romonus learned the secret behind it, and this was very similar to what the 4 chaos gods did to create their demons. They would take shards of themselves which they would turn into their demons. Romonus was going to do something similar, and thanks to all of his advantages, he would recover quickly enough. He drew on his infernal divinity, his domains of battle, destruction, void, magic, omnipotence, and death all at the same time while infusing it with his life force and the energy of his soul. It was a huge drain, but he was creating his own demonic legion. He did not need large numbers, just enough to create a proper legion. 10 greater demons, each with 10 demon princes with 1,000 lesser demons. That seems that it will be enough. When he had his idea, Romonus flexed his will as his essence drained from him, but rather than weaken, he could feel himself healing instantly. As he lost life force, it returned even before it was fully drained from him. Valerie, even now you are single-handedly going to be the most hated being in existence for making me immortal. He clenched his fists as he completed his creations, his demon legion. In front of him, the swirling seas of energy took shape into his legion. Each of his greater demons took the shape of towering armored figures, each being over 50 meters in height. Behind their backs, sets of massive demonic wings flexed as armor-covered bodies flexed with power. Behind them, their 10 demon princes looked closer to mixes of bestial creatures who radiated a necrotic aura around their masters. Their heights were closer to 20 meters, while behind them, 10,000 lesser demons who appeared to be knights in black enchanted armor. Each of these knights was closer to 5 meters in height, meaning Romonus had effectively created 10 different attack groups led by a greater demon. He could make more, but he did not need to make more. Each of his greater demons was stronger than a super devil, while the demon princes could fight super devils. As for the lesser demons, individually they were all Satan class level. This was the level of power he had because of his ascension. Each of his demons kneeled throughout the capital of Lucifer. They did not speak as they waited for their demon god to lead them. Romonus did not plan to stay long, and he would make this a brutal and fast campaign. Prepare to fight the world, my demons. Chapter 96, Unleashed Legions. Once Romonus created his legion through the entire capital of Lucifer with 10 above super devil greater demons and 100 super devil level demon princes. That was not counting the 10,000 Satan-class demon knights. It was such a large gathering of power that would have exhausted anyone else other than Romonus. Thanks to his divine Sparta bloodline, his recovery abilities were transcendent. Valerie's modifications had been used directly with his body, bloodline, and soul, allowing him to do things of this. He took a few short moments to recover his condition and felt his vitality, soul essence, and divine energy recover in real time. With a grin he glanced up at his legion. This small legion would be enough to carve a bloody path through this world. He crossed his arms as he turned to the 10 greater demons. The titanic demons lowered themselves to their knees, followed by the demon princes and knights. Prepare for war, you 10, and your demon prince bodyguards will lead 1,000 demon knights each. That means there will be 10 attack groups. In this world, we will only stay for the better part of a month. We will fight against the pantheons of the world. It doesn't matter who it is, we will fight them. I want very simple things. Gods that have divinities that share in my domains. Battle, magic, destruction, void, or space will work, and battle or war. As long as they match those, they will be my targets. Right now, your first targets are the current Satans. Beelzebub, Asmodeus, and Leviathan. Get to it, whoever brings them will receive a reward from me. As soon as he finished speaking he teleported to Lucifer's throne room, leaving his legion alone. The 10 greater demons glanced at each other with squinted eyes before leaping to their feet. There were 3 Satans, meaning only 3 would get a reward. The 10 demons lunged for the castles like their lives depended on it. As they flew toward the castles followed by their battalions, the Satans were already aware. It was hard to not notice the creation of 10,000 powerful forces in their city. At first, they suspected these were the creations of Lucifer, but hearing Romonus speak showed that was not the case. Each of the 3 Satans in their castles rose to their feet from their thrones as they were already aware of what was going on. Even worse was that while he was not trying, Romonus' divine aura was pressing down on each devil in the city. These were the first devils, as they were those that sided with Lucifer in his rebellion. When they had been cast out of heaven, God himself cursed Lucifer and these former angels. Rather than becoming fallen angels, they were turned into foul creatures, the first devils. As a superior species and a god, just his aura crushed down their souls and will to fight. Even so, these were fighters who declared war against God himself, and they would not be slayed without mounting a resistance. Romonus, who was watching all of this from his taken throne, saw this in a better light. They would make fine shadows which had received an upgrade because of his death domain. He waited patiently for the slaughter to end. As for Leviathan, Beelzebub, and Asmodeus, they rose from their thrones preparing to join the resistance. Leviathan, a tall woman of exceptional beauty. Her face though was cold with only ambition. If you can hear me, my brothers, prepare to die fighting. Beelzebub, a middle-aged man with dark brown hair and a beard reaching his stomach, also answered the call. Agreed. Asmodeus. In his throne room, Asmodeus, an elf-looking man with long black hair, cascaded past his shoulders. He twirled one of the locks of his hair in his fingers as he looked outside his castle. One of the greater demons had locked onto him. He gazed at the demon's back before rising to his feet. Your appearance appalls me. He could feel his own body and energy want to kneel, but his will was stronger than that. He raised a hand as he drew on his innate ability. Starsend moment, as it was called, from his hand a wave of what appeared to be stars blasted toward the three greater demons outside. The demons did not move out of the way as they were engulfed in a flash of starry energy. Asmodeus' haughty face changed when a giant hand lunged through his blast and gripped his body. N-dash. Before the thought could be finished, he felt his spine and all the bones in his body snap. His veins burst open and his organs all liquefied into a soup. Before death could claim him, he felt the demon surge just enough energy to keep him alive. The lucky greater demon wanted to laugh at its fellows because it would get the reward. The other two demons glared at the lucky one that began to approach Lucifer's castle. Similar actions were occurring in the other two castles. Beelzebub drew on his ability, Lord of Flies, and he created massive swarms large enough to blot out the sun. These flies were toxic enough to melt metal and even explode in eruptions of demonic power. However, against the biological metal armor of the greater demons, these flies were nowhere near enough. Beelzebub with a roar tried to defend himself as two greater demons grabbed him. One by the legs, the other by his arms. The two demons pulled him down the middle in a brutal display. Beelzebub spat bile and organs as the demon with his upper half kept him alive. The first time since before the rebellion he begged his father to save him. Unfortunately, there was no salvation for him as he was dragged off and cut in half in the palm of a titanic demon. As for Leviathan, when she felt what happened to her brother, she paled as she looked at the towering forms of the greater demons. 4 of them began to tear into her castle with their bare hands to get to her. With eyes showing pure horror, she raised her hands in surrender. Stop. I give. I hand myself over willingly. Once the roof of her castle was removed, the greater demons glanced at each other. One of them looked back down before speaking. So you wish to surrender to our god? Leviathan nodded, getting on her knees. She meant every word. Yes. I submit. The demons went back to looking at each other. One of them reached down and with threads formed of infernal divine energy captured her without pain. As she was dragged off to Lucifer's castle, the rest of the devils in the city began to be purged. Lucifer's rebellion had been a mere 100 years before and they were still recovering from that. When they fell, their armies had been depleted, but not destroyed. The city of Lucifade had no civilian population because it was formed from those of the rebellion. That was the reason for Lucifer creating the devils. The Satans had worked alongside him to create them through Lilith to rebuild a stronger army. That would no longer happen in this world as Romonus was here. Demon knights rushed through the city, starting a brutal campaign of slaughter. The warriors of Lucifer's rebellion began to fight back. However, their defenses were not enough as scores of 5-meter-tall demon knights tracked them down by tracking their souls. One of these former angels cursed and watched as teams of demon knights slaughtered his men. He saw his companions being cut down by giant great swords. He grit his teeth as he sees his friend, a former angel with 3 wings, torn in half by demons. Fuck this. He rushed at one of the knights. Die. Without sparing a glance, the demon spun around and struck him with an elbow. The sheer force pulverized him and the building behind him. With him dead, the others began a futile attempt to resist. The devils began to cast their magics only for the demon knights to reach for their hips. They took hold of their whip swords before surging their divine energy through the weapons. Romonus had used his godly soul, vitality, and energy to form this legion. They were not gods but could be considered demon demigods. With a crack, the demons' whip swords launched waves of energy ripping through Lucifade and the demons through it. This pattern continued as they made short work of the first cursed devils. As for Romonus, who was sitting on Lucifer's throne, with Nislord and Lilith standing near him. All around him, devil souls rushed toward him, which he turned into new empowered shadows. He began to go through his current shadows, which were a mere 1,000. Most of them were cultivators, a few were part of his vampire collection as he didn't use them much. As an attempt to reduce the numbers, he collected the thousands of devil souls rushing toward him, which he began to merge into stronger shadows. He could feel around 250,000 devils in the city, which was quite small all things considered. However, it made sense because they had been from heaven and 1/3 of the angels joined Lucifer. He began to think about what he wanted before he had an idea. Rather than have a bunch of weak shadows, he decided to use all of his gathered souls to create a small group of powerful ones. He had to wait for his knights to finish their slaughter, but that was undergoing quickly enough. As he was waiting, he saw large portals open in the throne room. The shrunken greater demons that had acquired the Satans entered, now much smaller. Lilith covered her mouth in disgust at the sight of the torn halves of Beelzebub and the state of Asmodeus. Nissalor didn't seem bothered as she patiently waited by Romonus' side. He frowned as he looked at the two demons that had the halves of Beelzebub. Really? The one holding the legs looked at his prize. The legs are important. The other shook his head. My lord, I have the head and soul. Romonus sighed. You did win, but I will still give you something for your efforts in bringing the legs. Both demons fell to their knees as they dropped off their offerings. The other dropped the mangled, still living body of Asmodeus at Romonus' feet. The last demon walked forward and pushed forward the still living and unharmed Leviathan. She surrendered, my lord. He looked at the woman, the mother or grandmother of Psupham Leviathan, who killed Miria's father. She was beautiful, but that didn't exactly motivate Romonus much. I have much to say to you, Leviathan, but I will hold off. Well done, you four. As for your rewards, accept this. Romonus raised his hand, and in his palm, he concentrated some more of his infernal divinity before using it to enhance the power of these 4 demons. Of course, the demon who brought him legs received the least power, while the one who brought Leviathan got the most out of the ordeal. When the enhancement was complete, the 4 demons bowed to Romonus before leaving the throne room. When they were gone and the slaughter kept going outside, he looked down at Leviathan. He crossed one of his legs over the other before resting his chin on his knuckle. So this is what you looked like. Appealing. As Leviathan looked up at Romonus, her blood refused to allow her to do anything. Just his aura was bad enough, but being in his presence was soul-crushing. Nissalud opened her eyes as she saw what was going on. Master, I believe she is being pressured by your divine presence. I believe the same. Romonus, for the first time in a while, fully retracted his aura, causing Leviathan to gasp for air. Feeling the release, she bent over as she almost puked in horror. She managed to fight back against it as she looked back up at him. I surrender, I submit. I swear. Just don't kill me. Romonus squinted his eyes, causing the 8-pointed stars in the middle to glow with a deeper intensity. You see, I could just consume you to try to take your bloodline ability, but I won't. I could give you to my lover, to give her your ability, but what is the point? I don't have much use for you, Leviathan. Leviathan lowered her head. I can be useful, I will fight for you, I swear it on my honor. Romonus snorted. Honor? Do you speak of honor despite your betrayal? Foolish, but I detect no lie in your words. Seems I will have a use for you yet. Romonus pointed at the still living bodies of Beelzebub and Asmodeus. He snapped his fingers as he took the legs of Beelzebub and tore off the legs of Asmodeus. Both pairs of legs burst into a bloody mist as he drew out the bloodline abilities of the 2 Satans. Above his palm, a small orb of purified blood containing both Lord of Flies and Star Sent Moment abilities floated. He sent it toward Leviathan's mouth, causing her to feel both of the abilities of her brothers fuse with her own seamlessly. Romonus took what remained and devoured them himself to give himself a higher concentration of their abilities. Romonus held his hand out and he focused on his home reality before connecting to Latia. When she felt the connection form, she answered it, causing a magic display of the both of them to appear. From the look of it, she was in her underground forge, directing the movements of hundreds of Necrons who forged several tons of molten metal. Drawing on the geothermal and pure mana from the core, her forge blazed with an intense heat. Behind her, the towering shape of a demon warlord titan was nearly completed. Latia squinted her eyes when she saw him. Romonus, where the hell are you at? Romonus' face calmed and became much happier as he gazed at his lover. I am in an alternative reality. Latia paused as she gazed around her forge where several demon engines were being constructed. She didn't get to have nearly enough fun since her uncle did nearly everything. An alternative reality, you say? Sounds interesting. Multiverse. Romonus nodded. Yes, my love. I even killed a version of me. Latia pondered on that. How did he look like? Crimson hair, blue eyes, 5 feet 11 inches, wore a kimono, used a katana. Latia shook her head. So this version took his Gremory genes while you took the veil. Was he strong? Not at all. Latia smirked. That is to be expected. On another note, I am almost ready to activate my Titan. I would like to test out some of these demon engines. It is quite sad to have my babies here without a war to fight. If you catch my drift. He could see it in her eyes, a hunger to see her war machines on the move. With a smile, he promised her one thing. Consider your wish done, and I swear I will take you to 40K itself. Hearing that, her face pulled back into an expression of desire. She licked her lips at the technological terrors of that universe. Grimaldus the Wolverine was effectively a titan compressed down. There were other things she wanted. If we do, we have to talk to Perturabo. We can save him and recruit him. He is my favorite Primarch and a like-minded individual. Romonus nodded. Of course, as for me, I would like nothing more than to tear the head of Fulgrim. Latia nodded. Same, now open the portal because the Pride of Damnation is ready to be activated. Behind her, the towering 40-meter-tall mech covered in weapons was flowing with demonic power. Latia smiled to herself as the hundreds of criminal devils trapped in the hull were being tortured. Just like a citizen, only better. Romonus grinned as he did as she ordered and began to craft a gate for her to bring her mechanical armies over. He hadn't had a date with Latia in a while and this was a good way to do it. Chapter 97, The March of Machines. Romonus decided to allow all of his lovers to know of this reality. His home was still secured and very few people knew where it was. As for Latia, during the assault, Ajuka and King Phallic had been so destructive that her machines didn't get a chance to shine. Ajuka did try to allow her to test her machines against the old Satan faction devils, but they weren't even a challenge. Hearing that Romonus was in an alternative reality where nothing they did mattered caused her to feel reasonably happy. As such, once Romonus demon knights finished their massacre he collected all of the souls because he had a terrible use for them. These were good material for his future experiments as this was a learning experience. At the moment, he was sitting on Lucifer's stolen throne with Leviathan herself kneeling by his throne with a collar around her neck. It ended in a glowing purple chain he held in one of his hands as she kneeled by his leg. He was resting his chin on his knuckle as he took different lordly poses for Nislud to take pictures off. Leviathan from the look of it was pissed, but her fear was greater than her anger. Romonus was someone who could kill her at any time and the fact he was just humiliating her was better than what she would do to someone in his place. Lilith who watched this and the state of Leviathan was confused. What are you two doing? Romonus stopped what he was doing and dropped the chain which dispersed. Just taking some pictures to remember this. I better return to work since I don't want to waste my time here longer than I need to. Romonus tapped his foot on the ground and led them outside to the now empty city of Lucifade. Lilith watched as the demons walked through the city dragging corpses around. She could see them cutting off the skulls before burning the flesh off and piling them up into a mountain. A part of her was grossed out, but the part of her with resentment felt joy at the sight. As for Romonus, he sighed as he watched the mountain of skulls forming. Do I look like corn to you? Eventually, a pile of 250,000 skulls was formed before the demon knights all gathered behind it. He saw these giant warriors present their pile to him and in their eyes he could see that they wished it pleased him. For a moment he was thinking of what to say, but the longer he stayed silent the more the knights all began to feel sad. He could see it in their souls they just wished to please him. Thank you for this, I mean it, my children. He could swear that their souls lit up in joy and that their offering was accepted. This is weird, they are like a bunch of puppies, murderous, giant, skull-chopping puppies. He looked to his right and saw that Lilith had turned to him. Was the skull pile necessary? One of the demons who heard her spoke up with an offended undertone. It is not a skull pile, it is a throne. Of skulls, just like Father desired. The other demon knights began to nod at his words. Romonus smiled at his knight like a father. God had made his angels, and they all called him Father. Romonus had made his demons so they referred to him as Father. Thank you for your offering, I do appreciate it. With a wave of his hand, Romonus infused his energy into the skull pile, and at the top, he formed a throne of skulls. It seemed that his demons had seen how much he thought Khorne's skull throne was cool so they made one for him. He was not going to reject them because that was how your creations betrayed you. Once the skull throne formed, he didn't sit on it because he had just stood up from another throne. Rather, he focused more on the crumbled sections of Lucifade. He drew on his domains and with his will, he tore up buildings and massive chunks of material. He clenched his fist as purple flames burst across the material. Because of his expertise in forging, he applied that to his fire with his divine domain. As the flames ate away at the material, parts of it were forged before being used as material. On the ground, a towering glowing gate began to form from hundreds of tons of sacrificed material. In a few short moments, a gateway was formed to connect this universe and his home universe. When that was complete, he covered the gate Enuncia runes to increase its durability and make it permanent. With the gate complete, he surged his infernal divinity into the gate firing it up. Outside of Romonus' house, Valerie was working in a small garden she had started. None of the plants she was growing were normal as she used her sacred gear to modify them to her desires. Currently, she was planting a mulberry tree because she loved how the fruit tasted. Just as she finished planting the tree, a titanic gate over 100 meters tall formed outside of the house. It opened with such force she closed her eyes, but it didn't even affect her garden. When she opened her eyes and looked at the forming gate, she knew who it was because of the runes and the color of the gate. Girls. Romonus is back. Hearing her bellowing voice, all of Romonus' lovers began to gather outside to look at the giant gate. When they all gathered, they waited as Romonus crossed over with Lilith, Leviathan, and Lewd. They ignored the 3 women near him because it had been a while since Romonus added to his harem. He spread his arms out with a grin. I am back. All of them walked over to him as they could feel his aura. It was that of a god. Not just a lesser god, but that of a god. It was so potent that it felt that he could destroy the world with a thought. Even before his ascension, he had long since been able to destroy the planet, just now it wouldn't even take him any effort. Like when he cut the earth in half when he fought Cersex. When Venelana looked up at him, she seemed annoyed. Why did you get even taller? Latia walked behind him as she used some demonic energy to form a measuring tape. I know our Canon gives you a few inches, but how tall are you now? This says 8 feet tall. I am going to guess 7 feet 5 inches. That is correct, watch. Controlling his own body, he began to shrink down a few inches until he was back to 6 feet 10 inches. When he was back to normal, Venelana smiled. There we are, if you are too tall it will just look weird. Welcome back, honey, and congratulations on your ascension. Rias looked up at him with stars in her eyes. How does it feel to be all godly? Romonus was still not sure. Different. The issue is that most of the stuff I have now, I could already do. I did gain a few domains that increased my abilities. As for my mind, I am far more prideful, I guess. I could in theory use my pride as a weapon, I just need time to figure out what that will mean. Romonus turned around to gaze at 3 ladies he brought over. Before I forget, introductions. This woman here is Lilith, this is Lewd, Graphia's sister, the soul in my earring, and that is Leviathan. Leviathan glanced around at these women who all felt stronger than her. Rahvdall crossed her arms as she glanced at the first Leviathan. Did you resurrect her after you ate her descendant? Romonus shook his head. Multiverse theory, a different universe, and some time travel. Sikvera frowned. Time travel. Even I with my clan ability can only speed up or slow down time around me. How did you go back in time? 10,000 years. I only achieved that because of my unique abilities, and it is an alternative reality. I do not suggest we do that in our home universe because of the damage we can cause. Sikvera felt that made sense. True, though I do have questions on the nature of the multiverse. How does it work? Romonus pondered on this. Well, the theory that there are an infinite number of universes depending on different actions we take. In this universe, I decided to get with Rias and Venelana. In another, I might not have gotten with any of you like my alternative I killed in this reality. Venelana didn't know how to take that. You killed a version of yourself. Wouldn't that cause issues? Latia shook her head. No, if the theory of the multiverse is true, each variant of yourself is you, but not you. Killing them won't cause any trouble. Natsum turned to her with an idea. You know, these days I have gotten back to reading fiction and I read a few novels of multiversal entities. In one, you absorb all of your alternatives, in another, you take them over with them becoming clones. If you die, you are just uploaded to another and you revive that way. Romonus knew what she meant. That was my idea as well, at the very least I would assume there would be at least a few powerful versions of myself. I cannot be the only strong one. Walburga with her purple cat ears twitching and tail swaying brought something curious up. What about the dark multiverse? Does that exist? Where everything went wrong. Aquino looked toward Romonus. So, the regular multiverse exists and so might the dark multiverse. Doesn't that mean any action we take doesn't matter? That is kind of dark, to be honest. Romonus smiled in a particular way that made them realize he knew something they didn't. Roygun and Venelana glanced at each other before they spoke at the same time. Rahvdall. Rahvdall. Romonus began to clap as they figured it out. Yes, unlike us, Rahvdall is a higher dimensional entity, he is the only one. I received things my alternatives did not. A higher dimensional demon bloodline, a powerful language, and my gravity abilities. My alternatives will not have my abilities because they were given only to me. Rias nodded. That makes sense in a way, with you being this powerful because of him, your actions carry more weight than your weaker alternatives. Chiron tilted her head. Who is Rahvdall? That was a good question as no other than Rias, Roygun, and Venelana had heard of him before. Romonus then spent a bit of time explaining who Rahvdall was without bringing up his past life. No one needed to know about that as it was water under the bridge. However, he did explain what Rahvdall granted him and what he asked for in exchange. He also came clean about not being able to see the future, but rather that Rahvdall showed him the future himself. For a while, the girls all looked at him as if what they heard made sense. Romonus smiled. Mad I lied. He saw his lovers all look at each other before shaking their heads. Venelana didn't care. You didn't lie all that much. You did see the future, you just weren't seeing the future, if that makes sense. You did use that to save Valerie and a few other things. Though, what was supposed to happen in the future you saw? Romonus looked over at Rias. Rias, you would have lost to Riser, and you were supposed to have Itsuki join your peerage. Akino would have been your queen and Chiron your rook. Rias and Acneo glanced at each other as that was kind of hard to believe. Akino pointed at Rias. Really? What was different? For one, Rias allowed you and Chiron to hate your races. She didn't push you to get stronger. I mean to say, Rias, that you would be weak and you would let them waste their potential. Rias covered her face once again. Do I just suck or something? It seems I would have just been trash without you. Itsuki chuckled as she looked at Rias. I honestly cannot imagine being in your peerage, Rias. No offense, but you were kinda annoying as a kid. Always complaining. Chiron nodded. Very, and weak. Rias felt her heart break a little. I still have a heart, you know. Romonus began to say some other stuff. Valerie, Rizavam would have killed and taken your holy grail. He still would have awakened Trihexa, he would have resurrected all the evil dragons to invade the Eviatoldan world. By stopping Rizavam, I stopped the near extinction of Asgard, Gregory, and several other pantheons. Walburga, I also prevented the crimes you were going to commit, and Kuroka, I also stopped Chiron from disliking you for long. There is also the fact I made you all far stronger than you would have. Walburga frowned. Let me guess, I didn't become a cat in the future. He, nope. Still, you look better with your Nikomata features. I know I like a cat girl, though if you are unhappy, I could turn you into a bunny girl or a wolf girl. How about a lion girl instead? Walburga raised hand. I like being a cat, Naya. Venelana shook her head with a smirk. As cute as that is, I guess we learned a bit more about existence as a whole. Our choices matter not just because of Romonus, but because it sets us apart from our alternatives. Vespera sighed as that made sense. I guess this means in another reality my grandmother was not such a bitch. Sylvana touched her neck. And in another where my parents never met. Anything could be possible, I mean Romonus, you could be gay or a woman in another reality. That caused Romonus' smile to die. Gross on the gay part, though if I do find a female version of me, is it incest or masturbation to have sex with her? Nisilud glanced over at him. Master, refrain from any sexual activities with your alternative selves. That is a slippery slope. He just surged. What could be slippier than being with my twin sister and my mother? A bit of self-cess didn't kill anyone. His joke fell kind of flat, but from the look of it, Miria was focusing on something else. She squinted her eyes as she glared at Leviathan. Leviathan. When Leviathan looked at this horned woman, she felt if she did or said the wrong thing she would die. Why are all these people so strong? Romonus glanced at Miria before asking her something. What do you want to do, love? Miria glanced at the original Leviathan before shrugging. Water under the bridge, besides, it was Tsufame I had an issue with, not Leviathan. Romonus turned to Leviathan with a smirk on his face. Guess you are in luck. If she had wanted to, I would have killed you for her sake. Leviathan smiled in a self-deprecating kind of way. It was honestly sad how just the day before she and her brothers were going to rebuild their armies. That was no longer possible when this demon god set his eyes on them. I feel so lucky. Romonus ignored her as he turned to the gate. To explain, when I finished my ascension with the aid of Ophis and Great Red, I noticed that I could see the dimensional barriers. Not the ones in the gap, but those in the multiverse. To explain why I accessed the multiverse was to upgrade my domains by using compatible divinities. This is also a good reality for us to harvest limitless resources. Anyone up for an invasion? Latia reached into her pocket and pulled out her phone. She activated a program and in a flash of light, her warlord titan, the Pride of Damnation, was brought to the surface. Aside from this, she had a few brass scorpions, decimators, mauler fiends, forge fiends, soul grinders, and even a couple of helldrakes led by a large one. Even her necrons were here, and from the look of it, she was in a good mood. I have been wanting a chance to unleash these guys. When Romonus glanced at her demon engines, he was kinda confused. How many have you built? Lacial smirked in his direction. Not enough. Though, with all the money I have at my disposal, I could buy some expensive materials for this. Now, I hear there is another universe full of metal for me to use. If the multiverse is as endless as I think, that means I have plenty of opportunities to set up a sun forge or a core forge. Romonus walked toward her and patted her head. Are you sure you are not more evil than me? She just moved his hand. Hey, It's an alternative reality and there are infinite of them. No one will care. Romonus bent down, grabbed her by her hips and pressed his lips against hers. He even began to French kiss her, causing Latia to close her eyes to enjoy the kiss. As they exchanged saliva, she began to feel her body heat up as his divine saliva began to cause her jeans to burn. When he pulled away, he winked at her. Have fun, because I was planning on going to war with the pantheons of this reality anyways. Anyone up for that? Sylvana twirled her side with a twinkle in her eyes. A chance to unleash my undead army. I am in. Vespera, how about you? You have all those thralls collecting dust. Vespera cracked her knuckles. Of course. One by one, they all agreed to go with him, even Natsum. With that decision, Romonus and his harem all crossed the gate to plunder the alternative universe for its wealth.